So I am reading Lord of the Rings for the first time, and something struck me as incredibly sad and depressing in the first chapter. It seems more like subtext than anything else, but it's the invisibility and loneliness of Bilbo Baggins. To me, it is terribly, terribly sad. Now, I am only covering the first chapter in Fellowship of the Ring, but it's not subtext at all on the first page. There's a line that explicitly says he remained on visiting terms with all his relatives, except of course the Sackville Bagginses. And he had many devoted admirers among the hobbits of poor and unimportant families. But he had no close friends until some of his younger cousins began to grow up. As I was thinking through this at the moment, it hurt me a little bit to see Bilbo struggling to find friends. I don't want to make this an incredibly personal essay by any stretch of the imagination, but I think it's tough to find and make friends when you're older. And especially for Bilbo, who has the ring, who is really not aging, who I'm sure has seen numerous friends of his in his youth die, and who is now more of a memorial and something to gawk at in Hobbiton than anything else. I can imagine that he comes home from his adventures at the Lonely Mountain, and everyone sees him on a donkey with gold and silver and treasures from other kingdoms. And then he stays at Bag End as a rich hobbit for the rest of his days. Everyone seems to want his money, and no one really seems to want Bilbo for what he is so eager to talk about: his adventures. Yes, he is very un-hobbit-like, but Bilbo must have experienced some severe loneliness over the course of the second half of his life that I think the books just kind of glance over. I mean, Lord of the Rings is really about Frodo, so it can't do a deep dive into what Bilbo is experiencing, but I am somewhat blown away, not somewhat, I am really blown away by the writing of Tolkien here, and how he was able, in just a few lines mentioned and scattered throughout chapter 1, to make you feel the loneliness and frustration that Bilbo experiences. In this first line, Bilbo needs to befriend someone who is significantly younger than he is and someone who is coming of age. Frodo is 33 years old on the same day that Bilbo is 111. But it seems like everyone else except for Frodo really just wanted Bilbo for his riches and the things that he could give them. The text says that he had people who respected him, like Sam Gamgee and Ham Gamgee, his gardeners, but for anyone who has employees, which is pretty much what Ham and Sam are, there's a line that can't really be crossed, no matter how many times Bilbo might ask them about roots and potatoes. And so these people who are just lowborn in the Hobbit world would honestly be fantastic friends to Bilbo, but they just don't view him as such, even though they pay him their respects. To Bilbo's immediate family, it's like they don't even respect him. Yes, everyone shows up for the party, but that feels less like them liking Bilbo and showing up to a party because of Bilbo, and more them just wanting to come to the party of the century. Even when Bilbo gives his speech, this man who has seen more life in one lifetime than probably everyone else in the room combined, and there are 144 people in this room, which was the combined ages of Frodo and Bilbo, and was something the Sackville Bagginses hated that they were probably there just to get the number to 144. But when he gives his speech, a line in the book says, "All the guests expected a pleasant feast," although they rather dreaded the after-party dinner speech with their host, an inevitable item. He was liable to drag in bits of what he called poetry, and sometimes after a glass or two would allude to the absurd adventures of his mysterious journey. It's like Bilbo just wants to talk to someone, and even at his birthday speech he can't find that. I can imagine that he is overjoyed when Gandalf comes through the door and comes to the Shire just because he's finally here and there's someone who can listen to his stories and someone who finally understands him. But Gandalf doesn't come through enough to be a regular friend. I find it sad that Bilbo just spends his days alone most of the time. I love that his younger cousin respected him and he ends up becoming friends with him, but for someone at his age to be going through life alone, something that happens all too much to the elderly in any and every country, it again just makes me sad. It also makes me wonder if Tolkien himself went through something like this. Maybe some of you Tolkien experts out there can help me by letting me know what happened in the end of his life, but he had the inklings, and he had this amazing and deep friendship with fellow writers who were brilliant just like him, and I wonder if some of those friends died and then Tolkien ended up feeling just like Bilbo at the end of his life. someone who had stories to tell, but not enough ears to listen. It also hurts because of how beautiful Bilbo is and how well he treats people. He seems like he has a lot to offer friends. In his speech, his beautiful words, "I am immensely fond of you all, and 11 years is too short a time to live among such excellent and admirable hobbits," are beautiful. It reminds me so much of my own grandpa, who died in his early 80s and who was a lover of life and a lover of people, and who brought joy into everyone's world when he talked to them and met them. He was someone who went anywhere and could make a friend or make someone smile. But it makes me wonder, too, how many friends he actually had. He had his family, and I remember taking a car ride with him essentially to his death. We knew it was coming, and he was kind of loopy on some drugs, and we had a 20-minute car ride in the hospital where I asked him questions about his life. Just had a conversation with him that I will never forget. It's a conversation I wish I could have dragged out more than 20 minutes. It's a conversation I wish I could drag out for 20 years. Makes me frustrated for the times when I was younger and dumb and he, or anyone his age, was telling a story and I rolled my eyes for the annoyance of it. Because Bilbo is giving a speech here and just wants to reminisce. It is also, if I may be allowed to refer to an ancient history, the anniversary of my arrival by barrel at Esgaroth on the Long Lake. Though the fact that it was my birthday slipped my memory on that occasion. I was 51 then, and birthdays did not seem so important. The banquet was very splendid, however, though I had a bad cold at the time. I remember and could only say, "Thank you very much." I now repeated it more correctly. "Thank you very much for coming to my little party." Obstinate silence. They all feared that a song or some poetry was now imminent, and they were getting bored. I wish I could be there, sitting in the front row, looking enamored so that Bilbo felt confident to keep going and telling his stories. Even to spite his other guests who looked bored. Screw them. It also makes me want to sit with people more often. It may sound weird, but Bilbo in this chapter makes me want to foster better friendships, no matter if they're 33 like Frodo or 111 like Bilbo. Because, and I know that Bilbo knew this, but Frodo loved him. And in this story, I saw myself as Frodo as well. Secretively loving my grandparents who all died when I was young, but I never really had a moment with any of them, except for my one grandpa. Just to sit down with them near the end of their life and tell them how much I love them. And by the time Frodo realizes he needs to sit down with Bilbo and have that conversation with him, it's too late. Because Bilbo disappears. And the books say he had difficulty in keeping from laughter at the indignant surprise of the guests. But at the same time, he felt deeply troubled. He realized suddenly that he loved the old hobbit dearly. And I know this isn't really the story, but perhaps had Frodo come to that realization a bit earlier, Bilbo would have stayed in Hobbiton and developed his relationship with Frodo even deeper, and maybe gone on the journey with him to Rivendell. Because it's a weird microcosm of death that the people we love always seem to leave us too early. Bilbo, tragically, when he leaves the ring for good, says, "Oh, an old gray man." Bent and troubled, Bilbo drew his hands over his eyes. "I am sorry," he said, "but I felt so queer. And it would be a relief in a way not to be bothered with it anymore. It has been so growing on my mind lately. Sometimes I felt like it was just an eye looking at me, and I'm always wanting to put it on and disappear." Bilbo absolutely wanted to do this for adventure, but also because all his relatives wanted things from him. And Bilbo just wanted a friend to go adventures with and swap stories with. Something I want more and more now as I get older, more than anything else in this world. I could care less about politics, about fame or fortune. Just get me in a room with a few good friends who are swapping stories, and I'm satisfied. And as Bilbo leaves, he seems to pause at the hearth and sing a song. And this is what the text says. "Take care, I don't care. Don't you worry about me. I am as happy now as I've ever been." And that is saying a great deal. Which to me seems like blatant subtext, probably an oxymoron, for him having conversations with Gandalf about how he has no real friends in Hobbiton, and how Gandalf likely always found him so unhappy. And then the text goes on to say this, "But the time has come. I am being swept off my feet at last," he added, And then, in a low voice, as if to himself, he sang softly in the dark. The road goes ever on and on, down from the door where it began. Now far ahead the road has gone, and I must follow if I can, pursuing it with eager feet, until it joins some larger way where paths and errands meet. And whither then I cannot say. Thank you for bearing with me for my terrible singing, but this just to me seems like a song about the end of your life and looking back on your life. Maybe not with regret, but with eagerness. And right after he leaves, Frodo comes rushing up and sees Gandalf, and he says, I hoped until this evening that it was only a joke, said Frodo. But I knew in my heart that he really meant to go. He always used to joke about serious things. I wish I had come back sooner just to see him off. I think he preferred slipping off quietly in the end, said Gandalf. Don't be too troubled. He'll be all right now. And this truly makes me sad for Bilbo. His one real friend realized the depths of their friendship just a minute too late. And Bilbo is off to have an adventure again with some of the people who do understand him and get him. It's beautiful for Bilbo in that he is on his final journey, but also tragic for Frodo, and that he never got to say what he really felt. And this first chapter was just a kick in the butt for me to say what I really feel. And to tell the people I love that I really do love them. Before it's too late. And I'm in chapter 2 right now, so I'm not that far in, but I have to say, out of everything I've seen in the book so far, one of the things that surprised me the most was the sadness, hopeless, possessed story of Smeagol, aka Gollum. I mean, it's a book, so obviously a book is going to go into more detail than a movie does, but I found myself insanely more creeped out by Gollum, and at the same time I pitied and felt bad for him much, much more than I did in the movies. He's both a terrifying character as well as a tragic victim, and I think how the second chapter fleshes out his story is magnificent writing. Because while he may be terrifying, I mean, there's a section in chapter 2 that sent a shiver down my spine when it said, the wood was full of the rumor of him. Dreadful tales, even among beasts and birds. The woodsman said that there was some new terror abroad. A ghost that drank blood. It climbed trees to find nests. It crept into holes to find the young. It slipped through windows to find cradles. That is terrifying. And I probably know that this is gossip and that it's just gone too far, but still, drinking blood, stealing babies in cradles, creeping in holes to find the young. That is awful, awful stuff. And while he may be terrifying, I also think he is such a complex character. And he's somewhat painted as a victim in all this. And already my thoughts on Gollum are all over the place because I both hate and love him, just as he hates and loves himself. I both feel bad for him and think he's the most disgusting character I've ever seen, and I simultaneously want to hug him and then hunt him. I think Tolkien just wrote a brilliant character who is simultaneously a victim as well as an abuser. And through this whole thing, I just keep thinking of the age-old nature-nurture discussion and how Gollum fits both of these. He already had strange predispositions as he was just different from the rest of his community. Gandalf says he's the most inquisitive and curious-minded of the family, and his name was Smeagol, and he was interested in roots and beginnings. He dived into deep pools, he burrowed under trees and growing plants, he tunneled into green mounds, and he ceased to look up at the hilltops, or even the leaves in the trees, or the flowers opening in the air. His head and his eyes were downward. Which, yes, hobbits, and Gollum as a hobbit-like creature, love the things that grow and burrow into the ground. But Gollum seems to be a bit different from his people, and his curiosity ended up harming him. And his fall really isn't his fault, but at the same time, it's exactly his fault. It seemed like the ring took advantage of someone who was possessive and I guess a bit weaker. His fall comes as the ring is just in his presence, not even worn, and he kills Deagle over it. It just seems to come out of nowhere for Smeagol. You can't say a curious kid who likes the dirt and caves all of a sudden has an urge to kill someone. I mean, I guess you could say that, but it's not that common. His fall seems to continue as he has the ring. And I mean, I'm only in the second chapter of Fellowship of the Ring, but I already hope that Tolkien has written more on Gollum and what his life was like before the ring, because I would be so fascinated in that story. Because the next thing Gandalf tells him seems so dark, and it already seems like the ring is controlling his every move. But also that Smeagol seems to be falling in the areas where he is weakest. Gandalf says, no one ever found out what became of Deagle. He was murdered far from home, and his body was cunningly hidden. But Smeagol returned alone, and he found that none of his family could see him when he was wearing the ring. He was very pleased with his discovery, and he concealed it, and he used it to find out secrets, and he put all his knowledge to crooked uses and malicious uses. He became sharp-eyed and keen-eared for all that was hurtful. The ring had given him power according to his stature. It is not to be wondered at that he became very unpopular and was shunned, when visible, by all his relations. They kicked him and he bit their feet. He took to thieving and going out and muttering to himself and gurgling in his throat, so they called him Gollum and cursed him, and told him to go far away. And his grandmother, desiring peace, expelled him from the family and turned him out of her hole. And from this point on, Smeagol seems to just crash and burn. His fall is magnificent, as his loneliness seems to grow, something that feels like an all too common theme for Tolkien so far, as I found Bilbo to be an extremely lonely character in the first chapter. Gandalf says he wandered in loneliness, weeping a little for the hardness of the world. He made his home in the Misty Mountain. And when Frodo is absolutely disgusted by Gollum, as Gandalf is telling the story, Gandalf actually defends him a lot. He says, there was something else in it, I think, which you don't see yet. Even Gollum was not wholly ruined. He had proved tougher than even one of the wise would have guessed, as a hobbit might. There was a little corner of his mind that was still his own, and light came through it, as through a chink in the dark. Light out of the past. It was actually pleasant, I think, to hear a kindly voice again, bringing up memories of the wind, the trees, and the sun on the grass and such forgotten things. Then he says that would only make the madness in him even angrier, which is such a tragic line. The very idea that he still had this ray of hope in his mind that drove him even crazier is so sad. Even the goodness of Smeagol makes him more mad. And one of the questions I have at this point is this his doing, or is it the rings? Or a combination of both? Because his madness is truly on full display here as well. It's like the blueprint for how someone goes mad, and I think the solution for Tolkien is friendship. And I'll talk about that later, but suffice it to say now that I think Tolkien believes in the power of a good friend. Now, Gandalf says he was altogether wretched. He hated the dark, and he hated light even more. He hated everything, and the ring most of all. He hated it and loved it, as he hated and loved himself. He could not get rid of it. He had no will left in the matter. And that line hit me the most, to be honest. The very fact that he had no will left in the matter. It seems like to me that little place where Gollum's mind let light in was flickering now. Gandalf seems to believe that he can be rehabilitated and rescued, as he later tells Frodo. I have not much hope that Gollum can be cured before he dies, but there is a chance of it. Which again is a beautiful thing, to think that anyone can be redeemed, even a creature like Gollum. But from this point on, you essentially see Gollum devolve in his madness, and his madness just fully takes over. Because at this point, the ring abandons Gollum. Gandalf says that it had no use for him anymore, which is absolutely tragic. This is why I see him as somewhat of a victim. The ring only wants people who can help it. It uses people for its own gain. And when it was done with Gollum, it just leaves him in a state of absolute madness too, because all Gollum wants is to be free of the ring. But also, all he wants is the ring. He goes absolutely crazy. Crazy enough that when Gandalf and Aragorn hunt him, which is insanely hard because the elves of Mirkwood, the people of Legolas, couldn't even catch or find him because he was so elusive. And when Gandalf and Aragorn actually capture him, they find that he starts to make up stories and actually believes them. When Gandalf recaps the story to Frodo, he says the murder of Deagle haunted Gollum, and he had made up a defense, repeating it to his precious over and over, as he gnawed bones in the dark until he almost believed it. It was his birthday. Deagle ought to have given him the ring. It had obviously turned up just so as to be a present. It was his birthday present, and so on and so on. It was difficult to learn anything from him for certain, for his talk was constantly interrupted by curses and threats. What had it got in its pockets is, he said. It wouldn't say no, precious, little cheat, not a fair question. It cheated first, it did. It broke the rules. We ought to have squeezed it. Yes, precious. And we will, precious. That is a sample of his talk. I don't suppose you want any more. I had weary days of it. Again, tragic. Because I know some people have actually encountered people like this in their life. I actually had to deal with someone like this for a number of years in my life, and no matter what you said, that person could not think straight or even be right in their mind. Gollum is that. Yes, there is a part of his brain that he still owns, but his madness here has devolved into full-blown obsession. I think when people talk about the dangers of revenge, this is something akin to that, because in revenge, it quickly becomes obsession. And when you get what you want, you realize you never really wanted it, and it doesn't make you feel any better. I guess this is also equivalent to a drug addiction too. Tolkien here writes brilliantly about a character I both hate and pity and love at the same time. And Frodo here absolutely hates Gollum. He hates this story, and especially that Gandalf keeps comparing Gollum to a hobbit, which is when the world-famous line comes in the movies, what a pity Bilbo didn't stab that vile creature when he had the chance. Pity? It was pity that stayed his hand. Pity and mercy not to strike without need. And he has been well rewarded, Frodo. Be sure that he took so little hurt from the evil, and escaped in the end, because he began his ownership of the ring so, with pity. And I know this essay is kind of everywhere and it doesn't really have a main thesis except to say that Gollum is a complex and interesting character, but shoot, Gollum is a complex and interesting character. I have no clue what to think of him except I fear him. If Gandalf or the Elves of Mirkwood couldn't track him down and they had to hire Aragorn, the greatest tracker of the age, to come and find him, then I am both impressed and horrified at the talent Gollum has. But also, it seems like the ring, and sorry for using this word, but rapes him. In a weird way, from the very instant Gollum saw the ring, it seemed to manipulate and use him how it wanted. It seemed to bend Gollum to his will. And yeah, Frodo and Bilbo might have been a bit better with it, but both of them had similar situations happen where they didn't want to get rid of the ring or even destroy it. Later in the chapter, when Frodo tells Gandalf they need to destroy it, Gandalf essentially sits back in his chair and tells Frodo to do it, to throw it into the fire. And Frodo cannot do it because he is already growing attached to it. Even though he has never worn the ring or used it in any way, it simply sat on a chain as Bilbo instructed Frodo to do. And so, Gollum seems like a sad victim in all this. A victim turned lunatic in order to possess the very thing that drove him insane in the first place. And to be honest, I think through all this, one of Tolkien's biggest things that I'm finding, and I'm discovering through this, is a solve for a lot of this stuff is a good friend. I know that might sound cheesy, but Bilbo, Frodo, all these people, they need a good friend. Or, as I think Tolkien puts it, you need a fellowship. You need a group of people who are around you. When Gollum is excommunicated from his community, when he's excommunicated from his family, that's when he really devolves. He has, yes, some evil inclinations beforehand, and he obviously murders someone in order to get the ring. But I'm curious if Gollum's story would have been different had he had a family that didn't let him become lonely and didn't let him go into lonesomeness. I don't know. I think it's like the what if questions that kind of rage and torment the entire community. But I'm curious about what would happen had Gollum really found a community that he loved, or a fellowship that he really loved. These people around him that really supported him and didn't think he was a really big oddball or something like that. I don't know. I'm going to keep going through this entire thing and see what Tolkien really thinks of this, but it honestly makes Gollum the most interesting character in the series so far. I want his full backstory. I want to know exactly what he was like and if he was even liked at all the beginning part of his life. I want to know what his family thought of him and if he really was that oddball kind of person, because at the moment, the story of Gollum is a complex one, filled with fear and sadness. And I feel pity for him. That's all this essay is really about. How impressed I am with the written character of Gollum. So I am reading through Lord of the Rings for the first time and just publishing my thoughts on the chapters as I read them. So plug to subscribe if you want more Lord of the Rings and Harry Potter and Brandon Sanderson content. But I just finished chapter 3 and I have to say, Gildor makes me like elves. Now, I never really hated elves, but they were always just ethereal and distant and didn't really just have a lot of personality to me. I liked dwarves more. I liked hobbits, I liked men and wizards. Heck, I even liked orcs and Uruk-hai more. I mean, who doesn't like this guy?
Looks like meat's back on the menu, boys.
But elves just seem so impersonal. And I have to be honest, I still think they're a bit impersonal, but Gildor has shifted that a lot for me. And if you don't know who Gildor is, you have to read the books. The Fellowship of the Rings, Gildor is in the 3rd chapter. And he's just this high elf who's in exile, he says. And he talks to Frodo, Pippin, and Sam and just has like a little meeting and a dinner party with them. One of the first things that happens when Gildor jumps on the page in chapter 3, though, is that he smiles. I've been trying to think of all the time that an elf smiles in Lord of the Rings, and I don't think it's that often. I know that Galadriel smiles in the movies when Gimli compliments her, and every once in a while, Legolas cracks a smirk. But most of the time, they just seem so serious. And the first thing that Gildor does is that he jokes around with the hobbits, which is so normal. The books have this greeting of the hobbits. "Oh, fair folk, this is good fortune beyond my hope," said Pippin. Sam was speechless. "I thank you indeed, Gildor and Glorian," said Frodo, bowing. "Elen sila lumain momentielvo. A star shines on the hour of our meeting," he added in high elven speech. "Be careful, friends," cried Gildor, laughing. "Speak no secrets. Here is a scholar in the ancient tongues. Bilbo was a good master." "Hail, elf friend," he said, bowing to Frodo. "Come now with your friends and join our company." Something about that was just comforting to me. That an elf can enjoy a normal conversation with people and not just have a stick up their rear end the whole time. But my favorite part of what Gildor said came later. And this is one of those moments that was just something that happened in my life that correlated perfectly to what happened in my reading. In my own life, someone just told me that they didn't like advice that I had given them a few weeks ago. And it was a longer conversation, obviously, and I'll spare the details. And the whole conversation kind of had me thinking something that I knew from the start. Why did I give advice in the first place? Usually I don't give advice that often. I would rather just listen than help someone solve a problem or something like that. But I left the conversation, and then not 3 hours later, I came to this chapter where Frodo is desperate and he's looking for advice from Gildor and the High Elves. But this is what the book says. Gildor was silent for a moment. "I do not like this news," he said at last. "That Gandalf should be late does not bode well, but it is said, 'Do not meddle in the affairs of wizards, for they are subtle and quick to anger.' The choice is yours, to go or wait." "And it is said," answered Frodo, "Go not to the elves for counsel, for they will say both no and yes." "Is it indeed?" laughed Gildor. "Elves seldom give unguarded advice, for advice is a dangerous gift, even from the wise to the wise, and all courses may run ill. But what would you? You have not told me all concerning yourself, and how shall I choose better than you? But if you demand advice, I will, for friendship's sake, give it." It just struck me as incredibly wise. Here is this elf who is apparently very impersonal, showing his impersonal nature, but he's kind of laughing in the midst of it. And the idea of not giving advice to people because sometimes your advice might go sour with those people, even if it's wise and sage advice, and that person might end up hating and resenting you for it, is something that can be avoidable. I think you can give advice for friendship's sake, as Gildor was saying, but giving advice can be a dangerous thing. I think Tolkien here is so wise, and he writes with such a beauty as well. I'm just continually blown away in this series in the first few chapters by the writing of Tolkien and how beautiful it is. And some of these lines that we have, it's just so rich and so deep. And through all of this, it just makes me love the elves a little bit more. This section does make them seem a little less personal too, being a race that they seem to be controlled by wisdom rather than deep friendship, but Gildor softened my heart just a little bit, and is showing me that elves are just out here trying to have fun in the woods, and eat good food, and have some good conversation. And they're pretty wise. If you've seen Lord of the Rings, you know this man. Farmer Maggot, the one and the only. But I am reading The Lord of the Rings for the first time, and it's a plug for anyone who wants some unorganized thoughts about my read-through in the Tolkien universe, because I'm pretty much doing an essay about every single chapter that I go through, or at least what I find in every single chapter. And I am on The Fellowship of the Rings, Chapter 4, which is called A Shortcut to Mushrooms.
Shortcut to what? Mushrooms!
And I am actually astounded that the hobbits eat in the home of Farmer Maggot. Not only do they eat in the home of Farmer Maggot, but he is a living legend. And not only for this chapter alone, but at the time of me writing my thoughts on this chapter, I'm actually in the chapter where they are in the house of Tom Bombadil. And it's wild to me that Tom Bombadil actually meets up with Farmer Maggot and spends time with him, which blows my mind because Tom Bombadil seems like he has created all of Middle-earth. He seems so weird. I don't really know who Tom Bombadil is. If anybody can give me some information on Tom Bombadil, I would be eternally grateful. But my first thought of Farmer Maggot is that he was some kind of higher form of being, especially after he talked to Tom. But after chapter 4, not only did I find him to be an incredible badass, I also found him to be spectacularly kind with a fantastic family, and he just doesn't want people stealing his mushrooms. Who can blame him? As a child, Frodo tried to steal his mushrooms in the field, and yes, Frodo was the one who stole the mushrooms, not Merry and Pippin. And Frodo's terror of him has transferred into his adult life as well. He is absolutely terrified when Pippin suggests that they stop by Farmer Maggot's to have dinner and find a safe haven. This is what the book says. "I know these fields and this gate," he said. "This is Bamfurlong, old Farmer Maggot's land. That's his farm away in the trees." "One trouble after another," said Frodo, looking nearly as much alarmed as if Pippin had declared the lane was the slot leading to a dragon's den. The others looked at him in surprise. "What's wrong with old Maggot?" Pippin asked. "He's a good friend to all the Brandybucks. Of course, he's a terror to trespassers and keeps ferocious dogs, but after all, folk down here are near the border and have to be more on their guard." "I know," said Frodo, "but all the same," he added with a shamefaced laugh, "I am terrified of him and his dogs. I have avoided his farm for years and years. He caught me several times trespassing after mushrooms when I was a youngster at Brandy Hall. On the last occasion, he beat me and took me and showed me to his dogs. 'See, lads,' he said, 'next time this young varmint sets foot on my land, you can eat him. Now see him off.' They chased me all the way to the ferry. I've never gotten over the fright, though I dare say the beasts knew their business and would not really have touched me." Pippin laughed. "Well, it's time you made it up, especially if you are coming back to live in Buckland. Old Maggot is really a stout fellow, if you leave his mushrooms alone. Let's get into the lane, and we shan't be trespassing. If we meet him, I'll do the talking. He is a friend of Mary's, and I used to come here with him a good deal at one time." And so when they go to Farmer Maggot's house and see him, Maggot almost does set the dogs on them, but when he recognizes Pippin, he brings them back. And then they kind of get in a short conversation, and they're doing a bunch of greets, and then he tells the hobbits something that actually blew my mind. Because he actually stands up to the Black Rider or the Ringwraith. This is what the text says. "Well," the farmer continued, approaching his point with slow relish, "he came riding on a big black horse in at the gate, which happened to be open, and right up to my door. All black he was himself too, and cloaked and hooded up, as if he didn't want to be known. Now what in the Shire can he want, I thought to myself. We don't see many of the big folk over the border, and anyway, I had never heard of anything like this black fellow. 'Good day to you,' I says, going out to him. 'This lane don't lead anywhere, and wherever you may be going, your quickest way will be back to the road.' I didn't like the looks of him, and when Grip came out, he took one sniff and let out a yelp as if he had been stung. He put down his tail and bolted off howling. The black fellow sat quite still. 'I come from yonder,' he said, slow and stiff-like, pointing back west over the fields, 'if you please.' 'Have you seen Baggins?' he asked in a queer voice, and bent down toward me. I could not see any face, for his hood fell down so low, and I felt a sort of shiver down my back. But I did not see why he should come riding over my land so bold. 'Be off,' I said. 'There are no Bagginses here. You're in the wrong part of the Shire. You had better go back up west to Hobbiton. But you can go by the road this time.' 'Baggins has left,' he answered in a whisper. 'He is coming. He's not far away. I wish to find him. If he passes, will you tell me? I will come back with gold.' 'No, you won't,' I said. 'You'll go back to where you belong, double quick. I'll give you 1 minute before I call my dogs.' He gave a sort of hiss. It might have been laughing, and it might not. Then he spurred his great horse right at me, and I jumped out of the way, only just in time. I called the dogs, but he swung off and rode through the gate up to the lane and the causeway like a bolt of thunder. What do you think of that? What an absolute certified badass. This man is standing up to the ring race. And not only that, but he's also hospitable. He invites the hobbits to stay for dinner with his family. And then he doesn't just leave them after that. He drives them in his cart to the ferry so that they can be safer. And his wife leaves them a whole basket of mushrooms too. I think this is the age-old trope of never judging a book by its cover. But it's also kind of like the whole plot of a lot of different novels too. It's the whole plot of To Kill a Mockingbird. And now we have it in a small section of Fellowship of the Ring. And I'm pretty blown away by the writing here in this section, and pretty much all of Fellowship of the Ring right now. Tolkien was an absolute master of his craft. And this essay was no other real reason or purpose other than to just kind of dote on Farmer Maggot and say that he's a significantly more interesting person in the books than the movie. Because all we really see in the movie is his little scythe. In the books, he's taken on the ring race one at a time. So my hat's off to you, Farmer Maggot. And I'm just giving my general thoughts and opinions on my whole reading. It's pretty much a big idea and a video essay for every single chapter. And I'm in chapter 5 now, and it's slowly dawned on me how good of friends Merry and Pippin are to Frodo. Much more at this point of the story than Sam is. Sam seems like an employee of Frodo or a servant or something. There's this tone of rich aristocrats with Frodo, Bilbo, Merry, and Pippin. And then there seems like a severe class difference between Sam and the rest of them, because Sam and his father's uncle before him were all hired by Bilbo to work in the Garden of Bag End and to take care of it. But Merry and Pippin are just intensely good friends, especially in the Conspiracy Unmasked chapter. You don't get the details of this really in the movie, because in the movie they are the hobbits who kind of just bump into Frodo and join him along for the journey because they just have nothing better to do. And while they befriend Frodo the whole journey, it doesn't seem like the bond between them is really all that strong. But Merry and Pippin are fiercely good friends in the books. Let's start with the things that the movies leave out. So Frodo actually sells Bag End to his arch nemesis, the Sackville Bagginses. Well, he actually just sells it to Lobelia and her son because Lobelia's husband is dead. But Frodo sells the property and then buys another small little home off the beaten track in the land of Buckland. Well, a village north of Buckland, but again, I digress. When he sells it, the people who are there helping him through the whole process of moving are Merry and Pippin. They are the ones he shares a meal with at the end at Bag End, and then Merry goes ahead of the group in order to prepare the house for Frodo before he gets there. Frodo deciding he wants to walk across the country in order to get there. And so Frodo begins his journey to his new home with Pippin and Sam. And they had a lot of trouble with the ring race on the way that the movies don't really have. But when they finally get there, and Merry has the whole house looking warm and welcome with almost everything unpacked, and he has hot baths and an incredible dinner laid out for them all upon their arrival, this is when the real friendship starts to show. And this is what I want to gush about. Because one of my favorite things in a chapter is a turn of phrase. You see this in one of my favorite chapters in Harry Potter, which is the Other Minister chapter. In the whole chapter, you think the Other Minister is the Prime Minister of England, but only later on in the chapter do you realize that the Other Minister is actually what the Prime Minister refers to as the Minister of Magic. It's a fun writing implement that Tolkien does perfectly here in A Conspiracy Unmasked, because this is what is happening as Frodo is on his journey to his new home. The whole time, he is thinking that he can't stay even longer than one night, because he must continue to find Gandalf and to go on to Rivendell. And so when this chapter is A Conspiracy Unmasked, I thought the chapter was going to be Frodo unmasking what his plan is to the group. And Frodo was adamant in his mind that he had to go alone. He didn't want to endanger the other hobbits and felt that it was his responsibility to go on his own. However, this is where the fun in the chapter begins. The Conspiracy Unmasked is actually that Merry and Pippin were and have been spying on Frodo in order to gain information about what he's up to. Soon as Frodo begins to open his mouth to tell the group what is happening, this is kind of what the book says after Frodo has kind of given them the download on the ring wraiths. It says, "He looked round at the windows and walls, as if he was afraid they would suddenly give way. The others looked at him in silence and exchanged meaning glances among themselves. "It's coming out in a minute," whispered Pippin to Merry. Merry nodded. "Well," said Frodo at last, sitting up and straightening his back as if he had made the decision. "I can't keep it dark any longer. I've got to tell you all something. But I don't know quite how to begin." "I think I could help you," said Merry quietly, "by telling you some of it myself." "What do you mean?" said Frodo, looking at him anxiously. "Just this, my dear old Frodo. You are miserable, because you don't know how to say goodbye. You mean to leave the Shire, of course. The danger has come on you sooner than you expected, and now you are making up your mind to go at once, and you don't want to. We are very sorry for you." Frodo opened his mouth and shut it again. His look of surprise was so comical that they laughed. "Dear old Frodo," said Pippin, "did you really think you had thrown dust in all of our eyes? You have not been nearly careful or clever enough for that. You have obviously been planning to go and saying farewell to all your haunts this year since April. We have constantly heard you muttering, 'Shall I ever look down into that valley again, I wonder?' and things like that, and pretending that you had come to the end of your money and actually selling your beloved bag into those Sackville Bagginses, and all those close talks with Gandalf." "Good heavens," said Frodo, "I thought I had been both clever and careful. I don't know what Gandalf would say. Is all the Shire discussing my departure then?" "Oh no," said Merry. "Don't worry about that. The secret won't keep for long, of course, but at present it is, I think, only known to us conspirators. After all, you must remember that we know you well, and are often with you. We can usually guess what you were thinking." I love these hobbits so much, and they show their loyalty to Frodo even more as the chapter goes on. Another beautiful section that absolutely floors Frodo is this. "We have all been terrified that you might give us the slip and go off suddenly, all on your own like he did. Ever since this spring, we have been keeping our eyes open and done a good deal of planning on our own account. You are not going to escape so easily." "But I must go," said Frodo. "It cannot be helped, dear friends. It is wretched for us all, but is no use your trying to keep me since you have guessed so much. Please help me, and do not hinder me." "You do not understand," said Pippin. "You must go, and therefore we must too. Merry and I are coming with you. Sam is an excellent fellow and would jump down a dragon's throat to save you if he did not trip over his own feet, but you will need more than one companion in your dangerous adventure." "My dear and most beloved hobbits," said Frodo, deeply moved, "but I could not allow it. I decided that long ago, too. You speak of danger, but you do not understand. This is no treasure hunt. No there and back journey. I am flying from deadly peril into deadly peril." "Of course we understand," said Merry firmly. "That is why we have decided to come. We know the ring is no laughing matter, but we are going to do our best to help you against the enemy." "The ring," said Frodo, now completely amazed. "Yes, the ring," said Merry. "My dear old hobbit, you don't allow for the inquisitiveness of friends. I have known about the existence of the ring for years, before Bilbo went away, in fact. But since he obviously regarded it as a secret, I kept the knowledge in my head until we formed our conspiracy." And then he tells Frodo all about how he knew the ring when he watched from a field Bilbo disappear out of thin air one time when he saw the Sackville Bagginses coming down the road. I think this is the kind of friendship that we all want as humans. The kind of friends that are not only loyal, but who know you so well that the secrets you keep are not really secrets to them. It's the whole idea of knowing and being known, which seems like a huge desire of all humans at all times. And so Merry and Pippin are quickly becoming my favorite people in the books because they're not just comedic relief. They are loyal and brilliant friends, and their loyalty is shown in my favorite line of this chapter, and perhaps even the whole book so far. It comes right after Merry and Pippin tell Frodo that Sam has been their informant. And Frodo, half joking, says, "But it does not seem that I can trust anyone," said Frodo. Sam looked at him unhappily. "It all depends on what you want," put in Merry. "You can trust us to stick to you through thick and thin, to the bitter end. And you can trust us to keep any secrets of yours closer than you can keep it yourself, but you cannot trust us to let you face trouble alone and go off without a word. We are your friends, Frodo. Anyway, there it is. We know most of what Gandalf has told you. We know a good deal about the ring. We are horribly afraid, but we are coming with you." or following you like hounds. I love these hobbits! Tolkien writes with a lot of beauty about the gift of friendship. And Frodo here is a man who has been gifted with some of the most excellent friends imaginable. I wrote in another essay how I think there was a lot of subtext and not so subtext about Bilbo being incredibly lonely and sad in the first chapter. But in this chapter, it's a stark contrast. It's someone who thinks they need to be lonely and to do things alone in order to do the thing that they set out to accomplish. But all the while, they have the most loyal friends imaginable that are by his side. This is something that is more familiar territory to me, I think. I am like someone who wants to tackle things on my own. And to some extent, I want to be a martyr for it, just like Frodo is essentially doing here. But difficult journeys like this don't have to be done on your own. And Merry and Pippin are a beautiful and brilliant proof that friendship, deep friendship, is the kind of friendship that sticks by your side through thick and thin, to the bitter end. I have never hated a chapter more in any of Tolkien's work than The Old Forest. But I have to admit, I think it's actually his best written chapter. So far. I want to emphasize that this is so far, because as most of you know, I am reading Fellowship of the Ring for the first time. And I'm publishing my thoughts in video essay form for most of the chapters. So make sure you like the video and subscribe if you want more of this kind of content. I published some Harry Potter stuff, some Brandon Sanderson stuff, and now I'm really going through the entire Lord of the Rings series for the first time. So if you like unorganized thoughts about all the chapters and, lots of fun little shorts about deep dives into all these things, then make sure you hit the sub button. But today is the chapter of The Old Forest, chapter 6. And I have absolutely loved every prior chapter, but this one dragged on and on and on. They were just in the forest for such a long time that I wanted this chapter to end as soon as humanly possible. But when I got to the end and finally got the escape in the form of Tom Bombadil, I was so happy to just get out of this chapter. Probably much in the same way as the hobbits felt when they got out of the Old Forest. It's the age-old concept within art of form matching function. And I found this chapter to be an absolute prime example of the function of this chapter, them being in the Old Forest and struggling through the tangled trees and the relentless shifting paths, matching the form of this chapter, where Tolkien just writes for too long on this stupid forest, to the point that he actually breathed a sigh of relief to be done with this chapter. Now, the concept of form and function meshing goes all the way back to the origin and creation of art itself. If you can create something beautiful, and it still has a function, you've created a masterpiece. A specific example that I found incredible is the Yad Vashem Holocaust Museum. It's a museum that is very stern and serious. It looks like a concrete tunnel, almost like if Frank Lloyd Wright was a hobbit. The museum is essentially just one long chamber, but it's an absolute maze when you walk in. As soon as you step into the building, you notice the entire thing is dark except for tiny little beams of light coming from the top of this tunnel where they installed windows. It lets daylight enter, but it is so far away that you certainly cannot get to it. It's not an apt comparison in any way, but it gives you the feeling to a tiny degree of the hope that is just out of reach, which is what a lot of the Jews felt inside the prison camps. On top of that, the torture of this museum is that as soon as you enter it, you round a corner and see the entire museum in front of you. And especially, you see the exit, staring at you from the other side of this tunnel. And now your journey begins. You have to go in and out of these rooms, each room bringing you out to the main tunnel again, where you can see the exit. But it doesn't feel any closer. So you walk through into another room and look at all the exhibits and read all the stories, and it just becomes sadder and sadder every time you walk through. Almost to the point that you don't know how much more you can handle. But you leave that room and come back to the middle, and you see the exit. But it's no closer than the time that it was before. It might feel like it's a bit closer, but you still have barely begun. And every room you walk in, you just have to come back to that tunnel center and have that reminder of how close the exit is, but how far it is also. You just cannot get there. Again, it gives you this feeling of being trapped and hopeless. And however minor that feeling might be compared to those who actually went through the Holocaust, it's a brilliantly designed museum for that reason. It lets you feel what some of those people felt, but you feel it without really even knowing it, and thus it enhances your experience in the museum. A lot of people talk about religious art in the same way, that the iconography of a Christ figure on the wall is supposed to make you feel something rather than just be a nice picture. You're supposed to feel convicted over your sins, or like this person is having compassion on you, or that you're insignificant and small compared to the icon. But to be honest, I don't often find writers implementing this in a really great way. I always bring up my other love, Harry Potter, in these essays too, because this is why I think book 5 is the best written book, even though it's a least favorite of most people. Because every page I was hoping Umbridge was going to be gone and out, but never quite got it. And so I felt to some small degree what the students felt like when they were at school with this woman, just not being able to get rid of her. Even though I did argue a few weeks ago that she was kind of a hero. Which is why I think this is the best written book, because she just drags out this story for so long. It's the longest book, and we're with this woman for so long when we just want her to get out of this story and we don't really get it. A lot of people complain about the pacing of this book, but I think that is the exact purpose of this. Because the pacing of the book screwed us over because the pacing for the students wasn't there either. So I think the form of this book matched the function perfectly. But getting back to Tolkien, this man did a masterful work in this chapter. He knew he needed to get them into the Old Forest because that was just the road they chose to take. And rather than give us a few days of camping stories and maybe another few times they ducked out of the way of the ring wraiths, Tolkien took a gamble and decided just to keep us in this chapter for longer than we want. Or at least longer than I want. And thus I feel trapped to get through it, just like those hobbits felt trapped in the Old Forest. How many times is Tolkien going to tell me the direction that they were going in and the branches that were hitting their face? I think a lot of people just interpret this as Tolkien being very detail-oriented, but I kind of interpret it as Tolkien just giving us a slight nod of the head, showing us that yes, while he is detailed, he also knows how to turn the emotion of a reader. He knows how to frustrate you, and this, to me, is the sign of a good writer. When they can match the form and function of something and really make me feel what the characters are feeling. Not just because of empathy, but intuitively and secretively and insidiously through the actual text and the words on the page. When a writer can subliminally get me to feel things without even telling me what I'm supposed to feel, I respect them as an author. And even though this is my least favorite chapter in the book so far, I think this was the moment that I really respected Tolkien for myself. I've always held him in high esteem because he's J.R.R. Tolkien. He's the grandfather of fantasy. He's absolutely brilliant. I knew all that. But this chapter really made me feel it and understand it for myself. This stupid little chapter where they got lost is, to me, one of the best written so far in the series. So I am reading Lord of the Rings for the first time, as most of you know. And as I've been reading, I've had lots of questions, but lately I just have one question. Who the is Tom Bombadil? Don't even get me started on Goldberry. I might have to do a whole nother essay on her, but please let me know in the comments how the river can have a daughter. What the heck is that? I am not a rookie in this lore. The movies are my favorite movies of all time, and I think they're the best movies ever made. I read The Hobbit in high school, and I used to play all the video games and board games and watch all the appendices. So I knew the character of Tom Bombadil, and I knew that he existed. But what the actual heck? I mean, this man puts the ring on. The very ring that Frodo is supposed to destroy, and nothing happens to him. He seems impervious to any evil. This is what the book says about that little story. "Show me the precious ring," he said suddenly in the midst of the story. And Frodo, to his own astonishment, drew out the chain from his pocket, and unfastening the ring, handed it at once to Tom. It seemed to grow larger as it lay for a moment on his big brown-skinned hand. Then suddenly he put it to his eye and laughed. For a second, the hobbits had a vision, both comical and alarming, of his bright blue eye gleaming through a circle of gold. Then Tom put the ring around the end of his little finger and held it up to the candlelight. For a moment, the hobbits noticed something strange about this man. They gasped. There was no sign of Tom disappearing. Tom laughed again, Then he spun the ring in the air and it vanished with a flash. Frodo gave a cry, and Tom leaned forward and handed it back to him with a smile. There's no chance that this would happen with Gandalf. And at this point in the story, Gandalf seems like the most powerful being that ever existed. Again, note that I am only in chapter 7 of Fellowship of the Ring and haven't read the rest of the text or any of the other Lord of the Rings lore. Also, shameless plug as always, if you want my unorganized thoughts on all these chapters as I'm reading through it, and I'm doing an essay pretty much on every single chapter. Sometimes, 2 essays because there's a lot of thoughts on each chapter that I have, so it's hard to just narrow it down to one essay. But anyway, subscribe because I think you'd like this kind of content if you like Lord of the Rings. But Gandalf feared the ring. He didn't want it because he knew it would be too powerful and the darkness would overpower him. At least that's how I interpreted it. If I get things wrong too, please let me know in the comments, but don't give me all the deep spoilers, please. But here's Tom Bombadil, not being offered the ring, but asking Frodo for it. Frodo just willingly giving it to him too, which is kind of nuts. Then he puts it on and nothing happens. Is this man the god of Middle-earth? There's an incredible line that Goldberry uses to describe Tom when Frodo asks. "Fair lady," said Frodo again after a while, "tell me if my asking does not seem foolish, but who is Tom Bombadil?" "He is," said Goldberry, staying her swift movements and smiling. Yeah, like that answers the dang question. And the books say Frodo does exactly what we all did when we read that line, or at least what I did. It says, Frodo looked at her questioningly. Then she responds with, "He is as you have seen him," she said in answer to his look. "He is the master of wood, water, and hill. Then all this strange land belongs to him?" "No, indeed," she answered, and her smile faded. "That would indeed be a burden," she added in a low voice, as if to herself. "The trees and the grasses and all things growing or living in the land belong each to themselves. Tom Bombadil is the master. No one has ever caught old Tom walking in the forest, wading in the water, leaping on the hilltops under the light and shadow. He has no fear. Tom Bombadil is master." So it's not like he created that stuff, but perhaps if you have no fear of it, you are the thing's master. I don't know, that's kind of like a weird thought, and maybe I'll explore it later on in another essay, but I haven't really thought that one too much to write about that at length. But what Goldberry said reminded me of what is in the Hebrew Bible about how Moses asks about the name of God. In it, Moses says, "Suppose I go to Israel and say to them, 'The God of your fathers has sent me to you.' And they ask me, 'What is his name? What shall I tell them?' God said to Moses, 'I am who I am.' This is what you are to say to the Israelites, 'I am has sent me to you.'" That is kind of like the closest thing to the "I am" line that we get. But it doesn't really fit all that well, because Tom is an enigma. Frodo, after Tom put the ring on and disappeared, decided to see that if the ring still worked, so he put it on his finger and decided to walk around a little bit to test his luck. Tom actually calls him out. Not only is he impervious to the darkness of the ring, but he also seems to not let its evil make him a victim either. This is what the book says. "He got up and crept quietly away from the fireside toward the outer door. 'Hey there,' cried Tom, glancing toward him with a most seeing look in his shining eyes. 'Hey, come, Frodo, there. Where be you a-goin'? Old Tom Bombadil's not as blind as that yet. Take off your golden ring, your hand's far more fair without it. Come back. Leave your game and sit down beside me. We must talk a while more. And think about the morning. Tom must teach the right road, and keep your feet from wandering.'" So, he is wholly unaffected by the ring, which blows my mind. And besides the propensity for singing, which, to be honest, got a bit annoying, I have to say, if I was impervious to any darkness, I'd probably be singing every single minute as well. But besides that, the chapter describes him strangely vague and strangely specific. I don't fully understand it, and I cannot fully get a grasp on it. When Frodo finally asks him who he is, this is what Tom's own response is. Also note how he refers to himself in the third person too. Quirky but weird. "Who are you, master?" he asked. What?" said Tom, sitting up, and his eyes glinting in the gloom. "Don't you know my name yet? That's the only answer. Tell me, who are you, alone, yourself, and nameless? But you are young, and I am old. Eldest, that's what I am. Mark my words, my friend. Tom was here before the rivers and the trees. Tom remembers the first raindrop and the first acorn. He made paths before the big people and saw the little people arriving. He was here before the kings and the graves and the Barrow-wights. When the elves passed westward, Tom was here already, before the seas were bent. He knew the dark under the stars when it was fearless, before the Dark Lord came from outside. So, he's the first being, it seems, to have been in Middle-earth, before Middle-earth was even Middle-earth. And now he just holes up in the forest, in the old forest particularly, and takes some river daughters home to hang out with. He's also an insanely good man too, with the love that he shows for Goldberry. He picks her flowers and they both in tandem just seem like a great duo. Very cult-like too, because the first part of the chapter I could have sworn that the mushrooms that Farmer Maggot gave them were not the typical mushrooms that you'd eat and were some psychedelic mushrooms. Because this was the description in the very beginning of the chapter. The four hobbits stepped over the wide stone threshold and stood still, blinking. They were in a long, low room, filled with the light of lamps swinging from the beams of the roof. And on the table of dark polished wood stood many candles, tall and yellow, burning brightly. In a chair at the far side of the room facing the outer door sat a woman. Her long yellow hair rippled down her shoulders. Her gown was green as young reeds, shot with silver beads like beads of dew. And her belt was of gold, shaped like a chain of flag lilies set with the pale blue eyes of forget-me-nots. About her feet in wide vessels of green and brown earthenware, white water lilies were floating, so that she seemed to be enthroned in the midst of a pool. "Enter, good guests," she said, and as she spoke, they knew that it was her clear voice that they heard singing. They came a few timid steps further into the room and began to bow low, feeling strangely surprised and awkward, like folk that, knocking at a cottage door to beg for a drink of water, have been answered by a fair young elf queen, clad in living flowers. But before they could say anything, she sprang lightly up over the lily bowls and ran laughing toward them. And as she ran, her gown rustled softly like the wind in the flowering borders of a river. "Come, dear folk," she said, taking Frodo by the hand. "Laugh and be merry. I am Goldberry, daughter of the river." I mean, if that's not a trippy dream, I don't know what is. Tom then talks about this rivalry he has between him and the old man Willow, which he doesn't get into that much in this chapter, but suffice it to say that it sounded a lot like the Star Wars idea of this trinity of the Force. One on the good side, one on the bad side, and one that holds all things together. It seemed like Tom is on the good side, Old Willow is on the bad side, and I don't know, perhaps Frodo is the balance in the Force, but Lord of the Rings style? But Tom seems more than just the goodness and purity of all Middle-earth. He seems to control rain and control weather. Because there's a section when some dark clouds start to move over Tom's land and Frodo sees him outside walking and looking like he's waving it off. So the clouds kind of change and revert paths. Then when he comes back inside, he's as dry as there are no signs of wetness except on his boots. So is he even impervious to the rain and the weather? He is the master of them, but sheesh, I have so many questions about this guy. I also love how he just gives them a cool drink of water. And the book says, "The drink in their drinking bowls seemed to be clear, cold water, yet it went to their hearts like wine and set their voices free. The guests became suddenly aware that they were singing merrily, as if it were easier and more natural than talking." It's like this guy is the Lord of the Rings Thoreau, sucking the marrow out of life and getting his guests drunk on actual water that's untarnished by anything dark. But again, to be honest, this whole section felt slightly creepy and cult-like to me. I know that Tom is good, but if I were reading this completely in the dark about who Tom is, I'd have said this was a trap to ensnare them in some way. Everything felt too good. But there were also some ominous threats outside the boundaries, like how Goldberry and Tom kept telling them not to pay attention to any of the nightly noises, as if they're going to hear terrible things and they just have to ignore them. The creepiest section of this came after dinner on the first night when, the book says, at last Tom and Goldberry rose and cleared the table swiftly. The guests were commanded to sit quiet and were set in chairs, each with a footstool to his tired feet. There was a fire in the wide hearth before them, and it was burning with a sweet smell, as if it were built of apple wood. When everything was set in order, all the lights in the room were put out, except one lamp and a pair of candles at each end of the chimney shelf. Then, Goldberry came and stood before them, holding a candle. And she wished them each good night and deep sleep. Have peace now, she said, until the morning. Heed no nightly noises, for nothing passes door and window here save moonlight and starlight, and the wind off the hilltop. Good night. She passed out of the room with a glimmer and a rustle. The sound of her footsteps was like a stream falling gently away downhill over cool stones in the quiet of the night. Like, what the heck is that, Goldberry? That felt so cult-like. But I have to say, the one thing that put me at ease a bit was that Tom didn't ignore the darkness, which would have felt a little more like a telltale sign that Tom is shifty. My favorite bit of the whole chapter came when Tom brings up the old willow right before they're about to go to bed. And Tom delivers a line that I think is applicable to everyone in the world today, freaking out about every little thing. This is what the book says. He fell silent again, but Frodo could not help asking one more question. The one he most desired to have answered. Tell us, master, he said, about the Willow Man. What is he? I have never heard of him before. No, don't, said Merry and Pippin together, sitting upright. Not now, not until the morning. That is right, said the old man. Now is the time for resting. Some things are ill to hear when the world's in shadow. Sleep till the morning light. Rest on the pillow. Heed no nightly noise. Fear no grey willow. And with that, he took down the lamp and blew it out. And grasping a candle in either hand, he led them out of the room. Their mattresses and pillows were soft as down, and the blankets were of white wool. They had hardly laid themselves on the deep beds and drawn the light cover over them before they were asleep. I love that, especially the line, some things are ill to hear when the world's in shadow. Just astute and brilliant stuff from Tom. And this essay is just me rambling about my first real experience with Tom Bombadil because he is such a weird dude. And I don't know what he is. And I know Tolkien fans are divided because Tolkien never really said anything about Tom except that he was fashioned after a doll that one of his children had, I think. But I also think that is kind of brilliant writing too. Writing this character that has immense power but is incredibly ambiguous. Tolkien knew we'd be discussing and debating this years later. And he's probably looking down with a smile on his face as we debate who the Tom Bombadil is. So I am reading Fellowship of the Ring for the first time. And just a plug to subscribe if you like this kind of content. I have to say, of my read so far, I actually find myself giddy to get back into this book every day. And this doesn't happen with me for a lot of books, but this one has been so fun. I find myself excited to read, and just opening the book makes me happy. But anyway, I just came to the creepiest chapter maybe in the whole book so far. Fog on the Barrow-downs. And I have to say, I've never had so many questions about a chapter. I've been talking to some people on our Discord, and it's still a bit confusing to me, but I want to read a bit of the extra stuff on the Barrow-downs because they're apparently the remnants of a Dunedain city? The Barrows are the graveyards of kings? Like the Witch King seemed to send some wights to inhabit the bones of said kings so that the kingdom wouldn't get restored? And was the Witch King afraid of the Dunedain? I don't know, but I have so many questions. So if you are watching and you can help answer those, let me know in the comments below. And if you're in the Discord and I already typed those questions out and a few people are responding to that, know that I'm writing this before I even pose those questions, so don't get annoyed with me. But I have so many questions about this chapter, but I mainly want to talk about how creepy this chapter was. And it's creepy for a number of reasons. Well, two reasons for me. The first is that it's shocking to me how quickly the hobbits seem to have run into danger. Yes, in the film, the Black Riders were going through Hobbiton looking for Frodo. And in the book, that danger was just significantly more present. But still, even in the movies, it felt like they didn't really encounter danger until they were out of the Shire, and even a few days out with Aragorn. Again, I know the Black Riders were on their tail the whole time, but it just felt different to me. But in this chapter, there are these terrifying creatures called Barrow Wights. I would have loved if the movie had these in them. It just seems like they'd be a perfect fit for a film. And I may be wrong, but they just seem like a mix of the Green Army of the Dead in Return of the King, but also kind of like groundhogs mixed with Niflheur's from Harry Potter, but also Dementors. They're greedy, creepy, and ghostly and foggy, and their appearance seems to be shrouded in just this weird fog, kind of like the mist wraiths in Mistborn. And this is the biggest contribution to the first point of creepiness in this chapter for me. The Barrows live in a fog. So Frodo, in stupidity in this chapter, goes running out into the fog and immediately loses the other three hobbits. He hears them yelling for him, but like it was from a great distance. And then he hears their screams of help too. He goes running and then gets to this barrow, and this is what the book says. He imagined suddenly that he caught a muffled cry, and he made toward it. And even as he went forward, the mist was rolled up and thrust aside, and the starry sky was unveiled. A glance showed him that he was now facing southward, and was on a round hilltop, which he must have climbed from the north. Out of the east, the biting wind was blowing. To his right, there loomed against the westward star a black, dark shape. A great barrow stood there. "Where are you?" he cried, both angry and afraid. "Here," said a voice, deep and cold, that seemed to come out of the ground. "I am waiting for you." "No," said Frodo, but he did not run away. His knees gave and he fell to the ground. Nothing happened, and there was no sound. Trembling, he looked up, in time to see a tall, dark figure like a shadow against the stars. It leaned over him. He thought there were two eyes, very cold, though lit with a pale light that seemed to come from some remote distance. Then a grip stronger and colder than iron seized him. The icy touch froze his bones, and he remembered no more. Step aside, Alfred Hitchcock. Sheesh, does Tolkien know how to write a horrifying scene? This one sent shivers down my spine, and especially the idea of incorporating the mist, this unknown element where things mysterious happen, and then all of a sudden Frodo is running around looking for his friends. It reminded me of the scene in Batman Begins when the guy is running around and he yells at the sky, "Where are you?" And Batman is behind him just hanging upside down and goes, "Here." It's terrifying stuff. And these Barrow-wights are probably the scariest thing this world has that I've seen so far. I'd rather deal with the spiders of Mirkwood than these horrifying things. And it just seems so close to the Shire. In my understanding, everything within like 100 miles of the Shire was safe. Now we have the Old Forest, which seems like an angrier version of Fangorn. And then the Barrow-wights. On top of that, the other creepy part of this chapter was a question I had. For if Frodo thought something because it was survival instincts or because the ring is perverting his mind. I think that's the big question I have through all this. Is this just human nature, or is the ring poisoning him? Because when Frodo gets captured by that wight, and then he wakes up and sees Sam, Merry, and Pippin all lying there with a sword across them, he thinks this. At first, Frodo felt as if he had indeed been turned into a stone by the incantation. Then a wild thought of escaping came to him. He wondered if he put on the ring, whether the Barrow-wight would miss him, and he might find some way out. He thought of himself running free over the grass, grieving for Merry, Sam, and Pippin, but free and alive himself. Gandalf would admit there had been nothing else he could do. He then quickly dispels that from his mind because he has some deeper form of courage now, but just the thought that he would run away from these hobbits who showed him immense loyalty is so sad. I wonder if this was the ring, or if I were in a similar situation would do the same thing. But through all this creepiness and darkness and this entire chapter, there is a beautiful paragraph that I want to read and finish this essay on. But though his fear was so great that it seemed to be part of the very darkness that was round him, he found himself as he lay thinking about Bilbo Baggins and his stories, of their jogging along together in the lanes of the Shire, and talking about roads and adventures. There is a seed of courage, hidden, often deeply it is true, in the heart of the fattest and the most timid hobbits, waiting for some final and desperate danger to make it grow. Frodo was neither very fat nor very timid. Indeed, though he did not know it, Bilbo and Gandalf had thought him the best hobbit in the Shire. He thought he had come to the end of his adventure, and a terrible end. But the thought hardened him. He found himself stiffening as if for a final spring, He no longer felt limp like a helpless prey. Frodo is showing a lot of fight and a lot of courage, and I absolutely loved this section of the chapter. It's just a brilliant chapter to contrast the light and the darkness. Oh, and one last question. Did Tom have a first love? Because there's some sentence where Tom Bombadil picks up a piece of treasure and just seems to stop and look at it as if stirred by some memory, and then he says, "Fair was she who wore this on her shoulder." Who is that? Someone talk to me about this, because I am so curious if Tom had a previous lover before the river gave birth and had, Goldberry. Anyway, make sure you like and subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. So I just finished chapter 9 of The Fellowship of the Ring, and I've got to say, the hobbits are so different from the book to the movie. As most of you know, I am reading this for the first time, so these are my impressions based on chapter 9 or up to chapter 9 alone. If you like this kind of content and you want more of my essays on all my thoughts on every single chapter, make sure to subscribe and like the video, as I am going through every single chapter and pretty much doing a short little essay on, my thoughts on the entire chapter. And this chapter in specific made me really rethink the hobbits. Let's start with Frodo and do like a characterization of Frodo. In the movie, Frodo appears much younger and much more innocent. And so when he becomes the ring bearer, it just feels super dramatic. And then his decision to leave the Shire is even more sudden and reactive rather than a long considered plan like the books have. And even within this, while the age of Frodo is portrayed correctly because he didn't really age and Frodo is supposed to look young, movie Frodo has this angst to him that is especially true of coming of age stories. He's simultaneously carefree but paranoid. He's also seen as the most responsible one of the hobbits, even though in the movies he's still a bit foolhardy and brash. But in the books, Frodo is an old man. Well, not really an old man for hobbit standards, but Frodo is still very wise in the books. He's less of an adolescent and more of a young fool in the books, which may seem like a weird distinction, but it feels true. Even though he seems wiser in the books, there are moments where Frodo actually seems a bit more foolish and a bit dumber, which pushes the idea that maybe the ring is influencing him significantly more than the movies portray. Take, for example, his decision to sell Bag End and then leave for Buckland. It's an incredibly wise move that movie Frodo would not have done, to be honest. So that seems like a more wise thing to do. But there's also a bit of foolishness to him. Like in the chapter with the Barrow-wights, when he just goes running out into the fog like an absolute idiot and loses the other 3 hobbits. And then on top of that, and I wanted to talk about this chapter in particular because this is where I noticed the biggest difference in the hobbits, at the Inn of the Prancing Pony, Frodo doesn't stop Pippin by grabbing him by the shoulder, but he stops Pippin by making an absolute fool of himself and standing on the table that he's sitting at with Strider, and then he bursts into song after the whole bar starts chanting for him to sing. It feels so much less mature than the movie. But Frodo is also wiser and more mature at the same time. Honestly, it's a bit of an enigma for me to put into words the difference. But I guess both movie and book Frodo are kind of wise and serious and a fool and really immature, but in different ways. But movie versus book Sam is a different matter, because I think this is a pretty true character depiction from the book to the movie. The only real difference is perhaps that Sam in the movies is more like a friend than in the books. Yes, Sam is still a friend to Frodo in the book, but his best friends seem to be Merry and Pippin. And Sam seems kind of like the servant that helps him and feeds him. He's like a little squire for Frodo. And he's also a bit more simple-minded in the books, but also simultaneously smarter in the books too. Sam seems to know and get more excited about things like elves, but when they're in the house of Tom Bombadil and the other 3 hobbits are having terrible dreams, the text says that Sam is essentially sleeping like a log, which shows that he's viewing this more as a duty rather than anything else. And he can rest easy at night because he's not carrying this burden of the ring. But in the Inn at the Prancing Pony chapter, Sam just kind of comes out of his character and comes out of his shell a little bit. Because he's a bit grumpy and ticked off. And he's very suspicious of the Bree folk, but when he has some food in him and some good ale in him, he doesn't really think of that anymore. I keep thinking of him like in a Snickers commercial. Sam seems to be governed a tad bit by his love of the creature comforts of home. And even though he wants to see the world, he still would kind of rather just stay home. And I think Sean Astin accomplished this really, really well in the movie. And now Pippin and his differences, or I think it's better to say difference, because I think he has one significant difference from the book to the movie. Because in both, Pippin is seen as young and a bit immature. And he's just fun and easygoing. He's kind of like the person in the group that he makes it lighter and easier for everyone. And he seems to be encouraged by people paying attention to his stories, as his depiction at the Prancing Pony, where he seems to be delighted by the retelling of a relationship he has with Frodo, is just really similar to the books. Although in the books he's telling the story of Bilbo's birthday and Frodo stopped him when he's getting close to the part where Bilbo disappears, but the biggest difference I see for Pippin is in his loyalty. When they help Frodo move and Frodo is about to start his journey alone, Pippin speaks up and says some beautiful words of loyalty that they are coming with Frodo. He is fun and he's just a good loving hobbit, but he's deeply loyal to Frodo and the friendship that he has with him. And these three hobbits, and Sam, Frodo, and Pippin, all decide to party on in the Inn of the Prancing Pony. They all decide they don't want to go to bed yet, and they want to get a few more drinks and have a good time. The one who doesn't is the emo, brooding, but fiercely loyal Meriadoc Brandybuck. And I have to say, out of the four hobbits, he is by far, to me, the biggest difference from the movie to the book. In the movie, Merry is just seen as the less funny duo of Merry and Pippin. He still seems to lack a bit of sense, but he's mainly there for comedic relief. He doesn't really show a ton of wisdom in his knowledge of the Shire or any of the surrounding country as he does in the book, and he doesn't seem like the hobbit who is responsible at all in the foursome that they have. He feels more like an innocent bystander who just happened to stumble into Frodo and decided to tag along on this journey without even knowing anything. But Merry is so different in the book. I was thinking about making this essay solely on Merry, but I think it's more fun to contrast him with the other hobbits, so I just included the others as well. Yes, Sam is serious, but this is what book Merry says when the other three decide that they wanted to party. So, refreshed and encouraged, they did feel at the end of their supper, about 3/4 of an hour steady going, not hindered by unnecessary talk, that Frodo, Pippin, and Sam decided to join the company. Merry said it would be too stuffy. I shall sit here quietly by the fire for a bit, and perhaps go out later for a sniff of the air. Mind your P's and Q's, and don't forget that you are supposed to be escaping in secret, and are still on the high road, and not very far from the Shire. Oh my gosh, Merry is me. I would much rather just sit by a fire and then go out for a walk than do anything else like party or go like drink with my buddies. Merry is exactly what I would want to do. And if Merry is not the adult parent of the group, then I don't know how else to classify him. He very much seems like the responsible hobbit of the four, and his decision to join Frodo isn't out of sheer chance, it's out of loyalty and friendship to Frodo. I think so far in the book, my favorite line is when Merry says, "It all depends on what you want," put in Merry. "You can trust us to stick to you through thick and thin, to the bitter end. And you can trust us to keep any secret of yours closer than you can keep it yourself. But you cannot trust us to let you face trouble alone and go off without a word. We are your friends, Frodo." Anyway, there it is. We know most of what Gandalf has told you. We know a good deal about the ring. We are horribly afraid, but we are coming with you, or following you like hounds. This just seems like a stark contrast to what Merry would do in the movie. But to be fair, I think the actors did great in their roles. And I think it might have just been a bit more essential for a movie that they have certain tropes as they can't go into the deep details of each character. But I'll end the video by saying, hey, HBO, or actually Amazon, because they own the Lord of the Rings stuff. If you want me to write a show for you that is like the Lord of the Rings remade, give me a call, because I think a show could flesh out these details of these characters a bit more and make them more complex and interesting as they are in the books. But anyway, let me know what you think of these characters and what you think of this whole video, and make sure you subscribe if you like this kind of content, as I'm continuing to publish more videos. I'm currently in the Strider chapter, which I'm very, very excited to talk about. But make sure you subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. In the Lord of the Rings community, there has always been this funny rumor that Nicolas Cage was offered the role of Aragorn and had to refuse. And luckily we got Viggo Mortensen, and the rest is history, because Viggo became the prime man that all men look up to. He is the manliest man, and one of what I think the best roles played in the entire century. Viggo became one of my favorite actors of all time after I watched this movie. And even in the movie appendices, how they talk about him giving headbutts to all the other actors, I just love him with everything in me. But I am reading through Lord of the Rings for the first time. And I'm doing an essay or two on each chapter because I find there is so much interesting information here. So a plug to subscribe if you want more Lord of the Rings musings. But I have to say, when we first meet Strider at the Inn of the Prancing Pony, and then Frodo talks to him a bit in the room, I couldn't help but think, this man seems a lot like Nicolas Cage. I know it might sound crazy that the guy who stole the Declaration of Independence could have also played Aragorn really well, but I want to show a few examples of book versus movie Aragorn because he is very, very different from the rough around the edges version that Viggo plays him in Fellowship of the Ring. To be honest, I found him a little strange in the book. Almost not really split personality, but like struggling to find good conversation. And Frodo notices it too because he starts to talk and joke around and then all of a sudden he just goes dead serious. But when they first meet, Strider is kind of brooding in the corner of the inn. But after the ring mishap, Strider, when talking to the hobbits, seems all smiles and jokes. But he is very much a mixed bag. When the first book talks about Strider, it talks about him as if he is kind of something bad. So the hobbits enter through the gate into Bree, and the book says, the man stared, the man being the gatekeeper, after the hobbits for a moment. And then he went back to his house. As soon as his back was turned, a dark figure climbed quickly in over the gate and melted into the shadows of the village street. It makes it seem like there is this black rider that's coming to take Frodo and the other hobbits out. But then, Strider just casually hangs out in the corner of the bar, which is very, very similar to what he does in the film. And after this, Strider shows his creepiness again, because when all the hobbits retire for the night and go back to their room, Strider is essentially just sitting there waiting for them. And they don't even recognize before they stoke the fire for a bit. The book says this: Frodo, Pippin, and Sam made their way back to the parlor. There was no light. Merry was not there, and the fire had burned low. It was not until they puffed up the embers into a blaze and thrown a couple of faggots that they discovered Strider had come with them. There he was, calmly sitting in a chair by the door. "Hello," said Pippin. "Who are you, and what do you want?" "I am called Strider," he answered. "And though he may have forgotten it, your friend promised to have a quiet talk with me." "You said I might hear something to my advantage, I believe," said Frodo. "What have you to say?" "Several things," answered Strider. "But of course I have my price." "What do you mean?" asked Frodo sharply. "Don't be alarmed. I mean just this. I will tell you what I know, and give you some good advice, but I shall want a reward." "And what will that be, pray?" said Frodo. He suspected now that he had fallen in with a rascal, and he thought uncomfortably that he had brought only a little money with him. All of it would hardly satisfy a rogue, and he could not spare any of it. "No more than you can afford," answered Strider with a slow smile, as if he guessed Frodo's thoughts. "Just this. You must take me along with you, until I wish to leave you." This is the first kind of creepy interaction, and I have to say this too. In the movie, Strider is just serious. He only speaks the serious lines that Strider has in the book, like, "Are you afraid? Not nearly afraid enough. I know what hunts you." Now, that's a deadly scary line in the book, but Strider is a lot more all over the place emotionally in the book. Not to say that he's not normal in the book too, but he just kind of exhibits a gamut of emotions. In the first 2 pages of the book, the expressions he has when he speaks are described thusly. When Frodo is skeptical of him, Strider says, "Excellent," exclaims Strider, crossing his legs and sitting back comfortably. When he tells Frodo he needs to tell him dark things and Frodo tells him to go on, the book says, "Too much, too many dark things," said Strider grimly. In the next paragraph, when Frodo expresses contempt for the people looking after his actual name of Baggins, the book says, "Well answered," said Strider, laughing. When Frodo expresses discomfort at the trusting barman, the book says, "No, I don't think any harm of old Butterbur, only he does not altogether like mysterious vagabonds of my sort." Frodo gave him a puzzled look. "Well, I have a rather rascally look, have I not?" said Strider with a curl of his lip and a queer gleam in his eye. And this is what started me thinking about Nicolas Cage. Because Nick seems a bit goofier than Viggo. And I think this is one of those lines that Nick could probably do better than Aragorn. Or Viggo, I mean. Where Aragorn just seems to be making a face and poking fun at himself. And again, while I love Viggo and what Viggo did for this role, he is very different from the book depiction. But Strider does get into more serious moods here, especially when he's trying to convince the hobbits to take him on as their guide. He says, "You can do as you like about my reward. Take me as a guide or not, but I may say that I know all the lands between the Shire and the Misty Mountains, for I have wandered over them for many years. I am older than I look. I might prove useful. You will have to leave the open road after tonight, for the horsemen will watch it night and day. You may escape from Bree and be allowed to go forward while the sun is up, but you won't go far. They will come with you into the wild, in some dark place where there is no help. Do you wish them to find you? They are terrible." The hobbits looked at him, and saw with surprise that his face was drawn as if with pain, and his hands clenched the arms of his chair. The room was very quiet and still, and the light seemed to have grown dim. For a while he sat with unseeing eyes as if walking in a distant memory or listening to sounds in the night far away. And Frodo later says, "You began to talk to me like Bree folk, but your voice has changed." So even Frodo was noticing this big difference in personality between Strider. Was he accidentally putting on an accent? Was he trying to gain their trust? Because in this moment, Aragorn seems to come into the kingly side of him rather than the ranger side. But it does almost seem like the two are always waging war at Aragorn. Like there's this goofy and fun side of him mixed with this intensely serious, you don't know the stakes kind of person. And this is most evident in the conversation he has with Butterbur and the innkeeper, when he comes into the room and delivers a letter, and he wants to warn them about Aragorn. This is what the book says. "Well, you know your own business maybe," said Butterbur, looking suspiciously at Strider. "But if I was in your plight, I wouldn't take up with the ranger." "Then who would you take up with?" asked Strider. "A fat innkeeper who only remembers his own name because people shouted at him all day?" Side note, rude. I couldn't believe Aragorn actually said this, but again, he's a bit goofy in the books. "They cannot stay in the pony forever, and they cannot go home. They have a long road before them. Will you go with them and keep the black men off them?" "Me? Leave Bree? I wouldn't do that for any money," said Mr. Butterbur, looking really scared. "But why can't you stay here for a bit, Mr. Underhill? What are all these queer going-ons? What are all these black men after? And where do they come from? I'd like to know." "I'm sorry, I can't explain it all," answered Frodo. "I'm very tired and very worried. And it's a long tale, but if you mean to help me, I ought to warn you that you will be in danger as long as I am in your house. These Black Riders, I am not sure, but I fear they come from Mordor," said Strider in a low voice. "From Mordor, Barlaman, if that means anything to you." "Save us!" cried Mr. Butterbur, turning pale. The name evidently was known to him. "That is the worst news that has come to Bree in my time." "It is?" said Frodo. "Are you still willing to help me?" "I am," said Mr. Butterbur, "more than ever. Though I don't know what the likes of me can do against, he faltered. "Against the shadow in the east," said Strider quietly. "Not much, Barlaman, but every little helps." And I think this conversation really does show the goofy and serious side of Strider in the books. And I think, weirdly, that Nicolas Cage could have been a great fit. So while Viggo is forever my Aragorn, anytime I'm watching the movie with friends and it comes to the scene, you can bet your bottom dollar that I'm going to be talking about how Nicolas Cage was almost offered the role. And when they laugh because they think it would have been a terrible casting, I'm going to say, well, actually, in the books... So I am reading Lord of the Rings for the first time, and I am on the Fellowship of the Ring, where we first get introduced to Strider. And as soon as I finished that chapter, I was a bit shocked, and I actually had to reread it, because the whole chapter was confusing to me. Just kind of with how Aragorn was acting, he just seemed a bit strange. And he was just this man that I admired for my whole life, especially after watching the movies. I thought he was the prime man of all cinema. the ultimate human being and manly man, the person I admired to be one day. But in the books, he is deeply lonely, and he lives a brutally difficult life. And the reason I had to reread it was because Aragorn seemed to be all over the place, and when I read this one line at the end of the chapter, it seemed to have everything else fall in place a bit and give me actual understanding to Aragorn's character. The line was when Aragorn says, "A hunted man sometimes wearies of distrust and longs for friendship." And I want to talk about that for the rest of this essay. And just a warning, this essay is almost too unorganized because I am still processing through who Aragorn is because he is vastly different from the movies. And I don't have quite a good grasp on him after reading just one chapter. So let me know in the comments below too what you kind of think of Aragorn and what you think of the book versus movie depiction. But after reading this chapter, I actually said I'd probably rather not be Aragorn. Even though I love him and I think the world of him, Book Aragorn is a bit less secretive with his emotions and a significant amount more secretive in his lifestyle. I'll explain it as we go on, but again, if you want more of my musings on each of the chapters that I'm reading, make sure you subscribe because this channel is all about first reads and loving literature and amazing stories and all the things that we love about these things. And we do some kind of Star Wars, Harry Potter, Brandon Sanderson, Lord of the Rings stuff, just a few other tidbits of content whenever they come up. So I think you'd like it, and I think you should subscribe because I'm going through Lord of the Rings chapter by chapter and essentially just publishing an essay every single chapter. But the first time we meet Aragorn is when he sneaks after the hobbits when they enter Bree. The book says, "The man," which is the gatekeeper, "stared after the hobbits for a moment and then went back to his house. As soon as his back was turned, a dark figure climbed quickly over the gate and melted into the shadows of the village street." Now, in that moment, you kind of think that this could be one of two people. At least I did. I thought it could be Gollum, who it surely couldn't really be because Gandalf said he was kept prisoner in Mirkwood. Or what I really thought was I thought this was the Black Rider, which is terrifying. But later, it's revealed that this is actually Strider. And he followed the hobbits as soon as they left the presence of Tom Bombadil. He was actually looking for them. And after this little bit of sneaking around, Strider is just brooding with his hood up and watching the hobbits, almost exactly how the movies have it. But before Frodo puts the ring on, he actually goes over to Strider and has a short conversation with him. Then Frodo tries to stop Pippin from blabbing about his name. The ring slips on his finger, and when he takes it off, they all try to scamper out of the bar and into their rooms. The next line that we get is the start of the chapter titled Strider, and this is the paragraph. "Frodo, Pippin, and Sam made their way back to the parlor. There was no light. Merry was not there, and the fire had burned low. It was not until they had puffed up the embers into a blaze and thrown on a couple of that they discovered Strider had come with them. There he was calmly sitting in a chair by the door. He's like the butler in Mr. Deeds. He's very sneaky. And this is exactly why I think he's a lot more sly and clandestine in the book. He seems to be able to actually avoid being seen if he wished, rather than he just says it in the movies. He has a weird knack to be hidden too, but as soon as they all get into this conversation, Aragorn seems to open up a bit. He laughs, he broods, he talks about the dangers, and calls Butterbur a fat innkeeper who only remembers his own name because people shouted at him all day. Rude, but Aragorn seems like he opens up when he talks to the hobbits. He seems like a man who rarely gets in conversations like this, and number one, loves them, and number two, doesn't really know how to behave or converse. In the books, he just seems all over the place to me, much less one-track minded and serious than Viggo plays him. But also, Viggo plays the serious side of Aragorn perfectly, because Aragorn does have a lot of severity to him. But again, throughout this conversation with the hobbits, he seems to talk about everything. And the main thing he is trying to do is to convince them to take him on as their guide. He says this in the beginning of the conversation. "I mean just this. I will tell you what I know and give you some good advice, but I shall want a reward." "And what will that be, pray?" said Frodo. He suspected now that he had fallen in with a rascal, and he thought uncomfortably that he had brought only a little money with him. All of it would hardly satisfy a rogue, and he could not spare any of it. No more than you can afford, answers Strider, with a slow smile, as if he guessed Frodo's thoughts. Just this. You must take me along with you until I wish to leave. Then the rest of the chapter, he essentially tries to convince them. It isn't until the barman delivers a letter from Gandalf, where the letter tells them to trust a friend of his called Strider, that the hobbits relax a bit. Except Sam, who's kind of always skeptical, which is one of the reasons why I love him. Then this book has this line that we just talked about that crushed me. It says, Frodo turned and looked at him thoughtfully, wondering about Gandalf's second postscript. Why didn't you tell me that you were Gandalf's friend at once, he asked. It would have saved time. Would any of you have believed me till now? Said Strider. I knew nothing of this letter. For all I knew, I had to persuade you to trust me without proofs, if I was to help you. In any case, I did not intend to tell you all about myself at once. I had to study you first, and make sure of you. The enemy has set traps for me before. As soon as I made up my mind, I was ready to tell you whatever you asked, but I must admit, he added with a queer laugh, that I hoped you would take to me for my own sake. A hunted man sometimes wearies of distrust and longs for friendship. But there, I believe my looks are against me. I don't exactly know why, but this line crushed me. I don't really think of Aragorn as a lonely person, and I don't really think he is, but I kind of see myself in him a bit, and I don't know how to explain this that well because I've been thinking about this in myself for years and I haven't figured it out. But it's like Aragorn seems like an introvert. He is off in the country on his own. He has jobs to do and things he must attend to. He likes his alone time, but his responsibilities and jobs have put him in a strange position of people having these perceptions of who he is rather than actually getting to know him. And so now I see Aragorn as this man who desires friendship but kind of gives up on it a bit because he has a harsh appearance, and because all these people in Bree and all these surrounding areas have a bad perception of him. And it made me so sad to look at this chapter that I actually had to reread it with the lens that Strider just wants to make friends with these hobbits, and that is essentially the explanation for his behavior in this chapter. It made this chapter intensely more sad to me because Aragorn is laughing when there are tense moments, he is trying to tell stories with a serious face, he jokes about his appearance with the hobbits, and then cracks jokes at the barman's expense. I know this might be a stretch, but Aragorn to me seems like a kid who can't fit in. And when I thought of the scene when he made fun of the barman, I couldn't help thinking that when he cracked a joke, maybe he looked back at the hobbits hoping that they would laugh or crack a smile. It actually reminded me of a scene from one of my favorite movies, Me, Earl, and the Dying Girl, when this kid named Greg doesn't really have friends and tries to push people away because he's afraid of getting hurt, and he sits with some of his new friends during lunch, and when an awkward situation pops up, he makes fun of someone, and the situation just gets so much worse from that point on. Aragorn seems like a more deeply flawed person than his movie counterpart. And maybe flawed is the wrong word, but maybe longing is the one that I'm looking for. He seems to long for friendship, and he's a bit awkward when it evades him, and he has to prove that he's trustworthy to these hobbits. And his longing is seen in different ways too, because Strider flirts between wanting to befriend these hobbits and knowing that he must protect them and essentially do a job for them, namely get them to Rivendell. And so as he's joking around and talking about friends, his personality slips quickly back into seriousness, because he gives this beautiful line about how he will protect them. The book says, he stood up and seemed suddenly to grow taller. In his eyes gleamed a light, keen and commanding. Throwing back his cloak, he laid his hand on the hilt of a sword that had hung concealed by his side. They did not dare to move. Sam sat wide-mouthed, staring at him dumbly. But I am the real Strider, fortunately, he said, looking down at them with his face softened by a sudden smile. I am Aragorn, son of Arathorn, and if by life or death I can save you, I will. I love that he says that with a smile here, that his face softens. Aragorn isn't always this hardened person who is an incredible warrior and just the toughest person you can ever imagine. In the books, he very much seems in touch with his emotional side too, which maybe makes him an even greater man. But his loneliness here and his desire for real friendship seems to be an everlasting theme in the Tolkien universe. It's like the creatures of the darkness are the ones that lie in isolation, And even if you're in isolation, the people who are honorable and good in this series all desire deep friendship. But also, that little sword that he holds at his side that was concealed made my jaw drop. I see, laughed Strider, I look foul and feel fair. Is that it? All that is gold does not glitter. Not all those who wander are lost. Did the verses apply to you then? Asked Frodo. I could not make out what they were about. But how did you know they were in Gandalf's letter if you haven't seen it? I did not know, he answered. But I am Aragorn, and those verses go with that name. He drew out his sword, and they saw that the blade was indeed broken a foot below the hilt. Not much use is it, Sam, said Strider. But the time is near when it shall be forged anew. Strider pulling out the broken sword of Narsil that he just carries with him was insane to me. It's this weird dichotomy that I see in Aragorn that I was talking about before, where he has this perception that people have of him that he just can't seem to get rid of. And even him carrying the sword around feels like he is so much more ready to take the throne of Gondor. But also, it just seems like he wants a good friend as well. He seems to long for that. And to be honest, it makes Book Aragorn a much more deep and complex character. It gives him a little bite, to be honest. And I have to say, even though Aragorn seems a little lonely in the book, even though he seems a little bit more kingly, I find him a much more compelling character in the book than in the movie. Even though I love Viggo Mortensen with all my heart and still think that he is the greatest actor and this is the greatest role that anybody has ever played. So I'm just very conflicted, and this essay is just essentially me talking about my conflicted feelings for the movie versus the book of Aragorn. Anyway, I hope that you liked it. I hope that you dealt with my unorganized thoughts in a good way, and I'll see you in the next one. Make sure you subscribe and like the video too if you can. See you in the next one. I am reading Lord of the Rings for the first time, and I just finished the chapter where Frodo gets stabbed at Weathertop. And I have to say, everyone should have seen it coming. The foreshadowing is right there, as well as a few other things in this chapter that I want to talk about too. But before we go any further, make sure you subscribe because this channel is all about Lord of the Rings and Harry Potter and Brandon Sanderson and Star Wars and all the other nerdy stuff that we love. So like the video and subscribe. And let me say another thing too, the one person that I haven't read yet, so this comparison might get thrown out the window when I start reading his work, is George R.R. Martin. I have seen Game of Thrones and House of the Dragon, and the one thing that seems like an absolute standard of his work, which kind of seems like it's transformed how people make television and movies lately, is that when everything seems to be perfect and all the characters are happy, get ready, because everything is going to get thrown out the window and it's all going to crap. Tolkien doesn't do that. Tolkien does something that's a little less jarring, but perhaps a bit more realistic and creepy. He slowly descends you into trouble and into the pain. He starts to give you hints of where things are going and starts to bring you slowly down the hill, holding your hand the whole time. This chapter, chapter 11 of Fellowship of the Ring, culminates and ends in Frodo getting stabbed and taking the ring off. It's scintillating. But the whole chapter is slowly beckoning you to believe that it is going to happen. It doesn't really seem to happen suddenly at all. You almost expect it, but it's still surprising at the same time. He is a master at foreshadowing big and small things. And I want to talk about 4 times in this chapter where things were masterfully foreshadowed. The first is the most obvious. It's, I believe, the first time that we've really left the side of Frodo in the whole tale. At least the first time we've left him during his journey. The beginning of this chapter is all about Fatty Bolger. Poor Fatty. He's living in the house that Frodo bought in Buckland, and all of a sudden, he has this terrifying feeling like something is wrong during the night. Also, I want to make a quick note of this, but the very fact that the hobbits, and maybe everyone who is in the presence of the ring race, immediately feels sad and depressed and scary is a pretty terrifying thing. And I could write a whole essay on that and the other creatures and other stories that have something similar to them. But Fatty is about to go to bed when the story pivots and brings us outside, where there is one ring wraith who stands by the door hidden in the shadows, and then another 2 ring wraiths who are on the side of the house seeing if he escapes. They wait for a few minutes before breaking down the door and finding nothing. Fatty ran out the back minutes before they even broke down the door because he just felt like something was off. The whole town of Buckland sounds the alarm, an alarm that hasn't been sounded in 100 years, which is ominous. And then the ring wraiths run for the exits as fast as they can. Then we shoot back to Frodo's perspective. It's a little weird story that Tolkien decided to throw in, and on its surface just feels like a quick update on Fatty, which it is, but it's also a little arrow to show the reader that the ring wraiths are getting more serious about finding the ring and finding Frodo, and they will do anything that they can to get this ring. They are so serious that they're willing to break into homes to find it, which might not sound very serious right now, but it's strange. It's almost like the creatures who are already driven into madness by the ring are now driven into madness by their desperation for the ring. They've started to show how much more dangerous they can be, because before all this, all we got were some looming figures trying to follow Frodo. Now we see that they are breaking into houses, and even in the previous chapter, they are releasing all the horses and ponies so they can find Frodo much easier. It's scary work. But this chapter being titled A Knife in the Dark is misleading, because you kind of think that it might just be talking about this story with Fatty. But it's just a small little story that is going to lead to a larger story of Frodo being stabbed at Weathertop. The second instance of foreshadowing of Frodo getting stabbed is a joke in the text that Aragorn takes very seriously. This is what the book says. Next morning they set out again soon after the sunrise. There was a frost in the air, and the sky was a pale clear blue. The hobbits felt refreshed, as if they had a night of unbroken sleep. Already they were getting used to much walking on short commons, shorter at any rate than what in the Shire they would have barely thought enough to keep them on their legs. Pippin declared Frodo was looking twice the hobbit that he had been. "Very odd," said Frodo, tightening his belt, "considering there is actually a good deal less of me. I hope the thinning process will not go on indefinitely, or I shall become a wraith." "Do not speak of such things," said Strider quickly, and with surprising earnestness. It's a small little line, but it just puts something in the mind of the reader about Frodo becoming a wraith, so that when he gets stabbed by the Morgul blade, you look back at that line and think Frodo as just kind of like an accidental prophet. But it's masterful work by Tolkien here too, in just giving a reader a small hint or image in our brain of Frodo becoming a wraith. I have to admit too, because I don't really know the rest, this Morgul blade might not actually transform into a wraith. So I kind of just assumed that from the movies. It might do something else. Not sure, but those are the two bits of brilliant foreshadowing that I saw in this chapter for Frodo being stabbed. Now, there are two more that I want to talk about that are good lines mixed with good foreshadowing. The third, I guess, is the story of Aragorn, and the story that he tells about Tinuviel and Beren. It's the story about an elf woman who gives up her mortality because she loves a man. And the whole story is amazing. There's actually a moment when Tinuviel goes into the dungeons of Sauron and frees Beren. It's crazy. I want to know more about this story, so much more. So please let me know in the comments all the details about this story, if it's not spoilers, obviously. But I love the extra tidbits of lore that Tolkien has and that he's been giving here, because it's really kind of feeling like he's putting in a lot of the work, and he's already built this realm out so much before he even got started writing Fellowship of the Ring. It seems like everyone has a backstory or a history to them, which makes it very fun reading for all the little rabbit trails you can go on. And also, I was thinking about writing an essay on this initially, but Aragorn is performing a masterclass in keeping the hobbits' minds busy so that they don't dwell on misery and the fear of the race. I could talk about this for a while, but as someone who has brought groups and friends into the woods for backpacking trips, what he is doing is absolutely essential to keep the morale up and to not have them in the throes of despair. But back to Beren and Tinuviel. This is obvious foreshadowing, because I'm guessing, and we haven't seen Arwen in the books yet, but it's between Arwen and Aragorn. I think it's a larger story and a legend, and I love that Aragorn sings it here for the hobbits, because you can just tell that Aragorn lives by this legend. He tells them that it's less beautiful in the common tongue than it was when it was written, but still, Aragorn seems to have this longing and desire already, and it's shown in the songs that he sings. And the final bit of foreshadowing is less of foreshadowing and more of a wake-up call for Frodo. It's such sage and brilliant advice from Aragorn, but it's also so simple too. It's in the moment when Frodo is freaking out that the ring wraiths are coming when they see them from a distance. The book says, "We can feel their presence. It troubled our hearts. As soon as we came here and before we saw them, they feel ours more keenly. Also," he added, and his voice sank to a whisper, "the ring draws them." "Is there no escape?" said Frodo. looking round wildly. "If I move, I shall be seen and hunted. If I stay, I shall draw them to me." Strider laid his hand on his shoulder. "There is still hope," he said. "You are not alone." This is so good. I love this line so much because Frodo, in a moment of panic like this, needs an emotional slap in the face and a calming message. And Aragorn recognizes something in Frodo which is evident in the beginning of the book, but Frodo tends to move toward being a martyr. In that he tends to want to save his friends from trouble and pain, therefore he goes off on his own and into isolation. This question of Frodo seems like that as well, where he is telling the group that he is going to go away because then at least his friends might be saved. But Frodo is also scared and seems to lose all hope. The two things Aragorn say to him are perfect. He needed to hear that. He needed to hear that there was always hope and that Frodo is not alone. I am just loving Fellowship here. I mean, we're not even at the point where they build a fellowship, but already this feels like a close and tight-knit crew. Like these friends are helping each other exactly where they need help. It's a group of friends that knows each other better than the individuals know themselves. And I am loving this story so much right now. It is such a masterpiece of literature and just life. And Tolkien employs not only a mastery in writing and world building, but wisdom too, which is a very rare combination for an author to have. Anyway, make sure you subscribe and like the video too, as I'm reading through Lord of the Rings and publishing my thoughts on every chapter. So subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. Everything after Weathertop is so different. I cannot believe how much changed from the book to the movie. And this is essentially just going to be a long rant on it. And then I just want to talk about Frodo and the end and his courage, which the movies just don't show. But anyway, before we get into this essay, be sure to subscribe because I am reading through Lord of the Rings for the first time, as most of you know, and I'm giving my thoughts on every chapter. So if that's something that sounds interesting to you, make sure you subscribe. But let's do a little background, or I guess a little comparison between the book and the movie. I don't really need to do this because you probably all know this anyway, but just spare me here. I'm doing this for my own sake because I just want to process through this. So in the movie, Frodo gets stabbed and they look for Kingsfoil. Arwen comes and takes Frodo away. And she is the one that keeps Frodo safe and sends the river horses out to get the ring wraiths. Straightforward. It's a great scene and I love it. It's so good in the movies, but holy smokes is the book different. Let's talk about this. In the book, Frodo gets stabbed at Weathertop. He is in immense pain and seems to really be struggling, but the journey must continue. Aragorn heals it up as best as he can, but he knows, although it's kind of just conjecture at this point, that Frodo is falling into some sort of spell or something because the blade was poisoned or possessed with something dark from Mordor. But they have no other option than to go forward. So they go forward for about 2 weeks. That's right, you heard me. 2 weeks. And I just looked it up. It's not exactly that, but Frodo was stabbed by the Witch King at Weathertop on the night of October 6th, and he was found by Glorfindel on October 18th. This means he traveled for 12 days after being wounded. And all that time they are on the road, but also trying to avoid the road. They find the 3 trolls that Bilbo, Gandalf, and the dwarves were trapped by, and they don't really find too many signs of the wraiths. But they cross this bridge and actually find a gem on the other side, which is weird, but they just kind of keep going. And later you kind of learn that that's Glorfindel, a sign that he left. The whole time, and you don't even know who Glorfindel is if you don't read the book, so just keep listening. But the whole time Frodo is just kind of falling slowly and becoming a wraith. But it's not really that evident yet. The only thing that's evident is that Frodo's vision seems to be changing. He sees things a little cloudier than what he used to, on top of his physical strength slowly waning as well. But there's this section in the book that Sam says he kind of thinks that Frodo is healed. It says, "What is the matter with my master?" asked Sam in a low voice, looking appealingly at Strider. "His wound was small and is already closed, but there's nothing to be seen but a cold white mark on his shoulder." Aragorn warns him then of the danger of the wound. And he says, "Frodo has been touched by the weapon of the enemy," said Strider. "And there is some poison or evil work that is beyond my skill to drive out, but do not give up hope, Sam." And so after this, they continue on again for 12 days. And all of a sudden they hear horse hooves. That never means anything good because they think it's a black rider. But then there are bells on this horse, and they still hide. And then this absolute Fabio elf comes into view. The description is kind of hilarious of him. It says, "The light faded and the leaves on the bushes rustled. Clear and nearer now the bells jingled, and clippity-clip came the quick trotting feet. Suddenly into view below came a white horse gleaming in the shadows, running swiftly. In the dusk, its headstall flickered and flashed, as if it were studded with gems like living stars. The rider's cloak streamed behind him, and his hood was thrown back. His golden hair flowed, shimmering in the wind of his speed. To Frodo it appeared that a white light was shining through the form and raiment of the rider, as if through a thin veil." So Glorfindel, the elf, comes to see them, and he tells them that he's been searching for them for 9 days. The other elves that Frodo met, Gildor and his lot, sent back word to Rivendell about Frodo and how there were riders chasing them. So Elrond sends out riders in all direction, and Glorfindel is just one of those, not Arwen. This is when it gets juicy, because I want to talk about how different this is and how this seems like such a pivotal moment for this character that I have to gush about, because it elevated this character so much in my mind. But Glorfindel puts Frodo on his horse, and he doesn't ride the horse with Frodo. He walks ahead of the group, and Aragorn is in the back. But the wraiths all of a sudden pop out, and both Glorfindel and Aragorn rush back to protect the hobbits. And Glorfindel yells out to Frodo to go, but Frodo can't. He's being tempted too deeply. He doesn't want to move the horse because the wraiths are wooing him. But then Glorfindel has a backup plan, and he tells his horse to move rather than Frodo to get the horse to move. And the horse shoots off faster than any of the Black Riders can push their horses. So Frodo at this moment is going alone, which is nuts. I almost just want to read the last 2 full pages of Tolkien's work here because it's some immense good writing, but I'll only read the highlights. Essentially, Frodo pushes on, but he continues to be tempted by the darkness just to give in, which is the great part of this chapter, the end of this, where Frodo is just flirting back and forth between being tempted and continuing on his horse. He looks back at the horses, and then we have this line. "They appear to have cast aside their hoods and black cloaks, and they were robed in white and gray." I think this is Frodo becoming a wraith and not him seeing reality, but I asked some people on our Discord and I'm waiting for an answer, so they haven't given me one yet. But if you know if this is him becoming a wraith or maybe this is actually him seeing reality, let me know in the comments because I'm very curious about this one line. I would say 99% of me thinks that this is him becoming a wraith and seeing these like weird figures. But anyway, the book says this. He knew nothing that would prevent them from crossing as easily as he had done, and he felt that it was useless to try to escape over the long, uncertain path from the ford to the edge of Rivendell, if once the rider crossed. In any case, he felt that he was commanded urgently to halt. Hatred again stirred in him, but he had no longer the strength to refuse. Suddenly, the foremost rider spurred his horse forward. It checked at the water and reared up. With a great effort, Frodo sat upright and brandished his sword. "Go back," he cried. "Go back to the land of Mordor and follow me no more." His voice sounded thin and shrill in his own ears. The riders halted, but Frodo had not the power of Bombadil. His enemies laughed at him with the harsh and chilling laughter. Come back, they called. "To Mordor we will take you." "Go back," he whispered. The ring, they cried with deadly voices, and immediately their leader urged his horse forward into the water, followed closely by the other 2. "By Elbereth and Luthien the Fair," said Frodo with a last effort, lifting up his sword, "you shall have neither the ring nor me." Whew. Then the leader, who was now half across the ford, stood up menacing in his stirrups and raised his hand. Frodo was stricken dumb. He felt his tongue cleave to his mouth and his heart laboring. His sword broke and fell out of his shaking hand. The elf horse reared and snorted. The foremost of the black horses had almost set foot upon the shore. Then the riders got swept off, but yes, Frodo, standing up to temptation. He feels it and he resists it, and he's just talking back to the wraiths, and it's incredible. And the wraiths' power to just make him stop talking is insane. It seems to show the reality of Frodo's temptation here and how he really doesn't want to resist it, but he resists it nonetheless. There are such good lessons for life in this that I love so much, and I cannot believe how different this is from the movie. Just the fact that he was there alone is insane, and then how he had the strength, or rather, he didn't have the strength but mustered up the strength to resist the wraiths, is so good. I wish the movie had this, and I think the movie depiction is still good, but it makes me think that Frodo's a little weakling to me in the movies. And I kind of see him as that whenever I watch them. But now I think I love Frodo so much because this is maybe the greatest show of strength that we've seen in the entire series so far. Frodo, here he's turning into a wraith pretty much. I guess he's on the edge of temptation to become a wraith when he is surrounded by darkness and is alone and isolated from everyone else. And he still stands up against the darkness and the evil of Mordor. It is such a hopeful chapter. It is such a good way to end book one. I felt like I was watching the World Cup. I found myself nearly standing up and cheering for Frodo at the end when I was reading this. I know this essay really isn't about anything other than a gush fest, but I just finished this section and had to gush because Frodo is amazing here. And it's such a good microcosm of real temptation too. And that all you want to do is give in, but by the power and ability he has to resist here, it's just immense and it's absolutely beautiful. And I had to throw this out there real quick because it's a beautiful ending to this book and I cannot wait to keep reading. So subscribe and like the video and all that other stuff if you want to hear my first time thoughts on the book and others like Harry Potter, Brandon Sanderson, and Star Wars and all that other nerdy content. But oh my gosh, very excited to keep reading. And I'll see you in the next one. So I just finished book 1 of Lord of the Rings, and I want to talk about the thing that has maybe impressed me the most about Tolkien's writing. I've never really encountered another author who so nonchalantly puts their wisdom into the pages of a work of fiction. Jeez, it is so good and so profound, all within this incredible confine of a brilliantly crafted story. Generally, when authors try to do this too much, it just falls flat or comes across as preachy. And I immediately think of Ayn Rand here. It's a problem that a lot of people have with her writing in that she writes a story and then simultaneously just tries to shove her wisdom and philosophy down your throat. It can be a bit maddening. And I remember reading Fountainhead and just rolling my eyes at the bits of dialogue between characters that just felt so heavy-handed and boring to me. But then, there are authors that strike a balance really well. And I'm kind of thinking of Brandon Sanderson and J.K. Rowling as like more popular authors who have done this. And then obviously the more well-written authors like Zadie Smith or Jeffrey Eugenides or Marilyn Robinson, who is my favorite by the way. And the list could go on. But I have to say again, after reading Lord of the Rings, I am astounded at how well and seamlessly that Tolkien implements some of his wisdom into these books. It's not just a few random moments too, but his characters have these beautiful speeches where they talk about life with such eloquence that it makes me furious at how brilliant Tolkien is. And I'm mesmerized at his work at the same time. I think of Gandalf's really popular line to Frodo in the books. "I wish it need not have happened in my time," said Frodo. "So do I," said Gandalf, "and so do all who live to see such times. But that is not for them to decide. All we have to decide is what to do with the time that is given us." It's so good. It's so popular and it's so overused, but it is so good. Or I think about all the hobbits giving a speech of loyalty to Frodo. I think of Sam saying, "If you don't come back, sir, then I shan't." "That's certain," said Sam. "Don't you leave him," they said to me. "Leave him," I said. "I never mean to. I'm going with him if he climbs to the moon. And if any of those Black Riders try to stop him, they'll have Sam Gamgee to reckon with." His loyalty is just so brilliant there. Or along the same lines, when Pippin shows his loyalty and says, "You do not understand," said Pippin. "You must go, and therefore we must too. Merry and I are coming with you. Sam is an excellent fellow and would jump down a dragon's throat to save you if you did not trip over his own feet." but you will need more than one companion in your dangerous adventure. Even Pippin, the youngest of the entire fellowship, is just so loyal to Frodo. Or you have the loyalty with Merry, which maybe is my favorite line of all of book 1 so far, when he says, "It all depends on what you want," put in Merry. "You can trust us to stick to you through thick and thin to the bitter end. And you can trust us to keep any secret of yours closer than you keep it yourself. But you cannot trust us to let you face trouble alone and go off without a word. We are your friends, Frodo." Anyway, there it is. We know most of what Gandalf has told you. We know a good deal about the ring. We are horribly afraid, but we are coming with you, or following you like hounds. Just all of the Hobbit's brilliant loyalty makes me so happy and privileged to be able to read these books. Then we have random characters like Gildor, who said, "Elves seldom give unguarded advice, for advice is a dangerous gift, even from the wise to the wise, and all courses may run ill." That is just brilliant. I keep saying that word, but Tolkien is a brilliant philosopher and wordsmith here. And then you have sad moments of wisdom with things that other characters say, like Aragorn, when he says, "A hunted man sometimes wearies of distrust and longs for friendship." Like, these turn out to be lines that so many fans can relate to. The depth with which Tolkien talks about friendship and love and loyalty and time and advice and everything else under the sun is astounding. And I have to say, Tolkien does seem like a curmudgeon sometimes when I hear stories about him, but he seems like my kind of curmudgeon. And I want to talk about one thing that I think is probably near and dear to Tolkien's heart from the very little that I know about him. It's a line that Pippin says that just got me thinking about the whole point and purpose of Fellowship of the Ring. It's in the moment after Frodo gets stabbed at Weathertop by the Morgul blade. The hobbits have to travel 12 days to get to Rivendell, and they are very, very depressed and very, very exhausted, as they've been traveling nonstop without much talk or rest. Then Pippin chimes in with this line. "Won't somebody give us a bit of song while the sun is high?" said Merry, when they had finished. "We haven't had a song or a tale for days." This line just feels like what Tolkien is all about, and is so appropriate to things going on in the world today. I'm not going to get controversial or political about anything here, as I don't really like to do that and stay away from all controversial topics like that, but I find this to be the whole purpose of Tolkien's work, as it's just a kind of balm that can help the heavy heart. It's a resistance against the tiresome politic talks and the exhaustion that most of us feel on a day-to-day basis. I don't care what side of the political spectrum you're on, I think both sides can be exhausted. And so I find going to these works as a severe help to get the worry out of my heart and just to enjoy life with other people that I love, which is what I find life to be all about. I think about this all the time lately too, in that I don't ever care to get into political discussions with people. All I want in life, and this is increasing the older I get, is to sit around a campfire with some friends and some people that I love and swap stories all night. I just want to enjoy a good tale with some friends of mine, and that we can all kind of get our mind off the insanity of the world and focus on the things that really matter. And I think Tolkien realizes this. And his life was bleaker than the majority of us really know or really have experienced, having fought in the First World War. That was a time when I think the world was much darker than it is today, at least to me. But lately, all I think anyone can focus on are the people in power rather than just a good song or a tale that will lighten the heart. I don't really know why Tolkien wrote Lord of the Rings or created this world, but I have to imagine that it was something close to escapism or being able to refocus on the things that truly matter in this world. And so reading through Fellowship of the Ring for the first time has felt like a chiropractic adjustment for me, where I see these characters' desires and how it all seems like all of them desire a good friend and someone to love, and for their hearts to be merry and light, and I find myself drawn to that idea. In a time when all anyone can talk about is the darkness, giving me a room full of people just swapping stories and singing songs, and I am there. I know there are people who disagree with me here, and I'm not a Tolkien expert, but I really find the things that he wrote about are just hitting true for me about how these songs and tales can be a form of escape and can refocus your life, just like it did for the hobbits. Just like what Pippin is asking for here. They're on a tiresome journey. They're exhausted. They're grumpy. They're hungry. And all Merry and Pippin and Sam and Aragorn and Frodo want right here, especially Pippin because he's the one that says it, is just a song or a tale. Because something like that can really help lighten the load. It can really help lighten your heart. Anyway, I'll stop doing what I lambasted in the beginning and I'll stop preaching here, but Tolkien's work is immense in its beauty. It seems like he's a better writer than I really ever thought, and I find that his main theme is one of friendship. Nay, fellowship. But anyway, this is my halfway point to the Fellowship of the Ring book. And I just finished part 1, and I wanted to do a quick video talking about my full experience so far. And I just wanted to hone in on the one thing that keeps hitting me throughout this first read. It's like hitting me like a ton of bricks. But I am trucking along onto book 2 now, so make sure you subscribe if you want more of my unorganized thoughts on Middle-earth and on Lord of the Rings, as I am publishing a video essay pretty much on every single chapter. And if you want to, join our Discord too, as we were talking about some Lord of the Rings things as well. And that's where I ask questions live as I'm reading to some of the experts in our Discord about Lord of the Rings, so you could help me in my reading and help my reading get even better with your nerddom. But anyway, subscribe, make sure you like the video, and I'll see you in the next one.
Oh, hi. Hi there. How are you?
My grandmother died when I was 9. She was the kindest, most gentle and amazing woman I have ever known. When she laughed, she had this kind of hiss to her laugh. Not really a menacing one like a snake or anything like that, almost like a rattle. She used to babysit for us, and I remember playing gestures with her. I don't remember a lot about her, but from what my mother has told me, and from what her family and even the other side of our family has said about her, she was a remarkable woman. I would do anything just to have one more day with her, where I could ask her all the questions I wanted to ask and just relish in her wisdom. I wish I could spend a day with her so I could tell her how much I love her and hear her say the same thing to me. But time moves on, and I will never get that chance. J.R.R. Tolkien, I think, experienced the same kind of thing. Having been a soldier in World War I, where he saw countless people die in the trenches and in the misery that typifies that war, he lost a lot of people and people that he loved. He lost friends, and I know that he wanted to spend more time with all of them because I can see that Tolkien writes with that longing and regret in his heart when he does. Because someone who hasn't experienced that, and to be honest, I think we've all experienced that to some degree, cannot really write in the way that he writes, or even understand the things that he's writing about. In the first chapter of Book 2 of Fellowship of the Ring, and as a plug, as I always give a plug in this, I am reading through Lord of the Rings for the first time and giving my thoughts on every chapter in the form of video essays, so make sure you subscribe if you are into that kind of thing. And you want some random thoughts about literary genius of Tolkien, or the beauty of certain characters, or the wonder of the story. So make sure you subscribe if you are into that sort of thing. But the first chapter of Book 2 of Fellowship of the Ring is a chapter that talks about loss and the rare chance that you actually do get to say goodbye to someone you love and have another day with them that you can spend telling them how grateful you are to them. And it's one of the most beautiful chapters of literature that I have ever read in my entire life. And I have read a lot of beautiful chapters, and this one has instantly vaulted itself in the top 3 for what I've read. I immediately compare it to maybe my favorite opening of any book ever, in Marilyn Robinson's Pulitzer Prize winner of Gilead. This is the first paragraph. I told you last night that I might be gone sometime. And you said, where? And I said, to be with the good Lord. And you said, why? And I said, because I'm old. And you said, I don't think you're old. And you put your hand in my hand, and you said, you aren't very old, as if that settled it. I told you, you might have a very different life from mine and from the life you've had with me, and that would be a wonderful thing. There are many ways to live a good life. And you said, Mama already told me that. And then you said don't laugh because you thought I was laughing at you. You reached up and put your fingers on my lips and gave me that look that I never in my life saw on any other face besides your mother's. It's a kind of furious pride, very passionate and stern. I'm always a little surprised to find my eyebrows unsinged after I've suffered one of those looks. I will miss them. I think it's one of the best openings to a novel ever. And Tolkien writes just like that in his storytelling here. This is the relationship with Bilbo and Frodo in this chapter that I'm talking about, but really, this is talking about the relationship that we all have with each other. How, as most of us put it, you don't really know what you have till it's gone. Or how some of us Office fans know it, I wish there was a way to know you're in the good old days before you actually left them. And those chances rarely come. And regret is one of the most powerful things that we can feel and experience as humans. The longing and desire to just see that person one more time, to be able to truly say how we feel. The yearning to spend another minute with that person just to tell them how much we love them. It's why I think Onward, the Pixar movie, for all of its faults, has one of the most emotionally powerful scenes of any Pixar movie that I've ever seen. And I would even venture to say it's maybe the most emotionally powerful Pixar scene in all of their film lore. Even more than the popular Up scene, which I find a smidge overrated, or the Toy Story scene where they're all about to die and they hold hands, or even one of my favorites, which is Inside Out, when her parents just look at her with this look filled with love. Regret is one of those things that we just carry with us to our graves. And Frodo thinks that he is going to carry regret with him for the rest of his life because, to be honest, I think in his heart of hearts, he truly doesn't believe that he will see Bilbo again. And Frodo truly loved Bilbo. He only recognized it too late. There is a tragic line in the first chapter that hasn't been able to get out of my head, but he says he had difficulty in keeping from laughter at the indignant surprise of the guests, but at the same time he felt deeply troubled. He realized suddenly that he loved the old hobbit dearly. And then Bilbo disappears, and Frodo is never really able to have another conversation with him again. And you can see in so many lines of Frodo how much he wants to see Bilbo. As soon as Bilbo left, Frodo says, I hoped until this evening that it was only a joke, but I knew in my heart that he really meant to go. He always used to joke about serious things. I wish I had come back sooner, just to see him off. And now Frodo carries this regret with him. For 17 years, he carried it with him. And again, likely he thought that it would be something he had to carry with him for his entire life till his death. That he never really got to tell Bilbo how much he loved him. But Frodo tells Gildor how much he wants to see Bilbo, and then he says it in this chapter. Gloin looks at Frodo and smiles. You were very fond of Bilbo, were you not? He asked. Yes, answered Frodo. I would rather see him than all the towers and palaces in the world. It is beautiful. It's eloquent. And Frodo, just you wait, because in 2 more paragraphs the book will say this. As Elrond entered and went toward the seat prepared for him, elvish minstrels began to make sweet music. Slowly the hall filled, and Frodo looked with delight upon the many fair faces that were gathered together. The golden firelight played upon them and shimmered in their hair. Suddenly he noticed, not far from the further end of the fire, a small dark figure seated on a stool with his back propped against a pillar. Beside him on the ground was a drinking cup and some bread. Frodo wondered whether he was ill, if people were ever ill in Rivendell, and he had been unable to come to the feast. His head seemed sunk in sleep on his breast, and a fold of his dark cloak was drawn over his face. Elrond went forward and stood beside the silent figure. Awake, little master, he said with a smile. Then, turning to Frodo, he beckoned to him. Now at last the hour has come that you have wished for, Frodo, he said. Here is a friend that you have long missed. The dark figure raised its head and uncovered its face. Bilbo, cried Frodo with a sudden recognition. And he sprang forward. Hello, Frodo, my lad, said Bilbo. And it's just the warmest reunion that I can ever remember reading in my entire life. And it happens between these two people. And it's so wholesome. And Lizzie, one of my friends, and I were just texting back and forth in tears for the beauty of this chapter. I hate to say how much this stuff reminds me of other stuff, but I can also remember picking up someone from the airport, and I was stopped behind this very slow-moving car who was just holding up traffic. And I remember the car stopped in the middle of the road, and a man got out and sprinted to his wife. And rather than hug her, he danced around her for a solid 30 seconds before he embraced her. He did not care about the traffic he was causing or the annoyance of everyone waiting for him. And to be honest, I was kind of watching with smittenness of this couple. It was very cute. This man cared for nothing other than a beautiful reunion. And this is the kind of thing that we get here with Bilbo and Frodo. I am sure Frodo has been storing up all the things that he wanted to say to Bilbo, but here's the rub. I actually don't think that Frodo says the things he is thinking of here. I don't really know if any of us would say the things that we're thinking of and wanted to talk about. I think sometimes that we would just have another normal meal with that person, but then cherish all the small little moments that happen during it. Because Bilbo goes away to finish writing a song with Aragorn, a very interesting song I might point out, and then they continue with the singing and the merriment until we get one of the greatest lines that has ever been written, and something that I didn't know I desired to have spoken to me until I read the words on the page just last night. The very last paragraph of this chapter says, "You can trot off and tell Gandalf that he has gone to bed. Good night, Frodo. Bless me. It has been good to see you again. There are no folk like hobbits after all for a real good talk. I am getting very old, and I begin to wonder if I should ever live to see your chapters of our story. Good night. I'll take a walk, I think, and look at the stars of Elbereth in the garden. Sleep well. To see your chapters of our story." I'm sitting here writing this and tearing up. To be that included in another person's life, and I've said this before, but Frodo has likely been thinking all about the things that he wishes he could say to Bilbo, and then he finally meets him and they all seem to fade away. But they fade away because Frodo knows for certain that Bilbo loves him, and that both of them know how much they love each other. Bilbo ends up speaking the words to Frodo, and Frodo realizes that Bilbo realizes that they love each other. It is just so moving to me in a totally existential and filled with regret sort of way, but also in a wholesome way that I hope to find friends that speak like this to me when I am in their life. I think this is kind of what everyone longs for and hopes for. To live a life so deeply in love with people that your story ends up becoming a chapter in theirs. So during the Council of Elrond in Fellowship of the Ring, in the book, you learn from Gloin that Sauron actually attempted to befriend the dwarves. And maybe you should read manipulate in that because he didn't really try to befriend them. But it's a pretty crazy story that he tells, and then I want to kind of retell it and read some of the passages in this entire thing. But I just want to talk about how insanely ominous and a bit scary this was. And I have to admit, it seems like it added some new dimension to Sauron as a character. But anyway, if any of you are new, I am reading through Lord of the Rings for the first time and just giving my thoughts and opinions on each chapter. And today is a bit different because I just finished chapter 2 of book 2 of Fellowship of the Ring, and it's the Council of Elrond chapter, and holy smokes, is it the premier chapter of information. So the rest of this week is going to be the Council of Elrond week. I just had so many thoughts and opinions that I wanted to share that I found it amazing or crazy or unethical or annoying or all sorts of gamuts of emotions that this week I want to publish a few essays about some of my impressions of this chapter. So make sure you subscribe if you are into this kind of content. And also we do some Harry Potter, Brandon Sanderson, and I'm going to probably watch Andor live next month too when it comes out, if anyone wants to join for that. This is just a channel that is a nerd outlet. So subscribe and like the video. But anyway, I have to admit, Sauron seems very flat in the movie. He just seems like an evil presence and there's nothing at all scary about him except his ability to obtain the ring and use it for evil and use its power for evil. But I have to say, there are much deeper calculations and manipulations going on in the book that make him a slightly more compelling character. It's obviously not to be trusted because he's the deceiver, but his dealings with the dwarves and Gloin's whole story about the dwarves and what they've been up to was pretty shocking to me. The first thing they talk about is Moria, and it's very different from the movies because in the film, Gimli seems to not know about the fate of Moria. In the books, everyone knows. And it's even more tragic because Balin took a collection of dwarves from Erebor and the Iron Hills and brought them to Moria in an attempt to repopulate and repair the city. But during the Council of Elrond, Gloin says this: "That was nigh on 30 years ago. For a while we had news and it seemed good. Messages reported that Moria had been entered and a great work begun there. Then there was silence, and no word has ever come from Moria since." Which is terrifying. But then something even more dastardly happens that he talks about here. "Then, about a year ago, a messenger came to Dane, but not from Moria, from Mordor, a horseman in the night, who called Dane to his gate. The Lord Sauron the Great, so he said, wished for our friendship. Rings he would give for it, such as he gave of old, and he asked urgently concerning hobbits, of what kind they were, and where they dwelt. For Sauron knows, he said, that one of these was known to you on a time. At this we were greatly troubled, and we gave no answer. And then his fell voice was lowered, and he would have sweetened it if he could. As a small token only of your friendship, Sauron asks this, he said, that you should find this thief. Such was his word, and get from him, willing or no, a little ring, the least of rings. That once he stole. It is but a trifle that Sauron fancies, and an earnest of your good will. Find it, and the 3 rings that the dwarf sires possessed of old shall be returned to you, and the realm of Moria shall be yours forever. Find only news of the thief, whether he still lives and where, and you shall have great reward and lasting friendship from the Lord. Refuse, and things will not seem so well. Do you refuse?" At that his breath came like the hiss of snakes, and all who stood by shuddered. But Dane said, "I say neither yea nor nay. I must consider this message and what it means under its fair cloak." "Consider well, but not too long," said he. "The time of my thought is mine own to spend," answered Dane. "For the present," said he, and rode into the darkness. Heavy have the hearts of our chieftains been since that night. We needed not the fell voice of the messenger to warn us that his words had both menace and deceit, for we knew already that the power that has re-entered Mordor has not changed, and ever it betrayed us of old. Twice the messenger has returned, and has gone unanswered. The third and last time, so he says, is soon to come, before the end of the year. And so I have been sent at last by Dane to warn Bilbo that he is sought by the enemy, and to learn, if may be, why he desires this ring, this least of rings. Also, we crave the advice of Elrond, for the shadow grows and draws nearer. I think this section did an interesting thing in my head for thinking about Sauron. Again, Sauron to me was just this vacuum of a villain. I didn't really know the deception with which he went to when he created the rings and how evil he actually was, but this made me think at the very least that he is calculated and an actual good general to some extent, or like a military presence. I mean, no one is really going to believe him under any circumstances, but to be honest, he's at least giving it his all. And actually, he does kind of deceive one person with his propaganda now that I'm thinking about it, and maybe this is going to be a whole different discussion on war propaganda that I might make an essay about later this week, but he deceives Saruman, which is astounding seeing that this man is the chief of the White Council, but that'll be for an entirely different discussion. All this is to say that I find it insane and kind of cool at the same time that he tried to treat with the dwarves. One thing that this chapter did for me, which is so fun and fantastic, and will essentially be all the other essays on this chapter, is give me like a concise form of Canterbury Tales, where we get all the stories of the entire Fellowship and the Council of Elrond and the reports from all around Middle-earth about the movements of the enemy, and then we got how they all arrived at Rivendell then. I feel like I'm going to say a lot about this throughout this week of essays, but I will cover that in a future essay. There is just so much in this chapter, but this is all to say that I think Sauron is maybe a more interesting character. Anyway, this was kind of a weak essay, but just wanted to say, hey, I think that it's cool that Sauron did this, or at least it was interesting. I think it makes him a more compelling character here, and I'm very curious to see how the rest of the books treat Sauron. Anyway, subscribe and make sure you like the video too, and I'll see you in the next one. There are no shortage of video essays discussing the legend of Boromir in the books and the movies. He seems to be having some kind of resurgence in the last few years too, because enough time has passed from the films, which is what most people know Lord of the Rings from, that people are reevaluating and looking at Boromir as a sympathetic character. But boy, do they not know the start of it. I cannot believe how nobody was listening to Boromir during the whole Council of Elrond. Yes, the suggestions that he came up with were bad, like using the ring or bringing it to the Kingdom of Gondor to aid in the fight against Minas Morgul and Mordor, but this man has been through hell and back in the last few years of his life, and he just wants to see the kingdom of men not fail against the impending darkness of Mordor, because he is on the front line. And when Boromir tells his story, a few other of the characters, especially Aragorn, seem to jump in and say, hey, don't judge us, we've had a hard time just as you have. And I have to be honest with you, they haven't. Now, maybe my opinion will change the more I know about each of their stories, but Boromir, so far to me, is the most misunderstood character in the whole council, and perhaps has the largest amount of my sympathy out of anyone else that is sitting there, except for maybe Frodo. Anyway, most of you know, but I am reading through Lord of the Rings for the first time and publishing some of my thoughts on each chapter in the form of a video essay. Currently, I am on the second chapter of Book 2 in Fellowship of the Ring, the Council of Elrond. And it's such a good chapter that I am making this whole week the Council of Elrond week. It's the longest chapter in the book so far, doubling everything else that came before it. And it has so much information and things to talk about that I could spend months on this chapter. But we're limiting it to just 1 week so that I can keep reading as soon as possible, because I am loving this book so much and it's just so much fun. So if you want more of my thoughts on the book, there is a playlist on the channel of all the videos that I've made so far. It's about 15 of them, I think. So make sure you subscribe and like the video as well, so it gets out to more Lord of the Rings fans who can nerd out with me. Also, I do some Harry Potter and Star Wars and Brandon Sanderson stuff too, so hopefully you're into that sort of thing. But make sure you subscribe and like the video too. But let's walk through everyone's journey to get to Rivendell, starting with the easiest. Elrond. He lives there. Next. Legolas. He comes from Mirkwood, likely on horseback or maybe by some other fast elvish means. On foot, that journey would take 30 days. On horseback, maybe like a week to 10 days. Gimli comes from the Lonely Mountain, which is near Mirkwood, but a little further. It would probably take them around 40 days on foot, but neither Gimli or Legolas seem to have any real difficulty in their route. Both of them are simply coming just to deliver news. We'll talk about that in a future essay. Frodo and the hobbits have had difficulty in their route, and it's been filled with treachery. Theirs is honestly brutal. It took them 28 days to get to Rivendell, and it's been a hard 28 days. But it isn't bad concerning all they went through. Now, Gandalf is the other one who had been through everything. Gandalf is the one who has a lot of my sympathy, because he has been flying everywhere lately. Gandalf goes all the way to Gondor. Then he finds the information he needs about the ring, then goes all the way back up close to the Shire to warn Frodo, but gets stopped by Radagast the Brown, who tells him Saruman needs him. So he goes all the way back down to where Saruman lives, and then gets imprisoned. He then gets away on the Eagle's Back, who leaves him in Rohan, where he finds Shadowfax, who rides him past the orcs who are chasing him all the way up to Bag End. Then he misses Frodo, who has already left, and tries to find him. and then gets to Weathertop, has a battle with all 9 ringwraiths that the movies don't show, then goes ahead of Frodo to Rivendell. His journey takes him around 3 months or close to 90 days, and it's a brutal one. But before that, Gandalf was hanging out gathering information. His life wasn't easy, obviously, but it wasn't filled with turmoil. I don't know, maybe I'm totally wrong about that. And you need to correct me on anything that I get wrong in this because, this is my first read. I'm not an expert on all this stuff. Aragorn annoys me in this chapter, because while his life and his journey hasn't been an easy one for sure, compared to Boromir in the last few years, it's been much easier, at least to me. Aragorn travels all over the place at first in order to track down Gollum. He gets all the way to the Dead Marshes and then finds Gollum, brings him back to Mirkwood, and then stays up north patrolling the border of the Shire on Gandalf's order. Now, one thing is we don't really, at least I don't really know the danger of the things up north. To me, it doesn't seem nearly as dangerous as the things in the south with Mordor. But then Aragorn finds the hobbits at Bree and travels with them till they get to Rivendell. It's been about probably 2 to 3 months for Aragorn. Now Boromir. I know this is going to be a lot of reading, but I have to read his story because it is so compelling. And it's about 1.5 pages, so just bear with me because I think this is so fascinating. He ceased, but at once Boromir stood up, tall and proud before them. "Give me leave, Master Elrond," said he, "first to stay more of Gondor, for verily, from the land of Gondor I come. And it would be well for all to know what passes there. For few, I deem, know of our deeds, and therefore guess little at their peril, if we should fail at last. Believe not that in the lands of Gondor the blood of Numenor is spent, nor all its pride and dignity forgotten. By our valor the wild folk of the east are still restrained, and the terror of Morgul kept at bay. And thus alone are peace and freedom maintained in the lands behind us. Bulwark of the west. But if the passages of the river should be won, what then? Yet that hour maybe is not now far away. The nameless enemy has arisen again. Smoke rises once more from Orodruin, what we call Mount Doom. The power of the Black Land grows, and we are hard beset. When the enemy returned, our folk were driven from Ithilien, our fair domain east of the river, though we kept a foothold there and strength of arms. But this very year, in the days of June, sudden war came upon us out of Mordor, and we were swept away. We were outnumbered, for Mordor has allied itself with Easterlings and the cruel Haradrim. But it was not by numbers that we were defeated. A power was there that we have not felt before. Some said that it could be seen, like a great black horseman, a dark shadow under the moon. Wherever he came, a madness filled our foes, but fear fell on our boldest, so that horse and man gave way and fled. Only a remnant of our eastern force came back, destroying the last bridge that stood amid the ruins of Osgiliath. I was in the company that held the bridge until it was cast down behind us. 4 only were saved by swimming, my brother and myself and 2 others. But still we fight on, holding all the west shores of Anduin. And those who shelter behind us give us praise. If they ever hear our name, much praise but little help. Only from Rohan now will any man ride to us when we call. In this evil hour I have come on an errand over many dangerous leagues to Elrond. 110 days I have journeyed all alone, but I do not seek allies in war. The might of Elrond is in wisdom, not weapons, it is said. I come to ask counsel on the unraveling of hard words, for on the eve of the sudden assault a dream came to my brother in a troubled sleep. And afterward, a like dream came off to him again, and once to me. In that dream I thought the eastern sky grew dark, and there was a growing thunder, but in the west a pale light lingered. And out of it I heard a voice, remote but clear, crying, "Seek for the sword that was broken. In Imladris it dwells. There shall be counsels taken stronger than mortal spells. There shall be shown a token that doom is near at hand, for Isildur's bane shall waken, and the halfling forth shall stand." So Boromir has known war. The rising darkness that is happening in Mordor seems to have been happening since Boromir was a child, but really happening since June, he says. It just feels like that in Boromir's speech, that he's been battling for his life. He is a battle-hardened and wearied soldier, because Gondor, and it appears, Gondor alone has been fighting this war. Rohan seems to be participating a little bit, but Later, you find out that they're selling horses to Mordor, even though Boromir still defends them because he does not know this, and he still thinks that they're honorable, which I love that he does that. It's naive, but I love that he does that. And so Boromir and his brother Faramir have this dream. Faramir is about to come to Rivendell, but Boromir comes instead, having had the same dream. His journey is 110 days, longer than anyone else in the council sitting there. And he comes because hope is dwindling from Gondor and all seems lost. And he tells them all that here and talks about how he really doesn't know what to do, but is coming for help and aid after the city of Osgiliath has nearly been taken. This man is war-torn, exhausted, seeking a last little bit of hope. And he comes to Rivendell, where these people have been hanging out here for some time. And when he tells them everything that has happened with Gondor, there's a little back and forth with him and Aragorn. And it seems to get a little testy too, because Aragorn reveals that he is the heir of Isildur and the rightful king of Gondor. He even shows him the sword as they try to put together the dream that Boromir had. And then this is what happens as the ring gets brought out by Frodo. "Behold, Isildur's bane," said Elrond. Boromir's eyes glinted as he gazed at the golden thing. "The halfling," he muttered. "Is then the doom of Minas Tirith come at last? But why then should we seek a broken sword?" "The words were not the doom of Minas Tirith," said Aragorn, "but doom and great deeds are indeed at hand. For the sword that was broken is the sword of Elendil that broke beneath him when he fell. It has been treasured by his heirs when all other heirlooms were lost. For it was spoken of old among us that it should be made again when the ring, Isildur's bane, was found. Now you have seen the sword that you have sought. What would you ask? Do you wish for the house of Elendil to return to the land of Gondor?" "I was not sent to beg any boon, but to seek only the meaning of a riddle," answered Boromir proudly. "Yet we are hard-pressed, and the sword of Elendil would be a help beyond our hope, if such a thing could indeed return out of the shadows of the past." He looked again at Aragorn, and doubt was in his eyes. And to be honest, there would probably be doubt in my eyes as well. Like, are you kidding me? I know Boromir isn't really trusting in the interpretation of this dream here, but this man has lived through war, is currently living through war. And all of a sudden, the rightful king steps up and has this sword. And then all of a sudden, this king has this bad shadow of the past, and Boromir kind of doubts that he can get past that, which isn't the worst doubt to have. And Boromir sees the sword as an avenue to give men hope. He cares for his men. He cares to end the war that is ravaging his homeland. And I don't think I can blame him at all. He is such a compelling character to me. I find him so fascinating. And then this part annoyed me so much. Usually I hate when people compare suffering because it's just like, yes, everyone suffers. But I think I would find it immensely difficult to complain about my suffering to someone whose nation is standing on the edge of a knife that is teetering toward oblivion and destruction, and you traveled 4 months in order to arrive at Rivendell because of a dream. This is what Aragorn says that annoys me. Aragorn smiled at him. Then he turned to Boromir again. "For my part, I forgive your doubt," he said. "Little do I resemble the figures of Elendil and Isildur as they stand carven in the majesty in the halls of Denethor. I am but the heir of Isildur, not Isildur himself. I have had a hard life and a long, and the leagues that lie between here and Gondor are a small part in the count of my journeys. I have crossed many mountains and many rivers, and trodden many plains, even into the far countries of Rhûn and Harad, where the stars are strange. But my home, such as I have, is in the north. For here the heirs of Valandil have ever dwelt in a long line unbroken from the fathers unto the sons of many generations. Our days have darkened and we have dwindled, but ever the sword has passed to a new keeper. And this I will say to you, Boromir, ere I end. Lonely men we are, rangers of the wild, hunters, but hunters ever of the servant of the enemy. For they are found in many places, not in Mordor only. If Gondor, Boromir, has been a stalwart tower, we have played another part. Many evil things there are, that your strong walls and bright swords do not stay. You know little of the lands beyond your bounds. Peace and freedom, do you say? The north would have known them little but for us. Fear would have destroyed them, but when dark things come from the houseless hills or creep from sunless woods, they fly from us. What roads would any dare to tread? What safety would there be in quiet lands or in homes of simple men at night if the Dunedain were asleep, or were all gone into the graves? And yet, less thanks we have than you. Travelers scowl at us, and countrymen give us scornful names. Strider I am to one fat man who lives within a day's march of foes that would freeze his heart or lay his little town in ruin if he were not guarded ceaselessly. I'm sorry, but I hate that last part. Aragorn is saying, life is hard. People call me names. And here is Boromir fighting on bridges that collapse and seeing thousands of his own men die for Gondor, and he barely escapes. I know Aragorn is incredible, and we don't really know all the things that he's battling, at least I don't, and I still love him dearly. I think he's an incredible character here. But I have to say, I am totally on Boromir's side. I think when he comes to this meeting, he is seeking answers. And while he doesn't do a great job of listening when the answers are presented, no one seems to be doing a good job of listening to him and the needs of Gondor. I may have read this totally wrong, and I'm sure that there are fans out there who will repudiate what I say, but who else is with me here? Boromir seems so noble here, wanting to save his people from suffering, and he will do it by any means, which is a bit scary, but no one seems to want to help him. And then he goes on this journey with the Fellowship to destroy the ring the whole time he knows that people in Gondor are dying. To me, at a much faster rate than anywhere else in Middle-earth. And he has that ringing in his head the entire time that he's on this journey, I'm sure. All of this is just to say that Boromir in the books is fantastic. Easily my favorite character so far. I find him so noble and yet so filled with faith. I find him the strength of his people as they barely hold on. I find him an amazing leader of the army and someone who will risk his life for the hope of Gondor. And I hope I'm not alone on that. But I've got to wrap it up here, otherwise I can keep this up for another half an hour. Let me know what you think in the comments below, and if I am missing something here, please let me know that too. Also, subscribe if you haven't already. Don't give me any spoilers, please. Like the video, and I'll see you in the next one. I want to revisit the very first essay I published on this channel, in the very first chapter of Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring. In that essay, I talked about the loneliness of Bilbo Baggins and how I thought there were a lot of unwritten things as well as overt things that showed that Bilbo didn't really seem to have too many good friends and seemed a bit lonely, and that he only realized a little too late how dear a friend Frodo was. And the same with Frodo. He only realized how much he loved Bilbo after Bilbo had left for another adventure. And in this current one, I want to talk about the idea of the grass being greener on the other side of Bag End. Because I think Bilbo seems to think that. He yearns for another adventure and then to find somewhere quiet where he can finish his book, but is that really what he wants? And all of this was sparked for me for one simple little line that I read about Bilbo during the Council of Elrond. But as most of you know, I am reading through Lord of the Rings for the first time, and I'm currently on the Council of Elrond chapter in Fellowship of the Ring. It's an immense chapter, so this week is deemed Council of Elrond week as I go into a lot of the intricacies of my thoughts for what happened in this chapter and how it affected the characters and the themes throughout it. If this is the kind of cup of tea that you're into, and you like talking about Lord of the Rings, make sure you subscribe because that is what this channel is kind of about. That and kind of Harry Potter and Brandon Sanderson and Star Wars and Game of Thrones and that kind of stuff. And just, yeah, a bunch of nerd stuff. So make sure you subscribe, like the video, and let me know in the comments what your favorite chapter of Lord of the Rings is so that I can know what I can look forward to. But this was a line about Bilbo during the Council of Elrond, and it made me laugh because of how smart this was, but it also made me sad just when I thought about this a little further. Isildur's bane is found, you say, said Boromir. I have seen a bright ring in the halfling's hand, but Isildur perished ere the age of the world began, they say. How do the wise know that this ring is his? And how has it passed down the years, until it is brought hither by so strange a messenger? That shall be told, said Elrond. But not yet, I beg, master, cried Bilbo. Already the sun is climbing to noon, and I feel the need of something to strengthen me. I have not named you, said Elrond, smiling. But I do so now. Come, tell us your tale. And if you have not cast your story into verse, you may tell it in plain words. The briefer, the sooner you shall be refreshed. So this was hilarious to me, and that Elrond is holding lunch over Bilbo's head because he knows Bilbo is a long-winded storyteller, and that this will make him hustle up a bit. Honestly, I may start using that tactic with some people that I know who are very chatty. But on a closer look of Bilbo, this is also kind of a sad line because it makes me wonder what Bilbo is really after. Does he really want adventure? Does he really want friendship and love? Or does he just want an audience to tell his stories to? Although Bilbo has an exemplary story to tell to the whole council, the rest of the council have their stories too that are of equal entertainment. And here Bilbo is rushed into telling his story because he seems like the kind of person who clears his throat and gets ready to tell a very, very, very long story, not leaving out a single detail. So I kind of understood a bit more what people thought of Bilbo and Hobbiton in the Shire when Bilbo was about to get up to speak. They knew he was lengthy, and they just wanted to get some food and be merry. And gotta be honest, I'd probably be the same as most of the hobbits. I just want to go eat food and be merry. And I do think Bilbo has an enjoyable story to tell, but it seems that the elves just kind of tolerate him here a little bit. But I'll go into that a little bit later in the essay too, because I think it's much more tender than tolerating. Even in the last chapter, which I love, Bilbo is just writing these verses of poetry and song that even he knows don't rival anything that the elvish minstrels can come up with, but he still plods on nonetheless, writing what he thinks are clearly things that he himself enjoys. And that single thing changed the way I view this entirely. Because although I was confused about Bilbo and thought he might just be a verbose storyteller or not really all that good at telling a story in the first place, I think the first priority of Bilbo is writing and not deep friendship. And I don't want anyone to get me wrong. I don't actually think this is a bad thing, but maybe I should rephrase this. I think Bilbo is able to express his friendship through writing stories. So he wants somewhere quiet to write his book, even though Gandalf told him in the first chapter that no one would read it, and I think Bilbo knows that. So, Bilbo writes, to me, not to show how impressive he is with the language, or how his adventures are incredible, but to show his friends how much he valued them and loved them. I think of the expressions of Gloin when Bilbo was telling his stories. He was often sitting back with a grin on his face, and especially when Bilbo was the one who volunteered to go take the ring. One of my favorite paragraphs in the whole chapter pops up here. Very well, Master Elrond, said Bilbo suddenly. Say no more, it is plain enough what you are pointing at. Bilbo, the silly hobbit, started this affair, and Bilbo had better finish it. Or himself. I was very comfortable here, and getting on with my book. If you want to know, I am just writing an ending for it. I had thought of putting, and he lived happily ever after to the end of his days. It is a good ending, and none the worse for having been used before. Now I shall have to alter that. It does not look like coming true. And anyway, there will evidently have to be several more chapters if I am to write them. It is a frightful nuisance. Why not I to start? Boromir looked in surprise at Bilbo, but the laughter died on his lips when he saw that all others regarded the old hobbit with grave respect. Only Gloin smiled, but his smile came from old memories. Gloin is sitting there because he knows the happy memories he possesses of Bilbo. And this is maybe the saddest thing that I thought through this whole chapter, that Bilbo may be experiencing some severe mental decline in the years since he doesn't have the ring. And that is why he is obsessively attempting to write down his story. Then I kind of just realized that it's been 17 years that have passed in the books, and it's a long time, and Bilbo is just old. So the theory doesn't hold much water. But I think for Tolkien that Bilbo is an example of the sadness of aging, and how it sometimes seems to happen so quick. It seems like Bilbo is fading before our very eyes, which to me shows that he is lonely again, because while he is well taken care of in Rivendell, he still feels kind of alone to me. He reminds me a bit of my grandpa, who in the very last few years of his life became obsessive with writing a book in order to leave his legacy. And I remember talking to my mom, which is his daughter, and she would tell me and him that his legacy was right in front of him and his kids and his grandkids, and that he should be proud of that. But Bilbo almost seems obsessive about telling stories and writing these things down. Perhaps it's because he's forgetting them himself, or because maybe the ring has brought about serious mental decline in Bilbo because he's given it up. So again, he wants a place where he can keep records of all his doings that will be discussed in Hobbiton for centuries. I'm not really sure why but Bilbo is just obsessive with telling stories. I guess it doesn't really need an explanation, but what's the fun in just leaving something as is and not coming up with a fun fan theory? Honestly, I published an essay on my favorite line in the previous chapter, but even what Bilbo says to Frodo in "I am getting very old and I begin to wonder if I should live to see your chapters of our story," which is a supremely beautiful line, but also maybe something that only Bilbo would say here with his obsession with storytelling. Now my leading theory is this about who Bilbo is. He is simply a storyteller, and someone who delights in telling stories and being a part of them in any way. He is something like what Mr. Rogers described when he was drawing a picture and said, "I'm not very good at it, but it doesn't matter. It feels good to have made something." I think Bilbo is, to me, someone who just likes making things and telling stories, and that he wants to be anywhere where that is happening. And it's not happening in the Shire, so he leaves it and heads off on his own adventures before coming to Rivendell, which seems to be a place filled with storytelling and interesting people. I still tend to think Bilbo is a bit lonely, as these people seem to humor him rather than truly befriend him, but also in the first 2 chapters of the book, I cannot deny that Bilbo has immense respect of every important figure in the Middle-earth. And while he sucks at storytelling, the people of Rivendell seem like incredibly good caretakers to him. This is why I was almost picturing Bilbo as having Alzheimer's, because the way that Aragorn treats him with tenderness and respect, and going into a corner with Bilbo to finish a song that Bilbo was writing, and how Bilbo shouts out a verse that he wrote at the council, and how Elrond gently wakes him up from his sleep. It's all a very beautiful depiction of making someone who is aging and at the tail end of their life feel welcome and a part of something and whole and respected. In a world where it seems like we're doing the exact opposite with our elders, of them feeling like a burden and not being able to really live out their last days with dignity and joy, the story of Bilbo is a resistance against that, where a community comes around a person and lets their last few years be as joyful and exciting as all the years that came before it. It makes me want to uphold people in their old age, like everyone is doing here for Bilbo, because this is a beautiful picture of making someone feel unlonely. Even if Bilbo still may deal with loneliness, he's not alone. And he has people in his life that love him deeply. So, go hug someone who is old and spend the day with them, because you don't know when it could be their last. But make sure you subscribe before you go hug them. How terrible of a segue was that to the channel? Sorry about that, but do make sure you subscribe if you like these essays, and make sure that you like the video as well. I just got back from a funeral of a distant family member who died as they were older, but quite suddenly, so it had me thinking a lot about Bilbo and what he is going through. So thanks for humoring me on my super unorganized thoughts on this. This is maybe my most unorganized essay, but I'll see you in the next one. We need to have a long talk about Saruman. That's it. That's the whole intro. Because I don't even know where to go with this, because he is so vastly different in the books. And the details that you get for what he is wearing and what his mentality is, and the tale that Gandalf told of his imprisonment at Orthanc, that it is so strange to me. I just flat out don't know what to think of him. So I want to write an essay to figure it out. So this one might be all over the place. I feel like the last few have kind of been all over the place, but this one is especially going to be. And for those of you who don't know, I am reading Lord of the Rings for the first time and doing video essays and my thoughts as I read. I've been doing about an essay per chapter, but just got to the Council of Elrond. And there was so much there that I loved and I thought was so interesting that this is the Council of Elrond week. If you want to check out my other essays, there's a playlist on the channel, and make sure you subscribe to get more of my thoughts on Tolkien and his writing, as I'm going to keep writing these. I am blown away by how good this book is, and I cannot wait to keep reading. But I also do some Star Wars, Harry Potter, Brandon Sanderson, and some other nerdy content too, so make sure you subscribe if you are into that sort of thing. But let's start with the story that Gandalf tells about his escape from Saruman. I mean, that is pretty much the extent of what is told about Saruman here, but there is way too much to process. So Gandalf is running around Middle-earth trying to figure out what the heck the ring is doing right now and how to get it safely away. He goes from Gondor all the way up to near Hobbiton, I believe, before Radagast stops him and tells him he needs to go back to Saruman and counsel with him. So Gandalf goes at once, and when he is nearly there, he notices the first sign that something is wrong. Gandalf in the book says, "Late one evening I came to the gate, like a great arch in the wall of rock, and it was strongly guarded. But the keepers of the gate were on watch for me, and told me that Saruman awaited me. I rode under the arch, and the gate closed silently behind me. And suddenly I was afraid, though I knew no reason for it." Anytime you go into an enclosed space and they close the gate behind you, be careful. So his guards are up here. The next thing that happens kind of blows my mind, and I had to stop pretty much to do a double take of this reading. Gandalf says, "But I rode to the foot of Orthanc and came to the stair of Saruman. And there he met me and led me up to his high chamber. He wore a ring on his finger." Excuse me. I thought for a half second that this might be the Ring of Power, and maybe one of the 9 did a quick swapperoo and gave it to Saruman. But obviously that's not right. So where did he get this ring? I don't know. Nothing else was spoken about it, but I have 2 theories, and I think one is much more right than the other. The first and the less confident theory that I have is that he found a ring of a dwarf, maybe, and stole an elven ring? Potentially. I don't really think that's actually the case, but maybe. I feel like it's impossible to steal a ring from the 9, but did Saruman find a ring that belonged to one of the dwarves and go fetch it? Did one of the dragons who consumed it die, and then Saruman located the body and just went to fish it out? I don't know, but I don't really think that's legitimate. What I do think is legitimate is that he fashioned a ring on his own that he attempted to put power into, but likely failed to some extent, but he is essentially wearing a ring to prepare to wear the One Ring. Almost like he's getting his finger ready for the One Ring, making sure it's used to the weight and to the feel of it. And this feels so dark to me. The very idea that this man is already preparing to own the ring is terrifying. His obsession has turned to full-blown lunacy here, but here's the rub. He deemed himself as wise and calls Gandalf the fool, which is a whole different essay that I was thinking about writing, but I don't think I had enough time here, or I don't think I have enough wisdom to talk about it. The idea that 2 people have wisdom and one seems to move away and pursue what they deem as wisdom, and the other stays true to what they think wisdom is. I think it's a lot more cut and dry in the books for who is in the wrong here. I mean, I hope we all agree that Saruman is turning into a lunatic, but I think it's weirdly more difficult in real life. Well, not weirdly, but yeah. When 2 people deem their course as the wise course, what is in reality the wise course? Here and in this book, there seems to be a large understanding that the hard course is generally the wise one, which is a line they use when they talk about what to do with the ring. They are considering burying it at the bottom of the sea or destroying it. Between those 2 things, and Elrond says, "It seems to me now clear which is the road we must take. The westward road seems easiest, therefore it must be shunned. It will be watched. Too often the elves have fled that way. Now, at this last, we must take a hard road, a road unforeseen. There lies our hope, if hope it be, to walk into peril to Mordor. We must send the ring to the fire," which is a great little paragraph. But it's also interesting advice, that the wise thing is often the hard thing. And I would tend to agree, but this is just very simple. Anyway, maybe this is a whole different essay for a different day, but Saruman seems to be taking the easy way out, and the way that he can have victory. He sees this darkness overshadowing Middle-earth, and seems to ally himself with the darkness that almost seems inevitable. And so he's wearing this ring almost to practice. And I want to bring this point up later because something happens later that is so interesting with Saruman and what he really is planning on doing. But then the next bit of this alarm that happens for Gandalf is that Saruman needs a Snickers bar, which is, it's kind of a funny thing that I feel like there's a lot of characters in this who just need a Snickers commercial. And it's like, you know, you're not you when you're hungry. But look how temperamental and testy and moody Saruman is in this exchange, right up until the next thing that catches Gandalf's eye. "So you have come, Gandalf," he said to me gravely. But in his eyes there seemed to be a white light, as if cold laughter was in his heart. "Yes, I have come," I said. "I have come for your aid, Saruman the White." And that title seemed to anger him. "Have you indeed, Gandalf the Grey?" he scowled. "For aid? It has seldom been heard of that Gandalf the Grey sought for aid, one so cunning and so wise, wandering about the lands and concerning himself in every business, whether it belongs to him or not. I looked at him and wondered. But if I am not deceived, said I, things are now moving which will require the union of all of our strength. That may be so, he said, but the thought is late in coming to you. How long, I wonder, have you concealed from me, the head of the council, a matter of greatest importance? What brings you now from your lurking place in the Shire? The 9 have come forth again, I answered. They have crossed the river, so Radagast said to me. Radagast the Brown, laughed Saruman. And he no longer concealed his scorn. Radagast the bird tamer, Radagast the simple, Radagast the fool. Yet he had just the wit to play the part I set him. For you have come, and that was all the purpose of my message. And here you will stay, Gandalf the Grey, and rest from journeys. For I am Saruman the Wise, Saruman Ringmaker, Saruman of many colors. I looked then and saw that his robes, which had seemed white, were not so, but were woven of all colors. And if he moved, they shimmered and changed hue so that the eye was bewildered. I have no idea, but I find this terrifying. First off, he's just so angry. Second off, the real reason I think it's scary to me is for what he's wearing, and I don't really know what to think of this. I think the easy comparison here to make is he's like Joseph wearing the coat of many colors in the Hebrew Bible, but that comparison doesn't really seem apt. In that story, Joseph's father weaves him a coat of many colors, and so Joseph wears it to show his favor with his father to his brothers, and his brothers resent him for it and are about to kill him before they sell him into slavery. But here Saruman seems to be acting alone. He seems to call himself ring bearer, though his ring seems self-made, and so does the cloth that he's wearing. I think this is in part to show that he's kind of leaving his purity. He was the white wizard, but now he's not gray, but multicolored, and almost having an identity crisis for who he is. In the movies, I never really understood the wizards that well, but in the second one, when Gandalf comes back and says he's been sent back, it seems appropriate to this discussion because he then comes as Gandalf the White. So does Gandalf get sent back to replace Saruman? And is there another wizard who comes later in the story to replace as Gandalf, or do they diminish into the west with the elves because it's the time of men and that they no longer need wizards? Lots of questions, but this just seems like the moment for me that Sauron forgets his purpose and comes wearing a coat of many colors. Maybe himself weaving it shows that he thinks he's special and important when he's really deceived. And the level at which he is deceived is almost laughable to Gandalf. And he says so. He drew himself up and then began to declaim, as if he were making a speech long rehearsed. The elder days are gone, the middle days are passing, the younger days are beginning. The time of the elves is over, but our time is at hand, the world of men, which we must rule. But we must have power to order all things as we will, for that good which only the wise can see. And listen, Gandalf, my old friend and helper, he said, coming near and speaking now in a softer voice. I said we, for we it may be, if you will join me. A new power is rising. Against it, the old allies and policies will not avail us at all. There is no hope left in the elves or the dying Numenor. This, then, is the one choice before you, before us. We may join with that power. It would be wise, Gandalf. There is hope that way. Its victory is at hand, and there will be rich reward for those that aided it. As the power grows, its proved friends will also grow, and the wise, such as you and I, may with patience come at last to direct its course, to control it. We can bide our time, we can keep our thoughts in our hearts, deploring maybe evils done by the way, but approving the high and ultimate purpose. Knowledge, rule, order. All the things that we have so far striven in vain to accomplish, hindered rather than helped by our weak or idle friends. There would not be, any real change in our design, only in our means. Saruman, I said, I have heard speeches of this kind before, but only in the mouths of emissaries sent from Mordor to deceive the ignorant. I cannot think that you brought me so far only to weary my ears. Which I love that dig that he gives him. It's one thing to fall because of propaganda, but for one so wise to fall because of war propaganda like this is laughable to Gandalf. Which is another word of advice to everyone reading as well for Tolkien. Having lived through wars and seen all the war propaganda that was happening, he was probably quick to say, stand firm, rather than be swayed like a reed in the wind. And then Gandalf calls him out again in another few paragraphs. He looked at me sidelong and paused a while, considering. Well, I see that this wise course does not commend itself to you, he said. Not yet, not if some better way can be contrived. He came and laid his long hand on my arm. And why not, Gandalf, he whispered. Why not the ruling ring? If we could command that, then the power would pass to us. That is in truth why I brought you here. For I have many eyes in my service, and I believe that you know where this precious thing now lies. Is it not so? Or why do the 9 ask for the Shire? And what is your business there? As he said this, a lust with which he could not conceal shone suddenly in his eyes. Saruman, I said, standing away from him. Only one hand at a time can wield the one, and you know that well, so do not trouble to say we. But I would not give it, nay, I would not even give you any news of it to you, now that I had learned your mind. You were head of the council, but you have unmasked yourself at last. While the choices are, it seems, to submit to Sauron or yourself, I will take neither. Have you others to offer? Which is insane here. I kind of see where George Lucas stole the famous Duel of the Fates speech from. You were my brother, Anakin. I loved you. I will do what I must. It just seems like this is the exact standoff between Gandalf and Saruman now. And then this line right here ties everything together to show, I'm going to call it madness here, but I'm not sure on this, and I'll explain it. But the book says, they took me and they set me alone on the pinnacle of Orthanc, in the place where Saruman was accustomed to watch the stars. There is no descent save by the narrow stairs of many thousand steps, and the valley below seems far away. I looked on it and saw that whereas it had once been green and fair, it was now filled with pits and forges. Wolves and orcs were housed in Isengard, for Saruman was mustering a great force on his own account, in rivalry of Sauron, and not in his service yet. That blows my mind. Saruman, contrary to the movies, is mustering this force for himself. I am so curious if this will continue in the next book rather than the movies that show Saruman as essentially a mercenary working for Sauron. I cannot wait to get to the next book now. But holy smokes. And my thoughts on this are that either Saruman is mad, like literally insane, but I don't know like the ranking, I guess, of beings in Middle-earth. Is Saruman greater or more powerful or more potentially powerful than Sauron? Gandalf seems afraid to wield the power of the ring, but if Saruman is the head of the Order of Wizards and he's the head of the White Council, which holy smokes, I totally forgot about that little detail till now. He is the head of the White Council, for goodness sake. But if he's the head of those things, he seems immensely powerful. And maybe this isn't mad, but a smart strategic move in order to gain power. But if he's less powerful and thinks that the ring will give him the adequate power to overthrow Sauron, I think he's mad. Which must be sad for Gandalf to see. This person who he always deemed as wise is now an absolute fool because he thinks he can defeat Sauron and win the One Ring and rule Middle-earth. And he's talking about ruling over men, but he's using orcs in order to defeat them. It's just so backwards and so mad. It's like the things that he says don't even make sense. But I kind of want to make an essay that's different to look through the lens of Saruman and see if he actually has a point and is actually right. I did that in a joking way with Dolores Umbridge of Harry Potter. And while I disagreed even with myself, it was kind of a fun exercise. So maybe at the end of book 1, I'll do another essay arguing for the case of Saruman to rule Middle-earth. I don't know what their purpose is. In this one little line, he seems to talk about how Gandalf and Saruman's purpose was to aid in the takeover of men of Middle-earth and to kind of help the elves diminish. But I don't know. I might be totally wrong on that. I feel like I'm totally wrong on that. But anyway, this essay was just to show that I find it so fascinating. No real thesis other than to say that Saruman seems to have gone even madder in the books than the movies really show. He seems to be influenced easily by Sauron's messengers, and if they can influence Saruman this easily, the power and manipulation that Sauron must possess is actually terrifying to think about. And it makes Sauron even more horrifying of a villain too, where he is not only someone with immense power, but his ability to deceive people is off the charts. Anyway, Saruman is insane, literally going crazy here. And I'm curious to keep reading and to see what happens in his story. But if you like the video, make sure you subscribe and like it, because I think that helps with the videos and helps it to get out to more Lord of the Rings fans. I am going to keep doing this for my whole read through of these books. I'm very excited about it. And I'm going to do it with some other books as well, like Harry Potter, which maybe is a lot less deep than this masterpiece of a piece of literature, but it would be fun nonetheless. So like the video, subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. In the book, in the Council of Elrond, there is a moment where the people on the council debate giving the ring to an anomaly of a creature in Middle-earth. Perhaps one of the most ambiguous people in all of literature. The one, the only, Tom Bombadil. For movie watchers, you probably don't know who this character is. For those who read the books, you still probably don't know who this character is. And that is so important for Tolkien. At least I think. Anyway, quick plug, I am reading Lord of the Rings for the first time and doing a video essay on every single chapter. But we came to the Council of Elrond chapter, which is the longest in the Fellowship of the Ring, and there was so much to talk about that I decided to do the Council of Elrond week, where we do a deep dive into all things discussed in the council. So if you're into that sort of thing, subscribe for more videos and check out the channel too, where all the video essays live. I'm going to keep doing this for Lord of the Rings and for Harry Potter as well, and then maybe some Brandon Sanderson as well. But it's a channel about nerd things, so make sure you subscribe. But what we do know about Tom is that he seems impervious to evil, and that he has no desire for power. He seems absolutely pure in that he just wants to enjoy life with his river wife and live it up because he is. And let me give a little background on Tom and what we learned in this chapter. So the Council of Elrond actually suggests giving Tom the ring. One of the many reasons they suggest this is because Frodo actually gave Tom the ring when Tom came and saved them in the Old Forest. And for movie watchers, it's a huge section of the book that got cut from the movies. After the hobbits leave Hobbiton, they try to escape the Black Riders by going into the Shire equivalent of Fangorn Forest. They almost get killed from an old man Willow who tries to kill Pippin. I think it was Pippin actually. It might have been Merry now that I'm thinking about this. Let me know which of the hobbits he actually tried to kill. I forgot. It was a tree, by the way. But anyway, Tom rescues them. They have dinner together where Tom asks for the ring and then puts it on, and he doesn't become invisible, which is insane. And then Frodo puts it on and Tom sees him, although Frodo is invisible, which is also insane. He seems like the most powerful person in Middle-earth. But to say that would actually kind of be wrong because he doesn't want power, so you can't describe him as powerful. Or he has no desire for power. He just is, as he says he is and as Goldberry says he is. And in this section they talk about Tom with a great deal of unsurety. Elrond says, "I had forgotten Bombadil, if indeed this is still the same that walked in the woods and the hills long ago, and even then was older than the old. That was not then his name. Iarwin Ben Adar we called him, oldest and fatherless. But many another name he has since been given by other folk, Forn by the dwarves, Orald by northern men, and other names besides. He is a strange creature, but maybe I should have summoned him to our council." "He would not have come," said Gandalf. My word to Gandalf here is, will you just chill and relax for a little bit and let Elrond dream for a second? If Frodo started singing about Tom, he might have just popped up on the council and then talked to them right then and there. But anyway, this is the reason that Gandalf gives, and I think this is really important. "Could we not still send messages to him and obtain his help?" asked Aristor. "It seems that he has a power even over the ring." "No, I should not put it so," said Gandalf. "Say rather the ring has no power over him. He is his own master. He cannot alter the ring itself, nor break its power over others. And now he is withdrawn into a little land within bounds that he has set, though none can see them, waiting perhaps for a change of days, and he will not step beyond them. And I know what you're thinking. Why not just give Tom the ring and let him keep it safe in his little wood? Because the council actually asked that. This is what they say. But within those bounds, nothing seems to dismay him, said Erestor. Would he not take the ring and keep it there, forever harmless? No, said Gandalf, not willingly. He might do so if all the free folk of the world begged him, but he would not understand the need. And if he were given the ring, he would soon forget it, or most likely throw it away. Such things have no hold on his mind. He would be a most unsafe guardian, and that alone is answer enough. Then Glorfindel, who is an absolute book legend, speaks up and says, but in any case, said Glorfindel, to send the ring to him would only postpone the day of evil. He is far away. We could not now take it back to him unguessed, unmarked by any spy. And even if we could, sooner or late the Lord of the Rings would learn of its hiding place and would bend all his power toward it. Could that power be defiled by Bombadil alone? I think not. I think that in the end, if all else is conquered, Bombadil will fall, last as he was first, and then night will come. I know little of Yarwin save the name, said Galdor, but Glorfindel I think is right. Power to defy your enemies is not in him, unless such power is in the earth itself. And yet we see that Sauron can torture and destroy the very hills. What power still remains lies with us, here in Imladris, with Círdan at the Havens, or in Lorien. But have they the strength? Have we the strength to withstand the enemy? The coming of Sauron at last, when all else is overthrown. I have not the strength, said Elrond. Neither have they. Then if the ring cannot be kept from him forever by strength, said Glorfindel, two things only remain for us to attempt, to send it over the sea or to destroy it. So at first they had three options. They wanted to destroy the ring, or send it to the elves, or give it to Tom Bombadil. This man garners the respect of everyone in this council, but Tom doesn't think of it at all. He is such a strange character, and I think he represents this kind of untouched by evil ideal man that maybe Tolkien was looking to attain. Tom just seems so unbothered by everything that is happening in Middle-earth. He cares about things within his vicinity. And while I'm sure people overanalyze Tom and what Tolkien was doing when he created this character, I have to be honest, I feel like Tolkien just threw him in there and then made him impervious to the ring and then let readers theorize and figure it out from there. I could theorize on Tom from my limited perspective, but I feel like it would just kind of be pointless. I rewrote this even a few times because in some of those essays, I just did that. I theorized for pages on what he could represent, what he could be. Then I came to an understanding that I don't think it matters. Well, my leading theory was that he represents the untarnished ideal man, but to be honest, again, I don't think it matters, nor do I think it mattered for Tolkien. From that little that I know of Tolkien, Tom remains paradoxical and beyond our understanding, but mainly because he is ambiguous, which is a trait that in Tolkien's writing I am finding absolutely delightful. And this is what I mean. That Tolkien lets you decide what is happening and the emotion of a scene. I think of the Glorfindel line, which is simply maybe just the nearest vicinity of an example. Glorfindel asks this question: could that power be defied by Bombadil alone? Most modern writers would write this sentence like this: could that power be defied by Bombadil alone? Glorfindel said with a smirk. Or, Glorfindel said with a finger caressing his chin. Or, Glorfindel said, as if looking for someone at the council to answer him. He then proceeds and says, I think not. A modern writer would add clues to give you more context for how he said this so that we might know what Glorfindel really thinks of this man. I can imagine Glorfindel laughing when he says this, or just saying it with hesitation, not really sure, or saying it with confidence as if he's trying to convince the rest of the council that he is right. But here's the thing. I don't think it matters. I think the main point is that it is up to us for how we interpret these characters, and Tolkien not only leaves Bombadil up for interpretation, but the vast majority of his characters, because he doesn't give a lot of verbs for dialogue other than said. And I think this is one of his best attributes as a writer, in that he assumes a smart audience and does not spoon feed us these things because he thinks we need to know every single emotional thing that happens in the scene. He lets us feel the emotions and the whole tone of the room. He lets us discover who Glorfindel is for ourselves so that we can fill in the blanks for what we think of who he thinks Tom Bombadil is. It might sound kind of meta, but I think this is true for most of what Tolkien actually writes. Two examples that come to me very quickly are when Aragorn insulted Butterbur and called him a fat innkeeper. I took that meaning to be that Aragorn is poking fun at him and being rude. But some people commented in that video saying that he was simply jabbing at Butterbur, disguising his Númenórean blood by acting a bit more savage. or that he was just doing it less rudely and more truthfully. But again, here's the thing. It doesn't matter. Well, it matters significantly, but you can interpret it in any way that you want and have precedent to interpret it any way that you want. What I care about is that Tolkien isn't sitting there spoon feeding us because we don't have hands to feed ourselves. He's letting us imagine with him. He built this world for us to inhabit, but he himself wants us to do a bit of the work as well, which is a mark of a fantastic writer. And that is what makes some of these worlds more interesting to the reader. Because you can go around and find thousands of interpretations of who Tom Bombadil is, and all fans delight in it because they have proof and backup for believing what they believe, and they get excited when other fans talk about their interpretations. At least that is what this community is and this channel is so far. And it's been for the entire time that I've been doing these videos, which I am so grateful for. But hold on, let me get to that other example before I forget. It's when I talked about Boromir in the video. And I remember reading a comment where someone said that he was so arrogant in that scene, and that completely turned him off toward Boromir. And while I see that, my reading of that particular scene was so totally different. For me, it might have been a slight bit of arrogance, but it was earned arrogance. I don't even know how to fully describe it, but it doesn't really matter either. I keep saying that. What matters is that I can reread that scene and come to the same conclusion that that other person came to because I just reread it through their lens. While it's different from mine, it's still totally valid. Do you know how hard that is for an author to do that? I cannot underestimate the difficulty of writing a story like that. Because most bad writers do that because they lack specificity in their characters. So people are just confused by what the heck they're talking about. That's just a bad book. And then there are a lot of modern writers who spell everything out for you. They let you use your imagination, but they are filling your imagination with things they create. There seems to be no participation other than just us entering into their world. With Tolkien, this ambiguity that he writes with is just perfect. And reading the council have a debate on who Tom is so fascinating because I don't think Tolkien seemed to know himself, and that didn't bother him. Because there are things in Middle-earth that don't seem to make any sense because there are things in our world that don't make any sense. There are things that are mystical and ethereal and beyond any of our understanding because there are things in our world that are mystical and ethereal and beyond our understanding. Tolkien knew that, and he knew that people are smart. And I am going to be talking about this in future essays because I think this is such a fascinating point of Tolkien's writing, but he might be one of the most brilliant authors that I have ever encountered in literature. Not only for his world building, but for his true story that lacks ambiguity about good and evil. Yet within that story, there is so much wiggle room and gray area. It is an absolute masterpiece. Let me know who you think Tom Bombadil is in the comments below, because the more theories, the better. And let me know what you think about Tolkien's ambiguity as well, because I'm pretty fascinated by it. And I'm going to process through this over the next few weeks. But make sure you like the video, subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one.
You've been summoned here to answer the threat of Mordor.
He's lying. And it's actually the coolest part of the whole Council of Elrond section of the book. But as most of you know, I am reading through Lord of the Rings and making some essays on my thoughts about each chapter. It's my first time reading, and it is an incredible book so far. But this past week, I covered the Council of Elrond chapter, which is long and extensive and such an amazing chapter that I had to make more than one video on it. This is going to be the last one on this chapter, although I did want to make more. There was like 20 other topics that I wanted to cover. But when I reread it and make more lore videos, I'll make more on this chapter because there is truly so much in this chapter, but I am just dying to keep on reading. So I have to keep on reading back to our regularly scheduled program tomorrow. And if you like this sort of thing, make sure you subscribe and like the video to make sure more Lord of the Rings fans can find this. The channel is full of Harry Potter stuff, Lord of the Rings stuff, Brandon Sanderson, some Star Wars we're going to do in the future. So it's kind of an exciting little place. So make sure you subscribe. But if you are a book reader, which you probably are if you're watching this, you know that Elrond didn't summon the council. It's actually much more interesting. The council was there by happenstance. That's right. None of them are there because Elrond summons them. I guess they're all in Rivendell at that moment, and Elrond summons them from their maybe rooms to the council, but every single member of the council was simply there by chance. Or you can read fate, which is what I want to talk about later in this video. But let's start with the obvious Fellowship members and work our way around to show how they all got there. Now, the obvious ones are Frodo and the Hobbits. They were simply on their way to Bree at the end of the Prancing Pony in order to meet Gandalf and figure out what their next move was. When he didn't arrive and the Black Riders were hot on their tail, they meet Strider, and so he becomes their guide. Strider lets them know that they are going to pass through Rivendell as a safe haven, but really the ride to Rivendell is kind of in question. And they are only confirmed to have gone when Frodo gets stabbed and Glorfindel meets them on the road and sends Frodo ahead. So those 5 members of the Fellowship are there because that was kind of the plan. Gandalf is there because he is meeting with the others, and he trusts Strider to bring them there unharmed. It's actually an insane story with Gandalf in that he goes all the way down to Gondor in order to obtain information about Isildur wearing the ring and the creation of the ring, really. But then he comes all the way back to the edge of the Shire, where he meets Radagast the Brown, who tells him to rush all the way back down to Orthanc, where Saruman is, because he has a message for him waiting there. So Gandalf goes to Orthanc, is taken prisoner, gets away on the eagle's back, but the eagle puts him in Rohan. There Gandalf flies back on Shadowfax up to Hobbiton and Bag End. He finds that Frodo has already left, and so he pursues them. When he gets to the inn and Butterbur tells him that the hobbits left with Strider, Gandalf is relieved and he takes a night to himself in the inn. Then he flies after them, catches up to them, but doesn't spot them. He battles all 9 ringwraiths on his own at the top of Weathertop, then he flees to Rivendell to alert Elrond to send out riders to catch Frodo. It's exhausting, but he isn't summoned either. He's there because he is meeting Frodo and the rest of the crew. The next 3 are the most interesting. Legolas and his accompaniment are there because a few months ago, Strider captured Gollum. And he lugs him all the way up to the Elves of Mirkwood where he leaves him. So Gollum is under the care of Thranduil, who is Legolas' father. Unfortunately, as Gollum is a prisoner there and very annoying, one day they take him outside and let him climb a tree to feel the breeze. But Gollum doesn't come down. Rather, the elves get overtaken by orcs, and by the time they defeat them, they realize that Gollum is gone. It was a tactic devised by the enemy, and so Legolas, feeling guilty and needing to report this, comes to Rivendell simply to report this matter. He isn't there because Elrond summoned him. Now, Gimli and Gloin are 2 fascinating ones for exactly why they came to Rivendell. And again, I am reading this for the first time and might be wrong about some of these details, but they seem to come to Rivendell for 2 reasons that mesh into one. They are coming essentially because they're seeking the counsel of Elrond because Elrond is supremely wise, but there are 2 things they're seeking counsel on. The first is the area of Moria and what has happened. Because Balin took a number of dwarves in order to reclaim Moria and attempt to have it become a dwarven settlement again. They are actually pretty well on their way before the reports go cold, and most assume that they have all perished. But no one really knows. So, they are coming to Elrond asking for rumors or advice on what to do. But the real reason that they're coming is because an emissary from Mordor has come twice to their gates at the Iron Hills and at Erebor. This emissary is essentially spreading war propaganda and telling the dwarves that Sauron will reward them if he gives them the ring, or if they find Frodo. He wants an alliance, and it feels like a dirty lie in the book. And the dwarves seem to know that because they haven't forgotten their history. They know the 7 rings given to the dwarf lords were deceived, and they screwed up the dwarven kingdoms. And so Dane, who is the king, is that the right word for a dwarven ruler? He rejects them. But they are coming a 3rd time because it's the near end of autumn, and Gloin needs counsel. So he comes to Rivendell, random, and by chance, happening to be there at the same time that Frodo gets there with the 1 ring. Now, Boromir is the most interesting, and the best one to lead into the next part of this discussion. But Boromir comes because of a dream that he had, and that his brother had twice. In the dream, this is what it said. Seek for the sword that was broken. In Imladris it dwells. There shall be counsels taken stronger than Morgul spells. There shall be shown a token that doom is near at hand, for Isildur's bane shall waken, and the halfling forth shall stand. So they seek the counsel of Denethor, who is lore keeper of Gondor and their father, and the steward of Gondor as well. And he gives them a smidge of interpretation, essentially about Imladris being Rivendell. So Boromir leaves the front line of the war that is happening in Gondor and journeys around 110 days to get to Rivendell. But here's the thing I find interesting. I can't find this anywhere in the read, but I think Boromir mentions that he lost his horse on the way. If he didn't, we could probably assume that this journey may have been cut in half. So if he got there earlier, then he probably would have gotten his answer, maybe stayed for a week for some good refreshment, and left back to Gondor. It seems like the horse running away was fate guiding him so that he arrives exactly when Frodo arrives. But I kind of say that facetiously as well, because if he knew the interpretation of this dream, he probably would have waited until maybe more people showed up, or I'm sure Elrond was giving him information that, oh, you know, you have to wait a few weeks because there's multiple people coming that will fulfill this dream. But anyway, all these important people are in Rivendell, and Elrond makes a council where they swap all these stories and learn about the ring and essentially the interpretation of Boromir's dream. And I find this so fascinating because it's clear that fate is guiding the ring here. It might not be much, to be honest, but fate seems like it's gently nudging the Fellowship onward even before the Fellowship has began. And so with everything that's come before, you can read that as fate guiding this Fellowship to be here exactly at the time they are supposed to be. It reminds me a bit of the line Gandalf says to Frodo about him being meant to have the ring. Behind that, there was something else at work, beyond any design of the ring maker. I can put it no plainer than by saying that Bilbo was meant to find the ring, and not by its maker. In which case you were meant to have it. And that may be an encouraging thought. It seems plain to Gandalf that there is something larger at play here. It's as if fate is guiding them and they simply need to be careful and walk out the path laid for them. And above all, Elrond knows this because at the beginning of the council meeting he says, "That is the purpose for which you were called hither. Called, I say, though I have not called you to me, strangers from distant lands. You have come and are here met in this very nick of time, by chance it may seem. Yet it is not so. Believe rather that it is so ordered that we, who sit here, and none others, must now find counsel for the peril of the world." Oh my gosh, that is so crazy to me. And I wish the books had this more in there. But this path will not be easy, as they discuss later, but this is the right path, and it seems to be governed and shown to them by fate and chance. I know plenty of people who make mountains out of molehills with coincidences versus divine intervention, and I have to say, I am more of the former opinion here, in that when people make meaning out of the smallest things and say that God is behind that, I think that can generally be wrong and a bit manipulative. Which is why I love what is happening here, because they are calling it chance, when in my opinion, it's something more at work than just random chance. And while I know the ending to this story, I'm curious if this is going to come up any more in the rest of it. The breaking of the Fellowship seems like an interesting note to me here, and I wonder if there will be anything else that you can kind of trace to as fate or chance within those chapters. And specifically on this one note too, in that the ideas of what we call fate and chance in our world are things that I think people get really confused about. I think if you feel like you're being governed by fate or being governed by God, or God is divinely intervening in your life, I don't think that should be something you broadcast out loud to other people. Maybe this is just a personal opinion of mine, but I feel like that is just something personal that you need to do and you need to deal with. And when you tell other people and broadcast that stuff, that's when it gets manipulative to me. I don't know, this is like just kind of off the cuff thoughts that I have here. But I think what the Fellowship is doing here is really interesting, because all of them are calling it, they're getting there by chance. All of them are calling it chance. But in their own minds, they all kind of know it's fate, and they all kind of know that this is the path they need to take. And even when they're discussing what to do with the ring, all of them really know the right answer to what they need to do with the ring. They can't bury it at the bottom of the sea, or give it to Tom Bombadil, or give it to Gondor, or even the dwarves to destroy. What they need to do is go destroy it themselves. And so it's interesting at the very end when they're all kind of figuring out who's going to take the ring, and Bilbo steps up and he's like, "Oh, I'll take it." You know, everyone kind of loves that he's taking that, and Boromir kind of giggles at him a little bit and realizes that everyone is very serious about Bilbo being able to take the ring. But it's like this idea that fate and chance are meeting at perfect harmony with one another. I don't know how to really explain it. Like, I just really love the fact that they are all saying that this is by chance, but really all of us who are reading and all of them there know that this is something more serious, because they're not gallivanting this around saying, oh, look how important I am. It seems like a burden to them, which I feel like is weirdly true with the things that we think are divine intervention, or with the things that we think are fate, in that we tend to sometimes think that those things are blessings that we need to have. Like, oh, God has given me this insight on this, or I feel like fate or the universe is telling me to do, X, Y, and Z. But really, those are what in our own minds, what we want to do. Frodo here doesn't want to carry and bear the ring. No one wants to carry and bear the ring. No one really wants to go destroy it either, but they know that this is the right thing to do. And to me, that seems more along the lines of what this fate versus chance debate is all about. It's all about them having to do something for the right and good of the realm that they really don't want to do. And fate and the gods, I guess, are nudging them in that direction, urging them forward, knowing that the path is going to be difficult, but knowing that they need to do this for the better of everyone else in all of Middle-earth. And that's why I think these members in this fellowship that get formed are so incredibly and utterly selfless in how they actually do this. Frodo, to me right now, seems like the most selfless person in this entire series, putting behind his own needs and his own desires and going ahead with this because he knows in his heart that this is the right thing to do. Anyway, I'm going to be looking out for this whole fate thing for the rest of my reading, but for now, make sure you like the video, subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. In the Lord of the Rings film adaptation, the Fellowship is very unbalanced. It's essentially Aragorn doing all the work, and then Sam is just the real hero. But I have to say, as I'm reading through Lord of the Rings for the first time, I am astounded at the beauty of the Fellowship and how they rely on each other. It is vastly different from the book compared to the movie. And I want to talk about 2 examples where this is the case. But before we go on, as I said, I'm reading through Lord of the Rings for the first time and publishing my thoughts in video essays. I was doing an essay a chapter, but I got to the Council of Elrond chapter and had to spend a week talking about it because there was so much immense and dense information. Well, I thought as soon as I keep on reading, I will just stick to 1 chapter essay per chapter, but I hate to break it to you. I think I've got 3 on the Ring Goes South, maybe more. I don't know. If you are all annoyed at this, please let me know in the comments. I think Lord of the Rings fans just like seeing a newbie like me process through things for the first time, but there is just so much good stuff that I want to talk about that I find it hard to contain my giddiness and desire to write and create these essays. For those of you who might be new, my essays are all over the place. Some are commentary about the writing of Tolkien, some are character studies, some are interesting parts in the book, but some are also just me saying, hey, this is cool and I'm noticing this for the first time, or this is so different from the movies kind of essays. They're essentially just me gushing about my first time read through Lord of the Rings. So if you think you'd be into that sort of thing, make sure you subscribe. When I finish the book, I am going to do more deep dives on the rest of the Tolkien's writings and the rest of the Fellowship of the Ring, or the Lord of the Rings, I mean. And when I finish the whole lot of Tolkien's writings, I'm going to keep doing other stuff in other books like Harry Potter and Brandon Sanderson. I'm probably going to mix that in pretty soon, as soon as I finish just the Fellowship of the Ring as well. But I want to do some live watches of shows like Andor 2, which is coming out soon. So this is just kind of a channel of a bunch of nerd fun stuff. So make sure you subscribe and like the video too. But primarily, let me know if I should just limit my essays to 1 per chapter, and let me know what you think of that. It ain't happening in this chapter, I can tell you that much, but maybe in the future. But here are the 2 things I want to talk about for the whole Fellowship's reliance on each other that I actually find really beautiful in this chapter. The first is a line spoken by Frodo that I just read an article about, so I'm going to geek out on it for a bit. This is what Frodo says that sparked my mind. Aragorn and Gandalf walked together or sat speaking of their road and the perils they would meet. and they pondered the storied and figured maps and books of lore that were in the House of Elrond. Sometimes Frodo was with them, but he was content to lead on their guidance, and he spent as much time as he could with Bilbo. This might be just kind of a throwaway line that Tolkien put in there to show that Frodo would rather be hanging out with Bilbo than doing any of the prep work, but I found this honestly to be Frodo knowing his role and trusting and relying on others in order to fulfill their role. It's actually the backbone of team building, I think. I mean, I love basketball. I love playing basketball, I love watching basketball, and I think anyone who plays would rather play in a team where everyone knows their role than just a team of superstars where everyone wants the ball. And the same is true on the basketball court of Middle-earth. I think the Fellowship all know what their role is, and they trust each other with just essentially doing their role. The article I was reading was about the collective memory and the extended mind. This is essentially the belief that the mind doesn't exist within the body, but it actually exists in the environment and the rest of the physical world. Like it can exist in notebooks, as Bilbo does, or in other people, which I was finding the most fascinating, as I think most of our minds do. It's like this: if you are married, one spouse maybe trusts the other with knowing the names and the dates of friends and their relatives' birthdays or something like that, while the other spouse then trusts the other with knowing how to plan for a trip and organizing the whole thing. They actually don't keep that part of their brain in themselves. You trust and rely on another person who has that part of your brain, but that's still kind of all-encompassing on what your mind is. This is what makes a good team, the ability to use your collective memory and trust and rely on each other. What Frodo is doing here is trusting Aragorn, who is maybe Middle-earth's greatest leading tracker, to know and understand maps much better than he does. Frodo is ring-bearer. His job is to carry the ring and attempt to not let its evil corrupt him, which it slowly feels like it's doing, but much slower, I might add, than I think anyone else would have if anyone else had the ring. I just love how this, though, brings me a whole different level of appreciation for the Fellowship. It seems right now that Frodo is the most neutral, but most resilient in the group. Aragorn is the tracker, Boromir is the muscle, because in this chapter he moves through the snow like a plow. Pippin is the jester and keeps the company in high spirits. Merry is the planner and the loyal friend. Sam is the servant and grump who seems to like his pony Bill, only second to Frodo. Gandalf is the wise old man, Gimli is the serious lore nerd, and his character, even in one chapter alone, is so different from the movies. I might have to do another full essay on that. Maybe I'll just do a shorter deep dive into his knowing of the mountains that make up the Misty Mountains. This man knows his stuff. And anyway, lastly, Legolas is kind of like a joker in the group as well. I was kind of half annoyed and half laugh when Legolas pounces up on top of the snow and makes fun of the group a little, and he goes running down the mountain. The book says this of this little section: Legolas watched him for a while with a smile upon his lips, and then he turned to the others. The strongest must seek a way, say you, but I say, let a plowman plow, but choose an otter for swimming, and for running light over grass and leaf or over snow, an elf. With that he sprang forth nimbly, and then Frodo noticed, as if for the first time, though he had not known it, that the elf had no boots. He wore only light shoes, as he always did, and his feet made little imprint in the snow. Farewell, he said to Gandalf, I go to find the sun. Then, swift as a runner over firm sand, he shot away, and quickly overtaking the toiling men, with a wave of his hand he passed them and sped into the distance and vanished round the rocky turn. Freaking elves. I had to chuckle at that little bit, though. But the other way that I found the Fellowship to be supportive of each other is the difference for who the actual leader is in the Fellowship. In the movies, it's clearly Gandalf. Gandalf seems to know Middle-earth better than anyone else and just knows what to do and where he's actually going. But in the movies, it kind of seems clear to me that Aragorn is the actual leader of the Fellowship. And I think this because both Aragorn and Gandalf are together making decisions, but Gandalf seems to trust and rely on Aragorn's decision making. And I'm curious if he actually just trusts him in this to know and maybe think that Aragorn knows more than him, but I kind of doubt that. To me, Gandalf seems like the wiser one, and it almost seems like this is what the role is. I think he's doing this for a lot of reasons that people gave me in the comments about who Gandalf really is. He seems, from my little understanding of him, to be a Maya, sent from the lesser gods to essentially watch over Middle-earth until the time of Sauron was vanquished. And so maybe Gandalf sees the training of Aragorn as his last step to make that happen. And his last goodbye to Middle-earth is essentially the training up of this king. It's as if Gandalf knows all the right answers, but he's allowing for Aragorn to practice making these decisions because he knows he will have to do that in the future with the governance of the Kingdom of Men. There's one section where the company rests in Eregion, and it's quiet. Too quiet. And this is what the text says. After a while, Aragorn left the company and wandered onto the ridge. There he stood in the shadow of a tree, looking out southward and westward with his head posed as if he was listening. Then he returned to the brink of the dell and looked down at the others, laughing and talking. "What is the matter, Strider?" Merry called up. "What are you looking for? Do you miss the east wind?" "No, indeed," he answered. "But I miss something. I have been in the country of Holland in many seasons. No folk dwell here now, but many other creatures live here. At all times, especially birds. Yet now all things but you are silent. I can feel it. There is no sound for miles about us. Your voices seem to make the ground echo. I do not understand it." Gandalf looked up with sudden interest. "But what do you guess is the reason?" he asked. And again, it's almost like his Mr. Miyagi moment there. He seems like Gandalf knows that Aragorn's learning all these things and he's like training him. But anyway, back to the book. "Is there more in it than a surprise at seeing 4 hobbits, not to mention the rest of us, where people are so seldom seen or heard?" "I hope that is it," answered Aragorn, "but I have a sense of watchfulness and of fear that I have never had here before." "Then we must be careful," said Gandalf. "If you bring a ranger with you, it is well to pay attention to him, especially if the ranger is Aragorn. We must stop talking aloud. Rest quietly and set the watch." This isn't really Gandalf relinquishing power to Aragorn like I was talking about before, but it feels like the moment that he is trusting in the gut of Aragorn. Much more than he appears to do in the movies. But the one part that really interested me in showing who is leading the group is when the chapter talks about them going up to Caradhras. Don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. Or going through the dark, mysterious place. This is what the text says with the choice that they're trying to make. "Winter deepens behind us," he said quietly to Aragorn. "The heights away north are whiter than they were. Snow is lying far down their shoulders. Tonight we shall be on our way high up toward the Red Horn Gate. We may well be seen by watchers on that narrow path, and waylaid by some evil. But the weather may prove a more deadly enemy than any. What do you think of your course now, Aragorn?" Frodo overheard these words and understood that Gandalf and Aragorn were continuing some debate that had begun long before. He listened anxiously. "I think no good of our course from beginning to end, as you know well," Gandalf answered Aragorn. "And perils known and unknown will grow as we go on. But we must go on, and it is no good delaying our passage of these mountains. Further south there are no passes till one comes to the Gap of Rohan. I do not trust that way since your news of Saruman. Who knows which side now the marshals of the Horse Lords serve?" "Who knows indeed," said Gandalf, "but there is another way. And not by the pass of Caradhras, the dark and secret way that we have spoken of. But let us not speak of it again, not yet. Say nothing to the others, I beg, not until it's plain that there is no other way." "We must decide before we go further," answered Gandalf. Which, for one, is insane. That Gandalf is actually the one that wants to go through Moria in the books rather than in the movies. And I'm guessing that the dark secret place is Moria, but it might be something totally different. Because again, I have never read these books before. But it's interesting that Gandalf is actually the one that wants to go through Moria in the books rather than the movies, where he is just so hesitant to even want to think about that plan. And here we have Aragorn, who is in that role of not wanting to go through the mines, and that he would rather take a freezing and snowy path through the mountains than go through Moria. And second, Gandalf seems to be allowing Aragorn to lead here. And I love that it's a discussion that Gandalf and Aragorn seem to be having together, but in the end, Gandalf submits here to the leadership of Aragorn. I mean, this does prove a bad mistake as Frodo and the hobbits almost die and they only travel up the mountain for a day before they have to go back. And it takes a ton of time to actually get back down the mountain. But through all of this, it's showing me that the strength of the Fellowship isn't in Sam Gamgee as it is in the movies, but it's in the entire Fellowship trusting in their roles and then trusting in each other's roles. It just feels like Tolkien is whispering in our ear That the way to actually live life to the fullest is to live it in community with other people and friends and fellowships. One where you can rely on one friend for keeping a maps record in his head, and you can rely on another friend to give you comforting and cheerful words during a difficult time, or trust another friend to be the one who moves heaven and earth to get you something. The fellowship seems to be that kind of group. They are all so different, and so different from their movie counterparts as well. And I am finding that a really welcome addition or change from the movies, where it just feels out of balance, and that they didn't even need the fellowship to begin with. But I have to say, I am very, very impressed with this team so far, and I love that the books have them all working together and trusting each other, and knowing what roles they play in this Fellowship of the Ring. Anyway, make sure you subscribe and like the video, and I will see you in the next one. There is a moment in most book-to-movie adaptations where the people who read the book just throw up their hands and communally yell, "Come on, that's totally not how it is in the book." It drives us mad to see those moments, especially after falling in love with a book series. I'm a big Harry Potter fan, and you don't want to get fans talking about the personality of Ginny in the movies. It's like a cardboard box. Or how Harry's character makes completely different decisions. Or even Ron in the movie, he's kind of smart and has a lot of really good insight to offer. But sometimes these changes happen where people who know the books just see the whole series starting to deviate and begin to crash and burn. And I am reading Lord of the Rings for the first time in my life, and I think I just located that scene where the movies and the books just took two completely separate courses. And I have to say, like all other people everywhere else that say, the book was better. For those of you who don't know though, I am reading Lord of the Rings for the first time and writing my thoughts on each chapter in the form of video essays. I started with one per chapter, but it's slowly going up from there, especially after I finished the Council of Elrond chapter. But if you are into that sort of thing, make sure you subscribe. I did mention Harry Potter a lot because I am planning on doing this kind of thing with the Harry Potter books too as well, because it's just flat out fun for me to analyze books like this. I love it. And I would love for this to be my job. I mean, that's a dream, am I right? So if you want, you can also support this channel and become a member. And when we have enough Lord of the Rings fans, I am going to start a running book club for those members, where it's just kind of like a recorded discussion where the experts talk over each chapter and just gush about how good it is. And then we'll publish that on the channel. We are currently doing it with Harry Potter, and while it has slowed down a bit, that's because of some personal issues that came up last year that I had to work out. Now we are in the clear, and I've got lots of ideas on how to continue to make that grow. So make sure you subscribe, become a member if you want, and enjoy the rest of this nerdy, bookish, fun channel. But I want to say this too, because there were changes that the movie made from the book, and I thought it was a bummer that they didn't include this scene or that scene, but this one particular scene feels like the parting of the ways. Characters who were changed cannot come back from certain things because they either did not show part of this chapter or they chose to change certain things about this chapter. This is the moment where the books diverted from the movie. It's not a single moment, but maybe like 20 moments all combined into one chapter when they leave Rivendell. The chapter is called The Ring Goes South. So let's talk about these changes because I think they're all significant changes in the characters and the actual meaning of the book too that we'll talk about. Yet to be determined if it was better or worse, because I still think these are the three greatest movies ever made in human history. And I don't know if anyone will be able to change my mind about that, but I think the books are just becoming perfect masterpieces of fiction and fantasy to me. Because again, I've never read them before, and I know that they are that, but for me now it's becoming personal. And you can't really compete with that. But let's talk about these changes and how they actually happen in this chapter. The first change happens on the very first page. Merry and Pippin aren't initially selected for the Fellowship. The beginning of this chapter, they are sitting in a room with Frodo complaining that Sam got to come and he got selected, but Merry and Pippin aren't. Then Elrond essentially tells Frodo who the Fellowship is, and insanely cool note that I never caught from watching the films, but Elrond says that they are picking the 9 for the Fellowship because there are 9 ring wraiths and they are trying to counter their evil. In the book, Elrond says the company of the ring shall be 9, and the 9 walkers shall be set against the 9 riders that are evil. I think that is so cool. But anyway, Elrond is the one who is selecting who will go follow Frodo. And he picks 7 so far. He picks Gandalf, Frodo, Sam, Aragorn, Gimli, Legolas, and Boromir. And he's actually about to pick 2 people from his own kingdom of Rivendell before Merry and Pippin speak up, and this is what the book says. "There remain 2 more to be found," said Elrond. "These I will consider. Of my household I may find some that it seems good to me to send." "But that will leave no place for us," cried Pippin in dismay. "We don't want to be left behind. We want to go with Frodo." "That is because you do not understand and cannot imagine what lies ahead," said Elrond. "Neither does Frodo," said Gandalf, unexpectedly supporting Pippin. "Nor do any of us see clearly. It is true that if these hobbits understood the danger, they would not dare to go. But they would still wish to go, or wish that they had dared, and be shamed and unhappy. I think, Elrond, that in this matter it would be well to trust rather to their friendship than to great wisdom. Even if you choose for us an elf lord such as Glorfindel, he could not storm the dark tower, nor open the road to the fire by the power that is in him." First of all, that line where Gandalf is trusting in friendship rather than wisdom, holy smokes, that line needs to be talked about for years and years and years. I actually love that Tolkien included that in here, where he is a person of great wisdom, and I made a video about his incredible wisdom that he puts into these books. But I think one of the biggest bylines of this entire series, rather than wisdom, is friendship, and deep, deep friendship, and may I say, fellowship. So I love that he threw that in there. I might do a whole different video essay on that one alone. But anyway, back to this little section. Elrond says, "You speak gravely, but I am in doubt. The Shire I forbade is not free now from peril, and these 2 I had thought to send back there as messengers, to do what they could according to the fashion of their country, to warn the people of their danger. In any case, I judge that the younger of these 2, Peregrine Took, should remain. My heart is against his going." "Then, Master Elrond, you will have to lock me in prison or send me home tied in a sack," said Pippin. "For otherwise I shall follow the company." "Let it be so, then. You shall go," said Elrond, and he sighed. "Now the tale of the 9 is filled. In 7 days the company must depart." So this does 2 things for me. First, it shows that Pippin wasn't to be trusted, but Gandalf actually was the one who urged Elrond into taking him. Pippin, I guess, seemed young and foolish for this journey, but his loyalty here is immense and shows his character so much better than the movies when he has, again, I love this movie line, but one of my favorite lines in the movie, "You need people on this sort of mission, quest, thing." It's a great line, and I love that he says that, but in the books, it's just so much more significant. It's just so much better. His loyalty is so much deeper. But it also shows me that this fellowship was not randomly selected, or that the characters jumped forward in order to help Frodo out of just sheer gall, but they were actually hand-selected by Elrond himself. And this change is huge because right before they're about to leave, there is a significant thing that happens in the book. It's almost like a little battle between Gimli and Elrond. And this is what the book says. "At that moment, Elrond came out with Gandalf, and he called the company to him. 'This is my last word,' he said in a low voice. 'The ring-bearer is setting out on the quest of Mount Doom. On him alone is any charge laid. Neither to cast away the ring, nor to deliver it to any servant of the enemy, nor indeed to let any handle it, save members of the company and the council, and only then in gravest need. The others go with him as free companions to help him on his way. You may tarry or come back or turn aside to other paths as chance allows. The further you go, the less easy will it be to withdraw. Yet no oath or bond is laid on you to go further than you will, for you do not yet know the strength of your hearts, and you cannot foresee what each may meet upon the road.' 'Faithless is he that says farewell when the road darkens,' said Gimli. 'Maybe,' said Elrond, 'but let him not vow to walk in the dark who has not seen the nightfall.' 'Yet sworn word may strengthen quaking heart,' said Gimli. 'Or break it,' said Elrond. 'Look not too far ahead, but go now with good hearts. Farewell, and may the blessings of elves and men and all free folk go with you. May the stars shine upon your faces.' Also, great little rap battle that they had back and forth with each other. These lines are so good. But I think that this also changes each of the characters significantly. I think the movies maybe imply that nothing binds them, but I think Elrond actually says something like that, like no oaths you have taken or something like that. But in the book, the explicitness in this really shows their loyalty to each other through adversity. I'd probably be out of there as soon as we started heading up the mountain of Caradhras and got into the snow. I hate the cold, so I'd be out of there as soon as that happened. But it's also a beautiful moment for Gimli, who is starkly different in the book to the movie. And this one shows that Gimli is not just a person who is there for comedic relief, but he's actually perhaps the most honorable and devoted person in the whole of the Fellowship. He is standing there and essentially telling the rest of the Fellowship that he will not abandon the Fellowship. And his character difference goes beyond this as well, because his knowledge is extensive of the Misty Mountains. He probably has more knowledge than Aragorn and Gandalf in the department. I almost don't want to include this section because I have to pronounce a bunch of things that I won't be able to pronounce, but it shows how cool Gimli is and I love it. So here's what the book says later of Gimli. "I need no map," said Gimli, who had come up with Legolas and was gazing out before him with a strange light in his deep eyes. "There is the land where our fathers worked of old, and we have wrought the image of those mountains into many works of metal and stone, and into many songs and tales. They stand tall in our dreams. Baraz, Zarak, Shathur. Only once before have I seen them from afar in waking life, but I know them and their names. For under them lies Khazad-dûm, the Dwarf, that is now called the Black Pit, Moria in the Elvish tongue. Yonder stands Barenzambar, the Red Horn, cruel Caradhras, and beyond him are Silvertine and Cloudy Head, Celebdil the White, and Fandul the Grey. That we call Zirek Ziggle, and Bundus the Gosh, that's a tough one. There the Misty Mountains divide, and between their arms lies the deep shadowed valley which we cannot forget. As Anul Bizarre, the Dimril Dale, which the elves call Nandui Horin. Oh my gosh, this is insane. For if the Dimril Dale that we are making, said Gandalf, if we climb the pass that is called the Red Horn Gate under the far side of Caradhras, we shall come down by the Dimril Stair into the deep valley of the dwarves. There lies the Miramir, and there the river Silverlode rises in its icy springs. Dark is the water of Keladzram, said Gimli, and cold are the springs of Kibil-Nala. My heart trembles at the thought that I may see them soon. May you have joy of the sight, my good dwarf, said Gandalf. But whatever you may do, we at least cannot stay in that valley. Sheesh. Anyway, Gimli is out here just showing off, even with the pronunciations of those things, and his character differences are incredible. He is so much more honorable in the book. And speaking of honor, this is perhaps one of the biggest changes that happens from book to movie, at least for what I know now. In the movie, Aragorn is a reluctant king, and they don't reforge the Sword of Narsil, which becomes Andúril at the third movie, right before Aragorn goes to fetch the army of the dead. And it's a scene that I love, by the way. But in the book, they reforge the sword before they leave Rivendell. It's like this journey has become a kingly processional march for Aragorn as he walks to destroy the ring. And in the entire book so far, Aragorn has looked ready to take the throne. He carries around the shards of Narsil and just looks like he's salivating over ruling the kingdom of Gondor. He wants it. And this is another huge change, even with the interpersonalization of the Fellowship, in that Aragorn seems like the leader rather than Gandalf. At the very least, it's a co-led group between the two, but Gandalf seems to delegate responsibility to Aragorn, and this whole chapter to me felt like Mr. Miyagi teaching Danielson how to be a karate master. Gandalf was talking to Aragorn specifically about passing over the mountains or under it. And it's insane that Gandalf is actually the one who wants to go under the mountains into Moria, and Aragorn is the one who doesn't want anything to do with that plan, but he'd rather go over the mountains in the pass of Caradhras and in the snow rather than go through Moria. Oh, and by the way, everyone knows that Moria is a mess. They don't walk in expecting ripe meat off the bone. But Aragorn seems like the leader of this whole fellowship, and he seems ready for it, but also terrified of it at the same time. There's a moment in the book that says, Aragorn sat with his head bowed to his knees. Only Elrond knew fully what this hour meant to him. which I believe is Aragorn processing through what this whole business means to him, but I'm also told by some in our Discord that he has some other stuff on his mind there. No spoilers, please, but I'm very excited to see what that is. And in a very meta moment in this chapter as well, they actually pass through the region of Eregion in the book. It's dead quiet there, which unnerves Aragorn. But this is the area I think, where the other rings of power were created. Correct me if I'm wrong on that one. But it seems like a fun literary device that they are walking on their way to destroy the ring, but first the ring has to take them on a little history journey. And by the way, that scene in Rohan when Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli give up all their weapons is wrong. In this scene in Rivendell, they actually go and take very light equipment because they know they need to travel light and be swift. So Aragorn only takes Anduril, Boromir his sword, shield, and horn, Gimli his axe, Legolas his bow and a blade, Gandalf his staff and Glamdring, and the hobbits their swords. They don't have extensive weaponry. But still, Sam does have Bill. And Sam is even more reluctant in the books than in the movies. Yes, he is loyal to Frodo and will go anywhere Frodo will go, but he seems very grumpy right before they're about to set off. The book says Sam was standing by the pony, sucking his teeth, and staring moodily into the gloom where the river roared stonily below. His desire for adventure was at its lowest ebb. "Bill, my lad," he said, "you oughtn't to have took up with us. You could have stayed here and at the best hay till the new grass comes." Bill swished his tail and said nothing. I don't blame Sam, but that is still a huge character difference. And I don't know, you might be saying all those changes that I just listed are small and insignificant, and they might be, but to me, this whole chapter had just such a different mood shift from the book compared to the movie. It was like they just chose to go down two different paths, and this was where they decided to go down those paths. Because the book characters are all shockingly different from their movie counterparts. Even Legolas has a ton more funny and goofy lines than his stiff counterpart in the movie. I just found for me that I kept looking for when this change was going to occur, and while there are tons of changes in the rest of the book that happened prior to this change, this one just felt different to me. It might have been because this was really the beginning of their journey, or that it's the first time we actually meet all the Fellowship members. I don't really know what it is, but this chapter's tonal shift from the book to the movies is just significant. I still think the movies are the greatest movies ever made, but I gotta say, again, the books are sure better than the movies. Anyway, make sure you like the video, subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one.
You've been summoned here to answer the threat of Mordor.
He's lying. And it's actually the coolest part of the whole Council of Elrond section of the book. But as most of you know, I am reading through Lord of the Rings and making some essays on my thoughts about each chapter. It's my first time reading, and it is an incredible book so far. But this past week, I covered the Council of Elrond chapter, which is long and extensive and such an amazing chapter that I had to make more than one video on it. This is going to be the last one on this chapter, although I did want to make more. There was like 20 other topics that I wanted to cover. But when I reread it and make more lore videos, I'll make more on this chapter because there is truly so much in this chapter, but I am just dying to keep on reading. So I have to keep on reading back to our regularly scheduled program tomorrow. And if you like this sort of thing, make sure you subscribe and like the video to make sure more Lord of the Rings fans can find this. The channel is full of Harry Potter stuff, Lord of the Rings stuff, Brandon Sanderson, some Star Wars we're going to do in the future. So it's kind of an exciting little place. So make sure you subscribe. But if you are a book reader, which you probably are if you're watching this, you know that Elrond didn't summon the council. It's actually much more interesting. The council was there by happenstance. That's right. None of them are there because Elrond summons them. I guess they're all in Rivendell at that moment and Elrond summons them from their maybe rooms to the council. But every single member of the council was simply there by chance. Or you can read fate, which is what I want to talk about later in this video. But let's start with the obvious Fellowship members and work our way around to show how they all got there. Now, the obvious ones are Frodo and the Hobbits. They were simply on their way to Bree at the end of the Prancing Pony in order to meet Gandalf and figure out what their next move was. When he didn't arrive and the Black Riders were hot on their tail, they meet Strider, and so he becomes their guide. Strider lets them know that they are going to pass through Rivendell as a safe haven, but really the ride to Rivendell is kind of in question. And they are only confirmed to have gone when Frodo gets stabbed and Glorfindel meets them on the road and sends Frodo ahead. So those 5 members of the Fellowship are there because that was kind of the plan. Gandalf is there because he is meeting with the others, and he trusts Strider to bring them there unharmed. It's actually an insane story with Gandalf in that he goes all the way down to Gondor in order to obtain information about Isildur wearing the ring and the creation of the ring, really. But then he comes all the way back to the edge of the Shire, where he meets Radagast the Brown, who tells him to rush all the way back down to Orthanc, where Saruman is, because he has a message for him waiting there. So Gandalf goes to Orthanc, is taken prisoner, gets away on the eagle's back, but the eagle puts him in Rohan. There, Gandalf flies back on Shadowfax up to Hobbiton and Bag End. He finds that Frodo has already left, and so he pursues them. When he gets to the inn and Butterbur tells him that the hobbits left with Strider, Gandalf is relieved and he takes a night to himself in the inn. Then he flies after them, catches up to them, but doesn't spot them. He battles all 9 ringwraiths on his own at the top of Weathertop, then he flees to Rivendell to alert Elrond to send out riders to catch Frodo. It's exhausting. But he isn't summoned either. He's there because he is meeting Frodo and the rest of the crew. The next 3 are the most interesting. Legolas and his accompaniment are there because a few months ago, Strider captured Gollum. And he lugs him all the way up to the Elves of Mirkwood where he leaves him. So Gollum is under the care of Thranduil, who is Legolas' father. Unfortunately, as Gollum is a prisoner there and very annoying, one day they take him outside and let him climb a tree to feel the breeze. But Gollum doesn't come down. Rather, the elves get overtaken by orcs, and by the time they defeat them, they realize that Gollum is gone. It was a tactic devised by the enemy, and so Legolas, feeling guilty and needing to report this, comes to Rivendell simply to report this matter. He isn't there because Elrond summoned him. Now, Gimli and Gloin are 2 fascinating ones for exactly why they came to Rivendell. And again, I am reading this for the first time and might be wrong about some of these details, but they seem to come to Rivendell for 2 reasons that mesh into one. They are coming essentially because they're seeking the counsel of Elrond because Elrond is supremely wise, but there are 2 things they're seeking counsel on. The first is the area of Moria and what has happened. Because Balin took a number of dwarves in order to reclaim Moria and attempt to have it become a dwarven settlement again. They are actually pretty well on their way before the reports go cold, and most assume that they have all perished. But no one really knows. So, they are coming to Elrond asking for rumors or advice on what to do. But the real reason that they're coming is because an emissary from Mordor has come twice to their gates at the Iron Hills and at Erebor. This emissary is essentially spreading war propaganda and telling the dwarves that Sauron will reward them if he gives them the ring, or if they find Frodo. He wants an alliance, and it feels like a dirty lie in the book. And the dwarves seem to know that because they haven't forgotten their history. They know the 7 rings given to the dwarf lords were deceived, and they screwed up the dwarven kingdoms. And so Dane, who is the king, is that the right word for a dwarven ruler? He rejects them. But they are coming a 3rd time because it's the near end of autumn, and Gloin needs counsel. So he comes to Rivendell, random, and by chance, happening to be there at the same time that Frodo gets there with the One Ring. Now, Boromir is the most interesting, and the best one to lead into the next part of this discussion. But Boromir comes because of a dream that he had, and that his brother had twice. In the dream, this is what it said. Seek for the sword that was broken. In Imladris it dwells. There shall be counsels taken stronger than Morgul spells. There shall be shown a token that doom is near at hand, for Isildur's bane shall waken, and the halfling forth shall stand. So, they seek the counsel of Denethor, who is lore keeper of Gondor and their father, and the steward of Gondor as well. And he gives them a smidge of interpretation, essentially about Imladris being Rivendell. So Boromir leaves the front line of the war that is happening in Gondor and journeys around 110 days to get to Rivendell. But here's the thing I find interesting. I can't find this anywhere in the read, but I think Boromir mentions that he lost his horse on the way. If he didn't, we could probably assume that this journey may have been cut in half. So if he got there earlier, then he probably would have gotten his answer, maybe stayed for a week, for some good refreshment and left back to Gondor. It seems like the horse running away was fate guiding him so that he arrives exactly when Frodo arrives. But I kind of say that facetiously as well, because if he knew the interpretation of this dream, he probably would have waited until maybe more people showed up, or I'm sure Elrond was giving him information that, oh, you know, you have to wait a few weeks because there's multiple people coming that will fulfill this dream. But anyway, all these important people are in Rivendell, and Elrond makes a council where they swap all these stories and learn about the ring and essentially the interpretation of Boromir's dream. And I find this so fascinating because it's clear that fate is guiding the ring here. It might not be much, to be honest, but fate seems like it's gently nudging the Fellowship onward even before the Fellowship has began. And so with everything that's come before, you can read that as fate guiding this Fellowship to be here exactly at the time they are supposed to be. It reminds me a bit of the line Gandalf says to Frodo about him being meant to have the ring. Behind that, there was something else at work, beyond any design of the ring maker. I can put it no plainer than by saying that Bilbo was meant to find the ring, and not by its maker. In which case you were meant to have it. And that may be an encouraging thought. It seems plain to Gandalf that there is something larger at play here. It's as if fate is guiding them and they simply need to be careful and walk out the path laid for them. And above all, Elrond knows this because at the beginning of the council meeting he says, "That is the purpose for which you were called hither. Called, I say, though I have not called you to me, strangers from distant lands. You have come and are here met in this very nick of time, by chance it may seem. Yet it is not so. Believe rather that it is so ordered that we, who sit here, and none others, must now find counsel for the peril of the world." Oh my gosh, that is so crazy to me. And I wish the books had this more in there. But this path will not be easy, as they discuss later, but this is the right path, and it seems to be governed and shown to them by fate and chance. Frodo here doesn't want to carry and bear the ring. No one wants to carry and bear the ring. No one really wants to go destroy it either, but they know that this is the right thing to do. And to me, that seems more along the lines of what this fate versus chance debate is all about. It's all about them having to do something for the right and good of the realm that they really don't want to do. And fate and the gods, I guess, are nudging them in that direction, urging them forward, knowing that the path is going to be difficult, but knowing that they need to do this for the better of everyone else in all of Middle-earth. And that's why I think these members in this fellowship that get formed are so incredibly and utterly selfless in how they actually do this. Frodo, to me right now, seems like the most selfless person in this entire series, putting behind his own needs and his own desires and going ahead with this because he knows in his heart that this is the right thing to do. Anyway, I'm going to be looking out for this whole fate thing for the rest of my reading, but for now, make sure you like the video, subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. That scene in the book when they are climbing Caradhras, phew, that is actually terrifying. And today the video is going to be a bit different than the typical book analysis, because I had a moment happen to me that was eerily similar to the fellowships on Caradhras, and I just want to tell that story. Because what is Lord of the Rings if not an excuse to tell a tale or sing a song, as Pippin says on the way to Rivendell? So this won't be an analysis of any character or an essay about something cool that I read. Nope. I'm just channeling the real meaning and purpose of this book and going to tell a story of a time that I almost died while climbing a mountain. It's a wild hiking story. But for anyone who doesn't know, I am reading through Lord of the Rings for the first time and doing an analysis on every chapter in the form of a video essay. It's kind of turned into multiple video essays per chapter, but I am trying my best to limit them so I can get back to reading. And then maybe during my second read or so, I can do all the ones that I'm thinking of. But make sure you subscribe if you like that kind of content. And I'm doing some Harry Potter and Brandon Sanderson and Star Wars content with that as well. So make sure you like the video and also make sure you subscribe if you're into that kind of thing. But in 2016, I took a solo trip to the Grand Tetons. If you don't know what they are, you've probably seen pictures of them. They are stunning mountains. And I love backpacking, and I wanted to try my hand at something called the Teton Crest Trail. It's about 40 to 50 miles of backcountry in the Tetons, and it is absolutely stunning. I had a cousin who did it, and they said it was one of the best trails that they've ever done in their life. And I decided to go in October, which for me meant the park was going to be empty and I would have the whole trail to myself. Because, school was out and there was kind of off season for the trails in the front of the national park, so very excited about that. What I didn't anticipate was the weekend I was traveling, a massive snowstorm decided to grace the mountains. And when I went for my permit the first morning, they weren't letting people up the mountain because there was 3 to 4 feet of snow, and it was all impassable and incredibly dangerous. I was so bummed. But I decided to make the most of the trip because 100 miles north of this was Yellowstone National Park. So I rented a car and drove all the way out there and camped and hiked for just a few days. I did a bunch of day trips, but another sad thing happened in that Yellowstone, the northern half of the trail, or the park, was actually closed because of snow. Not because the whole park was that snowy, but because 2 roads that went up to the northern part of the park were too snowy to pass. And when I got there, the roads that led up to the northern part were closed because of the snow. And the northern part of the park is the best part. It has the most wildlife and easily the best hiking. But midway through my trip, I heard via the radio that the roads were going to be opened in a few hours. So I took my car and sat at the intersection and just waited. I was first in line. There were a few cars behind me, but I was excited. And to reward myself for being first in line, I decided I was going to hike the highest peak in Yellowstone National Park, Mount Washburn, which sits at an elevation of 10,000 feet. It's not that high, but to my East Coast small mountain mind, it was huge. When I parked at the foot of the mountain, there was only one other car that pulled in behind me, and a very light dusting of snow on the ground. Not even a quarter of an inch. It was perfect conditions, I thought. I made quick conversation with the guy who hopped out of his car, and I started to prepare for the hike as well, and I knew I wanted to get ahead of him so that I could have the trail just to myself. So I bid this man, who was a 60-year-old guy doing a solo trip, I bid him goodbye and started walking up the trail. The first mile was easy and absolutely wonderful. It was a winter wonderland. There was a beautiful fresh snowfall and the whole trail looked magical. There were all these animal prints. There had to be 100 animal prints. I saw fox prints, bison prints, rabbit. I didn't see any wolf or bear, which was kind of a bummer because I would have loved to see those, but I saw those at other parts in my trip. But it was a beautiful first mile. The trail kept going for about another mile until I got to the base of the mountain. And from that point on, there are switchbacks up to the first ridge. And for those of you who don't know this, I'll maybe explain this a little bit later too, but this entire mountain is a switchback up to the mountain next to it, and then you go on this trail, this ridgeline trail up to actual Mount Washburn. I'll talk about that in a bit. But us East Coast hikers think West Coast hikers are weak because of switchbacks. It's a weird thing in the hiking community in the US, but in the West Coast, every trail is graded, which means it can't really go above a certain gradient. There's not super steep trails on the West Coast. But in the East Coast, if they need a trail to go over a mountain, they will pick the hardest possible route and have it go directly over the mountain with no switchbacks whatsoever. So when I first came to this first switchback, I put on my East Coast mentality and started plowing ahead. But I should have brought a bigger plow, because going up the first switchback, there was about 3 to 4 inches of snow. It was getting in my boots, but it wasn't that bad. The second switchback, the snow got deeper. It was about 6 inches at the first section and probably got close to 9 to 10 inches at the top. The next switchback, I remember the snow was a foot. And it took me close to a half an hour to get through it because I sunk every single time I took a step. But I was determined to get over it. Especially with this old man behind me, because I wasn't going to quit and walk down the mountain dejectedly. There were 2 more switchbacks, and both of them had more snow on them. And the final switchback was around 2 feet of snow. And I remember after the final switchback, you come to this straightaway that goes directly to the actual Mount Washburn, where again, it's a ridgeline. So the whole time you're climbing Washburn, you're not really climbing Washburn, you're ascending the mountain next to it that connects itself by a ridgeline to Washburn. But the ridgeline, when I hiked, was still relatively flat, and the snow was just a foot or 2 deep in most spots. But there were others where the wind had whipped the snow up from the mountain so that it formed what looked like the roof of a house. And this was terrible hiking. This is so dangerous. And I didn't want to go to the edge of the ridgeline because, again, here's the conundrum. If you go to the edge of the ridgeline, you're risking falling off this thing because the snow could have some kind of ice underneath it and you could just slip and plow right off to the edge of this. But in the middle of this ridgeline, there's like 3 to 4 feet of snow buried. And so I had to plow through 3 to 4 feet of buried snow because I didn't want to die on the edge of this thing. And it was still dangerous because I could have slipped on one side or the other. And because this is snow that's kind of shaped like a rooftop, I could have just kind of fallen off and slipped and gone all the way off this mountainside. Super dangerous. The ridgeline was terrifying, but I was young and dumb. This is what the ridgeline looks like in the summer, and this is what the ridgeline looked like when I hiked. Oh, and by the way, you see those clouds that are coming in? Those dark, ominous looking ones. That's actually a snowstorm coming straight for me when I'm on the top of a mountain. Actually, it wasn't really a snowstorm, it was a sleet storm. The cloud is pretty much just coming over the top of Washburn and had enveloped the whole mountain in a storm that lasted for an hour. And so now I had to finish hiking up this mountain, and I had to do a little circle around this mountain to get to the top. It's probably no more than a quarter of a mile if I had to guess, maybe even less. That quarter of a mile took me an hour and a half. First, because I was so deep under the snow that every single step I took, I had to dig myself out. And this wasn't powdery snow, it was the sleetish snow. It was heavy and it was unforgiving. And every step I took, even though the whole trail felt wide, felt like I could slip and go tumbling down because the snow was just angled against the trail so that it looked like a pitched roof. I was hugging the rock wall that was Washburn, making sure that I didn't slip or fall because one slip in either direction and I would have been a goner. The second reason why this is so dangerous is because the sleet was cutting my face, literally cutting my face. It was so fast and so hard that it started to not only create welts on my face, but it started to actually cut my face. I couldn't open my eyes because it was so fast that it would instantly pelt my eyeballs and I couldn't see. So I am almost ashamed to admit this, but I climbed up the circle around the mountain pretty much with a towel around my face and my eyes closed. Or just barely squinting because I couldn't do anything else. And there was a moment on the way up this mountain where I had to stop and I had to double check my phone had service because I thought I need to call the park rangers so they can get a helicopter to take me off this mountain. It legitimately felt that dangerous. I know that sounds dramatic, but it might have been one of the dumber things that I've ever done. But it made a great story, you know? Slowly, I made my way up to the top of this mountain, and most of you think I'm stupid for even trying to get up there, but the only real reason I knew I needed to get up to the top of this mountain rather than go back was because there was a shelter at the top. It was like a fire tower or something like that. So if I can get inside, then I knew I'd be safe from the elements for a bit. So I slowly winded my way around the mountain and made it to the top. I ran inside the shelter and sat there trying to wait out the storm for a good half an hour. And it wasn't dying down too fast. But after another 45 minutes, I heard the door open and the old guy who was hiking behind me stepped in. The first thing he said to me was, "That was the dumbest decision of my entire life." And that was the moment I knew we were kindred spirits. So we sat on this bench and both relived our hiking experience. And the guy was a tough dude too. He served in the Marines and did a lot of solo travel. And he said that there was only one hike that he's ever taken that was harder than that one. So I just felt so justified. And I have to say, hiking from my perspective now, that was probably like the third or fourth hardest hike that I've done. I've done a lot harder of days and hikes. Crazy, crazy hiking experiences. Love it so much. Anyway, I bid farewell to this man because I had to go back because my campsite was kind of running out. I needed to get there at a certain time or they were going to give my campsite away. So I bid this man farewell, ran outside, took a selfie next to the mountain sign, and headed down the mountain pass as fast as I could. But as careful as I could too. And as soon as I passed the first circle, the cloud passed over the mountain and I hiked down the rest of the way in bliss and in beauty. So, all this to say, I understand what those hobbits went through. I know this was a wildly different video from what you guys are used to, but I just wanted to throw this in there because I couldn't help it. And it felt very much in the style of Tolkien to do this. I have a ton of other wild stories about my hiking trips. And I have a story where I met some wolves on the way that were pretty close. I ran into a full pack of wolves when I was doing this trip. But that's another story for maybe when we talk about the Warg Riders and maybe in the next book or something like that. And if Tolkien jogs my memory on any more, maybe I'll tell them. I don't know if you guys are going to like this video or not, but I just kind of wanted to take a breather and tell this story. Anyway, I don't expect a video like this to do all that well, but I just wanted to tell the story. Back to our normal programming tomorrow. But make sure you like the video, subscribe, and I'll see you tomorrow. So it finally happened. I shed a tear while reading. Now, I have welled up and teared up before while thinking about certain sections of this book. Like my favorite section of A Conspiracy Unmasked, where Sam, Pippin, and Merry all pledge and show their loyalty to Frodo. I read that and thought it was beautiful. Then I went on a walk and thought about it more and just teared up just a smidge. You can even ask people in my life about this because I am literally asking if I can read friends of mine passages from Lord of the Rings because of this text's beauty and how much I love it. And that is one that I read to people all the time. I also teared up with the Bilbo and Frodo reunion. But I teared up mainly when I was writing the essay and recording the video. When Bilbo says, "I began to wonder if I should live to see your chapters of our story." That is just so beautiful. And I cannot even imagine having someone say that to me or saying that to someone. It's so incredible. But I am halfway through chapter 4 of book 2, A Journey in the Dark. And I legitimately cried for the first time while reading. And it was for what most of you will likely think is a pretty pathetic reason. But before I go on, make sure you subscribe because I am publishing an essay every chapter that I go through Lord of the Rings because I am reading it for the first time and absolutely falling in love with this text. I cannot speak highly enough of it. And I wanted to document my thoughts in hopes of entertaining some of you who are lore masters. I often tell people that if I could have any superpower in the world, it would be reading books that I love as if for the first time again, or movies or music or any of that art. I think that would be the world's greatest superpower. But this, I think, might be the closest that we can come to experiencing it for the first time. So I hope you all enjoy this. I am now in the phase where I'm publishing multiple video essays per chapter because they are so gloriously good. So subscribe, send this video to all your other Lord of the Rings friends, and if you want, you can become a member of this channel as well. When we have enough Lord of the Rings members, I'm going to start a book club where we record some of the meetings and potentially post them on YouTube, and you can join that by becoming a member and joining our Discord and letting me know all about that. But we can figure that out. If you want, just like leave a comment or send me a message. If you want, send me an email to at firsttimereaders@gmail.com to let me know. We can work all that stuff out later. But anyway, and I just want to do this book club so all the lore masters can just talk about a text that they deeply love because I love when people are obsessed about things. And we can debate who Tom Bombadil is too. But anyway, this crying moment came as a surprise for me because I don't often cry while reading books. But the older I get, I guess the more emotional I get for some reason. I don't know. Maybe I'm just getting wimpier. But I like to say that I'm tapping into my emotional side a lot more. But the moment I cried in this chapter was the moment when Samwise Gamgee weeps because they have to send Bill the pony away because he cannot go into the mines. I don't know what it was about this or what came over me. Actually, I take that back, I do, and I wrote 7 pages on this. But I think for any pet lover, you know and understand the scene on an emotional level. And weirdly, I think Tolkien gave a slight nod to Sam here so that Sam had a quiet moment with Bill before he left. But this is not in the books, and it's just pure conjecture, and I will back this up in time. But Bill the Pony has been secretively one of my favorite characters in the whole book. I say that a bit facetiously, but I legitimately love him. I love how Sam nursed this pony back to good health because the book says this the first time we encounter Bill. A poor, old, half-starved creature it is, but he won't part with it for less than thrice its worth, which is Bill Ferny's asking price. It proved to be a bony, underfed, and dispirited animal, but it did not look like dying just yet. It's a great line right there. Just as a side note, while this essay might seem like it's about Bill the Pony, it's truly about Sam Gamgee and his character, and why I love and trust him so much, and think this moment might have vaulted him as my favorite member of the company so far. Because there is a quote that I love from Harry Potter where Sirius Black tells Harry, "If you want to see the true measure of a man, watch how he treats his inferiors, not his equals." Unfortunately, Sirius then treats creatures that he deems lower than him with contempt, namely Creature the House Elf. But that's an essay for another time. I love this line. I think it's an incredible line. And Sam follows it very, very well. Because let's be honest, Sam is the least esteemed person in this whole company. Merry and Pippin are even more important than him because they come from noble birth in Hobbiton. Sam is simply a gardener that works at Bag End for the Bagginses. But from the very first moment he meets Bill the pony, he knows that a lesser man has dealt with this pony and treated him cruelly. Sam knows that, and he stews on that so much that he actually throws an apple as quick as lightning at Bill Ferny, the old owner of Bill. The text says this: "He walked in front with Frodo. Next came Merry and Pippin, and last came Sam leading the pony, which was laden with as much of their baggage as they had the heart to give it. But already it looked less dejected, as if it had approved of the change in its fortunes. 'Morning, my little friends,' he said to the others. 'I suppose you know who you've taken up with. That's Stick-at-Naught Strider, that is, though I've heard other names not so pretty. Watch out tonight, and you, Sammy, don't go ill-treating my poor pony.' Pah!" He spat again. Sam turned quickly. "And you, Ferny," he said, "put your old ugly face out of sight or it will get hurt." With a sudden flick, quick as lightning, an apple left his hand and hit Bill square in the nose. He ducked too late, and curses came from behind the hedge. "Waste of a good apple," said Sam regretfully, and strode on. Sam has seen enough, and he deems this man a waste of a good apple. I know the insult with which I am going to insult people with whenever they say bad things about people I love now, though I won't throw apples at them. A few pages later, after the hobbits have traveled for a few days and are worn out, the text then says this: "In the last few days, the poor beast had improved wonderfully. It already seemed fatter and stronger, and had begun to show an affection for its new masters, especially for Sam. Bill Ferny's treatment must have been very hard for the journey in the wild to seem so much better than its former life." It's the burgeoning of the relationship between Sam and Bill. And again, some of you might think I'm mad by writing an essay like this, but anyone with a beloved pet knows the significance of this and can judge the character of Sam so much more now that Bill the pony seems to have an affinity for him. Sometimes people ask me about my own dog. Would you have liked me if Wes, my own dog, didn't like me? And I say, of course, but really I'm thinking, no way. My dog has a sixth sense for people. I mean, I'm only half joking, but I love that Bill here developed a love of Sam. It's the start of their relationship, and they are together through it all. Later in the book, Bill not only becomes stronger, but grows in compassion and love for his new owners. He is like a rescue animal that is so incredibly grateful for his new life. The text says, as soon as they had eaten, they set out again. They climbed slowly down the southern side of the ridge, but the way was much easier than they had expected, for the slope was far less steep on this side. And before long, Frodo was able to ride again. Bill Ferny's old pony was developing an unexpected talent for picking out a path and for sparing its rider as many jolts as possible. The spirits of the party rose again. Even Frodo felt better in the morning light. This is just the mark of a good animal. And Sam seems like the person behind making that come true. His affinity for gardening and nurturing things to life is working wonders on Bill, who he is also nurturing and caring for to his own rehabilitation. Then the hobbits and Aragorn get to Rivendell. The council happens and the fellowship is chosen, and one of the first lines out of Sam's mouth is, "It was Sam who had insisted on choosing him, declaring that Bill, as he called him, would pine if he did not come. That animal can nearly talk," he said, "and would talk, if he stayed here much longer. He gave me a look as plain as Mr. Pippin could speak it. If you don't let me go with you, Sam, I'll follow you on my own." So Bill was going as the beast of burden. Yet he was the only member of the company that did not seem depressed. Two things. This is a moment where I tend to think Sam as being maybe a bit selfish because of how much he loves Bill. This is leading Bill surely into significant danger. It's almost as if Sam has done the work of rehabbing this poor animal and needs to know when it's time to let go. But again, who can part from an animal that they truly love? I know I can't. And I'm that weird guy who brings his dog everywhere with him. I love that dog so much it's actually alarming. And also, to the second point, Bill seems like he wants to go. Frodo is the master of Sam, but Sam is the master of Bill. And this mastery is one of respect and love and adoration. Not saying that the Bagginses didn't treat the Gamgees with love and respect, because they truly did. In the beginning, there's a lovely example of Bilbo treating the old gaffer with beautiful respect and care, but there's a difference between these two things in the end of this essay that I'm going to touch on. Because Frodo and Sam's relationship doesn't seem fully mutual quite yet. It seems like Frodo relies on Sam, and trusts in him to be his companion because Gandalf seemed to make it happen that Sam was going to be his companion. And Sam took that to heart, and his duty to Frodo is strong, insanely strong. And at the moment of writing this, I think Frodo and Sam share a deep love for each other, but it still feels like the servant and the master relationship. But the relationship that Sam has with Bill seems one of genuine love and affection for each other. Sam didn't need rehabbing, so this might be a dumb point, but the rehab work that Sam has done on Bill shows the character of this man. It shows him to be gentle and loving and respectful. It shows him to be truly what I most value in being a man. I know there's a meme that goes around that shows Aragorn to be the true form of masculinity, but please step aside Aragorn, because to me, Sam is the true form of masculinity. Someone who serves and loves and cares deep enough to weep. He is in touch with his emotions, and even though he's a bit grumpy at times, he knows what he must do and follows his duty into a dragon's den if he must. Don't worry though. I'm not going to do a full character study on him quite yet because I have to be honest, I don't think Sam is quite the main star yet in this book, but I think he will be, especially if the movies are any indication of that. The next moment that comes in their love story is when they are on the verge of leaving for the south. The text says, Sam was standing by the pony sucking his teeth and staring moodily into the gloom where the river roared stonily below. His desire for adventure was at its lowest ebb. Bill, my lad, he said, you oughtn't to have took up with us. You could have stayed here and at the best hay till the new grass comes. Bill swished his tail and said nothing. This is, I think, where you see the grumpiness of Sam, maybe most. He just doesn't seem to want to go on this journey. Sam is best where he can take care for things. And this journey seems like it's a journey that will only destroy people, and I think Sam kind of knows that. But this is why Sam is such a vital member of the group. And I just love Bill's listening ear here. He's just a companion to Sam. He's a buddy. Because their relationship is almost cute and knowing and understanding of each other. And I laughed a little at this line where they're taking wood up to Caradhras and Sam says, and Bill could take a bit more, couldn't you, lad? Said Sam. The pony looked at him mournfully. It's like the look you give a friend across the classroom. I think their relationship is surprisingly beautiful to me. Which is why it hurt so much that Bill had to leave before they got into the mines. And there's a conversation that happens before between Frodo and Gandalf that I swear is in the text only to mentally prepare the reader for the devastation that is to come. This is what the text says of their conversation, the preparatory conversation for what is to come. But in any case, we cannot take the poor beast into the mines, said Gandalf. The road under the mountains is a dark road, and there are places narrow and steep which he cannot tread even if we can. Poor old Bill, said Frodo. I had not thought of that. And poor Sam, I wonder what he will say. I am sorry, said Gandalf. Poor Bill has been a useful companion, and it goes to my heart to turn him adrift now. I would have traveled lighter and brought no animal, least of all this one that Sam is fond of, if I had my way. I feared all along that we should be obliged to take this road. And you can see it in your mind's eye. Frodo looking back at this moment at Sam, who was likely stroking the nose of Bill and speaking in his little baby voice to the pony. Everyone else thinks Sam is mad, but the pet owners know. And I've really heard from some friends who either love horses or who have horses that they are some of the most emotionally intelligent creatures in the world. That the bond a person can share with a horse is no different from a dog, but perhaps even more emotionally empathetic rather than just goofy like a lot of dogs are. And then comes the devastation. Turning to the others, he said, While I am searching, will each of you make ready to enter the mines? For here I fear we must say farewell to our good beast of burden. You must lay aside much of the stuff we have brought against the bitter weather. You will not need it inside, nor, I hope, when we come through and journey on down into the south. Instead, each of us must take a share of what the pony carried, especially the food and the water skins. But you can't leave old poor Bill behind in this forsaken place, Mr. Gandalf, cried Sam, angry and distressed. I won't have it, and that's flat. After all, he has come so far and all. I am sorry, Sam, said the wizard. But when the door is open, I do not think you will be able to drag your Bill inside into the long dark of Moria. You will have to choose between Bill and your master. He'd follow Mr. Frodo into a dragon's den if I let him, protested Sam. It'd be nothing short of murder to turn him loose with all these wolves about. It will be shorter of murder, I hope, said Gandalf. He laid his hand on the pony's head and spoke in a low voice. "Go with words of guard and guiding on you," he said. "You are a wise beast, and have learned much in Rivendell. Make your ways to places where you can find grass, and so come in time to Elrond's house, or wherever you wish to go. You will have quite as much chance of escaping wolves and getting home as we have." Sam stood sullenly by the pony and returned no answer. Bill, seeming to understand well what was going on, nuzzled up to him, putting his nose to Sam's ear. Sam burst into tears and fumbled with the straps, unladling the pony's pack and throwing them on the ground. This just ruins me. I know this isn't a healthy activity, but every once in a while it crosses my mind about the day I'll have to say goodbye to my dog. I'm tearing up even as I write this, and there are so many moments throughout my week and month that I'll think about this, and I'll grab my dog and just tell him right there how much I love him and how much of a good boy he is. I'm going to sound weird when I say this, but there is a moment in the text that I expected that Tolkien was going to write the goodbye that Sam said to Bill, but we don't get that. And I think that is a marvel of writing, because for me, Sam obviously said his goodbye. But I think moments like that are too holy to share. They are between the animal and the owner. I still remember the day my childhood dogs died. I had two. One of them, Samson, was an English Mastiff who had gotten bitten by a snake and went paralyzed in his back 2 legs. It was devastating. We had to put him down, and I remember my mom telling me to go into the other room where he was laying to say my goodbye to him in private. I just laid next to him and cried. And the same was true with my other dog, Simba, a black lab. I remember he died of old age. One night we let him out to go to the bathroom and he didn't come in. He was just laying in the grass and he knew his end was coming. He let me rub his belly for a few times before he passed. And he was an incredible dog. And I think for Tolkien, seeing human beings that he loved that passed away in the war, he knew how sad, yet how holy those moments are. And they shouldn't be looked at with a curious eye. And so to me, Sam and Bill shared this moment together where they said their goodbyes where prying eyes couldn't see. And I am convinced that Tolkien had that in mind when he wrote this. But then Bill stays with the Fellowship until Gandalf learns the password. And then when Frodo gets captured by that tentacled thing, Bill goes running in one direction, and I think we have the clearest indication of the heart of Sam that we have had in the entire series so far. The text says this: "He strode forward and set his foot on the lowest step. But at that moment, several things happened. Frodo felt something seize him by the ankles, and he fell with a cry. Bill, the pony, gave a wild neigh of fear and turned tail and dashed away along the lakeside into the darkness. Sam leaped after him. And then, hearing Frodo's cry, he ran back again, weeping and cursing. In the end, Sam chooses Frodo. I want to get into Sam's head more, but I don't think the text gives us that much more. But at this first read, it almost feels like Sam chooses his duty over his love. He chooses the duty of what he has been called to, and that he must follow Frodo into the fires of Mordor, over the thing he has probably loved the most. I think after this moment, Sam will feel lonely, as Bill felt maybe like his real companion and equal. But this to me feels like such a significant moment for Sam, in that now Frodo knows that this is his most trusted ally. I think Frodo knew that before, but it wasn't tested like it was tested now. Now Frodo has seen that in a choice between the thing that probably made Sam the happiest, as he was on his entire journey, and between his loyalty to Frodo, Sam chooses his loyalty. And I think that is no small test of character for Samwise Gamgee. Anyway, let me know what your pet's name was in the chat below. This was a tough essay for me to write, but make sure you subscribe and like the video, and I'll see you in the next one. I already fear this is going to be a weird essay, because I am going to do some live processing in this one. I don't really know what I think or feel on this subject yet, and have never really thought about it all that much, but this chapter just seemed to spark something in my mind that I found pretty interesting. So bear with me. To put it generally, this whole chapter, which is the Journey in the Dark chapter, felt strange to me. I know what happens in the Mines of Moria. I've seen the movies. I know there are orcs. Actually, are they goblins? I think they're orcs. I know there are orcs in the mine, and I know that the Balrog lives there. But the resistance with which everyone in the Fellowship has against going into Moria was astonishing to me. I found it almost hysteria and mass panic. It felt like a conspiracy theory that switched to being true halfway through it. I don't know how to put it really, but stick with me here. And a real quick note, for those of you who don't know, I am reading through Lord of the Rings for the first time and publishing my thoughts in the form of video essays. I have been absolutely loving this read so far. And I cannot wait to keep reading and writing every single day. I am going to make my way through all of Tolkien's lore here, and I'm sure that will take me a few months to years. But I am going to make my way through some other books like Harry Potter, which I love and have read multiple times, and Brandon Sanderson, and even watch some Star Wars and some other nerd stuff live as it happens. So if you're into that sort of thing, make sure you subscribe, because that will help keep the videos coming. And if you want to support this channel in any way, you can become a member, or I think you can just donate per video too. You don't have to, but you can subscribe or become a member. When we have enough members who are Lord of the Rings nerds, I'd like to start a book club. In our Discord, we have a bunch of readers who already started a book club. They do like one a month and they're reading some really great books. But anyway, make sure you like the video and subscribe. And if you want to become a member, that would be amazing. Anyway, I think there is more in Middle-earth that has to be passed down to legend and lore. They don't have news or like a Twitter feed or anything. And the sad thing is that we are just as susceptible, if not more, to what was happening in this chapter. But I don't think anyone in the entire company has been in Moria except for two. Gandalf definitely has, and so has Aragorn. But I don't think any of the others have been there. Even Gimli. And even Aragorn hasn't been in there in a few years, same with Gandalf. Maybe this is because there are far greater dangers in Middle-earth than in normal Earth. But why hasn't this legend passed into myth and into things that are unknown yet? Again, live processing this year, I kind of know why. There have been dwarves who have attempted to come back and recolonize it. I guess that would be the word, and no word has come from them yet. But while reading this chapter, I couldn't help thinking of the whole idea of Mandalore in Star Wars. My Star Wars lore isn't anywhere near where it should be, but I love the idea of this planet, where the Mandalorians dwelt. But it's now so cursed and so poisoned that no one dares to go there anymore. But little do they know that there is life on this planet, that a mythosaur still exists there. It's dangerous, but is it worth it for the Mandalorians to go back and reclaim their homeland? I think yes. Again, I think this may be because the Balrog is almost too fearsome a foe, but it's your homeland. Dwarves stormed Erebor looking to take it back from Smaug. Why haven't a whole host of them stormed Moria looking to take it back from, I guess, the Balrog? But do they know the Balrog still is there? Again, live processing, but it feels to me like dwarves don't like to do that much. And again, maybe the dwarves that went off with Bilbo were the exception to that rule. I could imagine Dane with all the dwarves of the Iron Hills storming into Moria again to reclaim their homeland, because this place is incredible and immense and it might be worth reclaiming. But anyway, I don't know enough about the mentality and people and races of Middle-earth. And weirdly, I find myself craving that right now. Like, I want to know the culture of the dwarves and why the elves seem so ethereal. And I think Tolkien has written more about this in other books, but in the beginning of this chapter, the whole company is deciding whether or not they want to go through Moria. And essentially, Gandalf is the only one who thinks it would be good, and Gimli is with him because he's a dwarf. This is where my question came into play. Gandalf has been in the mines. He knows they are dangerous, but he also knows they might be a smidge safer than any other passage. And Gandalf, having been to the mines, cannot convince the rest of the group to trust him. Why? Because I think of mass hysteria. And okay, it's gonna be weird too, because mass hysteria proves correct. But even in Hobbiton, they have heard rumors of what has happened in Moria, and they don't want to touch the walls of Moria with a 10-foot spear. The book says this: "The road that I speak of leads to the mines of Moria," said Gandalf. Only Gimli lifted up his head. A smoldering fire was in his eyes. On all the others, dread fell at the mention of that name. Even to the hobbits, it was a legend of vague fear. First off, there's an essay coming about Gimli. This singing dwarf is fantastic, and I love him so much more than his movie counterpart. And I think Gimli in the movies is my favorite of the whole Fellowship too. So book Gimli is just fantastic. And side note too, I find that my power rankings and who my favorite of the Fellowship is flip-flops throughout my whole reading. Every chapter I find myself loving a certain character over the others. But anyway, even the hobbits feared what was in Moria, not because they had been there, but because of legend. And legend is legend for a reason. But would you not want to at least peek in the door to see how the air smells to test the legend for yourself? Here you have Gandalf, who again has been there before. And he is in a little battle against Aragorn, who has also been there but wants nothing to do with it. This is where the logic of the company gets hysteric and wrong. Boromir speaks up and says, "In that case, to enter Moria would be to walk into a trap, hardly better than knocking at the gates of the Dark Tower itself. The name of Moria is black. You speak of what you do not know when you liken Moria to the stronghold of Sauron," answered Gandalf. "I alone of you have ever been in the dungeons of the Dark Lord," which that needs a story. That needs fleshing out because holy smokes. Anyway, and only in his older and lesser dwelling in Dol Guldur. That is a tongue twister, holy smokes. "Those who pass the gates of Barrow-downs do not return. But I would not lead you into Moria if there were no hope of coming out again. If there are orcs, it may prove ill for us, that is true. But most of the orcs of the Misty Mountains were scattered or destroyed in the Battle of the Five Armies. The eagles report that orcs are gathering again from afar. But there is hope that Moria is still free." For what Gandalf says here, there are two things that I thought of. The first is that there seems to be no pretense of hidden meaning that a Balrog, Durin's Bane, still dwells there. Maybe the Balrog has gone into his chambers again and just wants to be left alone. Or maybe Gandalf knows about this, but isn't really telling the group. And their main fear is the orcs that may be in Moria, rather than a larger threat. But they are all sitting there in front of someone who has been to Moria before and is saying that this is definitely the best pass through the mountains. And they're all telling him, "Nah, you don't know what you're talking about. Moria is black. Legend has that nothing comes out of there." I know fear like this. And the whole time I was writing this essay, I kept trying to think of the way to word it. But then Gandalf said the exact word and exactly what I was thinking in a later passage when he said, "The orcs have often plundered Moria. There is nothing left in the upper halls, and since the dwarves fled, no one dares to seek the shafts and treasuries down in the deep places. They are drowned in water, or in a shadow of fear." The shadow of fear is the perfect way to put it. This might not be legitimate at all, but just because this shadow of fear has fallen over the group, they refuse to even consider going in there. Which shows how much power there is behind mass hysteria events like this. How much power there is to tales that people tell because, unfortunately, they turn out to be right. And this is the flipped point in my head with this essay, in that the whole company were essentially conspiracy theorists without any real evidence. None of the company, except for maybe Aragorn, had any evidence that Moria was cursed or black. They just heard about it from other people. Legend and rumor and gossip has such a tendency to crush people. I think about this a lot in terms of Harry Potter because in book 5 there are essentially a few people, namely the Order of the Phoenix, who are considered to be radical conspiracy theorists and nutters. They believe that the Dark Lord has risen again, just as Harry said, but the rest of the world doesn't really believe it. And by the end of the book, this flip-flops and the whole world comes to believe that Harry is right because they see it with their own eyes. It's a really weird point in this, but it goes to say for me that conspiracy theorists are somewhat good for the world, and that we need a few oddballs and outside-the-box thinkers to look at the world in a different way. Because ultimately, you don't fully know if that conspiracy theorist might be right. And I'm sorry if you're a flat earther, because I feel like some conspiracy theorists are just way out there without any evidence. But if you don't have any evidence and you are believing something based on the no evidence that you have, that seems wrong, and that seems like what this is talking about. So for me, I feel like there's a small swath of the world that are conspiracy theorists, and I think that's actually really healthy for society, and I think that's really good for society. Anyway, here in Lord of the Rings, the conspiracy theorist in Gandalf turns out to be the one who was wrong. But I still love his hope in this chapter, and still love that he thinks Moria might be free. Even though I'm kind of convinced in this moment that Gandalf knows about the Balrog and how rotten Moria really is, I think he is offering up this last glimmer of hope for the company here so that they take the road that gives them the best chance. Anything by the Gap of Rohan, and I am sure that the ring would fall to Saruman's hands. And sheesh, I have to say too, guys, your comments on that Saruman video I made a few days ago were so interesting to me. Saruman potentially overthrowing Sauron if he obtains the ring was something that blew my mind. So Gandalf knows that Saruman would likely get the ring if they brought it via that route. And they can't pass over Caradhras. Hold on, wait. Caradhras. I've heard it pronounced with a TH rather than a D. I'm butchering my pronunciations. My pronunciations suck in this thing. But anyway, as I've heard, they can't pass over that because they will for sure die. But this rumor becomes confirmed when they travel through Moria, and it's just so dark and terrifying and ominous. But there's another note here in a smaller hysteria that's forming in the mind of Frodo. Again, I don't know for sure, but I'm 99% sure that this is actually Gollum chasing them, and Frodo's actually able to hear it. Which, how Gollum got into the Misty Mountains after that passage closed because of the water snake thing, I will never know. But if there are any theories on that, please let me know. Maybe he came in the other way because this is the first time they hear Gollum, so maybe he was just waiting in the Mines of Moria for them. Because this is what the text says about Frodo hearing these steps. The company behind them spoke seldom, and then only in hurried whispers. There was no sound but the sound of their own feet, the dull stump of Gimli's dwarf boots, the heavy tread of Boromir, the light steps of Legolas, the soft, scarce-heard patter of hobbit feet, and in the rear, slow, firm footfalls of Aragorn with his long stride. When they halted for a moment, they heard nothing at all, unless it were occasionally a faint trickle and a drip of unseen water. Yet Frodo began to hear, or imagine that he heard, something else, like the faint falls of soft bare feet. It was never loud enough, or near enough, for him to feel certain that he heard it, but once it had started, it never stopped while the company was moving. But it was not an echo, for when they halted, it pattered on for a little all by itself, and then grew still. It's like a small little thing in Frodo's mind that seems to be driving him crazy. Because in the paragraph above, which was wild to me, Frodo can see things in the dark better than others, maybe except for Gandalf, because he says of the Morgul wound that, stabbed him. It's like he flirted between life and death when he had that wound, and while life won, he still took a few tricks from death. That paragraph was insane to me. Anyway, Frodo has this growing threat in his mind, the shadow of fear. He has no name for it yet, and doesn't tell it to anyone else in the company because he doesn't yet know if he's mad. But this conspiracy brewing in his head seems right and correct, assuming that this is Gollum. And again, I don't really have the words to figure out this part because this has just been a live processing essay, and writing makes an exact person, so I figured I'd just start writing to see if I could figure it out. But that little phrase that Gandalf said just stuck with me. The shadow of fear. And I find that it's paralyzing in society today too. People tend to not fear things that are real sometimes, but just the shadow of fear. Just a hint or rumor or bit of gossip that something could go wrong, or something could be wrong. And while in this book it's actually confirmed that the rumor and legend is correct and Moria is a terrifying place, maybe what Gandalf did here was to give the ability to truly free Moria from the grips of the Balrog. Maybe dwarves will come to live here again in time. But I do love a story that has the shadow of fear to be a lie. Like in The Mandalorian. Or like in Harry Potter. And even though Moria may be black and cursed, I still think I would want to visit. And it's one of my favorite sections of the whole movie in the Barrow-downs section with the ascending music. Oh, it's so good. But incoming, Balrog in the next chapter. I'm guessing. Could you imagine if the Balrog wasn't in the books and they actually just made it up for the movie? I would be furious. Sheesh. Anyway, make sure you subscribe and like the video, and I'll see you in the next one. I have been writing this essay for 2 days, and I've finally figured it out. I could not, for the life of me, figure out why this chapter was so captivating. I wrote about how I thought it was the most action-packed chapter in the whole story. Then I wrote about the tales of Moria. I wrote about the characters and their own personal journeys through the chapter, but I could not figure it out until I reread the stinking title of this chapter and it all clicked. The Journey in the Dark. This chapter is the most tense, creepy chapter in the book so far because you do not see with your eyes or with your mind's eye any of the evil that is in front of the Fellowship. Ever. It's all in the dark. And that makes the story so much more creepy than showing you who your enemies are and showing them in plain sight. The looming threat of an enemy just out of sight, hidden in the darkness, is absolutely terrifying. And Tolkien perfected that in this chapter. But before I go on, make sure you subscribe and like the video as I am reading through Lord of the Rings for the first time and writing all my thoughts on the chapter as I read them. It was one video essay per chapter, now it's way more per chapter, but I am just loving these chapters so much. I find it hard to contain my excitement and I want to read and write about them so much. So make sure you subscribe if you're into that sort of thing. Like the video, and if you want, you can become a member for $5 a month and get early access to all the videos, as well as access to join the book club that I'm hoping to start soon when we have enough Tolkien fans. But I think there are a few horror movies that implement this kind of structure, where there's a monster or a spirit or something, and it's doing a lot of haunting, but you actually never see it on screen. It's elusive, and always just jumps out of the frame. I think Blair Witch Project does that, but I'm not really sure, seeing that I've never seen it, and I wimp out of horror movies and scary movies all the time. I think Cloverfield does it too, and for me, growing up, Signs was the scariest movie that I'd ever seen. I was terrified of that movie, and it kind of does that in that, but you also see the little green alien thing walking across during that birthday party, and that haunted my nightmares for years. I know there are others that do this kind of thing too, but those movies aren't really in my repertoire. But here, I think Tolkien does this so masterful because I just finished this chapter and felt so unsettled. Like there was almost something following me that I needed to look out for. And again, when I finally figured out that it was because Tolkien doesn't show any of the monsters in the chapter called The Journey in the Dark, where you're equally in the dark with the Fellowship, both literally and metaphorically, I just shouted, Tolkien, you've done it again. But let's start at the beginning of this chapter. In the first few paragraphs, as the company is deciding what to do, and they decide they need to sleep on it, this is the line that we get. At these words, all fell into silent thought. They heard the wind hissing among the rocks and trees, and there was a howling and a wailing around them in the empty spaces of the night. Suddenly, Aragorn leapt to his feet. "How the wind howls!" he cried. "It is howling with wolf voices. The wargs have come west of the mountains." After this, they decide something that sounds so insane to me, but also totally logical if you kind of really think about it, and it's the only smart thing to do. They go back to sleep. I mean, what else can you do? If you see wolves, you certainly don't want to go wandering out in the darkness where they might catch you off guard and surround you. I think you kind of want to start a massive fire and just try to hunker down for the night, and it seems like that's what they do. And the book says they get some uneasy sleep. But then, this is what the text says after. The howling of the wolves was now all around them, sometimes nearer and sometimes further off. In the dead of night, many shining eyes were seen peering over the brow of the hill. Some advanced almost to the ring of stones. At a gap in the circle, a great dark wolf shape could be seen halted, gazing at them. A shuddering howl broke from him, as if he were a captain summoning his pack to the assault. Gandalf stood up and strode forward, holding his staff aloft. "Listen, Hound of Sauron," he cried. "Gandalf is here. Fly if you value your foul skin. I will shrivel you from tail to snout if you come within this ring." The wolf snarled and sprang toward them with a great leap. At that moment, there was a sharp twang. Legolas had loosed his bow. There was a hideous yell, and the leaping shapes thudded to the ground. The elvish arrow had pierced its throat. The watching eyes were suddenly extinguished. Gandalf and Aragorn strode forward, but the hill was deserted. The hunting packs had fled. All about them, the darkness grew silent, and no cry came on the sighing wind. So, you know it's wargs, but you never really see them. Then they attack again, this time more seriously, and Gandalf lights the whole entire hilltop on fire in order to attempt to stop them. But I said before in a previous essay that I think Legolas was an exaggerated version of a warrior in the movies, but look at this one line in the text that makes me reevaluate that whole idea. The last arrow of Legolas kindled in the air as it flew, and plunged into the burning heart of a great wolf chieftain. All the others fled. Maybe that's Gandalf lighting it on fire in midair, but how cool is that image? It really feels like Legolas meant to do that. And the idea of this arrowhead lighting on fire in the middle of the air, then hitting the heart of the leader of the pack is so cool. But still, they never really see any of the wolves. Morning comes, and this is what the book says. When the full light of the morning came, no signs of the wolves were to be found, and they looked in vain for the bodies of the dead. No trace of the fight remained but the charred trees and arrows of Legolas lying on a hilltop. All were undamaged, save one of which only the point was left. How creepy is that? Makes you actually doubt if they were actually fighting wargs or not. Was it a figment of their imagination? No one knows, but you don't see the enemy in this chapter, which is really, really creepy. But after this, they rush off to Moria. The whole time Gimli is very excited and eager to get there. It's a beautiful section for Gimli that I will talk about in tomorrow's essay. But as they get there, there's another nameless fear. This water that seems like a weird flood that pooled up before the Holland Gate of Moria. And they need to find a way around it. There's a small little shallow part of the lake that they walk miles to get to, and when they cross, Sam and Bill are the last in the company, and a nameless, sightless foe makes some ripples. The Watcher. The text says, as Sam, the last of the company, led Bill up onto dry ground on the far side, there came a soft sound. A swish, followed by a plop, as if a fish had disturbed the still surface of the water. Turning quickly, they saw ripples, black-edged with shadows in the waning light. Great rings were widening outward from a point far out in the lake. There was a bubbling noise and then silence. Dusk deepened and the last gleams of sunset were veiled in cloud. Maybe this is a fish. Maybe it's a massive sea creature that will attempt to take Frodo and the ring in order to rule and have power and dominance in Middle-earth. Both are very viable options at this point. But they plod on the way along the walls of Moria until they reach the gate. And when Gandalf finally remembers the password, which I want to say as a side note, I think that the movies actually do this better on that point. Frodo figuring out the riddle and remembering the password brings him back to Bilbo's story and gives a good bit of connection between the two. And also right before this in the movies, the very person who stops the hobbits from throwing rocks into the pool in the books is the very person who actually throws the rocks into the pool. Boromir. Boromir says in the text, "How I hate this foul pool." He stooped and picking up a large stone, he cast it far into the dark water. The stone vanished with a soft slap, but at the same instant there was a swish and a bubble. Great rippling rings formed on the surface out beyond where the stone had fallen, and they moved slowly toward the foot of the cliff. And if you've seen the movies, you know what this actually is. It's the squid thing that I still don't really know the name of. I think this is just called the Watcher in the books, but the books don't actually show this creature. It's much creepier in the books because the company thinks that these are all like snakes. The text says this, Sam leaped after him, and then hearing Frodo's cry, he ran back again, weeping and cursing. The others swung round and saw the waters of the lake seething, as if a host of snakes were swimming up from the southern end. But you actually never see what this is. They run into Moria at this point, and the same thing that happens in the movies happens in the books. The tentacles rip the door open, and it comes tumbling down on top of it. It says they were just in time. Sam and Frodo were only a few steps up, and Gandalf had just begun to climb, when the groping tentacles writhed across the narrow shore and fingered the cliff walls and the doors. One came wriggling over the threshold, glistening in the starlight. Gandalf turned and paused. If he was considering what word would close the gate again from within, there was no need. Many coiling arms seized the doors on either side, and with horrible strength swung them round. With a shattering echo they slammed, and all light was lost. A noise of rending and crashing came dully through the ponderous stone. But you still never really see the beast in this instance, so your imagination can run wild and make it even darker. I think these things would have made it so much more entertaining in the movies and given them an element of horror which I think could have been really fun. And then you get for me what is maybe the creepiest section of the darkness in this chapter. I want to read a long section because of how interesting this is and then how creepy it is as well. It's what the book says right here. As these dangers became more frequent, their march became slower. Already they seemed to have been tramping on, endlessly to the mountain's roots. They were more than weary, and yet there seemed no comfort in the thought of halting anywhere. Frodo's spirits had risen for a while after escape, and after food and a draught of the cordial. But now a deep uneasiness, growing to dread, crept over him again. Though he had been healed in Rivendell of the knife stroke, that grim wound had not been without effect. His senses were sharper and more aware of things that could not be seen. One sign of change that he soon noticed was that he could see more in the dark than any of his companions, save perhaps Gandalf. And he was in any case the bearer of the ring. It hung upon its chain against his breast, and at whiles it seemed a heavy weight. He felt a certainty of evil ahead and of evil following, but he said nothing. He gripped tighter on the hilt of his sword and went on doggedly. The company behind him spoke seldom, and then only in hurried whispers. There was no sound but the sound of their own feet, the dull stump of Gimli's dwarf boots, the heavy tread of Boromir, the light step of Legolas, the soft, scarce-head patter of hobbit feet, and in the rear the slow, firm footfalls of Aragorn with his long stride. When they halted for a moment, they heard nothing at all, unless it were occasionally a faint trickle and a drip of unseen water. Yet Frodo began to hear, or to imagine that he heard, something else, like the faint fall of soft bare feet. It was never loud enough or near enough for him to feel certain that he heard it, but once it had started, it never stopped while the company was moving. But it was not an echo, for when they halted, it pattered on for a little all by itself, and then grew still. Frodo then hears this again, and it's kind of constantly making him paranoid in this section, but he alone hears it. And we don't get any indication so far that Gandalf hears or knows about this presence. And I am sure that it's Gollum. It has to be, right? That's the only thing that makes sense. Or maybe it's just the ring that's playing tricks on Frodo's mind. But this is a nameless and formless creature so far, and I could not imagine getting this and reading before you saw the movies and just thinking about how creepy this must have felt. You never see it in this chapter, but it is constantly following you, which gives this chapter such a creepy edge. But the whole Moria section of this chapter is probably by far the creepiest. The whole company start their journey in Moria, but you are constantly on edge thinking that they might run into orcs at any moment. When they come up to this chamber with a deep hole in it that's supposed to be like a well, most movie fans know what happens. But in the books, the pacing is so much different. When Pippin drops the bucket into the well in the movies, everything moves so fast, and there you see the orcs like after a minute. But in the books, when Pippin sees the well, he actually drops a rock in it out of curiosity. And when there's a splash at the bottom, this is what the book says. Then far below, as if the stone had fallen into deep water in some cavernous place, there came a plunk. Very distant, but magnified and repeated in the hollow shaft. "What's that?" cried Gandalf. He was relieved when Pippin confessed what he had done, but he was angry, and Pippin could see his eye glinting. "Fool of a Took," he growled. "This is a serious journey, not a hobbit walking party. Throw yourself in next time, and then you will be of no further nuisance. Now be quiet." Nothing more was heard for several minutes, but then there came out of the depths faint knocks. Tom tap, tap tom. They stopped. When the echoes had died away, they were repeated. Tap tom, tom tap, tap tap, tom. They sounded disquietingly, like signals of a sort, but after a while the knocking died away and was not heard again. "That was the sound of a hammer, or I have never heard one," said Gimli. That is so unsettling. I cannot tell you how creeped out I was by that. The drum beats don't happen in this chapter as they do in the movie, so it's just these things that go all throughout this chapter, but you never actually see the danger like the company sees the danger. And that makes it, for me, significantly scarier. And it took me a day and a half of writing to figure this one out. I don't know why. It felt like I was searching in the dark for why this chapter was so unsettling for me, and I am convinced that this is the reason. I felt like Gandalf here trying to figure out the password. And when you remember, it's so painfully obvious that it's infuriating. I mean, the chapter title is called The Journey in the Dark, which is just Tolkien telling us right there in front of our faces. But goodness, this journey just to get there felt so appropriate to the chapter. Right in front of my face, but I just couldn't see it. Tolkien, you genius. Anyway, make sure you subscribe and like the video. Let me know in the comments what you think, and I'll see you in the next one. So there's currently a jackhammer right outside my window right now. I'm going to do everything that I can to edit that out. But it's been going on all day, and I've been kind of waiting for the time where I can record this. And that time has not come because it just keeps on going. So hopefully I can edit it all out and you don't really hear it. But anyway, I feel like I found another fun tidbit of Tolkien's writing in the middle of the Fellowship of the Ring. It's fire. Now, fire is a common theme, I think, in the writing of Tolkien because it's essential for just survival and morale. And Pippin needs his morale boosted often, as he seems to be annoyed when he's in the dregs of a day. But for some reason, I think it's because of the dark in this chapter, being the journey in the dark and the walk into Moria. Fire just seems like a significantly more prevalent theme. And especially because there were 4 characters who were described as having some kind of fire in them. Well, it was actually 3, but then I'm going to take a leap at the 4th one, who I think has fire in him after this event. But I mainly want to talk about the fire of hope that is in the eyes of the one, the only Gimli. But right before I do, make sure you subscribe and like the video, as I am reading the Lord of the Rings series for the first time, and I'm publishing my thoughts in video essay form for the entire series so far. I am pretty much exactly on the same time as I am reading when these videos are coming out. I really don't read ahead and plan some of these essays. I do that a little bit with the chapters, but I do publish them a smidge earlier for members to give early access. So you can support this channel and get some early access videos before they are released to the world by becoming a member, which is $5 a month, which would be awesome, and it would show a lot of support for the channel. And I will also potentially start making some members only content. Maybe like 1 video a week will just be a members only thing. So become a member and support the channel, but make sure you subscribe and like the video as well. Now, let's go back to this fire idea, because this fire is a beautiful comparison in this chapter because they are fighting a fire demon, a Balrog of Morgoth. And it's actually terrifying in the book. And I think that the fire of the Fellowship here is actually supposed to be thematically almost feel like a more ancient and unquenchable fire, which is kind of crazy because this Balrog seems old and ancient. It seems like one of the oldest things in Middle-earth that was just kind of dwelling in the rock, and then all of a sudden they unearthed it. But there's something different about the hope, and maybe not the hope, but the fire that resides in these other characters that seems older, ancient, and more powerful. And I feel like Tolkien was trying to get that across when he was using this. I think he's comparing and contrasting the characters with the fire that is around them. And the first one I want to talk about is Frodo. In the book, Frodo seems to have his motivation come from kind of nowhere. And I'm going to work through this one a little bit. Honestly, it was the first time I've really read or seen Frodo like this when I saw this little fire in his eye. And the only other time I can think of it is maybe at the Barrow-downs. But he also had a thought in his mind during that one where he thought to leave his friends, which is weird because it's probably the ring in this section, but Frodo goes full on courageous and he shouts out his motivation, I think. This is what the book says. Heavy feet were heard in the corridor. Boromir flung himself against the door and heaved it to. Then he wedged it with broken sword blades and splinters of wood. The company retreated to the other side of the chamber, but they had no chance to fly yet. There was a blow on the door that made it quiver, and then it began to grind slowly open, driving back the wedges. A huge arm and shoulder, with a dark skin of greenish scales, was thrust through the widening gap. Then a great flat toeless foot was forced through below. There was dead silence outside. Boromir leaped forward and hewed at the arm with all his might, but his sword rang, glanced aside, and fell from his shaken hand. The blade was notched. Suddenly, and to his own surprise, Frodo felt a hot wrath blaze up in his heart. "The Shire!" he cried. And springing beside Boromir, he stooped and stabbed with sting at the hideous foot. There was a bellow, and the foot jerked back, nearly wrenching sting from Frodo's arm. Black drops dripped from the blade and smoked on the floor. Boromir hurled himself against the door and slammed it again. For a quick second, I think you see something of Frodo's motivation. I feel like there's a reiteration of something he said earlier when he said, "I shall like to save the Shire if I could, though there have been times when I thought the inhabitants too stupid or dull for words, and I felt that an earthquake or an invasion of dragons might be good for them. But I don't feel like that now. I feel like as long as the Shire lies behind, safe and comfortable, I shall find wandering more bearable. I shall know that somewhere there is a firm foothold, even if my feet cannot stand there again." Frodo's motivation for this is a beautiful thing. It's so that he can go home to his creature comforts, and so everyone in Hobbiton and the Shire can enjoy their life of peace. I think this is honestly Frodo's biggest motivation and why he's actually able to take the ring and not let it corrupt him. He seeks no power from it, but rather wishes the ring to be destroyed so the world, his world, doesn't really change. Yes, he wants adventure and he wants to see the Elves, but really, he wants to be in the Shire living a good life. At least in this part of the story. I believe that is what Frodo's motivation is. Another Hobbit who gives us his motivation seems to be Sam. A few paragraphs after Frodo has this blaze in his heart, Sam has it in his eyes. This is the line. "When 13 had fallen, the rest had fled shrieking, leaving the defenders unharmed, except for Sam, who had a scratch along his scalp. A quick duck had saved him, and he had felled his orc, a sturdy thrust with his barrow blade. A fire was smoldering in his brown eyes that would have made Ted Sandyman step backwards if he had seen it." I think the fire that you get from Sam here is actually one of frustration. He is angry. And this is a chance where he is taking out his anger. I don't think that his eyes are ablaze because he enjoys this battle in any way. No, I think Sam is actually ticked off that Bill, his good friend in the form of a pony, is loose with wargs in the wild. His mind is to that, and perhaps his own frustration for bringing the beast in the first place. But this section actually makes me believe that Sam here is fighting to alleviate himself from the things that he lost. I don't know how to fully flesh this one out, but the times that Sam becomes aggressive and really courageous and strong are when someone messes with something that he loves. The only other time he does this is when Strider comes around, and Sam isn't as aggressive as he is just distrusting. He doesn't really like Strider all that much from the beginning, and it shows. But if someone comes in trying to mess with his master or befriend his trust, Sam is going to be the last person to trust him out of obligation. His duty is to defend. And I think that is Sam's biggest attribute that I have seen in the book so far, his desire to protect and defend the things that he loves. He's battling an orc here with a fire in his eyes because he is so frustrated that he couldn't defend something that he loved. So he's fighting to get out his frustration for losing something that he lost. It's actually tragic to me. But that's kind of how I read that line. If you disagree with me, let me know. But the next, I think, is actually similar to Sam, but this character isn't described as having a fire in his eye, but for all intents and purposes, he does. Aragorn. The book says this after the death of Gandalf. "There was a guard of orcs crouching in the shadows behind the great doorposts, towering on either side. But the gates were shattered and cast down. Aragorn smote to the ground the captain that stood in his path, and the rest fled in the terror of his wrath." You don't want to mess with Aragorn after Gandalf has died. I think the entirety of the host of orcs could come swarming out of Moria and Aragorn would have defeated all of them. This is the skill of a master warrior, but also with the rage of losing someone that you love. I feel devastated for Aragorn in this moment because it truly feels like pure wrath. It's like the younger brother here who sees his older brother fall and he just goes on a rage. It reminds me of that one scene in the second movie when Gandalf comes riding with the Riders of Rohan and that one orc looks terrified. And it's like that, but just with Aragorn. I could imagine the captain of the Orc Guard looking super intimidating. But then as Aragorn comes running toward him with wrath in his eyes, he begins to cower and try to run away, but just doesn't get away. And the rest of the company knows not to mess with Aragorn, so they all go running. I think his motivation here is vengeance. And I think that's a bit dangerous of a motivation, but I also don't think it's that dangerous of a motivation in this moment. This actually, for me, made Aragorn a much more human character. Not necessarily that he's flawed, because I don't think any of us in this situation would do anything different from what Aragorn did, but this motivation shows that Aragorn is not to be trifled with. It shows to a different degree the protective instinct he has with people that he loves, that I think will make him a good leader. And finally, my favorite look in the eyes is the smoldering eyes of Gimli. The passage I loved was in the previous chapter when Gandalf first mentions going to Moria. The text says, "The road that I speak of leads to the mines of Moria," said Gandalf. Only Gimli lifted up his head. A smoldering fire was in his eyes. On all others, the dread fell at the mention of that name. Even to the hobbits, it was a legend of vague fear. I think Tolkien chose the best words possible for this sentence because it's not a spark. A smoldering means that it's been slowly burning for a long time, but just with no flame. It's still hot and it's deep. And I think that's how I find Gimli's hope at the moment. It's something that feels much deeper than a lot of the other members' hope. Because I was running in my head the childhood of Gimli, someone who has lived in the reclaimed city of Erebor for, I believe, most of his life. Correct me if I'm wrong on that one. And who has likely heard story after story of dwarves and their lost homeland of Moria. And even as I was talking to some people in our Discord about the significance of Moria versus Erebor, it's a kingdom that seems like it has no substitute. The dwarves feel like a displaced people to me, scattered all throughout the world, but their homeland has been taken and is poisoned. I mentioned this in another video, but it bears a lot of resemblance to me of the Mandalorians in Star Wars. And here you have Gimli, who knows all about this lost city, but for him, and I'm assuming most dwarves, even though they don't likely have the strength or the will to want to reclaim Moria, Gimli hopes that he can set foot in the halls of Moria. He hopes that the city can be reclaimed and be the center of Middle-earth. But that hope is all but gone. But it is not lost. See what I did there? Stealing the line from Arwen in the movies. But I think the thing that I love most about Gimli is he seems to just live by that deep sense of hope. Someone just needs to say the word Moria and you can see it smoldering in his eyes. And then you see his anticipation the whole chapter of the section where he is essentially running ahead of the group in order to get to the walls of Moria. This place that is black, is cursed, is poisoned, and people want nothing to do with. This place even hobbits wouldn't dream of stepping foot in, is the very place for Gimli that he holds in the deepest vault of his heart. I don't really have like a definitive proof for this, but I think this is why I currently love Gimli so much. That deep sense of hope that he always carries with him. And the thing I am perhaps the most curious to see now with his character is how he deals with that and what his response will be when he learns about the Balrog. I just finished that chapter, and while he does seem to be absolutely devastated and unconsolable, I want more of his journey and his thought process. I'm so curious how he's going to bounce back from this. I'm curious if that hope will still be a smoldering fire in his eye, that like he still thinks that they can reclaim Moria, or if that is something he will have to mourn and move on from. And it's weird too, because it's like a hope that, I don't know, is just not realized yet. He still hopes for this, but he's been displaced, so it's like not like his life would change that significantly because Moria can't be reclaimed. But anyway, I think for someone who may have had that hope in them for years, to have it suddenly dashed would be enough to make anyone break. And I think above everyone else in this entire section, I think Gimli is one of my favorites for his deep, deep hope. But anyway, this is just a quick essay to say that I love seeing the motivations of characters in their eyes, and I love seeing the hope that Gimli has about his homeland here. I think it adds such depth and emotional heft to his character, and he is quickly becoming one of my favorites in the Fellowship. But anyway, make sure you like the video and subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. Okay, so this essay was originally something I was just doing on my own time, and it was so fun that I decided to start writing it down, and it became this, which is an 8-page essay. What I want to do is take this little book that they found next to Balin's tomb that was kind of hard to read and had words covered with blood and guts, and I just want to process that out loud for myself for what is going on. I essentially just want to walk line by line through it and figure out what is happening. Because on my first read, some of it was obvious and some of it was less obvious, but when I reread that chapter, I found things to be really, really fascinating and I had a lot of questions. But I'm gonna pull out my map and see what happened and where I can fill in all the gaps, and I kind of figured rather than just do this by myself, I'll let you all into my little mind caves and you can help fill in the gaps if you know. So comment without spoilers as much as you can where I might be right and wrong in this one. And as always, make sure you like the video and subscribe, as I am reading through Lord of the Rings for the first time and publishing video essays whenever I find something interesting that I want to talk about, which I find something interesting quite often, and it's turned into multiple video essays per chapter. So if you're into that sort of thing, subscribe. And if you want to support the channel, you can become a member as well, which will give you early access to the videos. And when I start reading the second book, we'll probably give you access to some member-only content as well. And ultimately, I am looking to start a book club too with the members for the Lord of the Rings. So whenever that gets started in the next few weeks or months, that'll be another perk. But let's break this book down. So they found it at Balin's tomb and it was messed up. This chapter says all had been broken and plundered, but beside the shattered lid of one there lay remains of a book. It had been slashed and stabbed and partly burned, and was so stained with black and other dark marks like old blood that little of it could be read. But we're going to map this whole thing out of what we get in the books. The first thing that Gandalf says after reading for a bit is that the top page is marked 1, 3. So at least 2 are missing from the beginning, which is just a bummer. That's so sad to me. But here's the first line that we get. We drove out orcs from the great gate and guard. I think the next word is blurred and burned. Probably room. So this seems very self-explanatory to me, that the dwarves came back and they came through the Dimrill Dale. That's really the only thing that makes sense if they came up from the Iron Hills in Erebor. If they're coming from east to west, the Dimrill Dale is the valley east of Moria, which feels like the main entrance. The Western Gate, or the Holland Gate, I believe it's called, is the one on the west side that they entered with the Watcher. But we'll get there. But so far they have come into Moria from the Great Gate, the East Gate, where the Dimrill Dale is, where the Fellowship leaves out of Moria. It's also kind of shocking to me that immediately they hit resistance even at the very first gate. I feel like the orcs would have been hiding a bit deeper, but maybe they were just in the first few chambers to start. Anyway, Balin and company, I want to know how many he went with so badly too. I'd probably guess around like 500 to 1,000, but I don't know. But they come back and take arguably the most important thing to take, which is the whole front chamber of the Eastern Gate. If they can take that up to the Bridge of Khazad-dûm, the numbers don't matter and they can fight on the bridge. Such a fascinating idea for the bridge. The next line. We slew many in the bright, I think, sun in the dale. This seems to be paired up, but I think this line would have come first rather than at the gate. I was confused by that, but I guess this is just the recorder putting down all things kind of at once. But orcs being outside in the Dimrill Dale is interesting to me. Again, I don't know a ton about the idea of orcs being in the sun, but I thought that was an issue for them. Wasn't it a revolution when Saruman's army was marching under the sun? So either these orcs were evolved orcs, perhaps not even from Mordor, but I don't really think so. Maybe they're from Dol Guldur, I can't really say that very fast. Or, which I think might be more likely, these orcs were probably so terrified of moving back deeper into Moria because of the Balrog that they might have known. So they kind of just started running around into the open sun in order to avoid it. And the dwarves slew many in the open sun that were just running around. It sounds chaotic, but the dwarves are doing great so far. Until the very next line. Floy was killed by an arrow. He slew the great. There is a blur followed by Floy under grass near Mirror. That is sad. I feel like if they are going with limited numbers, then they just cannot afford any losses. But this seems like the very first battle that's happening. So just one loss perhaps isn't too bad. Or maybe many more were lost, but Floy was just a more important dwarf, so he was like the only one that was recognized. But he did slay the great, I'm not sure. I feel like this might be the great general orc or perhaps the great cave troll. Whatever it was, I love that he went down defeating something great. And may he rest under the grass of Mirror. Dwarves are great. Honoring Floyd by giving him a beautiful burial under the grass is something that is perhaps one of the most sacred things in Dwarven culture. Again, I don't know a ton about Dwarven culture, but the Mirror feels like it's a holy thing to be revered. Then the book says, the next line or two I cannot read. Then comes, we have taken the 21st hall of North End to dwell in. This is a fantastic bit of information, because let's look at this map here. And I'm also kind of flat out assuming that this map is canon, but I'm probably very wrong about that. But bear with me. It seems like the only way to the North End is via the bridge. So that would mean the dwarves in their first year have seized control of the Eastern Gate, have moved across to the west, and have seized control of, I would say, numerous chambers and halls. If they are actually dwelling and living in one of these chambers, it seems very likely that they have taken more than just that hall. Or maybe they snuck into that chamber unknown and have fortified it and they're just kind of barely staying alive as a colony. I think I like the first one better because it actually shows the recolonization of Moria is going decently well so far. The next line reads, there is, I cannot read what, a shaft is mentioned. Then Balin set up his seat in the chamber of Marzabal. This actually makes me revert my thought above, and I kind of think now this is just a hideout for them a bit. Perhaps they fought and battled their way through things, and then got to a place where they were just able to find a good shaft that became a home for them. Or maybe they really took out the main force of orcs and that they didn't need to worry so much more about the rest of the orcs. But this also tells me that the shaft is a good place where at the very, very least, they're getting ventilated air. And even more, could be a place where they could possibly escape if it leads to open air. But for some reason, dwarf shafts only seem like ventilation for me. Like in my weird brain, I think there are only two main entrances into Moria, the Dimril Dale and the Holland Gate. I might be totally wrong about that. But anyway, Balin setting up his seat means that it appears he's ruling Moria in some capacity. They are likely setting the things up they need to survive. And random thought, but what are the dwarves eating up at this point? Do they hunt, fish? How are they getting food? Anyway, Balin has his seat set up in the chamber. Seems like this is the location where they are going to expand from here, which is interesting. I might have thought if they were recolonizing that they set up shop in the whole Eastern Gate section. You have access to the outside world, you can come and go as you please, and the bridge is your greatest ally. It almost ensures that you won't be overtaken in the night. But I guess the dwarves know more than me and decided the northernmost halls are better. Oh, also Gimli says, the Chamber of Records, said Gimli. I guess that is where we now stand. So Marzabal was the Chamber of Records of Moria, which makes me think to some extent that they needed to go to the chambers to see the records of previous things that happened originally in Moria. Maybe they completely lost their bearing and their maps of Moria and needed this for their ability to plot and plan their colony. It seems like a good starting point. The next paragraph is all disjointed, but we can make a lot out of it. Well, I can read no more for a long way, said Gandalf, except the word gold, and Durin's axe, and something helm. So, the first thing is that either they found gold or they didn't find gold, and I'm guessing that they found it again, which is great news for the colony, but also insanely ominous in that they found the very place where it seems Durin had died and been slayed by the Balrog. Because it seems like they found Durin's axe and potentially Durin's helm. But the helm one I'm not too sure about. Then we get this. Then Balin is now Lord of Moria. It kind of feels like whoever holds the axe of Durin is the rightful king of Moria. So potentially they killed this orc who was wielding the axe, maybe? But I kind of like the idea that they found it. Kind of like the Ark of the Covenant vibe. Or even like the Darksaber kind of vibe from Star Wars. Then we have this. That seems to end a chapter. After some stars, another hand begins. And I can see we have found true silver. And later the word well-forged, and then something, I have it, mithril. Another hand is sad. It either is that the original writer died, which means more people are dying than they are putting in the book, or maybe they just have more than one record keeper. I think it would probably be important to have more than one record keeper, so I'll go with that. But hey, they found mithril. And the word well-forged, which is bizarre to me. I don't know what that could mean. Either it's a place in Moria, or perhaps they relit the forges in Moria in order to begin forging mithril again, or maybe they found mithril armor that is well-forged. I don't know. That one is kind of throwing me for a loop a bit. And the last two lines in this section. Oin to seek for the upper armories of Third Deep. Something go westward, a blur to Holland Gate. So, Owain seems to have been sent on a mission to go to the armories of the Third Deep. Maybe that's where they found the records of the best armor and weapons there, and they will for sure need it. This whole thing also feels like they are constantly battling orcs because they seem to need weapons and armor if they are looking for the armories. And this armory just seems like it's westward to the Holland Gate. That's all my interpretation of it is. But perhaps they also had to go on another dwarf mission to the Western Gate. That honestly would be a terrifying mission to do alone. Then this is the new section's beginning. Gandalf paused and set a few leaves aside. There are several pages of the same sort, rather hastily written and much damaged, he said. But I can make little of them in this light. Now there must be a number of leaves missing because they begin to be numbered 5. The 5th year of the colony, I suppose. Let me see. No, they are too cut and stained. I cannot read them. We might do better in the sunlight. Wait. Here is something. A large, bold hand using an elvish script. That would be Ori's hand, said Gimli, looking over the wizard's arm. He could write well and speedily, and often used the elvish characters. I fear he had ill tidings to record in a fair hand, said Gandalf. The first clear word is sorrow, but the rest of the line is lost. Ori seems like the record keeper here, but very sad that these years are cut off. But the 5th year of the colony is amazing. This is settling in. It's also kind of crazy that the Fellowship finds the Balrog and they've been in the mines for only a few days. When this collection of dwarves were there for 5 years and probably never saw the Balrog. Maybe they did, but the records don't seem to imply that. But very sad that this is a year filled with sorrow, and the source of this sorrow in this year is shocking to me. It says, yesterday being the 10th of November, Balin, Lord of Moria, fell in Dimrill Dale. He went alone to look in Miramir. An orc shot him from behind a stone. We slew the orc, but many more, up from east up the Silverlode. Now, this is a gold mine of information and is going to make me rethink a lot of what I talked about before. So, the first and most important is that the Dwarven colony must have been significantly more established. I say that for 2 reasons. The first is that Balin, just taking a walk alone to the Miramir is something you do not do if you are besieged at all times. I do think it was foolish for him to do that, but that's a bummer. And then you have the orcs who are coming east from the Silverlode. I'd probably guess these orcs are coming from Dol Guldur, but I could be wrong about that. Them coming that way seems like they want to retake Moria now, which means the dwarves had won and were doing well for 5 years before a larger force of orcs took them out. I'm not sure if these orcs were waiting around and scouting when Balin popped out alone, when they shot him in the back, which cowardly, but then they began their invasion of Moria. The next section says, the remainder of the page is so blurred that I can hardly make out anything. But I think I can read, we have barred the gates, and then can hold them long if, and perhaps horrible and suffer. Have they barred the eastern gate? Or have they perhaps barred some other chamber gate? I think I'd say the eastern gate because I'd say that the words horrible and suffer relate to that fact. Ooh, and a very dark thought that I had. What if the arrow didn't kill Balin and they just tortured him for leverage in order to gain access and disbar the gates of Moria? That might be the case, but that would be awful. But I am curious what the other sentence was going to end with. They can hold them long if what? I don't even have a guess. So tell me in the comments what you think this would actually be and what would happen here, because I am lost for that one. How would they be able to hold them long if what? If maybe their armories don't run out? I don't know. Then we get the last paragraph of information, which is tragic. It's grim reading, he said. I fear their end was cruel. Listen, we cannot get out. We cannot get out. They have taken the bridge in the second hall. Frar and Lonnie and Nali fell there. There are 4 lines smeared so that I can only read, went 5 days ago. The last lines run, the pool is up to the wall at Westgate. The watcher in the water took Owain. We cannot get out. The end comes. And then drums. Drums in the deep. I wonder what that means. The last thing written is in a trailing scrawl of elf letters. They are coming. So, they were not able to hold the gate for long, I guess. Perhaps they really did have Balin captive and were threatening the dwarves with the desecration of Balin's body. Dwarves buried people by the Mirror and seemed to have a very sacred and holy culture, so maybe this was enough to break them, and they opened the gates for a fight. But the orcs pushed them back. They win the bridge, which is devastating because that is like the biggest defense that these dwarves have. Then they win one hall, then the second. 2 more dwarves die. I also kind of find it funny that these dwarves are all fighting and that there is just one in the background taking notes. I know that's not how it went, but funny to think about. But how can I joke at a time like this? I gotta get back on focus. This paragraph is truly terrible and so sad. It seems like the whole colony left 5 days ago and they are flying east as they run from the orcs. They get there and it's flooded up to the gate, which is devastating. They are trapped. Not surrounded by orcs, but they cannot go back for fear of running into the orcs, who likely outnumber them. And they cannot go across the water for fear the Watcher will take them. And so the dwarves are just sitting there, waiting for their end. And the drums come. But my final thought is this. The one I would love some answers on. I just asked this in our Discord too, and I'm very curious from the answers that it would be. But do the drums signal battle for the orcs, or do the drums from the deep summon the Balrog? First, I'm not sure because the Balrog just doesn't seem like he could be summoned, but maybe he's like a sandworm in Dune that doesn't like noise and just wants to kill anything that makes noise. Thus, the drums played makes the Balrog come. I feel like they were maybe just killed by orcs, but the drums being from the deep is the thing that is so unsettling about this whole journey. I think it probably just means that the drums show the orcs are near, because the last lines were written in quick scrawling letters. And I can imagine Ori, who was a member of Bilbo's entourage, which is even more tragic, writes this down quickly, and picks his axe up to fight, to the death. And he dies, defending both his honor and his fellow dwarves in battle. Utterly tragic. And this is a bit strange, but I feel like I need to end this video with some kind of way that honors the dwarves. I was going to sing this, but I'll spare you. I want to recite the Song of Durin to end this video. The world was young, the mountains green. No stain yet on the moon was seen. No words were laid on stream or stone. When Durin woke and walked alone, he named the nameless hills and dells. He drank from yet untasted wells. He stooped and looked in mirror, and saw a crown of stars appear, as gems upon a silver thread, above the shadow of his head. The world was fair, the mountains tall, in elder days before the fall of mighty kings in Nargothrond, and Gondolin, who now beyond the western seas have passed away. The world was fair in Durin's day. A king he was on carven throne, in many pillared halls of stone, with golden roof and silver floor, and runes of power upon the door. The light of sun and star and moon, and shining lamps of crystal hewn, undimmed by cloud or shade of night. There shone forever, fair and bright. Their hammer on the anvil smote, their chisel clove and graver wrote. There forged was blade, and bound was hilt. The delver mined, the mason built. There beryl, pearl, and opal pale, and metal wrought like fish's mail. Buckler and corset, axe and sword, and shining spears were laid in hoard. Unwearied then were Durin's folk. Beneath the mountains music woke. The harpers harped, the minstrels sang, and at the gates the trumpets rang. The world is gray, the mountains old. The forge's fire is ashen cold. No harp is rung, no hammer falls. The darkness dwells in Durin's halls. The shadow lies upon his tomb. In Moria, in Khazad-dûm. But still the sunken stars appear. In dark and windless Mirror. There lies his crown in water deep, till Durin wakes again from sleep. The Bridge of Khazad-dûm is the most action-packed chapter I have ever read in my entire life. I read this chapter on a plane, and the woman next to me who was reading smut on her Kindle, no shame, actually looked over to me to see if I was okay. When my jaw kept dropping and I kept taking sharp intakes of air because of how nuts this chapter was, she looked at me like I was a crazy person. But she wasn't reading what I was reading. This chapter was so good and so different from the book too. And this is just one of those essays where I have 10 little things to say about this chapter. And rather than make 10 different essays on it, I just want to touch on each one of them just a little bit. Some of the points are talking about the book to movie changes, and some are just points about, hey, this was so cool. So make sure you like the video and subscribe. I am reading through Lord of the Rings for the first time and writing my thoughts in the form of video essays for each chapter. So if you're into that sort of thing, please make sure you subscribe. Doesn't cost you anything to subscribe and would mean a lot. Also, you can support this channel by becoming a member, which will give you early access to videos, as well as some members only content. That'll come when I'm done with the first book and moving on to the second. I also just really want to say thank you, and I appreciate all your comments and all the people who are watching these videos. I love reading through them and seeing where you all find corrections and where you gently nudged me to think through something different. You guys have been amazing, and I am pretty amazed at the support and love of the Lord of the Rings community thus far. So just wanted to say thank you. But let's get into this chapter. First off, I talked about this in yesterday's video, but the very fact that the Moria colony lasted for 5 years before orcs overtook them is astonishing to me. It makes me so curious what the plan was for the colony. And I kind of think that it was significantly underplanned. I feel like if people had just heard about the colony after the first year and their survival, dwarves might have come from all over to start, just to come back to their homeland. But the very fact that they also didn't shows how ingrained it is in the culture of Middle-earth to fear Moria. Its name is Black, and the lore runs deep through Middle-earth. But 5 years of a colony is incredible. The second thing I found interesting in this chapter is that the dwarves who went to Moria, we don't really know the number, but of them, there were 3 who were part of Bilbo's company, which is absolutely tragic. This little dead man who had the book in his hand is most likely Ori. But Oin also went for the recolonization. And Balin, of course, who became Lord of Moria. He held that title for 5 glorious years before he was shot in the back by an orc when he went to the Mirror by himself. Then the dwarves kind of just fell right after that. But there was a comment on yesterday's video that made me a bit emotional because they read The Hobbit when they were a kid, and the comment said something like how hard it was to see friends they had when they were a kid die like that in Moria when they were an adult, which is just how I'm starting to feel about some of these characters. Already in this book, I have these people and these characters that I am starting to love. Oh, it's such a good read. But the third thing I found interesting was that Gandalf's magic just doesn't seem to work. It does later on when he's fighting the Balrog. What? In his soft magic kind of persona, maybe it isn't that shocking to me, but I'm not even talking about his encounter with the Balrog of shutting the door. But he is almost laughed at when he appears to use magic by the orcs. The orcs almost pay no attention to his magic too, which is bizarre to me. It might not be magic at all, and it might just be Gandalf trying to intimidate them, but the book says, "Wait a moment, do not close it yet," said Gandalf. He sprang forward to Boromir's side and drew himself up to his full height. "Who comes hither to disturb the rest of Balin, Lord of Moria?" he cried in a loud voice. There was a rush of hoarse laughter, like the falling of sliding stones into a pit. Amid the clamor, a deep voice was raised in command. "Doom, doom, doom," went the drums in the deep. With a quick movement, Gandalf stepped before the narrow opening of the door and thrust forward his staff. There was a dazzling flash that lit the chamber and the passage outside. For an instant, the wizard looked out. Arrows whined and whistled down the corridor as he sprang back. "There are orcs. Very many of them," he said. Now that I'm reading that passage again, actually, I'm changing what I'm thinking in mid-essay. That flash of light, I initially thought was like a spell that he was casting, and the orcs were just kind of like laughing at him, and they shot arrows, but maybe it was just to see what was there. Honestly, that's probably all it was for. So his magic is working. I completely take that back. So the third point is just completely nixed from this. We do these essays live as I'm thinking through them. Sorry about that. Anyway, the fourth thing that I loved was actually a comment on a prior video about Sam being rescued by a quick duck. It was maybe my favorite comment ever. But the book says, when 13 had fallen, the rest fled shrieking, leaving the defenders unharmed, except for Sam, who had a scratch along the scalp. A quick duck had saved him, and he had felled his orc, a sturdy thrust with his barrow blade. I cackled at that quick duck just coming in to save the day for Sam here. That is so hilarious to me. And I will never, ever read that passage in the same light now. But the fifth thing that I loved in this chapter is very different from the movies as well. But it's the scene when the cave troll comes in the movies and stabs Frodo with the trident spear thing. In the book, that is actually an orc chieftain. And I weirdly love that. I think the comparison would be like if you are fighting Shaquille O'Neal versus like, I don't know, LeBron James. Shaquille O'Neal is massive and huge, and he's deadly and so intimidating. But LeBron, who has a bit more agility and a bit more motion, that might be a little scarier to me. But the book says he stood at nearly man height, the chieftain, and that he tossed Boromir aside with the ease, with a turn of his shield. And he attempts to skewer Frodo, which is so interesting that Frodo is kind of singled out here. How does this chieftain know Frodo is the main man here? But then Sam breaks the spear with the shaft, amazing Sam. And then Aragorn just comes out of nowhere like a flash and brings Andúril out on his head. That is pretty hardcore and makes me appreciate and love Aragorn for his warrior mastery. But this is a terrifying moment in this chapter. And Aragorn is terrifying, and this chieftain is terrifying. Gosh, this was just a rip-roaring, such a good chapter. The sixth thing I loved is the attitude of Gimli. Look at this paragraph. Gimli took his arm and helped him down to a seat on the step. "What happened away up there at the door?" he asked. "Did you meet the beater of the drums?" Gimli has just had it confirmed to him that the colony and his fellow dwarves have died in Moria. He is devastated. He bows his head in sadness, but he still has his honor and his manners, and he still leads the group out of the mines with Gandalf. And when Gandalf is exhausted for what I will talk about in my next point, he helps him down. Just a true gentlemanly thing to do there. Love that dwarf. But the seventh thing, and the reason that Gandalf is helped, is because of this response. This was harrowing to me. So on their escape out of that room, Gandalf tries to shut the door with magic, but the book says, "I found myself suddenly faced by something that I have not met before. I could think of nothing to do but to try to put a shutting spell on the door. I know many, but to do things of that kind rightly requires time, and even then the door can be broken by strength. As I stood there, I could hear orc voices on the other side. At any moment I thought they would burst it open. I could not hear what was said. They seemed to be talking in their own hideous language. All I caught was, 'Gosh, that is fire.' Then something came into the chamber. I felt it through the door, and the orcs themselves were afraid and fell silent. It laid hold of the iron ring, and then perceived me and my spell. What it was, I cannot guess, but I have never felt such a challenge. The counter spell was terrible. It nearly broke me. For an instant, the door left my control and began to open. I had to speak words of a command. That proved too great a strain. The door burst in pieces. Something dark as a cloud was blocking out all light inside, and I was thrown backwards down the stairs. All the wall gave way, and the roof of the chamber as well, I think. This makes the Balrog so much more terrifying than the movie. Not only is this Balrog this force of nature, but the very fact that this thing can use magic and is using a counterspell that almost breaks and crushes Gandalf is insane. This thing's power is terrifying. And a lot of people were saying that Gandalf's presence and the ring's presence was kind of the thing that drove the Balrog out of hiding in order to attempt to find the company. But this paragraph was when my seatmate on the plane looked over at me to see if I was okay. The eighth thing I loved was that in the movie, I always wondered why there was this little skinny bridge that spanned over this massive chasm. There were no railings on this thing either, which who's going across that on a daily basis? But in the books, I discovered that this was a great defensive strategy laid up by the dwarves. That if Moria was taken or they were attacked, they could go over the bridge and numbers wouldn't matter. They could fight one at a time and thus preserve the people of Moria for a significantly longer period of time, which is so cool. The ninth thing is the full confirmation of what we've been talking about in the other videos, that Gandalf does not know about the Balrog. In fact, none of the Fellowship, or very many people in Middle-earth at all, know about the Balrog being in Moria. They know about Durin's Bane, but they don't know it's a Balrog. So when Gandalf finally sees the Balrog, he is just super depressed. The book says, "It came to the edge of the fire, and the light faded as if a cloud had bent over it. Then with a rush it leaped across the fissure. The flames roared up to greet it, and wreathed about it, and a black smoke swirled in the air. Its streaming mane kindled, and blazed behind it. In its right hand was a blade like a stabbed tongue of fire. In its left it held a whip of many thongs. Aye, wailed Legolas. A Balrog is come! Gimli stared with wide eyes. Durin's Bane, he cried. And letting his axe fall, he covered his face. A Balrog, muttered Gandalf. Now I understand. He faltered and leaned heavily on his staff. What an evil fortune. And I am already weary. Gandalf here is kind of comedic to me. He's like, I'm just tired. I have to face this thing now. But he didn't know what he was going to face when he came into the mines. And he just had a very bad stroke of luck here. And the 10th thing was maybe the coolest paragraph, or 2 paragraphs, in this whole chapter. Boromir is having a rough chapter so far. He notches his blade when he attempts to hit the Trollfoot, and then he gets tossed aside by an orc chieftain. But in the hour of need, when the deepest, darkest enemy comes up, this is what the text says. The dark figure, streaming with fire, raced toward them. The orcs yelled and poured out over the stone gangways. Then Boromir raised his horn and blew. Loud the challenge rang and bellowed like the shouts of many throats under a cavernous roof. For a moment the orcs quailed and the fiery shadow halted. Then the echoes died as suddenly as a flame blown out by a dark wind, and the enemy advanced again. Over the bridge, cried Gandalf, recalling his strength. Fly, this foe is beyond any of you. I must hold the narrow way. Fly! Aragorn and Boromir did not heed the command, but still held their ground, side by side, behind Gandalf at the far end of the bridge. The others halted, just within the doorway at the hall's end, and turned, unable to leave their leader to face the enemy alone. And then, a few paragraphs later, You cannot pass, he said. With a bound, the Balrog leaped full upon the bridge. Its whip whirled and hissed. He cannot stand alone, cried Aragorn suddenly, and ran back along the bridge. Elendil, he shouted, I am with you, Gandalf. Gondor, cried Boromir, and leaped after him. This is like Leroy Jenkins moment for Gondor here and for Boromir. I thought that was the best. And some of you threw a bit of shade and trash on Boromir in that video that I made about why I love him so much. And I know you guys know the full story and I don't quite know everything that happens yet, but I've got to say, how does anyone hate this man? Just at this point alone in the story, he is so fantastic. He's equally as brave as Aragorn, and yes, he might be a fool, but he is so courageous. He is standing with Aragorn and Gandalf against the Balrog of freaking Morgoth. And his horn blast stops it dead in its tracks. What a man. Goodness. But then the 11th thing that I noticed in this chapter, which is so fascinating, and I understand why they changed it in the movies because it is so much more dramatic for the movie viewers in the movie, but the book description I think would be significantly more dramatic to the characters in the book. But when Gandalf says, "Fly, you fools," in the movie, he does so when he is grabbing the bridge, and I always thought he should have just pulled himself up there if he was grasping it. It always annoyed me a little bit, but it also kind of hinted that Gandalf needed to go finish that creature. But in the books, Gandalf gets the last little whip thrust that knocks him hard off the bridge. And it's not as if he is grabbing the stone and lets go, but as he's falling, he yells up to the groups with his final words, which are kind of actually comedic if you think about it. The book says, "With a terrible cry, the Balrog fell forward, and its shadow plunged down and vanished. But even as it fell, it swung its whip, and the thongs lashed and curled about the wizard's knees, dragging him to the brink. He staggered and fell, grasped vainly at the stone, and slid into the abyss. 'Fly, you fools!' he cried, and was gone." Terrifying, but also kind of funny that he gets the last word in and calls them fools here. The 12th thing, that was something I mentioned in the character study of the 4 characters before in a prior video, but Aragorn running out of the mines as a leader, and there being a whole collection of orcs just waiting for them in ambush. And then they seem to scatter as they see Aragorn in his full anger, where he slays the chief of the company and the rest go running in terror of him, is the coolest thing ever. The book says, "There was a guard of orcs crouching in the shadows behind the great doorposts towering on either side. But the gates were shattered and cast down. Aragorn smote to the ground the captain that stood in his path, and the rest fled in the terror of his wrath. The company swept past them and took no heed of them. Out of the gates they ran, and sprang down the huge age-worn steps, the threshold of Moria." That's incredible. And the final thing that was cool to me was just the last 2 paragraphs of this, for the very reason that this is the literal greatest ending to a TV episode that I ever seen in my mind's eye, perhaps ever. Imagine if they made a TV series out of this and no one really knew much about the series or read the books at all, and then all of a sudden you see this scene unfold. Oh, imagine reading this without the films too and coming to the end of this chapter for the very first time. How devastating that must have been. And let me know, I think some of you have read this before the movies existed. How did you feel when this moment happened, when Gandalf fell? Was it something that was like he was just gone and you knew he was dead? Did you ever have hope that he was going to come back in the story? Oh my gosh, I would be so enthralled with this. But this is how this chapter ends. "They did not halt until they were at a bowshot from the walls. Dimril Dale lay about them. The shadow of the misty mountains lay upon it. But eastward there was a golden light on the land. It was but 1 hour afternoon. The sun was shining. The clouds were white and high. They looked back. Dark yawned the archway of the gates under the mountain shadow. Faint and far beneath the earth rolled the slow drum beats. A thin black smoke trailed out. Nothing else was to be seen. The dale all around was empty. Grief at last wholly overcame them, and they wept long, some standing and silent, some cast upon the ground. The drum beats faded. That is so unbelievably good. I have chills just reading that. But goodness gracious, I loved this chapter so much. So good, so action-packed. But I am very excited to talk about Lothlorien and get to the last few chapters of this book as well. So make sure you subscribe and like the video, and I'll see you in the next one. J.R.R. Tolkien's The Lord of the Rings is filled with grand figures. Mighty wizards like Gandalf, whose wisdom and knowledge of Middle-earth is utterly priceless and vital for the Fellowship. You have noble kings like Aragorn, who in the movies is more reluctant to take that role, but in the books is ready to become king. And you also have ancient evils, like the evil of Saruman, who converts seemingly to the dark side and makes a ring himself and seems to lose all sanity for his actual purpose. And within the series as well, there are characters that are enigmatic and mysterious that the movies totally leave out. People like Tom Bombadil, who a simple mention of him will send fans into a frenzy of deciphering his meaning. Or Glorfindel, who is an elf lord that defeated a Balrog and then gets sent back to Middle-earth to save Frodo from the ring race. I don't really know that yet, but some people were telling me that. Again, it's my first time read. I'll talk about that in a second. Yet, nestled within the pages of this epic saga lies a being so pivotal, so enigmatic, that its mere presence alters the course of the history of Middle-earth. I speak, of course, of the most unsung, overlooked, and mysterious hero of Middle-earth, the Quick Duck. But before I go on, make sure you like the video. Please subscribe, as I am reading through Lord of the Rings for the first time and publishing video essays of my thoughts throughout the read. So subscribe if you want to support the channel. You can also become a member where you get early access to videos, some exclusive content that will be out shortly, and a book club that I am looking to start for Lord of the Rings in a few weeks. Anyway, back to the essay. For years, scholars and fans alike have overlooked this passage, hidden within the text like a riddle waiting to be unraveled. It's within the Mines of Moria, and it's when the entire Fellowship gets found out by orcs, and these orcs are running ahead into this room to try to accost them and to stop them. And they get in a fight with them. And the Fellowship ends up killing a lot of people, and this is what the text says. When 13 had fallen, the rest fled shrieking, leaving the defenders unharmed, except for Sam, who had a scratch along the scalp. A quick duck had saved him, and he felled his orc, a sturdy thrust with his barrow blade. At first glance, a casual reader might assume this means Sam, through nimble reflexes, dodged an attack. Well, let's take a step back. Is that truly what the text says? No! This sentence does not say that Sam quickly ducked. It states that a quick duck saved him. This is an entirely different claim, one that suggests the presence of an actual physical and extremely timely duck. And stepping a bit outside of the comedy here, because I think that's all that this is, I also think that Tolkien left this in there because of his love for language. Maybe the whole essay should have been about that, really, but I remember reading a comment on another video where Tolkien was essentially making a big translation joke when he had Gandalf mistranslate the word speak for say. When the inscription above the door should say speak friend and enter, it really means just say friend and enter. And I love a bit of Tolkien joking there. And you cannot convince me that J.R.R. Tolkien, a man who loves language and words, didn't rewrite that sentence to say Sam ducked, and that saved him from a blow. Rather than how he writes it, which is a quick duck saved him. I believe in my heart of hearts that Tolkien left that in there as a little joke to us readers, and I'm going to take this to the end of Middle-earth and back. Consider what this means for Middle-earth. We have these people who are destined for the throne like Aragorn. We have elves who can walk on the snow. And we have a shadowy figure known only as Tom Bombadil, whose very existence defies reason. And yet none of them hold a candle to this duck, a creature of such precision and agility that it not only intervened at the crucial moment, but did so with such effectiveness that it altered the course of the battle. How? Did it flap its wings into the orc's face, distracting it? Did it quack menacingly, sending the creature into a moment of existential dread? Did it, against all odds, grasp a blade in its webbed foot and strike with the force of destiny? We don't know. We are simply told that the quick duck saved Sam. And that must be enough for us. More perplexing still is the mystery of this duck's origin and fate. Unlike Gandalf, who falls and returns as Gandalf the White, or Aragorn, whose lineage is traced back to the great kings of old, the quick duck appears once and is never seen again. Where did it come from? Was it a Maya like Sauron choosing the form of a duck to move unnoticed among the mortals? Was it sent by the gods of Middle-earth, a divine waterfowl deployed at the moment of utmost need? Or did it, like the eagles, simply show up, perform a miraculous act, and then flap off into legend? The text offers no answers, only an open-ended enigma. And therein lies the greatest mystery of all. While we argue about the metaphysics of elven immortality or the logistical challenges of carrying the One Ring on an eagle, we ignore the most inexplicable anomaly in Tolkien's entire legendarium. This duck does not need an elaborate backstory. It exists, it acts, and then it disappears, leaving behind only questions and a single, undeniable truth. That without it, Sam Gamgee would not have survived. So for the next time someone asks who the true hero of Middle-earth is, resist the urge to say Frodo, Aragorn, or even Sam. Instead, tell them the truth. Tell them about the quick duck. And when they ask for more information, simply shake your head and say, I wish we knew. I wish we knew. This was kind of fun to write. I don't really ever do this on any of my essays, so it was kind of fun to just piece this together. Anyway, make sure you like the video, subscribe if you're into this sort of thing, and I will see you in the next one tomorrow where we're talking about Lothlorien, and I'm so excited to talk about that because I find so many parallels with some of C.S. Lewis's work and some of like this Hebrew imagery I think that Tolkien is using. Cannot wait to talk about it. So I'll see you guys in the next one. If there is one thing that I've learned about Tolkien from my first read of Lord of the Rings, besides the fact that lots of people have very strong opinions about Tom Bombadil, is that he didn't want anyone allegorizing his work. He's famous for his quote about the series too, when he said, I cordially dislike allegory in all of its manifestations, and I've always done so since I grew old and wary enough to detect its presence. I much prefer history, true or feigned, with its varied applicability to the thought and experience of readers. I think that many confuse applicability with allegory, but the one resides in the freedom of the reader, and the other in the purposed domination of the author. This quote is incredibly wise, in that everyone, everywhere, and at all times can read through Lord of the Rings and say that Tolkien was writing about fill in the blank. Tolkien was absolutely writing about war, or nuclear scares, or he was writing about escapism, or whatever it might be. And his quote is perfect because his work is much less about him inputting the meaning into a story, rather than us taking it and applying the story to our current situations and making meaning out of it. It's an unbelievable thing for an author to do that because it gives the author permission to just write a story, and then it gives us the permission to be able to interpret that story however we want. The trust that J.R.R. Tolkien had in his audience to be able to interpret this book wisely and apply it to different situations in whatever we're going through in our own personal life and broad scale in our cultural existence is nothing short of immaculate and perfect. I am continually impressed. A writer that thinks and assumes that I am a smart audience is a writer I want to read more of. And I cannot tell you how impressed I am of Tolkien being able to do this because it's not a very common quality that writers have today. But Tolkien himself likely had reasons for why he was writing. But he wanted the reader to be more of a participant in the story and to make meaning out of it themselves. So this is a story that applies to all ages, to all people, and everywhere in the world. They can take meaning out of this and it can help them with life. But Tolkien's lambasting of allegory for me seemed to hit a wall when I came to the Lothlorien chapter. And so for the rest of this essay, I want to talk about Lothlorien, and I think I'm going to input a lot of meaning into this. But some of the imagery that Tolkien was using just seems so vivid and so like early creation story kind of feel. And I just kept thinking as I was reading that it was too similar to those to not be any allegory or for him to not be inputting his meaning. But again, I'll talk about that as the essay goes on. So make sure you like the video and subscribe too if you haven't already, because I am reading through Lord of the Rings for the first time and publishing video essays on my thoughts. If that's your cup of tea, subscribe. And if you want, you can support the channel by donating or becoming a member for just like $5 a month, which will give you access to the videos early and will also give you access to members only content when I start the second book and a potential book club on Lord of the Rings that I am cooking up right now. So subscribe, like the video, and become a member. That would be amazing and would help me keep doing this. I would really, really appreciate that. But I wanted to split up this chapter into 3 essays originally when I read this chapter. One on the wisdom of Haldir, another on the comparison of the creative narratives and the creation narratives in the Hebrew Bible to Lothlorien, and another on the push and pull of good and evil in this series and how prevalent it seemed in this chapter. But as I was thinking, all of those seemed to connect in my head. So this essay is probably going to be all over the place, but I wanted to tackle and write an essay about all of them where they interconnect. Could be an absolute miserable failure, but we're going to give it a shot. There's a few lines initially that set the scene of Lothlorien that I want to talk about. The first is as the company is passing over the river into Lothlorien. The book says, "As soon as he set foot on the far bank of the Silver Lode, a strange feeling had come upon him, and it deepened as he walked on into the Nath. It seemed to him that he had stepped over a bridge of time into a corner of the elder days, and was now walking in a world that was no more. In Rivendell there was a memory of ancient things. In Lorien, the ancient things still lived on in the waking world. Evil had been seen and heard there. Sorrow had been known. The elves feared and distrusted the world outside. Wolves were howling on the wood's borders, but on the land of Lorien, no shadow lay." I find this passage incredible, especially seeing that on the borders there were dark things happening, but in Lorien itself there just seemed to be no shadow, which shows all things are illuminated properly and as they should be. The first thing I thought when I read this was that it feels like a little slice of heaven on earth. I don't really know much about Tolkien's Legendarium, as it is really my first time going through these books, but the Undying Lands, which I know in the movies, feels kind of like heaven or an afterlife to me, or whatever you might call it. Lorien seems to be then kind of like an Eden. It's this little slice of earth that is heaven on earth. It feels different from Rivendell too, where Rivendell felt like more a safe haven from the world outside, and that you would feel better, whole, and healed by spending time there. Lorien feels like a deeper version of that. But this is gonna sound weird. It feels even more real and tangible. And this was one of the other things that caught me by surprise too, because I think Tolkien seemed to absolutely have conversations with C.S. Lewis, his good buddy, about people's perception of heaven and hell. And it seems to bleed out a little bit in his writing here, because this was a line that made me think it. "They followed him as he stepped lightly up the grass-clad slopes. Though he walked and breathed, and about him living leaves and flowers were stirred by the same cool wind as fanned his face. Frodo felt that he was in a timeless land that did not fade or change or fall into forgetfulness. When he had gone and passed again into the outer world, still Frodo the Wanderer from the Shire would walk there, upon the grass among Elanor and Nifredil, in fair Lothlorien. They entered the circle of white trees, and as they did so, the south wind blew upon Carith Amroth, and sighed among the branches. Frodo stood still, hearing far off great seas upon beaches that had long ago been washed away, and seabirds crying, whose race had perished from the earth. Haldir had gone on, and was now climbing to the high flat. As Frodo prepared to follow him, he laid his hand upon the tree beside the ladder. Never before had he been so suddenly and so keenly aware of the feel and the texture of a tree's skin, and the life within it. He felt a delight in woods, and the touch of it, neither as a forester nor as a carpenter. It was the delight of the living tree itself. This is like the Middle-earth equivalent to Lewis' famous book, The Great Divorce. Don't get me started on the interpretation of that book, because it's one I don't think anyone fully understands. It's a strange little book, but one of the cornerstones of what C.S. Lewis was trying to say, in that he was talking about a character that essentially just takes a bus tour of heaven and hell. And what he was saying is that hell is a place where things are ethereal, and people drift further and further away from each other. And heaven is a place where things are so real and so tangible that when you step on grass, it hurts your feet because it's so real. When you step into a slow trickling stream, it will sweep you off your feet because the water is even more real than what is going on in this earth. You can't even pick up a leaf because it's so concrete that it will take time for you to get your own physical body used to that sort of thing. And the longer that you are there, the more concrete you become. And Lothlorien feels exactly like this little depiction of heaven that we get in Frodo's perspective, where he touches this tree and he becomes so keenly aware of a tree as if he's never touched one before. And he takes a new delight in the woods as if he's feeding off the delight that the woods takes in itself. It's beautiful and absolutely brilliant writing, but it sets the stage in the world as this place of light and darkness, push and pull, chaos and order. And the very next thing in this section that Frodo sees and discusses with Haldir was so incredibly interesting and eye-opening to me. The book says this: as he stepped out at last upon the lofty platform, Haldir took his hand and turned him toward the south. "Look this way first," he said. Frodo looked and saw, still at some distance, a hill of many mighty trees, or a city of green towers. Which it was he could not tell. Out of it, it seemed to him that the power and light came that held all the land in sway. He longed suddenly to fly like a bird to rest in the green city. Then he looked eastward and saw all the land of Lorien running down to the pale gleam of Anduin, the great river. He lifted his eyes across the river, and all the light went out, and he was back again in the world he knew. Beyond the river, the land appeared flat and empty, formless and vague, until far away it rose again like a wall, dark and drear. The sun that lay on Lothlorien had no power to enlighten the shadows of that distant height. "There lies the fastness of southern Mirkwood," said Haldir. "It is clad in a forest of dark fir, where the trees strive one against another, and their branches rot and wither. In the midst upon a stony height stands Dol Guldur, where long the hidden enemy had his dwelling. We fear that now it is inhabited again, and with power sevenfold. A black cloud lies often over it of late. In this high place you might see the two powers that are opposed to one another, and ever they strive now in thought. But whereas the light perceives the very heart of the darkness, its own secret has not been discovered. Not yet." There is so much in this section. The first thing is that Haldir is guiding Frodo's view here. He steps onto the platform and it tells Frodo to look at Lorien with the trees. Frodo is transfixed. It's as if he's never seen anything more beautiful. Time fades away. All that remains is him and Lorien. But then he lifts his eyes across the river and Tolkien uses this phrase, formless and vague. That is biblical. It's in the Hebrew Bible in Genesis when Elohim creates out of the world being formless and void. That's the most common translation. But, and I cannot overemphasize the significance of this passage for the unbelievable brilliance of Tolkien, when Frodo looks further, he seems to not see something formless anymore as his eyes continue to go up, but something chaotic. A place where the very trees seem to be in competition with each other, and a place where there is no order at all. A place that is rotting away, where branches wither and trees strive against each other. Dol Guldur, the place of the enemy. And by the way, I'm getting very good at pronouncing Dol Guldur. And in this high tower, Frodo sees that these two powers are opposed to each other, which, let me nerd out for a second about the brilliance of Tolkien's writing and his understanding of translation and language, because formless and void in Hebrew is its phrase tohu vavohu. That can be translated as formless and void, but in niche circles, it's also translated as chaos and wilderness. And there are huge implications in the translation of things being isolated. And in the Hebrew story, what Elohim does is he starts to create order out of the chaos and the disorder. He starts to separate light from darkness and land from sea, and then he starts to fill these things with animals and stars and the sun and the moon. And he plants a little garden in Eden. and has these two created things in Adam and Eve take care of the garden. Their job is ultimately to cultivate the garden, and there are a number of scholars that believe that the garden was supposed to grow, and that order created in the garden was then supposed to fill the whole chaotic wilderness. Lorien feels like Eden, a place that is so holy. It feels like it's almost ready to grow and continue to make the world a more ordered and a beautiful place. But just like the created story in Genesis, so the problem in Tolkien's universe is with the fall of humanity and the weakness of humanity. We can't do our job good enough, so the darkness tends to spread quicker and the chaos in the world seeps out and grows faster than the beauty. And there's this I don't know what it is, this dyad in Tolkien's work that I'm picking up on with people who think they want to create order, and the people who are simply just letting the world be as it should, and letting the beauty of the world continue to grow and tame the rest of the earth. Gandalf seems to be opposed by Saruman. Lorien with Dol Guldur. Minas Tirith seems to be opposed by Minas Morgul, and this might sound extreme, but Mordor seems to be in opposition with the Shire. There's so many other examples of this back and forth where one character or one location is in opposition with another one. And one of the biggest ones is the 9 of the Fellowship seem to be opposed to and created to be opposed to the 9 Riders. And look back at C.S. Lewis's work in The Great Divorce. There's a huge element of community in what he writes. And when you continue down the path of chaos, you continue down the path of solitude and being solitary to a negative degree. You become ethereal, and community no longer becomes a part of your life. You drift away. And when you go down the path of order, you not only grow closer in relationships with other people, you grow in closer fellowship with them. And the 9 riders seem to not like each other, and they're simply just fading away into the netherworld or something like that. While the fellowship is real and present and can feel the pain of a knife wound or a gash on the head where Sam is saved by a quick duck. The fellowship is one of real fellowship. Not because they're taking an oath, but because they are not taking an oath, and they're bound by their mission and their ultimate sense of wanting to create order by simply letting the beauty of this world inhabit and grow into the rest of the world and overtake the chaos. And I think this is where my love of Haldir comes from. Because in our present world, we seem to be overwhelmed by these things. We see what's going on and just throw our hands up, and I constantly hear the people phrase the thing that things are worse now than they ever have been. And as a side note, they're not. Look at any point in human history, but I digress. But it's so easy to get annoyed and frustrated with the way the world seems to be moving. We can't fix the environment, politics is all over the place, wars seem to be ravaging our land, and people are dying everywhere. But Haldir speaks beauty that I am going to take out of this text and interpret and apply it to our present life today. It's a conversation he has with Merry when they are talking about where the Shire is. He says, "Happy folk are hobbits to dwell near the shores of the sea," said Haldir. "It is long indeed since any of my folk have looked on it, yet still we remember it in song. Tell me of these havens as we walk." "I cannot," said Merry. "I have never seen them. I have never been out of my own land before. And if I had known what the world outside was like, I don't think I should have had the heart to leave it." "Not even to see fair Lothlorien," said Haldir. "The world is indeed full of peril, and in it there are many dark places. But still, there is much that is fair. And though in all lands love is now mingled with grief, it grows perhaps the greater." This is so beautiful and so incredibly poetic of a line of literature. Are you kidding me? I could write another 5 pages on this one. Yes, the world might slowly be dying and things might slowly be getting more depressing, but there is beauty in this world. Middle-earth might be perilous and dangerous, and you might have black riders chasing you all throughout the lands, but still there is an immense beauty to be seen. And this company should do well to appreciate this beauty, even though they are on a dangerous journey. Taking these moments to see these beautiful things around them can refocus them and give them renewed purpose for what the purpose of their mission really is in the first place. And just because we have grief and pains and ailments in this world, it never makes things totally dark. It only makes the beauty grow more brilliant and the light shine even brighter. So the end of this essay is just something of an encouragement to all you who are listening and watching. Take heart. This world might be dark, but there is still beauty in it. You might be overcome by grief, but your love can grow perhaps all the greater because of it. This book is so good. Anyway, like and subscribe. If you want to support the channel, you can become a member, and I'll see you in the next one. Ugh. Oh my goodness. The words of Galadriel disarmed me. I cannot imagine what they did for Gimli. Here is this dwarf who has just seen Moria, the heart of dwarven culture, ruined with his own eyes. He has seen the Balrog and had the confirmation of his people and the colony to be decimated. And as he's walking out of the gates of Moria, he casts his eyes down upon the Mirror, where the Song of Durin and the entirety of Moria is started. He bows his head and pays his respect, then is forced to run off to evade any attacks of the orcs. They come to the woods of Lothlorien, and there he is told he must put a blindfold on in order to walk through the elven parts. He resists for his honor. It's not right. The elves in their high and mighty places still hold these ridiculous and insane laws that look upon dwarves as the lowest of creatures. It's insane. And the dwarves aren't, innocent in that battle either. But when all the frustration is over in this, and they finally arrive before the Lady Galadriel, who says to them, "Welcome, Gimli, son of Gloin. It is long indeed since we saw one of Durin's folk in Caras Galadon. But today we have broken our long law. May it be a sign that though the world is now dark, better days are at hand, and that friendship shall be renewed between our people." I'm sorry. Gimli bowed low. "Dark is the water of Keled Zaram, and cold are the springs of Kibble Nalah, and fair were the many-pillared halls of Khazad-dûm in elder days before the fall of mighty kings beneath the stone." She looked upon Gimli, who sat glowering and sad, and she smiled. And the dwarf, hearing the names given in his own ancient tongue, looked up and met her eyes. And it seemed to him that he looked suddenly into a heart of an enemy and saw there love and understanding. Wonder came to his face, and he smiled in answer. He rose clumsily and bowed in dwarvish fashion, saying, "Yet more fair is the living land of Lorien, and the Lady Galadriel is above all the jewels that lie beneath the earth." I'm getting emotional just reading this and just reciting this. Oh my God. Before I keep going, just make sure you like the video and subscribe. This is a pretty terrible part to do this, but just as a reminder, I'm going through Lord of the Rings for the first time. And it's been an incredible experience so far by reading these chapters, and I'm just writing my thoughts and making all these videos. I love all your guys' responses too. It just gives me such joy. And if you want, you can support this channel by becoming a member. But please make sure you subscribe to continue getting the videos and just to follow along on my journey through these books and some others, as I'm going to start through Harry Potter in the next week or so. And we'll start up a podcast with some of my other friends who are reading it for the first time as well. Lord of the Rings, that is. We'll live stream some of our discussions, so that will come out in the next few weeks. Because these books are so beautiful and just so worthy of our attention. And I cannot get over the beauty of what Galadriel did here. The very words she spoke are dripping with meaning, like the rains that fall gently on the leaves of Lorien. They become such a balm for Gimli and give him the exact amount of comfort and hope he needs in order to keep on going and fighting, even though he's just seen Moria in darkness. I think dwarves have become my favorite race in Middle-earth. Gimli, easily the character I find the most honorable and noble. He pays his respect in ways that the others don't seem to do. Not that the others don't respect hallowed lands, but Gimli just does so much more. Particularly with his dwarven culture in full display in Moria. I cannot tell you how many times I've listened to John Rhys Davies reading the Song of Durin. And this poem has such an incredible meaning as well. It's essentially like a messianic resurrection pronouncement that Durin will be resurrected and Moria will be renewed as a place it was in the days of Durin. I'm not a part of Middle Earth, but I just find this the most beautiful piece of writing in the book so far. I cannot get it out of my head. Until this one little moment when I think this moment with Gimli and Galadriel is the single most important and beautiful thing that has happened in these books so far. And for this poem, this Song of Durin, I don't know why I've grown such an affinity for the dwarves and particularly Gimli, but I feel and I hurt for him. I mean, I think the first thing that the company does, namely go through the dead homelands of the dwarves, shows maybe why I love Gimli so much. He was kind of the main character in a very side character kind of way. It was a necessary journey to get through the mountains, but everyone knew for Gimli it was a different kind of journey. This last stanza of this song. The world is gray, the mountains old. The forge's fire is ashen cold. No harp is rung, no hammer falls. The darkness dwells in Durin's halls. The shadow lies upon his tomb, in Moria and Khazad-dûm. That is so dark. It's hopeless to the last 4 lines. But still the sunken stars appear in dark and windless Mirror. There lies his crown in water deep, till Durin wakes again from sleep. I've honestly gotten close to just committing it to memory for the sheer amount of times I listened. And it's weird because Galadriel kind of speaks in the same way that Tom Bombadil speaks, but in a totally different way at the same time. When Tom Bombadil speaks, it's as if everything was still in song. Even the non-song things that he said were still lyrical and beautiful. Galadriel, on the other hand, says things that seem to cut to the soul of a person and give them exactly what they need at that moment. She has a simple way of seeing through people. When she speaks to Gimli, these lines, "Dark is the water of Khaled-Zeram, and cold are the springs of Kibble Nalah, and fair were the many-pillared halls of Khazad-dûm in elder days before the fall of mighty kings beneath the stone." They are just reused lines of Durin's song. What feels like the most important song of the dwarves. One of the highest elves in Middle-earth is saying these lines, and they are enough to thaw out the pain and the hurt and the stone heart that Gimli has because of the actions of the elves. For years, he's held on to that bitterness and that anger. And with one small little paragraph, Galadriel sounds like she's offering somewhat of an apology, as well as this incredible hope and expectation of what Gimli longs for perhaps the most. And here is the beauty of a well-meaning and well-placed word to someone who is struggling and has hardened himself or herself. She looked upon Gimli, who sat glowering and sad, and she smiled. And the dwarf, hearing the names given in his own ancient tongue, looked up and met her eyes. And it seemed to him that he looked suddenly into the heart of an enemy and saw there love and understanding. Wonder came into his face, and then he smiled in answer. And that is the most powerful thing that has happened in this book thus far. And I'm not overstating that. That was the greatest and the most beautiful moment that I have experienced in this book. I feel like I'm pretty much saying that after every single chapter, but I think this one has hit me the hardest. I just feel and felt what Gimli was feeling. I related to him. I started to dislike the elves because Gimli, and because of how they were treating him walking into Lothlorien. And now Galadriel has caught me off guard, and I feel hope again. I feel as if this man standing in front of Galadriel is the resurrected form of Durin. His strength, his honor, his forgiveness, and his ability to see what he thinks is in the heart of an enemy, but changes to recognize love and understanding. It just makes me feel an appreciation for Gimli that I don't really think I can explain or flesh out yet. There's just this one thing that someone did to disarm him. And then Gimli's ability to change in this moment because of the beautiful words of Galadriel is the most beautiful moment in the entirety of the Fellowship of the Ring. But I'll probably say something is more beautiful in the next chapter, so watch out. And make sure you like and subscribe and become a member for some fun perks. I'll see you in the next one. There is this weird section in Fellowship of the Ring when the company meets Galadriel. And she looks into each of their eyes almost simultaneously, it feels, and seems to offer them something that they desire. This is how the book describes it. But this I will say to you, your quest stands upon the edge of a knife, stray but a little, and it will fail. And just as a side note, I used to think that in the movies that she said stray butter little. I don't know why, but she says stray but a little, and it will fail to the ruin of all. Yet hope remains, while all the company is true. And with that word, she held them with her eyes, and in silence looked searchingly at each of them in turn. None save Legolas and Aragorn could long endure her glance. Sam quickly blushed and hung his head. At length, the Lady Galadriel released them from her eyes, and she smiled. "Do not let your hearts be troubled," she said. "Tonight you shall sleep in peace." Then they sighed and felt suddenly weary, as those who had been questioned long and deeply, though no words had been spoken openly. So she essentially is saying and testing them to see if the company actually is true. That seems like her biggest motivation. And then in a few more paragraphs when the Fellowship are talking about what happened between them, they say this: "For a little while the travelers talked of their night before in the treetops, and of their day's journey, and of the Lord and the Lady, for they had not yet the heart to look further back." "What did you blush for, Sam?" said Pippin. "You soon broke down. Anyone would have thought you had a guilty conscience. I hope it was nothing worse than a wicked plot to steal one of my blankets." "I never thought no such thing," answered Sam, in no mood for jest. "If you want to know, I felt as if I had got nothing on, and I didn't like it. She seemed to be looking inside me, and asked me what I would do if she gave me the chance of flying back home to the Shire to a nice little hole with a bit of garden of my own." "That's funny," said Merry. "Almost exactly what I felt myself, only, well, I don't think I'll say anymore," he ended lamely. All of them, it seemed, had fared alike. Each had felt that he was offered a choice between a shadow full of fear that lay ahead and something that he greatly desired. Clear before his mind it lay. And to get it, he had only to turn aside from the road and leave the quest and the war against Sauron to others. "And it seemed to me, too," said Gimli, "that my choice would remain a secret and known only to myself." "To me it seemed exceedingly strange," said Boromir. "Maybe it was only a test and she thought to read our thoughts for her own good purpose. But almost, I should have said that she was tempting us and offering us what she pretended to have the power to give. It need not be said that I refused to listen. The men of Minas Tirith are true to their word. But what he had thought that the lady had offered him, Boromir did not tell. And as for Frodo, he would not speak. Though Boromir pressed him with questions, she held you long in her gaze, ring-bearer," he said. "Yes," said Frodo. "But whatever came into my mind, then I will keep there." Oh, no, you won't. This whole video is going to be me prying back the layers to see if I can guess at what Lady Galadriel offered each of the members of the company. But fair warning, I am reading through the books for the first time, so I don't really know what makes a lot of the characters tick. Like Legolas, for example. I think I am really going to struggle to find out what Lady Galadriel offered him. But he seemed to be able to hold a lady's gaze, so that one will be tough. And just so you all know as well, I am publishing tons of video essays in my first time read. It's on a playlist on this channel, so you should go check that out because I think you'll really like the videos. And if you're going to like this video, you're going to like some of the other stuff that I make about Lord of the Rings. And make sure you like this video and subscribe too. And if you want, you can click the 3 buttons on the bottom of the video and click donate as well if you're really liking this and you want to support the channel. Or you can also become a member if you want early access to the videos, as well as some members only content that will likely be coming out when I start the second book. And also, I'm going to start to do more Harry Potter and Brandon Sanderson content too. Oh, and Andor Season 2 is coming out, and I'm beyond excited to watch that. And I'll probably do so live on this channel, so if you like Star Wars, be sure to subscribe and get notified about that. But let's get back to the prying in the mind of our characters. Sam gives what Galadriel offered him, and that one was pretty self-explanatory one too, to be honest. When Sam says, "She gave me the chance of flying back home to the Shire to a nice little hole with a bit of garden of my own," we all go, yes, that's because that's exactly what Sam really wants. His desire is to be close to Frodo and be with his master, and that supplants his desire to go back and tend the garden in the Shire. But his loyalty is my favorite of everyone in the company thus far. And it also seems in this chapter like Frodo and Sam have become more friends than the servant and master relationship that they previously had. They still have that feel to some extent, but they stay in Lorien and go for walks all the time, just the two of them. And it's a really beautiful thing. I love that their friendship is actually blooming a little bit. Let's talk about Merry now. He says, "That's funny, almost exactly what I felt for myself, only, well, I don't think I'll say anymore." Merry is very similar to Sam's, but I'd probably say Merry wants to be in a hobbit hole somewhere, perhaps even in Buckland with a pint in his hand, some good tobacco, and around a table with his friends. I think Merry loves the idea of serving other people too, as was seen in the Conspiracy Unmasked chapter, so I think Galadriel offered him to go back to his own home where he would just be hosting a dinner with his most beloved friends. Merry seems to desire that more than anything else. I think that's why he doesn't complain at all, at least not nearly as much as Pippin, because he is in peril, yes, but he's surrounded by these hobbits that he loves, and these others in the Fellowship as well that he has kind of come to love and respect. So I think this is what Galadriel would offer Merry. And what do you think about that? I actually want to know what you guys think about my assessment of every one of these characters and if you would change anything too. So let me know in the comments. But Pippin is probably the closest to Merry as well. And I think he's slightly different though. For Pippin, I believe Galadriel offered him a night in the Green Dragon. I think Pippin's desire is for some good ale and some songs and some tales at the Green Dragon. He's a bit younger too, so he still likely loves going out and celebrating and just having a good time. But this is what, to me, seems to be the base desire of Pippin. And I want to save Frodo for last, so let's move to the sole dwarf of the company. My favorite at the moment. I think Galadriel needed to be a bit careful with Gimli. While she held their gaze for a while and seemed to pry into their minds, Gimli might have been a bit more vulnerable yet guarded at the same time. So he was emotionally in a vulnerable and tough spot seeing Moria, but he was also guarded being on Lothlorien where the elves tried to blindfold him. Galadriel seems to really take his guard down when she used the dwarven tongue to Gimli. But I think she may have offered Gimli hope. I think Gimli might be the most honorable yet stubborn member of the Fellowship. And for Gimli, I think Galadriel knows that she couldn't offer him anything to make him leave or forsake the rest of the Fellowship, especially after that little word battle about oaths that he and Elrond had when they were leaving Rivendell. But for Gimli, I think the prospect of something to hope for in the future could potentially lead him to make a decision. I think it would be awful to test him in this way, where perhaps she had offered him a vision of the future of Moria and made it seem that the dwarves had recaptured it after the Balrog seemed to fall, but it kind of just seems mean-hearted to do to Gimli in this moment. So this one is tough. I thought for a second that she may have offered Gimli a look in the mirror where he himself saw the crown of stars around his head, just like Durin, but I don't think Gimli really wants that kind of glory. He doesn't seem like a glory hunter. But Gimli wasn't one of the people that didn't avert his eyes. He actually, maybe I'll say that in the positive, Gimli averted his eyes. Only Legolas and Aragorn didn't do that. So while this might be very contentious, I actually kind of think she offered Gimli a place in Lothlorien and a deep friendship with Gimli. I think this would almost be too early of affection for this, but they're not really in any kind of romantic entanglement. But the honor of Gimli seems to come out of the pages before in his deep respect of Galadriel. So perhaps she offered him peace, like inner peace, by staying near her. I know that's a bit of a stretch, but what do you think about Gimli? I think for Aragorn, it would be simple. Now, Arwen isn't much in the book at the moment, but because I've seen the movies, I'd probably say that she offered him a life with Arwen, perhaps as the king. Seeing that in the books, he's already ready to become king. Perhaps she offered him a very clear road to that straight out of Lorien. And the reason that Aragorn isn't afraid of that or looks away is because it's just something that he knows will come to pass. He seems like he knows the tricks of the elves. The others look away because it kind of feels like they're naked and being exposed too much, but for Aragorn, it's like he's okay with that. He's alright being utterly exposed before Galadriel, partially because he knows that Galadriel is pure goodness, and partially because he's not embarrassed of what he wants and desires. I think that's what she offered him. That'd be my best guess. For Boromir, she looked straight into his eyes and offered him the ability to save his people. Boromir seems to be a very contentious man, and some interpret him as being just too prideful. And while I think there's a bit of that in him, I think there's a bit of that in all people. Boromir wants to be the savior of his people, I would say, mainly so that he can save his people and that his people can be safe and they can thrive. But I can't deny that he also does want that a little bit because of his love for himself to be the savior and to get a bit of that glory. There's also an interesting note here in that Boromir, after this happens, does not trust Galadriel. He actually gets in a little battle with Aragorn over it, which makes me rethink this a bit and what she actually offered him. I think it might have been deeper than that, something that Boromir himself shoved down into his heart and didn't want to confront. Now, I know nothing about Denethor, his father, and all the comments just keep saying, just wait till you meet Denethor and Faramir, and I'm very excited to, but perhaps he really does struggle with the approval of his father. Maybe his and Faramir's roles are kind of reversed in the movies, and maybe the reason Boromir came charging out when Faramir was really the one who mainly had the dreams and visions was because he is looking for his father's approval, he being Boromir. And Galadriel showed him a person who has his father's approval, and because Boromir shoved that down into his heart somewhere, he was uncomfortable with confronting it, and thus thinks that Galadriel is doing some kind of dark magic. That's kind of my theory at the moment, and it will likely change as soon as I meet Faramir and Denethor, which I can't wait for. Legolas is the weirdest one of the group to decipher for me. Beg my pardon if this is a mischaracterization of him, but he almost seems a bit immature. Like in that little battle they had with the blindfolds, Gimli seems to prod Legolas exactly where Gimli knows it would hurt, and Legolas seemed to have a smidge of a tantrum there. But Legolas is also fun and light and easygoing too. But he knows his culture as well. He probably knows that the elves are fading into the west to the Undying Lands, so maybe all that she offers him here are protections to get there. Maybe she offers him like a ride on a boat where he is coming home. And because he knows that he is coming home one way or another, he can look at Galadriel without breaking his gaze because in his heart, he just knows that's his fate. But he's such a hard character to pin down. The elves are all weirdly similar to each other, but they also have such distinct personalities from each other too. I don't really know how to describe it. And finally, let's talk about Frodo. For some reason in the scene, I cannot get the movie image out of my mind when he gets stabbed by Shelob. There's a one scene where he falls, but then he seems to have a vision and falls in grass and moss surrounded by trees. And who is there to help him up? But Galadriel. I think in Frodo's dream, he was offered the burden released from him. And perhaps it wasn't the Shire, but he was offered peace. Which is why the rest of this chapter is so vital too with the Mirror of Galadriel. And there's such an interesting conversation that happens back and forth between them. And it shows the deep intelligence of Frodo there too. Not wanting to just get rid of the ring, but he seems to be playing chess in this whole thing. He seems much more intelligent in this moment. He knows what's at stake and he knows what offering the ring can do for Galadriel. But that's going to be tomorrow's video. I think Frodo is a tougher one to pin down, and I will talk about him a bit more tomorrow, but I think at its most basic, she offered him a life of peace and serenity. I think he desires that most of all. He desires it more than anything else almost because he has been given the ring. But he's still a bit of an anomaly to me, and I'm not positive about him. And I think it's probably different too with Frodo because I think she was testing all the other characters a bit more significantly because she was testing their loyalty to Frodo himself. And I think when she looked inside Frodo and kind of pried into who Frodo was, I think it was something totally different. I think it was something that we're going to see later in the Mirror of Galadriel. And so we'll talk about that more tomorrow. But anyway, let me know if you have any other ideas for these characters, or if you have any other theories on what Galadriel could have maybe offered them or given them like a vision of. And make sure you like the video and subscribe and become a member if you want to support the channel. And I'll see you in the next one. I have to say, for maybe the first time in this entire series, I am confused. I just don't know what really happened at the Mirror of Galadriel. Maybe I'm overanalyzing it and it's really much simpler than I'm making it out to be. Or maybe it's way more complicated and I just need to have a better understanding of language in order to do so. But there are just some weird things that happen that I don't have the answers for. Like, where did this mirror come from? She breathed on this water, poured it out, and Sam looked in it, but how does she have this power? Is the mirror itself the one that has the power, or is Galadriel, who is using the water, is she the one who has the power? I actually kind of love this soft system of magic that Tolkien has set up too. And don't mistake me being confused for me being just frustrated. I'm not frustrated, I'm confused in a really good way, and that this is mystical and ethereal, and I just think it's kind of fun that I'm confused. And while I'd love some answers, I think Tolkien also does an excellent job in this section of meshing a beautiful chapter with the reconciliation of dwarves and elves with Gimli and Galadriel, with the abstract and visionary and fogginess of the mirror and the things that Frodo and Sam saw in it. So let's break it down. And as always, before I do, make sure you like the video and subscribe, as I am going through The Lord of the Rings for the first time and publishing my thoughts in the form of video essays. So if that's your tomato, sausages, and nice crispy bacon, make sure you subscribe. And you can also support this channel by donating for a video if you really like it, or by becoming a member, which will give you early access to the videos as well as some members-only content that is coming out soon. And the potential for joining a book club too, which I'm hoping to start as soon as we get enough members. I'm also going to do some Brandon Sanderson stuff and Harry Potter in the next few weeks too, so if you are into that, make sure you subscribe. So, this is the introduction to the mirror, and again, this is going to be one of those essays where I'm just thinking out loud, so bear with me. This is what it says. Down a long flight of steps, the lady went into the green hollow, through which ran murmuring the silver stream that issued from the fountains on the hill. At the bottom, upon a low pedestal carved like a branching tree, stood a basin of silver, wide and shallow, and beside it stood a silver ewer. With water from the stream, Galadriel filled the basin to the brim and breathed on it. And when the water was still again, she spoke. "Here is the mirror of Galadriel," she said. "I have brought you here so that you may look in it, if you will." So, right before this, they're talking about how they haven't seen Galadriel in a while, and she just appears and leads them to this place. She fills the basin with water from the stream, blows on it, and she says that she brought them here, which is kind of weird as well, seeing that they were just kind of on a walk. It seems a little dark, and maybe I'm simple-minded because I actually love the little translation issue that Galadriel has with Sam and the word magic later on. I'll talk about that in a second, because I feel like this is some weird form of magic that kind of scares me a bit. Anything mystical is so beyond my understanding. I need concrete, real, and in front of my face to be able to think. If any of you are into the Enneagram, I am an Enneagram 5, and I only deal in concrete realities. I do understand a whole mystical realm exists out there, but I don't want to mess with it. And to me, this is the first bit of real mysticism that we get in Lord of the Rings that almost seems like it's happening outside of something, or I don't know, it's just bizarre. And I know that we get mysticism before. I know Gandalf's in the story, and Elrond and Glorfindel, and the ring wraiths, and even the Barrow-wights, but that all still seemed concrete to me. This is something that seems wholly different, and I don't quite have the words for it yet. But this is the next bit of conversation, which is right before she talks to Sam about the magic stuff. The air was very still, and the dell was dark, and the elf lady beside him was tall and pale. "What shall we look for, and what shall we see?" asked Frodo, filled with awe. "Many things I can command the mirror to reveal," she answered, "and to some I can show what they desire to see. But the mirror will also show things unbidden, and those are often stranger and more profitable than things which we wish to behold. What will you see? If you leave the mirror free to work, I cannot tell. For it shows things that were, things that are, and things that yet may be. But which is it that he sees, even the wisest cannot always tell. Do you wish to look?" Frodo did not answer. So this mirror has almost no end on what you can see in it. It shows the past, present, and future, but it can also show you what you desire. It's like a better version of the Mirror of Erised in Harry Potter. In fact, it feels very much like Rowling just snatched that out from under Tolkien, and I'm sure there are some myths that Tolkien took the idea from as well. But I have to say, I don't think that I'd want to look in this mirror. I think this would only really lead to confusion about what's happening. Is the thing I'm looking at the past, present, or the future? And this is exactly what happens with Sam. And Sam, not being wise enough to discern, seems to want to run back to the Shire to figure out what is happening. But Galadriel almost doesn't let him. And again, Sam's simple-mindedness in this to me is almost perceived as wisdom. He doesn't act wisely because I have to be honest, I was shocked when Sam actually wanted to look in the mirror. He kind of seems like the kind of person who would want to stay from that stuff at all costs. But Galadriel says he does want to see elf magic. And this is their conversation. "And you," she said, turning to Sam, "for this is what your folk would call magic, I believe, though I do not understand clearly what they mean, and they seem to use the same word of the deceits of the enemy. But this, if you will, is the magic of Galadriel. Did you not say that you wish to see elf magic?" "I did," said Sam, trembling a little between fear and curiosity. "I'll have a peep, lady, if you're willing." "And I don't mind a glimpse of what's going on at home," he said in an aside to Frodo. "It seems a terrible long time that I've been away. But there, like as not, I'll only see the stars, or something that I won't understand." "Like as not," said the lady with a gentle laugh. "But come, you shall look and see what you may. Do not touch the water." So, a few things here. I love that in the common tongue that hobbits have one word for magic. There's no differentiation between good and the bad. I just feel more like a hobbit every day. Just give me a simple life. I was thinking about this as me and a friend are watching Game of Thrones, or we're rewatching it. I'm rewatching it, he's watching it for the first time. But I would be terrible at playing the Game of Thrones. I don't have the mind for that sort of thing. Just give me a quiet life in the country where I'm analyzing books, or give me like a warrior's life or something like that. The things that these leaders and these rulers and these people like Galadriel have to do is too much mental power. I tried a life of research and like a life of thought-provoking living, and I kind of realized quick that that wasn't for me. But these hobbits are my people, saying that they only have one word for magic because no matter if it's good or bad, it's still magic and it's still weird. So Sam again shocked me because he wanted to see this, but then that little repeated phrase that Galadriel said also confused me a bit. Maybe it just shows her human side a bit more and that she actually has a sense of humor over these words, but Sam saying, "like or not, I'll only see the stars," which actually gets a laugh out of Galadriel, is kind of cool, but also doesn't seem like a very funny thing to laugh at. Elves' sense of humor baffle me. They seem innocent, but almost too wise for their own good. I know they've fought, but they still seem a bit standoffish as well. I love them, especially people like Gildor and Haldir, but I gotta say, I don't know if they like me. Maybe the bottom line is I don't know if I'd want to be friends with elves. I'd constantly be doubting if they actually wanted to be my friend or not. Also, I want to know what would happen if they touched the water. I think that's a really fascinating question, but I digress. This is what Sam sees. Sam climbed up on the foot of the pedestal and leaned over the basin. The water looked hard and dark. Stars were reflected in it. "There's only stars, as I thought," he said. Then he gave a low gasp, for the stars went out, as if a dark veil had been withdrawn. The mirror grew gray, and then clear. There was sun shining, and the branches of trees were waving and tossing in the wind. But before Sam could make up his mind what it was that he saw, the lights faded. And now he thought he saw Frodo with a pale face lying fast asleep under a great dark cliff. Then he seemed to see himself going along a dim passage and climbing an endless winding stair. It came to him suddenly that he was looking urgently for something, but what it was he did not know. Like a dream, the vision shifted and went back, and he saw the trees again, but this time they were not so close, and he could not see what was going on. They were not waving in the wind, they were falling, crashing to the ground. "Aye!" cried Sam in an outraged voice. "There's that Ted Sandyman a-cutting down trees as he shouldn't. They didn't ought to be felled. It's that avenue beyond the mill that shades the road to the bywater. I wish I could get at Ted, I'd fell him." But now Sam noticed that the old mill had vanished and a large red brick building was being put up where it had stood. Lots of folk were busily at work. There was a tall red chimney nearby. Black smoke seemed to cloud the surface of the mirror. So, he sees the stars, then it appears he just sees a forest, no idea if that's the past or the present or the future. Then he sees Frodo with a pale face lying under a great cliff. And Sam is looking for something. Is this him seeing the future? Again, I know the movie, so my guess is that he's seeing the future when Shelob stabs Frodo, and that Sam needs to get the ring before the orcs come and take Frodo. But maybe the book is totally different, I don't really know. Then he sees the trees again. But now the trees are crashing to the ground. Ted Sandyman is cutting them down. Is this the present? Is this guy chopping down the trees of the forest? This feels like Hobbiton and the Shire is changing and becoming almost like a weapon for war. Because a red brick building is put up, which I have no clue how to decipher, and would probably say that it's just the industry of war. Black smoke rises and clouds the mirror. So maybe the Shire has just kind of become a manufacturing plant for Mordor. I don't know, it's just confusing to me. Then the book gives Sam's reaction, which is great. Then suddenly, Sam gave a cry and sprang away. "I can't stay here," he said wildly. "I must go home. They've dug up Bagshot Row. And there's the poor old gaffer going down the hill with his bits of things on a barrow. I must go home." "You cannot go home alone," said the lady. "You did not wish to go home without your master before you looked in the mirror, and yet you knew that evil things might well be happening in the Shire. Remember that the mirror shows many things, and not all have yet come to pass. Some never come to be, unless those that behold the visions turn aside from their path to prevent them. The mirror is dangerous as a guide of deeds." Sam sat on the ground and put his head in his hands. "I wish I had never come here. I don't want to see no more magic," he said, and he fell silent. After a moment, he spoke again thickly, as if struggling with tears. "No, I'll go home by the long road with Mr. Frodo, or not at all," he said. "But I hope I do get back someday. If what I've seen turns out true, somebody's got to catch it hot." I love that. It's incredible. And again, this is something that I talked about in a previous video, but Sam seems to be giving up everything he loves most dearly in his devotion to follow Frodo to Mordor. And the words of Galadriel here with, "Some never come to be, unless those that behold the visions turn aside from their path to prevent them," that line drives me crazy. Because then what is the purpose of this mirror? If it's showing things in the future, it just seems to be like a warning device to show them what they already know. That if they fail terribly, things will happen to Middle-earth that are beyond disgusting and awful. Maybe they just need a more harrowing reminder of that, and maybe Galadriel is just showing them this in order to kind of kick them out of Lothlorien, where they love and they could probably stay forever. But for me, it doesn't seem wise to look into this mirror. Just such a weird thing to think about. I think they already know the stakes, but maybe I'm just kind of inputting my own understanding onto the story of these characters. I don't know. Maybe they really don't know and they need to get that awakening and that fire lit under them. But anyway, now Frodo looks, and his vision is like 2 pages, so I won't read that. But he sees a few things. The first is mountains in which a figure rises up, and he was not sure if it was Gandalf or Saruman. I'd probably say that it's the resurrected Gandalf here. Maybe Frodo is seeing into what the gods of Middle-earth are plotting and sending Gandalf back, like the second book will have, but it's a strange vision. I don't know why he'd be seeing Saruman, other than perhaps showing Frodo what the turmoil of Middle-earth is currently looking like. I don't know. The second vision is Bilbo, just walking around his room restlessly. And I love that he gets a glimpse into Bilbo here. This is just one that seems nice because Frodo really loves the old man, and maybe he's just got a window into Bilbo's current situation of trying to figure out a lyric to a good song that he's coming up with. And then at the end, Frodo sees another vision where he's kind of like part of the Middle-earth history. He sees himself on ships and fortresses near rivers and seas, but it all vanishes as he sees the Eye of Sauron. Maybe this is showing that all the history of Middle-earth has led to this moment. Again, maybe it's showing the gravity of this moment for Frodo again, but very, very strange. Frodo gets nearly pulled into the mirror, but with a warning from Galadriel pops out, and Galadriel says this. "I know what it was that you saw," she said, "for that is also in my mind. Do not be afraid, but do not think that only by singing amid the trees, nor even by the slender arrows of elven bows, is this land of Lothlorien maintained and defended against its enemy. I say to you, Frodo, that even as I speak to you, I perceive the Dark Lord and know his mind, or all of his mind that concerns the elves, and he gropes ever to see me in my thought, but still the door is closed." So She seems to be practicing some kind of mind blocker on Sauron. This is the ultimate ad blocker right here. How she's able to do that, though, is interesting. I think it's because of the ring that she's wearing, but I'm not positive. Again, it's soft magic, so it might be something else that she's doing to keep herself safe in Lothlorien, and maybe she is like putting out this aura of magic around Lothlorien. But it also might be the ring that she's wearing that's keeping them safe, because this is the next section. And sorry for all the reading today. This is just so interesting to me, and this is kind of the juicy part. She lifted up her white arms and spread out her hands toward the east in a gesture of rejection and denial. Erendil, the evening star, most beloved of the elves, shone clear above. So bright was it that the figure of the elven lady cast a dim shadow on the ground. Its rays glanced upon a ring about her finger. It glittered like polished gold overlaid with silver light, and a white stone in it twinkled as if the even star had come down to rest upon her hand. Frodo gazed at the ring with awe, for suddenly it seemed to him that he understood. Yes, she said, divining his thought. It is not permitted to speak of it, and Elrond could not do so. But it cannot be hidden from the ring-bearer, and one who has seen the eye. Verily, it is in the land of Lorien upon the finger of Galadriel that one of the three remains. This is Nenya, the ring of adamant, and I am its keeper. So, this tells me a few things. First of all, that I think Elrond then is wearing a ring as well. I don't know how he got it, or maybe the book told me this before, but I just never caught it. But Galadriel saying that Elrond could not speak of it heavily implies that he himself is wearing a ring. Galadriel is wearing the second ring, and I don't know, is Círdan wearing the third? But anyway, her ring being the ring of adamant feels like that is the thing that is keeping Lorien safe. And then the most juicy and interesting bit happens here. Frodo bent his head. And what do you wish? He said at last. That what should be, shall be, she answered. The love of the elves and their land and their work is deeper than the deeps of the sea. And their regret is undying and cannot ever wholly be assuaged. Yet they will cast all away rather than submit to Sauron, for they know him now. For the fate of Lothlorien you are not answerable, but only for the doing of your own task. Yet I could not wish, were it of any avail, that the One Ring had never been wrought, or had remained forever lost. You are wise and fearless and fair, Lady Galadriel, said Frodo. I will give you the One Ring if you ask for it. It is too great a matter for me. Galadriel laughed with a sudden clear laugh. Wise the Lady Galadriel may be, she said, yet here she has met her match in courtesy. Gently are you revenging for my testing of your heart at our first meeting. Which, go Frodo for actually doing this and testing her, but her saying that Frodo is now matching her in courtesy and that Frodo is gently revenged for her testing of him on the first meeting is such an interesting thing in the book. It really makes me rethink how Frodo was tested and if Frodo consciously knows what he's doing in testing Galadriel, or if he's just offering the ring because he wants to be done with it and the burden of carrying it. And I know that this essay is already going on for way too long, and I'm sorry, it's just me processing all my thoughts, but she goes into her all like, in place of a Dark Lord, you will have a queen thing, which is bizarre, but also feels like the whole chapter is about skirting the desire of your heart for what is right. It's a perfect chapter about temptation to me, without really showing how temptation works more practically. It's temptation almost in a controlled environment where the stakes seem much lower, but also seem more dangerous because of it. And I don't really understand Galadriel here either. It seems to me that she's almost the most powerful being in Middle-earth, but she has within her this purity and goodness, but those are at war with her power, which is why it would just be so dangerous for her to have the ring in the first place, even though her desire is to have it. And Sam the Simple-Minded sums it up perfectly, and Galadriel gives him an even better answer at the end. I'd wish you'd take his ring. You'd put things to rights. You'd stop them digging up the gaffer and turning him adrift. You make some folk pay for their dirty work. I would, she said. That is how it would begin. But it would not stop with that. Alas. We will not speak more of it. Let us go. So this is all to say I have more questions, but kind of need to process these things out loud in order to help me figure out more. So I am so sorry for how unorganized and chaotic this essay was. But I think I just need to do this out loud every once in a while. And sometimes I'm like, hey, maybe you guys would actually enjoy the process of me thinking through things that I don't really understand yet. Anyway, thanks for watching. If you can give me any small little answers that aren't huge spoilers, please do so. But I think this again points to the genius of Tolkien in leaving this slightly ambiguous. But it also ramps up the tension too, in that I am so curious to keep reading and to see what is going to happen with these characters, that it might give me clarity on the specific situation. Anyway, like the video, subscribe, and become a member if you want to support it, and I'll see you in the next one. I am going to start this video off with a very, very hot take. Since the Lord of the Rings films came out in the early 2000s, there has not been another movie that handles the storytelling of a sci-fi or a fantasy book, or has the beautiful visuals in the same way that the Dune series does. I even venture to say that in that genre, or even outside of that genre, that since The Lord of the Rings, there has been no other film that is better done than Dune. It certainly is the film franchise I am most excited about. And I just can't help but compare and contrast them in my mind, because while they don't cover the exact same genre, there's a great deal of similarity in the world building and imagination of both authors. For Herbert, his focus seemed to be on creating religions. And all this should be taken with a grain of salt too, because I have yet to read Dune, although I will start in the next few months. For Tolkien, his focus seemed to be on language, which flowed out and became a focus on history and lore. And it's no real surprise to anyone, because Tolkien seemed to intensely dislike a lot of things. And he kind of seems like a little bit of a curmudgeon, which I love, but Tolkien never really liked Dune. And while I've been reading The Fellowship of the Ring, I've had that in my mind, and I've been trying to figure out exactly why he hated it, intensely disliked. And I think I found the answer. It's because of a decision that Tolkien made with Galadriel, at the weird moment where Galadriel becomes the big green demon elf lady. What happens there seems to be the biggest rift between the two stories. And I want to talk about why. But for anyone who doesn't know, I am reading through Lord of the Rings for the first time, and I'm publishing my thoughts in the form of video essays. If that is your cup of tea, subscribe, and like the video too. And if you have more insight into this little rift between the two authors, or you have any different ideas or theories, please let me know in the comments. Again, because I am such a rookie at both texts, it almost seems laughable that I'm making a video like this when I know so little, but hey, it just stuck out to me on the page, and I just wanted to talk about it. If you visit the channel, there is a playlist of all my Lord of the Rings musings and essays. I'm almost done with Fellowship, and I have plans to analyze lots of other books and films like Narnia, Dune, Harry Potter, Brandon Sanderson, and dang, I wish I had more hours in the day to read. But you can also support this channel by becoming a member or donating for a video if you seem to like the content. But let's talk about this. For the moment that really hit me and got me thinking about the disparity between these two authors is because of the difference between two characters, Paul Atreides and Galadriel. I think they are the same character with the same potential. But the two of these characters go down starkly different paths that I think lays up the real reason Tolkien hated, intensely disliked, the world of Herbert. First off, let's get this out of the way, that Tolkien was Catholic and Herbert was raised Catholic but seemed to abandon his faith and come to be an agnostic. And this shapes the way that both view the role of the Messiah and what the Messiah really must do. Because at this point in the story, I don't know much about Galadriel, but based on what a lot of you guys have said in the comments for previous videos, it seems like Galadriel is really the Messiah figure of the Lord of the Rings books. Or a lot of you guys talk about how she's like the Virgin Mary. I don't really think Tolkien intended any of those things, but I think it seems to bleed through in our interpretation of it, and I want to make that very, very clear. I don't think Tolkien really intended to make these characters like the Virgin Mary or any of these characters like the Messiah. He is just writing a good story. This is all interpretive things and things that I am making as the interpretation of some of these stories and some of the things that we've made as the interpretation for some of this story. Galadriel just seems incredibly powerful. She seems like she has this temptation with the ring. She seems to overcome that temptation. It is very Messiah-like. And again, I want to be careful using these terms because I don't think Tolkien would have liked them. But the reason I'm using them is going to become clear, because each has a temptation to become the so-called ruler of the world. One takes up the mantle, and the other refuses. Let's talk about Paul Atreides first. For Paul, in the second movie, he is incredibly reluctant to take up the Messiah role. The Bene Gesserit have been laying up these prophecies for millennia to the Fremen, or the people of Dune, so that Paul, if he travels south, knows that the prophecies will almost just move into motion and just start. So he refuses for like the first hour and a half of the second movie. He wants nothing to do with it, and he's scared to go. Then all of a sudden this changes. And Paul goes to this one lady who keeps a baby sandworm. He drinks this blue stomach bile of the sandworm. That's poisonous, and it's something that only women can do and not be poisoned to death. This is what moved the Bene Gesserit women into Reverend Mothers. And they seem to be able to take all the prior minds and spirits of the Reverend Mothers upon them. And Paul, he drinks this and he nearly dies, but Chani's tears mixed with this drink stuff brings him back to life. I did a terrible job of explaining this, but it's fascinating stuff. It's a great film. But all this goes to show that Paul knows that when he drinks this, he will become the Messiah to these people. And that is a vital thing to modify about this. He himself wrestles with this idea of becoming the Messiah. But to the Fremen, a deeply religious people, he becomes their Messiah whether he wants to or not, without question. Throughout both movies, there are all these little moments when characters recite prophecies under their breath pointing to their belief that Paul is the Messiah. But Paul also has these visions that when he becomes the Messiah, billions of people will die. And this is the vital point, because you can say that Paul cannot forsake his destiny, but all this is just propaganda almost that the Bene Gesserit seem to be laying up to the Fremen, which seems to force Paul's hand into this role. And so when Paul goes essentially to be coronated as the Messiah, he's angry and he's pissed and he seems like he doesn't have a choice in the matter. It's this temptation that he seems to be resisting deeply at first and then still resists up to the time he drinks the poison, but then he seems like a reluctant leader and a reluctant Messiah when he drinks this. Afterward, he seems to have this like clairvoyance and he becomes a really great character. And more than that, he becomes this ambiguous Messiah. This person who will be responsible for these holy wars. And all the people around him who want power seem to thrive and just lap that up. In the moment of temptation for Paul, he does not resist, but seems to think that the only way forward is to drink this and become the Messiah. He's a good man, but will be responsible for terrible evils. And when you leave the theater, you kind of just feel unsure about Paul if he's a good or he's a bad character. It's so ambiguous. Now, I kind of love this kind of writing, and I kind of love this kind of filmmaking as well. I think it's a fascinating look into religion and the deception that might happen because of it. I think that the complex Messiah and reluctant leader role is a fascinating depiction of what some religions do to people, and ultimately how there is unimaginable evil that happens as a result of people's firm belief in a person or in an individual. And even though that individual might not want anything to do with the violence, and they might decry it and denounce it, you cannot stop an uprising of people that believe in their heart of hearts in a person or in a cause. So Paul gets power and feels like these prophecies guide him. But contrast that then with how Tolkien puts us before the mirror and the temptation of Galadriel. I have to be honest, when I came to this chapter in the book, I was deeply confused for the world building and for the system that was going on here with the magic. And it's a deeply different world for Tolkien. But his character, in my opinion, goes through the same thing that Paul Atreides went through. But she chose an entirely different route. And I think that all goes to show what Tolkien essentially believes about these people who are in power. Galadriel, who I don't know the backstory on, so please correct me in the comments, and no spoilers, mark things as spoilers in the comments too, please, because I'm reading the entire Legendarium soon. But Galadriel seems to deeply desire the ring. Her initial starting point is different from Paul's in that she sees the ring and says to Frodo in the books, "I do not deny that my heart has greatly desired to ask what you offer. For many long years I had pondered what I might do, should the great ring come into my hands, and behold, it was brought within my grasp. The evil that was devised long ago works on in many ways. Whether Sauron himself stands or falls, would not that have been a noble deed to set to the credit of his ring? If I had taken it by force or fear from my guests?" She clearly wants the ring. And for movie lovers, you know this scene well too, because she goes all green and the books record her monologue here. She says this, "And now it comes at last. You will give me the ring freely. In place of the Dark Lord, you will set up a queen. And I shall not be dark, but beautiful and terrible as the morning and the night. Fair as the sea and the sun and the snow upon the mountain. Dreadful as the storm and the lightning, stronger than the foundations of the earth. All shall love me and despair." She lifted up her hands, and from the ring that she wore, there issued a great light that illuminated her alone and left all else dark. She stood before Frodo, seeming now tall beyond measurement, and beautiful beyond enduring, terrible and worshipful. It's honestly some terrifying stuff. And this seems to me her moment of temptation. She sees before her all the power that she can possess, and almost what would happen to Middle-earth were she to become the wearer and the possessor of the ring. And what does she do? But seems to go full-scale Green Queen monster on Frodo. She essentially is making a self-prophecy of the things that will happen. She even tells Sam this at the end of the chapter when Sam wants her to take the ring. Sam says, "I wish you'd take his ring. You'd put things to rights. You'd stop them digging up the gaffer and turning him adrift. You'd make some folk pay for their dirty work." "I would," she said. That is how it would begin. But it would not stop with that. But the biggest difference between the two is that Galadriel resists temptation, knowing that this is not the only way for Middle-earth to be saved. And Paul Atreides seems to cave to temptation, believing that he himself is the only way for the galaxy to become healthy, or something. I don't really exactly know what Paul's final vision for the Empire is. I need to actually read this book. But real quick side note too, a friend of mine told me to read the first one and don't bother with the rest because they get weird. But let me know if they're actually worth it and they are good to read and what I should start with, etc. Let me know the whole Dune storyline. Or don't give me spoilers, obviously, but let me know what I should start with when I start reading. And so here we go. After Galadriel becomes a scary version of herself, if she took the ring, she doesn't think that this is the only way, but does something that has typified my little understanding of her for the minute that I met her in the prior chapter. She humbles herself. This seems to be the mark of her character, because there were centuries of hate between dwarves and between elves, and Galadriel speaks the language of Gimli in a humbling manner and talks about the Song of Durin to him and seemed to mend the gap between them so quickly because of humility. And after this scary moment, this is what the book says. Then she let her hand fall, and the light faded. And suddenly she laughed again, and lo, she was shrunken, a slender elf woman clad in simple white, whose gentle voice was soft and sad. "I passed the test," she said. "I will diminish and go into the west and remain Galadriel." This, to Tolkien, in my understanding of Tolkien, was what made a good Messiah. It was the humility to do what was right, regardless of the prophecies and the intricacies of any position. Again, I am just kind of assuming that Galadriel is the real figure here, but I think the comparisons are just too stark. If Galadriel, one of the oldest and wisest and most powerful beings in all of Middle-earth, were to take the ring, terrible things would result. There might initially be good, but it would then be clouded on in evil later. And so she humbly refuses, and her role is very clear. There is good and evil in Middle-earth. There are certain gray areas that I do believe that Tolkien does tackle, like the interplay between certain characters, or how we just wrestle with the choices that we make, or even the character of Boromir, who I don't know about his temptation quite yet in the book, seeing that I'm right before that chapter, but someone who seems very gray. He is good, but is also possessed and moving to the side of evil. For Tolkien, these two things are opposed to each other, which shows his Catholic beliefs bleeding through into this story. For Herbert, an agnostic, he seems to like the gray area a bit more, which, to be honest, I think is almost a bit more realistic for how the world is portrayed. And the movies portray this character, who you don't know if you should root for or hate. And again, I kind of love this storytelling too, because which of us humans are without error or mistake? There is this gray area that resides in all of us, but at the same time, that gray area is gray because we usually know what is right and wrong and are deciding between the two, as Herbert points out, and as Tolkien firmly believes. And the answer at each give to their Messiah, to me makes it clear why Tolkien hated, intensely disliked, the work of Dune. In 1, the Messiah has blood on his hands. In Tolkien's work, the Messiah is the Messiah because she chose not to be the Messiah, and she chose to do the right thing and fight for the destruction of the ring by smaller, more humbler means than the desires of her heart and her desire for power. Essentially, I think Tolkien hated the work of Dune because of one word: humility. There is humility in one story. That gives hope and a hopeful outlook to the world. And the other, there's despair and darkness and confusion and a striving after the power that does feel like a very hopeless world. And I believe that Tolkien knew in his heart the difference that a single act of humility can make. And it's a beautiful, beautiful thing. But anyway, this essay was an off-the-cuff essay. I was going for a walk with my dog and I was going to write on the gifts of Galadriel, and I was just like, oh, I've been thinking about Paul Atreides lately and the difference between him and Galadriel, and let me just write a quick essay about it. I might totally change my mind about this after when I read some comments, but let me know what you think, especially if you've read both books. Make sure you like the video, subscribe, and if you want to become a member or donate to the videos, that would be incredible. And I'll see you in the next one.
And for you, Samwise Gamgee, elven rope.
Rope. You're telling me that we go from the books, where Galadriel gives Samwise Gamgee maybe the coolest gift known to Middle Earth, and all we get in the movies is that Sam got rope. Rope. I mean, hold on, slight disclaimer, Sam did get rope in the book too, but that was by the other elves, and he was kind of pretty stoked about it because half the journey he talked about how he couldn't believe he left rope back in the Shire. But compared to his other gift, rope. Holy smokes. So the reason I'm frustrated right now is a two-parter. The first is essentially that Sam got something for his garden. And I love gardening and I love all things plants, and I'm so jealous of this. I'm essentially like a 6-foot version of a hobbit. Everything the hobbits love, I love too. But then secondly, I am reading the books for the first time, and the gifts were so beautiful in the books, and the exposition was incredible. This whole chapter where they're leaving Lorien is just stunning writing. And if anyone wants more of my thoughts on my first time read through, just visit the channel and go check out the playlist that I have for Fellowship of the Ring musings. And make sure you like this video and subscribe. If you really like this content, you can also become a member as well for just $5 a month. And that will give you early access to the videos and some members only content that is coming soon. And if you want as well, you can donate on each individual video if you really, really like that particular video. I mean, if you hated it, you could also donate too, but that's up to you. But anyway, I've got to be honest, the gifts that you all would give would be amazing, but not comparable to the gifts that Galadriel gave the Fellowship. Particularly Gimli. Oh, I honestly think I swooned a little bit when I read that part. But I want to talk through the real gifts that Galadriel gives the Fellowship as they're leaving. Starting with her entrance to the company as they were leaving. They're on these boats and all of a sudden they see a massive swan that is her boat riding out to them. Then she invites them to lunch before they leave, and this is what the text says. The swan passed on slowly to the height, and they turned their boats and followed it. There in the last end of Egladil, upon the green grass, the parting feast was held. But Frodo ate and drank little, heeding only the beauty of the lady and her voice. She seemed no longer perilous or terrible, nor filled with hidden power. Already she seemed to him as by men of latter days. Elves still at times are seen, present and yet remote, a living vision of that which has already been left far behind by the flowing streams of time. Tolkien knows how to write a paragraph, sheesh. This was directly after the Mirror of Galadriel, where she refused the power of the ring and chose to stay Galadriel. After the lunch, she starts to give out some gifts. and she starts with Aragorn. In the movies, Celeborn starts and gives him a gift after warning him that he's being tracked. He gives him this incredible knife, the very knife that he sticks in Lurtz's leg and Lurtz licks off the blood. Maybe I missed it, but he doesn't get that in the book. In the book, his gift is slightly lamer to start and then gets unbelievably beautiful. It's a sheath for his sword, and not just any sword, but a sheath for Anduril, which was reforged in Rivendell before the journey and not right before Aragorn goes to fetch the Green Army, like he does in Return to the King. The sheath is pretty cool though, but what comes next is even better. And the movies kind of record this, but it's just different and significantly better in the books. Because Galadriel in the movie says something like, I have no greater thing to give you than the gift that you already possess. In the book, Galadriel, who is the grandmother of Arwen, actually gives him this brooch. And Aragorn essentially becomes king in this moment. It is stunning writing. This is what the text says. But is there aught else that you desire of me at our parting? For darkness will flow between us, and it may be that we shall not meet again, unless it be far hence upon a road that has no returning. And Aragorn answered, Lady, you know all my desire, and long held in keeping the only treasure that I seek. Yet it is not yours to give me, even if you would, and only through darkness shall I come to it. Yet maybe this will lighten your heart, said Galadriel, for it was left in my care to be given to you, should you pass through this land. Then she lifted from her lap a great stone of clear green, set in a silver brooch, that was wrought in the likeness of an eagle with outspread wings, and as she held it up, the gem flashed like the sun shining through the leaves of spring. This stone I gave to Celebrian, my daughter, and she to hers, and now it comes to you as a token of hope. In this hour, take the name that was foretold for you, Elisar, the elf stone of the house of Elendil. Then Aragorn took the stone and pinned the brooch on his breast. And those who saw him wondered, for they had not marked before how tall and kingly he stood. And it seemed to them that many years of toil had fallen from his shoulders. For the gifts that you have given me, I thank you, he said, O Lady of Lorien, of whom were sprung Celebrian and Arwen Evenstar. What praise could I say more? Are you kidding me? Aragorn was already a man, but sheesh, this is when he really becomes a man and becomes the king. I find this to be pretty beautiful that Arwen seems like a whisper on the pages. It makes her like more mysterious and almost more desirable, I think. I understand that they needed to make her more prominent in the films, but I love the idea that Arwen sent this brooch to Lorien, or perhaps left it there for Aragorn, to remind him of her love for him. It is unbelievably romantic. I wish I knew the timetable of this too, because was it given years and years ago? Because that would be really beautiful. But even if it was sent in the last few weeks or months, that's still a really beautiful sentiment. I love that she's also barely mentioned in the books, just like I said before, but it's like Aragorn has this whole separate life, and that's kind of the real reason he's fighting and pushing on. I don't know if the books are really going into the narrative that Arwen is leaving for the Undying Lands, and if she even stops and moves back for Aragorn. I don't know if that whole section is going to happen, but it seems like they've kind of chosen their destiny here. And it is a beautiful little section. And I love that this little gift gives him such hope. That it's as if all the years of toil and stress just wash away from his body. Even in how he stood, you could notice the difference. And I think this too is the moment that the Fellowship recognizes that this man is the King of Gondor. I so wish the movies had this. Him taking up the mantle in this moment feels like a journey, but so satisfying. Such a fantastic bit of writing. The movies could have done this so well. The next gifts move quickly, so I'll just read the text. It says, the lady bowed her head, and she turned then to Boromir. And to him she gave a belt of gold. And to Merry and Pippin she gave small silver belts, each with a clasp, wrought like a golden flower. To Legolas she gave a bow such as the Galadriel used, longer and stouter than the bows of Mirkwood, and strung with a string of elf hair. With it went a quiver of arrows. A bow strung with elf hair. I guess that works, but it also feels a little bit weird. The other gifts are cool too, But they aren't given shiny little daggers here. They're given small belts, which are cool, but let's be honest, swords are kind of cooler. But also, I think getting your swords from Tom Bombadil in the Tomb of Barrow-wights is a cooler way to get a sword. It almost feels like they earned it when they got them there. Boromir's gift also feels very kingly. But it must be weird for him here seeing Aragorn, who is the king, and Boromir knows it, and he gets a golden belt. Honestly, I would have loved to see Boromir be like the king's guard or something, because I am scared as we march to the fall of Boromir. I know it's going to happen, and I don't want to see this man that I love fall. I think I might be crushed because of it. Sam's gift, anyway, is the coolest of all of them, in my opinion. This is what the book says. "For you, little gardener and lover of trees," she said to Sam, "I have only a small gift." She put into his hand a little box of plain gray wood, unadorned save for a single silver rune upon the lid. "Here is set G for Galadriel," she said, "but also it may stand for garden in your tongue. In this box there is earth from my orchard, and such blessings as Galadriel has still to bestow is upon it. It will not keep you on your road, nor defend you against any peril. But if you keep it, and see your home again at last, then perhaps it may reward you. Though you should find all barren and laid waste, there will be few gardens in Middle Earth that will bloom like your garden, if you sprinkle this there. Then you may remember Galadriel and catch a glimpse of far-off Lorien, that you have seen only in our winter. For our spring and our summer are gone by, and they will never be seen on earth again save in memory." Sam went red to the ears and muttered something inaudible as he clutched the box and bowed as well as he could. First of all, there's something that I noticed in these texts too. When people are speaking, Galadriel uses different things to say to different people. Her language changes, which is so subtle and so incredible. When she speaks to Aragorn, she speaks in this kingly manner. Her sentences are like these and thous, not exactly like these and thous, but you know what I mean. Her sentences are like very well structured and very proper. It seems like she is speaking to someone who is royal. When she is speaking to Sam, it's not as if she dumbs her language down, but it reminds me of something that it's one of my favorite books. And I remember reading this and I remember loving this line when I was in high school, but it's in To Kill a Mockingbird. When I don't exactly remember all the people's names, but I think it's the two kids and they go visit Cal. Maybe Cal is one of the kids. They go visit their maid's church, and she goes to a black church, and they see her talking differently, and they kind of question her about talking differently. And she says, "You essentially talk different to different people, and that's almost a sign of intelligence." And I thought that was such an interesting part in that book. I thought it was so fascinating. And very, very few books do that. And for Tolkien to do that here and to do it so subtly, I think is an incredible testament to his writing. It even changes with how these people speak to each other. So not only is he putting different dialects in here, but she's putting higher forms of language. When Galadriel speaks with Aragorn, she's speaking in a higher form to Aragorn. When she's speaking to someone who's more of a commoner, she comes down and humbles herself and uses a language that they will understand and they will get. It's actually a really, really beautiful bit of writing and a beautiful thing to do on her part as well for Galadriel. And anyway, this is maybe the most astute and brilliant gift given to anyone in the Fellowship. The gift that she gives to Sam. All of these gifts seem weirdly prophetic too. Even the belts that they seem to give, it's like they're marching Merry and Pippin to war. But this gift is the gift of motivation. It's the one that Sam needs to get home and back to his garden and to Rosie. And side note, I did not catch this on my prior videos, but some of the comments that talked about Galadriel going into Sam's mind and the little thing that he says, which he says, "She seemed to be looking inside me and asking me what I would do if she gave me a chance of flying back home to the Shire to a nice little hole with a bit of garden of my own." When he paused and said with a bit of garden, a lot of you said he was really thinking with Rosie Cotton. So beautiful. It makes me want to cry how beautiful that is. And now this little bit of garden is all he needs to give him the proper motivation to see Frodo through all of his toil and trouble and make sure he gets back home so that he can use the soil on his garden and be the talk of the Shire, living with his beautiful bride, Rosie. Oh my gosh, that gift is so good. Oh, the gift that she gives Frodo is the same, and it is quite beautiful. This is what the book says. "And you, ring bearer," she said, turning to Frodo, "I come to you last who are not last in my thoughts. For you I have prepared this." She held up a small crystal phial. It glittered as she moved it, and rays of white light sprang from her hand. "In this phial," she said, "is caught the light of Erendiel's star, set amid the waters of my fountain. It will shine still brighter when the night is about you. May it be a light to you in dark places when all other lights go out. Remember Galadriel and her mirror." Frodo took the phial, and for a moment as it shone between them, he saw her again standing like a queen, great and beautiful, but no longer terrible. He bowed, but found no words to say. That's so good. I think this is a great gift of hope too for Frodo as well. Frodo is headed into dark times, and he needs something to light his path and ensure that he can see what is in front of him, both literally and metaphorically. I don't really know what this gift is and what it's done, because I really don't know what it does in the movies either, but I'm hoping for more insight as I go into the books and the books kind of progress. It seems like the stars are of vital importance to the elves, and I'm curious if that wisdom is going to get dispensed to me at all through the books. But these are such cool gifts, and all of them pale in comparison with the text and description of the gift that she gives to Gimli. And I hate to do this to you, but that is going to be its own essay and its own video tomorrow. So come back tomorrow for that. I couldn't just sit here and justify writing another 5 pages. So I want to break it up and to leave that beautiful gift for tomorrow, because I cannot understand how J.R.R. Tolkien was able to write with such beauty. I was swooning all yesterday when I was reading that. So make sure you like the video and subscribe so that you don't miss tomorrow. You can join the channel or become a member, and I'll see you in the next one.
And what gift would a dwarf ask of the elves?
Nothing. Except...
I think of all the things that I've read in the Fellowship of the Ring, this right here is the most beautiful. Do you remember last week when I said that, oh, this was the most beautiful, and I'm probably going to say that again next week? Well, here I am next week saying that this might be the most beautiful moment in the entirety of the Fellowship of the Ring. Oh, on Monday when I made thousands of people very angry in my comparison of Galadriel and Paul Atreides, I really just meant to emphasize this one point, that Galadriel is beautifully humble. And the only person to perhaps rival her in her humility is the dwarf that is standing in front of her. And I've said this before, but I just feel, even though I barely scratched the surface of the Legendarium, that Galadriel and Gimli are doing something here vitally more important than I know or understand. And it feels like they're tearing down millennia of hate and enmity between dwarves and elves. And I cannot overemphasize the sheer beauty of what is on these pages. I need to read you these 2 passages so that we can just sit and swoon together. But before I do that, just a reminder to like the video and subscribe, because I am going through this book for the first time and publishing my thoughts in the form of video essays. Just keep in mind I'm a rookie, so things I will say will be wrong, but it's just kind of fun for you all to see a rookie go through this so you can vicariously live through me as I read and experience this text for the first time. It is not really a lore channel, so I will get things wrong. And I guarantee you that I'm going to get something wrong in a little bit when I talk about something I read a smidge of on Google on a character named Fëanor? Might be mispronouncing that. And I have no idea who this character really is, so please feel free to correct me. But also make sure you like the video and subscribe if you want more of these videos. You can also become a member too, which will very shortly give you access to some members only content, as well as early access to all the videos too. And the potential to join just some fun book clubs if we get enough members. Join the Discord too, that's always fun. And if you really like this channel or this video, you can donate for a specific video. And you can even donate if you hate the video too. I don't know why you do that, but maybe it's something you like. Anyway, as Galadriel is out here giving the Fellowship gifts, she comes before Gimli empty-handed. Gimli is like your dad on Christmas, notoriously difficult to find a good gift for. But this is the beginning of their interaction. "And what gift would a dwarf ask of the elves?" said Galadriel, turning to Gimli. "None, lady," answered Gimli. "It is enough for me to have seen the Lady of the Galadriel, and to have heard her gentle words." "Hear all ye elves," she cried to those about her. "Let none say that dwarves are grasping and ungracious. Yet surely, Gimli, son of Glóin, you desire something that I could give. Name it, I bid you. You shall not be the only guest without a gift." "There is nothing, Lady Galadriel," said Gimli, bowing low and stammering. "Nothing, unless it is permitted to ask, nay, to name a single strand of your hair, which surpasses the gold of the earth, as the stars surpass the gems of the mine. I do not ask for such a gift, but you commanded me to name my desire." The elves stirred and murmured with astonishment, and Celeborn gazed at the dwarf in wonder, but the lady smiled. "It is said that the skill of the dwarves is in their hands rather than in their tongues," she said. "Yet that is not true of Gimli, for none have ever made me a request so bold and yet so courteous. And how shall I refuse, since I commanded him to speak? But tell me, what would you do with such a gift?" "Treasure it, lady," he answered, "in memory of your words to me at our first meeting. And if ever I return to the smithies of my home, it shall be set in imperishable crystal to be an heirloom of my house and a pledge of goodwill between the mountain and the wood, until the end of days." Then the lady unbraided one of her long tresses and cut off 3 golden hairs and laid them in Gimli's hand. "These words shall go with the gift," she said. "I do not foretell, for all foretelling is now vain. On the one hand lies darkness, and on the other only hope. But if hope should fail, then I say to you, Gimli, son of Glóin, that your hands shall flow with gold. And yet, over you gold shall have no dominion." Oh, there's so much to talk about. First off, I love Celeborn sitting over there with his jaw unhinged, looking at Gimli like, bro, that's my wife. But I think Celeborn knows the significance of this as well. He also kind of knows it's less romantic and more just admiration. And I really love the dynamic between Celeborn and Galadriel too. It seems very unjealous and healthy, just from the little that we've gotten of him. But then I heard this little story told with significance of this. And you all will have to correct me a ton on this, but apparently there was this elf named Fëanor. According to this person online, he was a dickhead. Don't hate me, just reading light lore and chuckling at people's love or hatred of certain characters. But this guy was apparently like the lead elf. My terms are going to be terribly off. And he created the Silmarils, which I really have like 0 to 1% understanding of. And he apparently created them with the likeness of Galadriel's hair. So he asked her 3 times for a hair from her head, and Galadriel refused him. Now, I briefly read that she refused him because she knew his heart and knew that there was only a lust of power there. I find that a smidge hard to believe, but who knows? I feel like that's more of an interpretation than something that's actually in the text. Regardless, Galadriel never gave him a hair any of the 3 times that he asked. But the elves all staring in wonder at Gimli asking for this, and then her undoing a tress of her hair and then cutting off 3 hairs and giving them to him shows that this dwarf is the real deal. If ever there was a section in literature where you were supposed to instantly trust a character because of something that they do, it is this moment. Galadriel, who seems to have this ability to lay people bare and to see what truly resides in their heart, sees Gimli and sees his purity and goodness and decides to give him a gift that no one else in Middle-earth was able to get. I also love that she was kind of joking around here too, shouting out to the other elves, "Look at this charmer." And Gimli's response to her saying that he will treasure it. I don't know how you could really use hair in any kind of dark way, but I'm sure that in Middle-earth it's possible. There's got to be some weird way you can do that. And Gimli just wants to set it in imperishable crystal for it to be an heirloom in his house that shows the bond between woods and mountain. Gimli, my goodness, that is absolutely beautiful. And then Galadriel pronounces this kind of blessing over Gimli, that there are two paths. And should Gimli succeed and hope be restored, that Gimli will be rich, but his wealth will not be the master over him. Galadriel will be the master of Gimli in the most admirable way possible. And it's a beautiful lesson in this for the reader too, in that when you treasure and prioritize people over objects and wealth, your problems might not evaporate, but you will not be mastered by those things. You'll be able to walk Middle-earth freely. Something I feel that some of Gimli's ancestors need to know. The movie is kind of implying that dwarves can be a bit greedy. Then, as he's sailing away, this is the even more beautiful passage. The travelers now turned their faces to the journey. The sun was before them, and their eyes were dazzled, for all were filled with tears. Gimli wept openly. "I have looked upon that which was fairest," he said to Legolas, his companion. "Henceforth I will call nothing fair, unless it be her gift." He put his hand to his breast. "Tell me, Legolas, why did I come on this quest? Little did I know where the chief peril lay. Truly Elrond spoke, saying that we could not foresee what we might meet upon our road. Torment in the dark was the danger that I feared, and it did not hold me back. But I would not have come had I known the danger of light and joy. Now I have taken my worst wound in this parting. Even if I were to go this night straight to the Dark Lord, alas for Gimli, son of Glóin." "Nay," said Legolas, "alas for us all, and for all that walk the world in these after days. For such is the way of it, to find and to lose, as it seems to those whose boat is on the running stream. But I count you blessed, Gimli, son of Glóin. For your loss you suffer of your own free will, and you might have chosen otherwise, but you have not forsaken your companions. And the least reward that you shall have is that the memory of Lothlorien shall remain ever clear and unsustained in your heart, and shall neither fade nor grow stale." "Maybe," said Gimli, "and I thank you for your words. True words, doubtless, yet all such comfort is cold. Memory is not what the heart desires. That is only a mirror, be it clear as Kheled Zaram. Or so says the heart of Gimli the dwarf. Elves may see things otherwise. Indeed, I have heard that for them, memory is more like to the waking world than to a dream. Not so for dwarves." Gimli, he says he can be openly tortured by Sauron, but he considers that to be a lesser pain than the farewell he must bid Galadriel. Like, are you kidding me? This line that he speaks, "But I would not have come had I known the danger of light and joy," it might be the most astute and real quote of this entire series right now. I am absolutely floored by this line, and even more so, maybe not more so, but especially for Legolas's response, saying that he is willingly choosing this grief in order to be with his companions, and because he knows that this is really the right thing to do, shows so much of the character of Gimli. And all of us know this feeling that Gimli is experiencing. We all know what it feels like to be joyful and to have to say goodbye to that joy, or to that person who is the source of our joy. The fact that there is danger in light and joy is something that is so gloriously beautiful. It's like that famous quote in WandaVision where Vision says, "What is grief if not love enduring?" What is Gimli's grief here if not his continuing love and admiration and devotion to Galadriel? And it's coming from a dwarf, no less. This person who in the Fellowship should be the furthest from praising Galadriel for her fairness. And again, I keep hammering this home, but the humility of both of these people and the things that they show and their admiration for one another is the brightest bit of hope that we've had in this story. I actually find that the most fascinating part of Tolkien's writing, and I keep saying that for every single video. but in that hope is for sure. It's in the hopeful things that they do as part of the Fellowship. Like, there is hope in the times they need to escape a certain enemy or run from wolves or walk through Moria. But I think for Tolkien, it just seems like hope is best expressed in a personal relationship with another person. I think the times the series has felt the most hopeful is when you know that characters love each other or won't be alone or grieve without really truly missing one another. I felt overwhelming hope when Merry, Pippin, and Sam told Frodo they were coming with him. I felt immense hope at all the times when Frodo mentions seeing Bilbo again, and I feel hope even when the Fellowship is grieving over the fall of Gandalf. They seem to cling to each other even more, and now in this moment, the greatest moment of hope is when Gimli and Galadriel share in this admiration for one another. That though the darkness of Sauron might be creeping into every corner of Middle-earth, there is still hope to be found, as long as there are people to love, and people that love. It might be a bit corny, but the friendship, companionship, and love in this book is the greatest beacon of hope that is shown most clearly in the friendship of Gimli and Galadriel. This book is truly doing things to my heart that I did not expect. So anyway, make sure you like and subscribe and let me know in the comments about the extra bits of lore of Fëanor without huge spoilers, please. You can become a member or donate. And just as a quick reminder, we are starting, and I'm talking about we. A lot of you people don't know because it's just been me talking about these books so far, but I have a podcast with some other people called The Fellowship of the First Time Readers, and we are starting book 2. I essentially just went through this and just kind of wrote all these essays, and we talked about them a little bit, but we're going through book 2, and we are going to do a live stream of our discussion on Thursday night. I'm not sure exactly when that would be for you. I'm Eastern time in the United States. So it'll be like Thursday night at 7-ish. If any of you want to make that live stream or watch, that would be incredible. But I'll maybe post something about that on the YouTube channel. Not like a video, just like a post. And I hope that you guys can make it, but if not, I will see you in the next one. It took them 10 days to get from Lothlorien to the waterfall of Tol Brandir. It's a full chapter in the books, and it's 10 days. And there's a whole heap of stuff that happens from one section of Lothlorien to the end of Tol Brandir. From Legolas seeing an eagle hunting an eagle, which feels weirdly prophetic, to Sam being deeply uncomfortable in the boats, and everything in between. But I want to talk today about the 3 things that really caught my attention in this chapter because there were crazy things that happen. One of them is in the books, and the other 2 aren't really in the books. One of them's kind of in the books in the extended edition, but we'll talk about it as we go. I was going to make a video on each one, but I just want to talk about each of them briefly because one of them, I don't really have the full story yet, and I just want to make a point of it before we go into the next chapter, where the really juicy stuff will happen, I'm sure. The other one is just wild speculation based off something that Legolas shoots in the dark. And the final one is just another brilliant piece of writing on Tolkien's part that I want to highlight. But before I jump into it, make sure you like this video and subscribe as I am going through Lord of the Rings for the first time and publishing my thoughts in the form of video essays. If you want to vicariously live through my experience as I experience these books for the first time, make sure to go back to the channel and watch the videos in the playlist where all the Lord of the Rings videos are kept. There's about like 35 in there or something like that, just a bunch of video essays for my first time read. And if you want, you can also become a member, which will give you access to the videos early, as well as members only content as soon as I start reading the second book, and also potential to join a book club that I'm going to start and host in our Discord very shortly when we have enough members. But back to the Great River, or Anduin. The first thing I want to talk about that happens is the demeanor of Boromir. I was talking about this with some people in our Discord as I was reading this live, but I think at this point in the story, I am ready to argue that Boromir was possessed. Listen to the language that it uses to describe Boromir. Merry and Pippin in the middle boat were ill at ease, for Boromir sat muttering to himself, sometimes biting his nails as if some restlessness or doubt consumed him, sometimes seizing a paddle and driving the boat close behind Aragorn's. Then Pippin, who sat in the bow looking back, caught a queer gleam in his eye as he peered forward, gazing at Frodo. I think you could easily assume, as I think most of the fandom will, that Boromir is naturally just sliding into temptation here and in the next chapter, when I kind of assume his fall will take place, and he just acquiesces to the temptation of the ring. I am not at that place in the books yet. And yes, my love of Boromir surely is just leading me to justify his fall to some extent. Or not really justify it, but rather just explain it. But to me, this seems like some kind of possession. I don't know. And while Boromir is absolutely not free of guilt or culpable for his own decisions that he has made, and that he will make, I probably would say that maybe just being in the presence of the ring is a dangerous thing. And while I love him dearly, I'd also say that he's the weakest mentally in the whole company. Every single one of them, including Merry and Pippin, seem wiser and much more secure in themselves than Boromir. Boromir is loud, boisterous, and thinks he could take on a Balrog. And I love him for that, but he just seems a bit more insecure. Kind of like unsure of who he is. And I'd probably say that here the ring seems to be using that to its own advantage. Almost like wooing Boromir to take possession of the ring. Kind of like using the weakest link in the fellowship. Because I think we all know what would happen if he took it. Again, I'm unsure of this because I just don't know the aura that the ring has, but his behavior is very abnormal. Even for someone who is just mulling something over. It, to be completely honest, looks like some kind of psychosis or some kind of possession of some sort. When has Boromir ever muttered to himself? Or when has he constantly bit his nails? What the heck is his logic behind rowing behind Aragorn? Is he looking to confess his sins to the leader of the group? Is he looking to take the ring straight from Frodo in the boat? Pippin also notices a look that doesn't seem fitting with Boromir. A queer gleam in his eye. It's not just like a normal gleam that he gives people in the Fellowship. It's a queer gleam. Now, I fully know and understand that this could just be a deep temptation, but it just seems to be out of left field. Again, maybe my love of Boromir is blinding me, but not really that he's tempted to get the ring, but his behavior. He never really shows this previously, and perhaps Galadriel's vision really messed him up. But I think if that's the case, that this is all a result of Galadriel invading his mind, I'd probably ask what's the difference between someone rashly acting because of a vision or going mad because of a vision. Boromir, to me, at this moment, seems like he's going down a path of the latter. He feels like he's possessed and going mad, and I am almost dreading reading the next chapter for fear of what will happen. I know you all know the ring, how it really works and everything like that, so help me out on this one. Can the ring whisper to someone who isn't its bearer? Not really the right word, but you kind of know what I mean. And I don't know, I'm just kind of recording this too, just so you guys know my reaction on the next, because again, I am kind of dreading the fall of Boromir. I love him, and I'm curious how my position is going to change in the next chapter when I actually read of his fall. So when we get there, we'll get there, but it'll probably be in like another few days. Because I have one more essay that I want to write in this chapter that I'll talk to you guys about at the end. Anyway, the second thing is pure speculation on my part, but in the middle of the night, when the company is floating down the river, they seem to get accosted by orcs. And as they pull their boats to the shore to defend themselves, Legolas gets up and starts knocking arrows in his bow. And then this is the paragraph that follows. Frodo looked up at the elf standing tall above him as he gazed into the night, seeking a mark to shoot at. His head was dark, crowned with sharp white stars that glittered in the black pools of the sky behind. But now, rising and sailing up from the south, the great clouds advanced, sending out dark outriders into the starry field. A sudden dread fell on the company. Elbereth Gilthanel, sighed Legolas as he looked up. Even as he did so, a dark shape like a cloud, and yet not a cloud, for it moved far more swiftly, came out of the blackness in the south, and sped toward the company, blotting out all light as it approached. Soon it appeared as a great winged creature, blacker than the pits in the night. Fierce voices rose up to greet it from across the water. Frodo felt a sudden chill running through him and clutching at his heart. There was a deadly cold, like the memory of an old wound in his shoulder. He crouched down as if to hide. Suddenly, the great bow of Lorien sang. Shrill went the arrow from the elven string. Frodo looked up. Almost above him, the winged shape swerved. There was a harsh croaking scream as it fell out of the air, vanishing down into the gloom of the eastern shore. The sky was clean again. There was a tumult of many voices far away, cursing and wailing in the darkness, and then silence. Neither shaft nor cry came again from the east that night. This has to be a fell beast, no? But this is just the beginning of my speculative point. I kind of doubt that this is the case, but maybe potentially it could be a ring wraith riding on a fell beast. I think it's either a fell beast or a ring wraith riding on a fell beast. I don't think we've really heard the Nazgul scream yet that they have in the movies. I don't think that's in the books. Maybe it is later. Maybe Tolkien explained it in a prior section that I kind of missed, but I feel like this has to be a ring wraith on his new ride. It just kind of seems controlled. Like the orcs know this thing belongs to them. I mean, it could be very well trained, I don't know, but to me this just kind of feels beyond something like a fell beast. And possibly it's a ring wraith that we see for the very first time in the books, riding a fell beast. And to me that kind of makes a little brilliant bit of foreshadowing. Because if you know nothing about these things and they kind of come up later in the books, which I'm assuming they come up later, then you read it, you might be able to remember this section and piece it together and go, hey, that was actually a Nazgul or a ring wraith or a fell beast or whatever it might be. But here, I'm debating between whether this is a fell beast or a Nazgul riding a fell beast. I don't know what else it could really be. Maybe like a young dragon or something like that, or just a huge bird that we haven't really discovered yet. It just makes sense that this is a fell beast, but I'm curious if there is a rider attached to that, namely a Nazgul or a ring wraith. I'm kind of leaning to believe that there is a Nazgul or a ring wraith attached to this thing, but I don't know. It might not be. It might just be like a well-trained fell beast that the orcs are guiding. But the last thing I found, I think is so interesting because it's in the extended cut of the movies, but it's when they discover Gollum. And this is the first time they actually name the creature. Ever since Moria, there's been this presence behind the words of the text that have creeped the reader out. So as soon as they get into Moria, Frodo kind of sees this creature and hears the like small little footfalls right behind him. And he's really the only character that hears it. You kind of assume Gandalf hears it too, and he's just being quiet about it. But it's very, very creepy. And there's a section in the Lothlorien chapter that is the creepiest out of everything until we get to this chapter, which is the Great River. It says, in the Lothlorien chapter, something was now climbing slowly, and its breath came like a soft hissing through closed teeth. Then coming up, close to the stem, Frodo saw two pale eyes. They stopped and gazed upward, unwinking. Suddenly they turned away, and a shadowy figure slipped around the trunk of the tree and vanished. Immediately after, Haldir came climbing swiftly up through the branches. There was something in this tree that I have never seen before, he said. It was not an orc. It fled as soon as I touched the tree stem. It seemed to be wary and to have some skill in trees, or I might have thought that it was one of you hobbits. Ugh, how creepy is that? And then in the Great River, there's another section when Frodo and Sam discover that Gollum is following them. And they decide to pull shifts in the night to keep each other safe, and this is what the text says. Minutes or hours passed slowly, and nothing happened. Frodo was just yielding to the temptation to lie down again when a dark shape, hardly visible, floated close to one of the moored boats. A long whitish hand could be dimly seen as it shot out and grabbed the gunwale. Two pale lamp-like eyes shone coldly as they peered inside, and then they lifted and gazed up at Frodo on the eyot. They were not more than a yard or two away, and Frodo heard a soft hiss of intaken breath. He stood up, drawing sting from its sheath, and faced the eyes. Immediately their light was shut off. There was another hiss and a splash, and the dark log shape shot away downstream into the night. Aragorn stirred in his sleep, turned over and sat up. "What is it?" he whispered, springing up and coming to Frodo. "I felt something in my sleep. Why have you drawn your sword?" "Gollum," answered Frodo. "Or at least so I guess." "Ah," said Aragorn, "so you know about our little footpad, do you? He paddled after us all through Moria and right down to Nimrudel." First off, Aragorn, of course, knows about this, but you could not tell the company? Are you kidding me? That seems like vital information for them to know. But I want to highlight the brilliance of this little bit of horror writing that Tolkien is using in order to advance the story forward and for you not to get bored in little urges of the journey. I think it's a brilliant storytelling device. Again, they're on a journey. There needs to be some sense of urgency, especially if you don't want this to just feel like a Pilgrim's Progress kind of story where the characters just kind of encounter a new challenge every chapter. There are books that are decent that are like that, but Tolkien does something that seems to tie in the journey much, much better. And it gives it much more tension. Rather than just giving them a new challenge each chapter, he just puts something to follow the company. So that every single chapter there's a brief mention of this creature that Frodo sees, or another character mentions, or that gets pointed out for how strange it looks. So throughout reading, you just kind of feel this dread that is slowly approaching or creeping behind the company. And I think it's a brilliant way to keep the reader engaged. Because the whole time, I'm not really thinking about what is coming next, but rather, I'm just watching out for what's behind. Because that feels like the creepiest and the biggest threat for the world of Middle-earth at the moment. It's like when you run up your stairs in the middle of the night and you're terrified someone's going to chase you. That's what this feels like every single chapter that I go in. It's just a creepy presence that terrifies me. And it's a phenomenal way to keep tension in a story where there's a long journey and there might be a lot of like lulls in the story. I found myself only thinking about that creepy thing following them. And now we have a name for it. Gollum. I love this writing so much. And the last thing on his writing, if you think for a second I'm not going to write an essay about Aragorn being erect when he sees the Argonath men, you have another thing coming. Stay tuned for that little piece of interpretive license tomorrow. But make sure you subscribe and like the video, and I'll see you in the next one. And if you want to become a member or donate to a video, you can as well. That would be incredible. I'll see you in the next one. This is the weirdest, but the absolute funniest moment in the entirety of the Fellowship of the Ring. And what might sound like the start to a really immature essay on Aragorn, the son of Arathorn, the Well-Endowed, is actually going to be really about the mastery of Tolkien's language, but give me a little bit of time to get there. First though, let's giggle at this moment in Fellowship of the Ring. It's when they are in the boats and they first see the Argonath men, or the big stone men on the river. The rest of the company are actually a little afraid of these statues, but the text says this: Frodo turned and saw Strider, and yet not Strider, for the weather-worn ranger was no longer there. In the stern sat Aragorn, son of Arathorn, proud and erect, guiding the boat with skillful strokes. His hood was cast back, and his dark hair was blowing in the wind. A light was in his eyes, a king returning from exile to his own land. Someone is excited about being king. Come on, JRR. Come on, you're telling me that this is not Tolkien just having a bit of fun. You're telling me that it's coincidence that Tolkien decided to say proud and erect, and the very next sentence he guided the boats with skillful strokes. Excuse the coyness of this essay so far, but two things. Number one, this is absolutely hilarious to me. Maybe I have the sense of humor of a middle schooler, but still, goodness, I giggled at this for a while I was reading. And number two, I actually think this is one of the strongest bits of evidence for why Tolkien had an absolute mastery over the English language. And it's not a quality you find in a lot of authors, to be completely honest, but there are two examples of this in Fellowship of the Ring, and Aragorn sitting in the stern of the boat, proud and erect, is one of them. But before I talk about this, make sure you like this video and subscribe. I am going through Lord of the Rings for the first time and publishing my thoughts as video essays as I go through each chapter. There's a playlist on the channel of all the essays, so go check that out on your way to subscribing. You can also become a member and donate for a video if you really like a particular video. If you donate on this video, I'll see where your priorities lie. But this channel is going to be very Tolkien-centered for the next few months, as well as Brandon Sanderson-centered. Maybe for the rest of my life as he pumps out content faster than I can actually read books. But it's essentially just talking about books people love and a first-time reading experience with them, so make sure you like, subscribe, and become a member for exclusive content and early access, and hit the bell for notifications too whenever a new essay goes up, which has been, for the last month, a daily thing. It's been really fun to write these essays, I gotta admit, and I think I'm gonna have a lot of fun writing this one. Now that the giggling is done, I'm still gonna giggle my way through this essay, but I wanna talk about the mastery of language. I think humor is one of the hardest things to write well. Not just, telling a funny story, but the actual words that the author is using. For them to look like they're having fun and enjoy writing is actually an incredibly hard thing to do. No pun intended, sorry. It's really that kind of essay. Let me explain this. There's a few writers out there that I think are hilarious writers, and they tell phenomenally funny stories. I think Trevor Noah is one of the funniest authors in how he writes a story and gets a reaction out of the readers. It's totally different from how you speak, which is also kind of his profession, but his written words always leave me cackling. I also think of the famous kind of comedy writer, not really a comedy writer, but P.G. Wodehouse as a hilarious author. He might not have been the best writer, but he just looked like he was having fun on the page with his jokes. But there's a difference in these two writers with more critically acclaimed authors who also incorporate humor into their writing. I think of Jane Austen and how she's able to capture humor in the most unexpected ways, even something as simple as like the description of a landscape. I also think of Shakespeare, the god of the English language himself, and his voracious appetite for insults. I also think of my favorite first line in a book that has ever been written, and side note, I haven't read these since high school, so I might do a whole different series on these, but C.S. Lewis's In the Voyage of the Dawn Treader with the Chronicles of Narnia series, but the Voyage of the Dawn Treader's first line is one of the best lines of all time. It's my favorite first line of a novel. There was a boy called Eustace Clarence Scrubb, and he almost deserved it. It's so good. Some of the greatest authors of all time were fantastic with their ability to wield words and form absolutely brilliant sentences. I could go on about the works of Zadie Smith, or David Foster Wallace, or Charles Dickens, but there's a different kind of humor that I think Tolkien exhibits in his writing, which is interpretive license humor. Tolkien knows languages better than maybe the majority of writers who have ever lived. It's maybe the most commonly known fact about Tolkien. He was a linguist and a language nerd. And Peter Jackson perhaps did not understand that, and he can't really have the humor that Tolkien has that translates into the films when you just can't literally see the words in front of you. So Peter Jackson takes a dead serious character like Gimli and makes him comedic relief. Or he makes Merry and Pippin two characters who do love humor and are fun and silly, but makes them their main attribute. But for Tolkien, I think his humor comes out in his ability to turn a phrase. Actually, more than that, his ability for pun and interpretive license. And I keep using that word, but let me explain more what I mean. I wrote a whole joke essay a few days ago on April 2nd. It should have been April 1st, but it was in the Mines of Moria when you get this sentence. When 13 had fallen, the rest fled shrieking, leaving the defenders unharmed, except for Sam, who had a scratch along the scalp. A quick duck had saved him, and he felled his orc, a sturdy thrust with his barrow blade. Now, you're telling me that Tolkien didn't see through this. I think absolutely that he kept that in there because he wanted to give the reader something to chuckle at as if they were going to interpret that in a different way. And even something for translators, when translating these books, to laugh when they come to this section and have a huge, pseudo crisis. Did J.R.R. Tolkien really mean that Sam was saved because he ducked? Or does Tolkien mean that a quick duck had saved him? I choose to believe the latter. And I think that is what Tolkien is doing here with the erection of Aragorn. Maybe a little lesser than the prior example. But what is a good story or a good tale or a good novel if you can't have a little fun writing it or reading it? Not everything needs to be dead serious. So I fully believe that Tolkien, in writing this, could have edited this. In fact, were I his editor, I would have circled this and said, hey, JR, you might want to think of a different way to write that sentence. It could be misconstrued. And I can imagine J.R.R. writing a letter back to the editor with a new page of the manuscript where he doubles down and includes rewrites. And the next sentence is proud and erect, and he even throws the verb stroke into the very next sentence. It's something like the playfulness of elves that I'm coming to discover. That Tolkien writes these characters that have this kind of childlike playfulness to them. and he makes them quite charming. And I think here Tolkien is exhibiting that by not changing certain things that he knows might confuse translators and might make middle school boys and 33-year-old men all over the world giggle in their beds. I think this not only shows that Tolkien had fun when he writes, but I also think that it shows his mastery of the English language. Because most of the writing that I do, I am frustrated by. I almost never have fun when I write. I find I fumble and bumble over the words and can never get outside my own head enough to actually find it enjoyable and find the joy in it. I think I remember an author saying something like that when they were interviewed. The interviewer asked them what they like about writing, and the author said, "What makes you think I like writing?" Or the famous quote that talks about, "I hate writing and I love having written." That's the kind of writing I do. It's a struggle. It's a battle. I hate it, but I also kind of enjoy it only when it's done. But this sentence here shows me that Tolkien was someone who, yes, he might have had hard days of writing when he just didn't want to do it. But he also had days where you can see he was just having fun with words on the page. And everything came natural to him. And he was cracking jokes and having fun with his characters, and even putting things in the actual words of his book rather than having the characters speak them. That I think he kind of thought would make the audience chuckle. And I can find no better example than Aragorn staring at the Argonath men, proud and erect, putting his oar in with perfect strokes. Like, come on. But anyway, this was a wild essay. Make sure you like and subscribe and become a member if you want. And also, I will see you in the next one. Did the Fellowship fail Boromir? It's a question someone asked in a comment a few videos ago, and I haven't been able to get it out of my head for the last few days. I think the answer is no. But also yes. Absolutely yes. And in this video, I just want to do 20 different things that'll kind of give you a window into my processing through some of the characters. So this might be an extra unorganized essay today, but I want to compare Frodo and Boromir, also Sam and Boromir, maybe even Aragorn and the other members of the Fellowship versus Boromir. I also want to talk about how the Fellowship helped and hindered him. I want to talk about where his temptation even came from, which is a fascinating question for general life, as well as for where our temptations come from. And I want to talk about the path of Boromir and his instant regret and shame, and a ton of other things. So let's get into it. And first, let me reiterate this, that I am reading Lord of the Rings for the first time and publishing my thoughts as video essays. If you're into that, make sure you like and subscribe, but make sure you also keep in mind that I'm doing this for the first time. I've never really encountered these texts. Some of the things that you guys comment are things later on in the series that, first of all, I just, don't need spoilers for, but also, second of all, you guys have a better understanding of this text than I do. So I'm going to make mistakes throughout this, but just, give me a little bit of grace, give me a little leeway on all these kind of things and all these views. And if you like the video, make sure you hit the like button as well. It does wonders for the algorithm, and it gets these videos onto more people, which will actually allow me to be able to do this for the foreseeable future. It's a simple thing that you can do that does have a huge impact. If you really like a video, you can also donate to the video or become a member, which will give you early access to videos, some members only content coming out soon, as well as the potential to join a book club that we're going to have when we have enough members. So make sure you like the video and subscribe at the very least. But back to Boromir. So imagine with me the life of Boromir. I've had a lot of comments over some of the videos I've done in the series on my misreading of Boromir, especially the Council of Elrond chapter. Some people think I'm kind of ridiculous for believing that Boromir was not prideful, but he honestly just needed some help. I think the same is true for this moment in the Temptation and the Fall. Boromir took the longest journey to get to Rivendell. No single member took longer than him. Everyone was there for different reasons, but Boromir is there because he had a vision and this dream that his brother Faramir also had. But Faramir had it more than him. And I'm assuming, because I'm not really sure that the book says this at this point, but that Faramir is the younger brother. This kind of feels like the coat of many colors dynamic here in the Hebrew Bible, where the younger sibling gets this coat and the older sibling becomes kind of jealous. But with Boromir, I think the dynamic is different. I'm guessing Faramir had these visions, and then when Boromir had the one, he takes on this role of being the responsible sibling, because that's what older siblings do. And so Boromir goes to Rivendell seeking the Council of Elrond, who could tell him the interpretation of his dream. Boromir learns about the ring there, but Boromir is also a part of a kingdom that is in regression. Aragorn is doing his own thing in the wild. Legolas is a part of the Elves, and they kind of all seem like they're ditching Middle-earth pretty soon. Gimli, I have nothing bad to say about because he's part of the Dwarven clans or the families, and kind of he's been through a lot the last few years, but they're rebuilding. Perhaps the dwarves kind of also feel more hope. The hobbits are from Hobbiton, where nothing wrong ever happens, and here is Boromir on the cusp of obliteration. His people are losing the war with Mordor, and he rides away from all of that on the whim of a prophecy. He learns about the ring and sees this as his one hope to help the people of Gondor. At least that's how I read it. These others see the ring not necessarily as something that can help them. I would actually even venture to say that everyone in the company has no desire for the power of the ring except for Boromir. Legolas barely mentions it. He's an elf too. He likely knows the tales and the stories. Gandalf has been tempted before and kind of has steeled himself up, knowing that he cannot succumb to that temptation. So he's already done the legwork of, resisting this temptation. Merry, Pippin, and Sam seem like they don't really think twice about the ring. They have no desire for it at all, but are there for Frodo because of their love for him. Gimli knows the darkness of the ring, but only in that the dwarven rings betrayed his kin, so he doesn't want anything to do with it, because he kind of knows the lore of his own kind. And Aragorn is the only other person who may likely be tempted, but he's Aragorn. In the books, he's just this stalwart of a man. I hate to say it, but I relate to him in some ways of his lifestyle choices, but also I relate to him not at all in his personality and his character. Because he just seems like this perfect ideal man who is so hard to attain or to achieve. Like I want to be more like Aragorn, but I find myself more like Boromir. And I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with that. And so the temptation almost seems beneath him. Like, honestly, he's nothing like his movie character where he struggles with the weakness of men and temptation. Even his movie character, he says that, the same weakness dwells in me, and he's like cognizant of his weakness, but really, movie Aragorn is like the ultimate man. Like, who are we to say that he would succumb to the temptation? We all know that he would eventually, because, the purest creatures on this earth, or on Middle Earth, will succumb to the temptation of the ring. But it just doesn't seem like they would at the get-go. He seems like a god. And then here you have Boromir, the only one who seems drawn by the power of the ring. To be honest, I really think he's like almost the only one who really seems drawn by the power of the ring. And he's in proximity of the ring at all times. Him being chosen for the Fellowship seems like putting him in harm's way. But again, he's also an adult. He needs to master his own temptations. So I simultaneously think the Fellowship failed him in that, but also I think the Fellowship had nothing to do with the issues and the battles that he himself was facing. He's, I would probably say, the most relatable and intricate character in the series so far. But I just want Aragorn to sit down with him before the Fellowship goes on their journey to get Boromir to understand that the ring cannot go to Minas Tirith, that they truly cannot use it. Because yes, they attempted to say that in the Council of Elrond, but a personal word from someone is always better than just a bunch of people saying this in a council. And at the same time, and I will keep saying this in this essay, it's really no one's responsibility to look out for and to watch Boromir. This is his own battle. Yet again, what is a fellowship if not a group of people seeking the destruction of the ring? If there is someone who wants to use it that is part of the fellowship, should not Elrond have seen right through that? Which is part of the reason why I don't subscribe to the idea that Boromir was super prideful at this moment in the Council of Elrond. Because if Elrond, who is one of the oldest and the wisest people in Middle-earth, saw that Boromir was dealing with the temptation of using the ring by his pride, he would never really relent from that. And then Elrond is either not as wise as we think, or Elrond set him up to fail, which feels awful. But then again, you can kind of say, I think it's a fascinating deep dive too into why Elrond even sent this fellowship, why he picked these members of the fellowship. And maybe Elrond hoped that Aragorn would rub off on him. And maybe he hoped that on their journey together to Minas Tirith that they can kind of become buddies and set up the Kingdom of Men. So maybe Elrond is doing something really noble and good here. But again, I think Boromir is a much more gray and curious character. Someone who has inner struggles, but doesn't talk or show those too much. Because again, to me, this muttering that he was doing on the river seemed to come out of nowhere. And in the prior essay, when I talked about that and how for me it felt like it really came out of the blue, which is why it almost felt like some kind of possession of some kind, And I will kind of actually argue that in a bit. But some people talked in that video about how Boromir has been muttering all the time in the journey so far. And to that, I would say he's done it one other time in the book. So you cannot say he's done it lots of times. He did it in the mines, when he mutters after the Watcher almost kills Frodo, and his muttering echoes off the walls and everyone hears him. Other than that, he's been quite forthcoming. I don't view him as brooding and mysterious and a muttering kind of character. You know who is muttering all the time? Everyone's favorite character, Sam Gamgee. If there is one brooding and annoyed character in this book so far, it's Sam. But the key difference between Sam and Boromir is that Sam is pure. So his muttering seems to be justified, or rather seen as just annoyances and frustrations with the things that he's dealing with. But Boromir's muttering, and he's only muttered once before this scene on the river, is seen as dark and brooding because he seems like he has betrayal in his heart. But I don't really see Boromir as this dark character. I see him as this honorable man who, yes, has some pride issues, but is also marching closer to his city that is falling into ruin, and that he has the power here to set his people free from the power that is coming against them. But that power is with this little halfling who is carrying the ring to destroy it. I don't know if Boromir knows that destroying the ring will destroy the forces of Mordor. At this point in the story, it almost feels like destroying the ring will just mean Sauron cannot get power, but still feels like the power in Mordor is pretty high. So if the ring is destroyed, then does it really change anything for Gondor? So Boromir is within a few hundred miles from Gondor, when the whole company must decide what is going to happen, and he is tempted to tell Frodo that they should go to Minas Tirith. This is the section of the book that is so filled with tragedy to me. I kind of still maintain that the ring has poisoned the mind of Boromir. I don't think it's possession anymore, but one of the members in another video commented a few days ago talking about how it's more akin to obsession or oppression than possession. And that's why it feels like poisoning the mind of Boromir to me. And the thing that really upsets me is that I think Galadriel sees through him. And this is a weird theory. I had a slight, not really revelation, but a slight idea that I actually think makes Boromir and Galadriel more likable characters. Because here's my theory. So Boromir talks about resisting temptation of Galadriel. In the book he says, "To me, it seemed exceedingly strange," said Boromir. "Maybe it was only a test. And she thought to read our thoughts for her own good purpose. But almost I should have said that she was tempting us, and offering what she pretended to have the power to give. It need not be said that I refused to listen. The men of Minas Tirith are true to their word. But what he thought the lady had offered him, Boromir did not tell." What if in this moment Galadriel offered him something? Potentially the ring. I think a lot of people have talked about how she offered the ring to him, but then pulled away from her temptation, making Boromir, a proud man, think that he had resisted temptation. And Galadriel pulled away from her temptation of him because she saw in his heart for a fleeting moment his desire for the ring and what he would eventually do, in that potentially he would kill Frodo for the ring. And when she saw that, she knew what it might lead to, so she attempted to pull back and stop her temptation of Boromir, knowing he would try to take the ring from Frodo. But it was too deep in the mind of Boromir. And so he offers in a kindly way to take Frodo to Minas Tirith, then attempts to just take the ring from him. So potentially Galadriel is actually doing a favor to him here, but she realized this too late, which actually means that Galadriel kind of helped in the poisoning of his mind. Maybe unwillingly or unknowingly. And here, if you think that she tempted him with the ring full on, I think you have to admit that it was extremely foolish for her to do that. Because yes, Boromir is strong, so he could just run and attempt to kill Frodo and take the ring from him. So she's putting the whole mission in jeopardy by tempting this person who is the least, maybe strong person in the Fellowship mentally or like security-wise. She's tempting him with this ring, knowing that it's going to lead to this, I think. And so it's putting the whole mission in jeopardy. But she sends him off with gifts. And I'm not sure what, if any, power of foresight she has, but that just seems so frustrating for me that she did that to him. But, and I have to say this, because they are not responsible for the actions of Boromir. Galadriel might have tempted him, but it wasn't her fault. I don't want to put the blame on any of them because none of them are to blame. It's Boromir who must master his own temptation. But he just seems too young and insecure to do that at this moment. But it's no doubt that the ring's aura has surely tempted and used Boromir. Frodo even sees this because later, after the temptation of Boromir, when Frodo decides to leave alone, he says, "This at least is plain. The evil of the ring is already at work even in the company, and the ring must leave them before it does more harm. I will go alone." Frodo knows that the ring has perverted the mind of Boromir, feeding on his desires to free his people from the oppression of Mordor, making Boromir think that the only way to do that is to use the ring, especially when they pass into the realm of Gondor. This is all that Boromir is thinking of. And so we come to his tragic temptation and fall. When the whole of the company is deciding what they should do, and Frodo goes off to think on his own for an hour because he is the one who is a ring bearer and needs to make the decision, Boromir comes to him in quiet. And on another side note, I hate that after Boromir leaves, the company have a talk and all of them kind of say that they want to go to Minas Tirith. None of them really told Boromir this, so he feels like he's kind of up against the entirety of the Fellowship. And he needs to go alone to convince Frodo to come with him to Minas Tirith. And why? I am convinced, absolutely and utterly convinced, his motivation is to help people who are dying. To help the city of men, Minas Tirith, stand strong against the evil coming out of Mordor. Boromir is asking the question the whole time, do the ends justify the means? For everyone else in the Fellowship, the answer is no, which is why they are taking the harder road, a theme that is very present in the writing of Tolkien, that the hard road is often the better road, that taking the easy road is an excuse. But Boromir might be the only one in the Fellowship that believes that the ends justify the means. Except maybe Gandalf, who told Frodo he essentially tortured Gollum in the beginning of the book. And so Boromir walks up to Frodo with manipulation in his eyes. He's tempted by the ring. And one of the first lines that happens in this text is so illuminating. The book says, "I was afraid for you, Frodo," he said, coming forward. "If Aragorn is right and orcs are near, then none of us should wander alone. And you least of all. So much depends on you. And my heart, too, is heavy. May I not stay now and talk for a while, since I have found you? It would comfort me. Where there are so many, all speech becomes a debate without end, but two together may perhaps find wisdom." "You are kind," answered Frodo. "But I do not think that any speech will help me, for I know what I should do. But I am afraid of doing it. Boromir, afraid." These two are so interesting to me. They are both tempted in this moment. Frodo is tempted with taking the easier road, perhaps the one that will take him to Minas Tirith, and Boromir is also tempted with the easier road, but one that will pay dividends, he believes, to his people. Frodo knows what he must do, but is afraid for himself. And Boromir is also, I would probably say, sure what the right thing to do is here, but the pressure on him to save his people is likely too much. He has a narrow vision here to think that the only way to help the kingdom of men is to take the ring. And so his temptation is that he also knows what he must do, but succumbs to the fear and attempts to take the ring from Frodo. And look at the next passage too. This speaks completely of the motivation in Boromir's heart. And I kind of think his logic is somewhat sound, but also very immature. I'll explain it after I read it. "I do not doubt the valor of your people, but the world is changing. The walls of Minas Tirith may be strong, but they are not strong enough. If they fail, what then? We shall fall in battle valiantly. Yet there is still hope that they will not fail." "No hope while the ring lasts," said Frodo. "Ah, the ring," said Boromir, his eyes lighting. "The ring. Is it not a strange fate that we should suffer so much fear and doubt for so small a thing? So small a thing. And I have seen it only for an instant in the house of Elrond. Could I not have a sight of it again?" Frodo looked up. His heart went suddenly cold. He caught the strange gleam in Boromir's eyes, yet his face was still kind and friendly. "It is best that it should lie hidden," he answered. As you wish, I care not, said Boromir. Yet, may I not even speak of it? For you seem ever to think only of its power in the hands of the enemy, of its uses, not of its good. The world is changing, you say. Minas Tirith will fall if the ring lasts. But why? Certainly if the ring were with the enemy. But why if it were with us? Were you not at the council? Answered Frodo. Because we cannot use it, and what is done with it turns to evil. Boromir got up and walked about impatiently. So you go on, he cried. Gandalf, Elrond, all these folks have taught you to say so. For themselves they might be right. These elves and half-elves and wizards, they would come to grief perhaps. Yet often I doubt if they are wise and not merely timid. But each to his own kind. True-hearted men, they will not be corrupted. We of Minas Tirith have been staunch through long years of trial. We do not desire the power of wizard lords, only strength to defend ourselves. Strength in a just cause. So that last thing that he says is where I wholeheartedly disagree with him. His pride comes in thinking that men are a hardier race than other races. That is foolishness to me. But first comes his pure motivation to seek the liberation of the kingdom of men from the hands of Mordor. And then when Frodo reminds him that no one can wield the ring for good, that it only goes to evil, Boromir says, has anyone tried it, or are we just afraid to do so because we've been told that this is the wrong thing to do? And does he not have a point? Yes, knowing what you guys know at the end of the story and what I kind of know, yes, the ring corrupts, that's all it does. But at this point in the story in Boromir's life, I just know one simple thing. That the ring fell to Gollum and it corrupted him, but Gollum doesn't seem like a good litmus test for a good, sane person. So why not give it another shot, in Boromir's eyes, to see if they can actually use the ring for good? I don't want to sound foolish when I say this, but the ring in the hands of certain members of even the Fellowship might be less corruptible than others. I think Gimli, whose heart seems pure, could wield the ring for a time. I think Aragorn could as well. Even Sam, although maybe the ring would just make Sam grumpier and in need of more ale and good food. But all of them, to me, at this point in the story, and please, again, keep in mind that I am a first-time reader and don't really know the power of the ring, nor have I seen it in the story all that much except its aura, which seems to corrupt Boromir over the course of a few weeks. But all of them seem like they could wield it for a few days or weeks or months. Boromir is the least trusted person in this whole group. And we also know that the ring would choose someone with great power, and that person's power would be hard to overcome. So I'm not saying that they should actually do this. Please, I'm not saying that they should actually do this, but I'm just saying that I understand Boromir's argument. Essentially that no one has really tried or attempted the very thing that we are so afraid. Namely to use the ring for good. And Boromir's love for his people here is beautiful. His belief in his people is beautiful. I want someone to believe in me as much as Boromir believes in the heart and the will of the men of Gondor. I mean, I could do anything if someone believed in me that much. But it's foolishness for Boromir to think this. And we all know it. But it just makes this story so much more tragic, knowing that this temptation just totally overtakes him in a moment. And his regret, his instant regret, after Frodo puts the ring on and runs away, is perhaps the most tragic thing of all. But we all also know the feeling of giving in and the guilt and the shame that we might feel as soon as we give in. That in that moment of weakness, it was just something that we felt overwhelmed by in the moment. But when it passes, we realize we could have just and should have just resisted. I'm mainly thinking of my full-on addiction to anything sweet and delicious. Shoving my face full with a loaf of pound cake like I did this week is amazing in the moment. But as soon as I take that last bite, I always regret it. And I feel terrible. But Boromir's cries in the books of he rose and passed his hand over his eyes, dashing away the tears. What have I said? He cried. What have I done? Frodo, Frodo, he called. Come back. A madness took me, but it has passed. Come back. Tragic. I hurt so much for him here. And then when he goes back to the company and everyone kind of shames him for what he did. It says he put his head in his hands and sat as if bowed with grief. I want to, in that moment, put my arm around him, to say that this isn't the end and that he can redeem his mistake. And look, this essay was especially unorganized today. But I think all of this is just to say that I feel for Boromir. He is, to me, the most relatable member of the Fellowship. I think I love Gimli the most for his honor, his loyalty, and his devotion to the company. I think Frodo's a significantly better character in the book than the movie. I love Sam so much, and I'm going to write an essay tomorrow about Sam for his incredible loyalty to Frodo and how well he knows Frodo. Merry and Pippin are incredible. Legolas, he's still, I think, relatively similar to the book, to be honest, or from the book to the movie. I think there's some key differences. But I love all these members of the Fellowship. I think Aragorn's incredible. I love Aragorn so much, but he's less relatable. He's something that I want to attain to. Same as Gimli. I love his devotion to the company, but he's just almost this unattainable person. I want to be more like Gimli, but I find myself more often in life like Boromir. And I don't have the delusion to say anything different. And I know a lot of people, from what I've seen in comments, critique Boromir and say he is so prideful. He's, not really an honorable person. He just, had what was coming to him or he deserved it. But here is this man who is tempted by something that will allow him to help other people. And he caves. For a moment. Who among us that is without sin, cast the first stone? Anyway, like and subscribe. Super unorganized essay today, but this is just me vomiting all my thoughts. If you want, you can become a member to support this channel, but I'll see you in the next one. So, yesterday I talked about Boromir being the most relatable character in the whole of the Fellowship because of his flaws. But I take that back. I think Sam Gamgee is. I think of all the characters in Fellowship that I relate the most to, it's Sam. Not for any other reason other than I find him the grumpiest character of the whole company. He's constantly annoyed about food and sad about leaving a beautiful animal behind to fend for himself. And above all, he just wants to go into his little hobbit hole in the Shire with a beautiful garden and some rosy cotton with him. And he's the poorest too, which is also relatable. Someone shared this on our Discord a few days ago, and I chuckle every time I think about it. Sam is the only one who is not a highborn in the entire Fellowship. And he is the hardy peasant stock of being that I truly love in stories like this. And Sam is full of beautiful things. And things I want to be. So Sam is me, but also Sam is who I aspire to be. He's a fantastic character. And nothing in the books so far shows the character of Sam Gamgee better than the last chapter in Fellowship of the Ring. He does 4 or 5 things back to back that shows he is the real backbone of the Fellowship and the only one who really deserves to go along with Frodo. Well, maybe not deserves, but the best one for him by a long shot. No one even comes close. And I just want to spend a few minutes doting on Sam in the last chapter of the Breaking of the Fellowship that proves even more than the movie that he is the best character in the story so far. I mean, at least top 9. But again, before I go on, make sure you like and subscribe. I am going through Lord of the Rings for the first time, and I'm going through chapter by chapter for all of my thoughts. For those who also don't know, sometime this week, a few friends of mine who are also reading it will be hanging out with me, and we're going to be live streaming our discussion on the first 3 chapters of the 2 Towers that will likely be on Thursday. So I'm very excited about that, and make sure you stop back in for that. If you want to too, you can become a member which will give you members-only content, access to early videos, and a potential to join a book club about Lord of the Rings when we have enough members. I know I pretty much say that every video, but membership is like $5 a month. It's super cheap, and it would help me make more of these videos and eventually just do this full-time, which would be pretty amazing. But anyway, at least make sure you like the video and subscribe, because that's what Sam Gamgee would want. Wow, that's a terrible segue, but let's talk about Sam Gamgee. Again, I find him supremely grumpy in the whole Fellowship of the Ring. He really doesn't seem to be passionate about the journey. He wants to go home, maybe more than anybody in the Fellowship, but his desire to stick by his master's side is also second to none. Sam is someone who skirts his own desires more than I think any of the other Fellowship members. I feel like I'm Sam. I would much rather just be home in my hobbit hole. Which, by the way, we need architecture to get there, please. We need full-size hobbit holes for the Kingdom of Men. I want one so bad. But that seems like all that Sam wants. And he continually discards that for the love and service and duty he has to Frodo. But Sam also knows Frodo better than anyone else in the company at this point. I would have actually said that belonged to Merry or Pippin, and certainly at the beginning of the story, I think they were actually better friends to Frodo, and were two people who knew more about Frodo than anybody else. But Sam has the skill of observation that maybe the other two don't. He is the psychological version of Strider. Whereas Strider is an amazing and skillful tracker, Sam seems a keen observer of Frodo and what he wants and desires and what he needs. He's the friend who knows you better than you know yourself. And my first bit of proof comes when the company gives Frodo the space to make a decision. They give Frodo an hour of quiet to make a decision on what they're going to do next. The text says, Aragorn looked at him with kindly pity. Very well, Frodo, son of Drogo, he said. You shall have an hour, and you shall be alone. You will stay here for a while, but do not stray far or out of call. Frodo sat for a moment with his head bowed. Sam, who had been watching his master with great concern, shook his head and muttered, Plain as a pikestaff it is. But it's no good, Sam Gamgee, putting in his spoke just now. Presently, Frodo got up and walked away, and Sam saw that while the others restrained themselves and did not stare at him, the eyes of Boromir followed Frodo intently, until he passed out of sight in the trees at the foot of Amon Hen. Sam already knows, number one, what Frodo is really deciding on, or not deciding on, what Frodo is really wrestling with, and he thinks it's all a waste of time. I love that little grump. But Sam also realizes the betrayal of Boromir in this moment too, which is brilliant. I'm sure the others kind of see it in Boromir, Aragorn especially, but Sam keeps his eyes locked on Boromir as Frodo leaves the company. He knows. Then when they are discussing what Frodo is going to decide on later in this chapter, after Boromir is tempted and he kind of falls, this is what the text says. It would be mad and cruel to let Frodo go to Mordor. Why can't we stop him? We must stop him, said Pippin. And that is why he's worrying about, I'm sure. He knows we shan't agree to his going east. And he doesn't like to ask anyone to go with him, poor old fellow. Imagine it, going off to Mordor alone, Pippin shuddered. But the dear silly old hobbit, he ought to know that he hasn't got to ask. He ought to know that if we can't stop him, we shan't leave him. Begging your pardon, said Sam. I don't think you understand my master at all. He isn't hesitating about which way to go. Of course not. What's the good of Minas Tirith anyway? To him, I mean, begging your pardon, Master Boromir, he added, and turned. It was then that they discovered that Boromir, who at first had been sitting silent on the outside of the circle, was no longer there. Now where has he got to? Cried Sam, looking worried. He's been a bit queer lately, to my mind. But anyway, he's not in this business. He's off to his home, as he always said. And no blame to him, but Mr. Frodo, he knows he's got to find the cracks of doom, if he can. But he's afraid. Now it's come to the point, he's just plain terrified. That's what his trouble is. Of course he's had a bit of schooling, so to speak. We all have since we left home. Or he'd be so terrified he'd just fling the ring in the river and bolt. But he's still too frightened to start. And he isn't worrying about us either, whether we'll go along with him or no. He knows we mean to. That's another thing that's bothering him. If he screws himself up to go, he'll want to go alone. Mark my words. We're going to have trouble when he comes back, for he'll screw himself up all right, as sure as his name is Baggins. I believe you speak more wisely than any of us, Sam, said Aragorn. Sam, in a single paragraph, explains exactly for the company and for us what is really going on in the mind of Frodo. What is actually going on in his mind. I fell in love with Sam in this moment because I, too, like to just be a little fly on the wall and observe things. And Sam does that. And he discounts that he's actually that useful to the Fellowship for the entirety of the journey, but really he is like the translator for Frodo. When the whole company isn't sure what to do, Sam just steps up and tells them what Frodo is thinking, which in my head, I always knew that Sam was the right person for Frodo to travel to Mount Doom, but it wasn't until this moment that I was truly convinced. It's an incredible moment for Sam, showing how much he has not only observed and understood Frodo, but also understood the threats surrounding Frodo. It was Sam who even came to see Gollum in the previous chapter too. Now it's Sam who knows the mind of Frodo, and then now it's Sam who sees the queer look in the eye of Boromir as of late. He's remarkable. And then the next thing I love about Sam is a two-parter. The first is when they realize that Frodo is out on his own after Boromir comes back and he puts on the ring. The first person to get up and sprint after Frodo is none other than Sam. The text says this: "An hour since he vanished," shouted Sam. "We must try to find him at once. Come on." "Wait a moment," cried Aragorn. "We must divide up into pairs and arrange. Here, hold on, wait." It was no good. They took no notice of him. Sam had dashed off first. Sam, the first to spring into action in order to find Frodo. He's the one who understands him, and now he's the first to seek him. But this moment doesn't stop here. When the rest of the Fellowship gets up and they start madly looking for Frodo, they all run in different directions, and the text then says this: "Aragorn sprang swiftly away and went in pursuit of Sam. Just as he reached the little lawn among the rowans, he overtook him, toiling uphill, panting and calling, 'Frodo! Come with me, Sam,' he said. 'None of us should be alone. There is mischief about, I feel it. I am going to the top, to the seat of Amon Hen, to see what may be seen. And look, it is as my heart guessed. Frodo went this way. Follow me, and keep your eyes open.' He sped up the path. Sam did his best, but he could not keep up with Strider the ranger and soon fell behind. He had not gone far before Aragorn was out of sight ahead. Sam stopped and puffed. Suddenly, he clapped his hand to his head. 'Whoa, Sam Gamgee,' he said aloud. 'Your legs are too short, so use your head. Let me see now. Boromir isn't lying. That's not his way. But he hasn't told us everything. Something scared Mr. Frodo badly. He screwed himself up to the point sudden. He made up his mind at last. To go. Where to? Off east? Not without Sam. Yes, without even a Sam. That's hard, cruel hard.' Sam passed his hand over his eyes, brushing away the tears. 'Steady, Gamgee,' he said. 'Think if you can. He can't fly across rivers. He can't jump waterfalls. He's got no gear. So, he's got to get back to the boats. Back to the boats, back to the boats, Sam, like lightning.' Sam Gamgee. He is the only one who uses cool logic in the face of panic. And his knowledge about what Frodo would do in the situation is the reason why Sam is able to continue on in the journey. I love this moment. In the movies, it feels like Sam is just sitting on the sideline during this whole battle. But here, he's truly the smartest one in the whole Fellowship, thinking what Frodo would do, realizing it very quickly, then springing into action. And then Sam's final action of beauty, which is the most telling part about Sam in this whole chapter, is him knowing Frodo's mind so well that he knows his insecurity is not only about going alone, but that Frodo thinks he must go alone. So Sam and Frodo's conversation goes like this. 'Of all the confounded nuisances, you are the worst, Sam,' he said. 'Oh, Mr. Frodo, that's hard,' said Sam, shivering. 'That's hard, trying to go without me and all. If I hadn't guessed right, where would you be now?' 'Safely on my way.' 'Safely,' said Sam. 'All alone and without me to help you. I couldn't have borne it. It'd have been the death of me.' 'It would be the death of you to come with me, Sam,' said Frodo. 'And I could not have borne that.' 'Not as certain as being left behind,' said Sam. 'But I am going to Mordor.' 'I know that well enough, Mr. Frodo. Of course you are. And I'm coming with you.' 'Now, Sam,' said Frodo, 'don't hinder me. The others will be coming back any minute. If they catch me here, I shall have to argue and explain, and I shall never have the heart or the chance to get off. But I must be going at once, It's the only way. Of course it is, answered Sam, but not alone. I'm coming too, or neither of us is going. I'll knock holes in all the boats first. Frodo actually laughed. A sudden warmth and gladness touched his heart. Leave one, he said. We'll need it. But you can't come like this without your gear or food or anything. Just hold on a moment and I'll get my stuff, cried Sam eagerly. It's all ready. I thought we should be off today. He rushed to the camping place, fished out his pack from the pile where Frodo had laid it when he emptied the boat of his companion's goods, grabbed a spare blanket and some extra packages of food, and ran back. So all my plan is spoiled, said Frodo. It's no good trying to escape you. But I'm glad, Sam. I cannot tell you how glad. Come along. It is plain that we were meant to go together. We will go, and may the others find a safe road. Strider will look after them. I don't suppose we shall see them again. Yet we may, Mr. Frodo, we may, said Sam. It's so good. Oh my goodness. And Frodo has a tendency to be a martyr here. And I've talked about it here and in a few other essays I've done on the book, but Frodo wants to do the thing alone because he thinks he is helping everyone else by doing that. He thinks he's keeping everyone safe. But Sam knows that's not how it should be done. And that the only way to do something of this magnitude is to do it together. And so Sam cuts right into Frodo's mind, telling them that he'll knock holes in the boat so that he cannot go alone. He prevents Frodo from being the martyr here, and it's something that only truly good friends can do. I have a few friends in my life who are like Sam in their loyalty, and in their ability, like Sam, to know what I'm thinking before I even think it. But I don't have as many friends who can do what Sam does, and call me out on my shortcomings and flaws and faults in a kind way when I am likely headed down a dark road. Sam does this. He's the friend that Frodo needs on this journey. More than a skilled hunter or a tracker or someone he can converse with better or have more fun with on this journey, Frodo needs someone who understands him better than he understands himself. And ultimately, I just pray that we all have a friend like Sam. Man, this book is so fantastic. And I'm pretty pumped to keep reading The Two Towers, but I am pretty floored as well by the ending of this book. I'm not going to write a full essay on this because I don't know, maybe I could, I don't know. But I don't think I'm going to write a full essay on this, but just like the cliffhanger of this ending. I was just talking in a comment about this with someone, but I thought the cliffhanger in book 1 was a little bit better, but now I'm kind of rethinking that. In book 2, the Fellowship breaks and it's like, where are they going? What's going to happen? They're all running around. Are they going to come chase him afterward? I couldn't imagine finishing this book and having to wait like a few years or a few months for the next book to come out. It's just such good writing, and this book ended so well, so well, and I'm so excited to keep going. But I have 2 more essays that I want to write before I go on to The Two Towers. And then on Thursday, keep in mind that we are on Thursday going to do this live stream. That's going to be with a few of my friends who are also reading it for the first time. So make sure you like the video and subscribe and keep up to date on, what we're going to do on this channel. And I will see you in the next one. So I just finished reading The Fellowship of the Ring for the first time in my life. And it was incredible. I will dote on it this essay. And I did the only rational thing you do after you read an incredible book like that. I rewatched the movie. For maybe the 50th time in my life. And I have to admit, this might be a slight hot take for a lot of people, but after always believing that this was the best movie ever made, and after watching it for the first time after reading the book, I've got to say, I still think that it's one of the best movies ever made. I might be totally controversial for saying that, but before I argue my case, make sure you like and subscribe. I'm reading Lord of the Rings for the first time and publishing video essays about my impressions and thoughts on the book. And The Two Towers will begin soon, so get ready for some essays about that. But I'm also going to read Brandon Sanderson's work and do some other things that I'm doing for Tolkien, and also tackling some other work like George R.R. Martin's and C.S. Lewis's, and just some other greats. And I'm a big Star Wars nerd too, so I will likely live stream and maybe host a watch party to watch Andor coming out in a few weeks. So subscribe for updates and become a member too for members only access as well as for early access videos and for book clubs. And if you want more information, just message me on our Discord. My name is John too, by the way. Some were asking me that, and I realized that in my 40th essay of Fellowship of the Ring that I actually never said my name. Weird. Anyway, I've been making these videos and there's always the inevitable movie comparison from book to movie. And I find the percentage of book readers who actually like the movie around like 20%. Not at all backed up by science, but just a quick take based on reading the comments for certain videos that I've published. And I do think that this is a different community too. I think more people here like the book and they kind of have gripes with the movie. So this might be a weirdly controversial essay to write or an essay to do in this entire community. But I think I'm kind of in that 20% of fans who actually really like the movies. I think it's probably higher in maybe a larger community of Lord of the Rings people. But yeah, I'm probably in that 20% of the community currently right now. And yes, there are some gross and terrible flaws compared to the book. But I think the one thing that we kind of all forget is that they're totally different forms of media. In one, you can flesh out characters and give them history and a backstory and give everyone at least some kind of depth of arc because you have the time. In a movie, I don't really think that works. In a series, I think it would, which is why Lord of the Rings being adapted into like a 6-part series sounds scrumptious to me. Wow, that was a weird word to say out loud. But a movie cannot go into the depths of every single character. I mean, think of a movie that has 9 characters where you get an in-depth look at all 9 of them with full character arcs and full history. I don't think I can think of a single movie like that, to be completely honest. I think it has to be much more focused. And so the whole journey is essentially the main characters in the movie. I think it's all about Frodo, Gandalf, and Aragorn in the movies. And so we leave out the incredible depth of my favorite character, Gimli, or even the depth of Merry and Pippin being more than just silly hobbits who have a knack for mischief and tipping over corpses into the wells of Moria. And you can't introduce the amount of characters that Tolkien has in his work because let's be honest, 99% of the people who are going to watch the movies are probably people who haven't read the books at all. So an expose on Glorfindel and his glowing appearance wouldn't make sense at all to me on my first watch through of this movie. But I will concede too, I understand that it actually upsets me a little bit that Jackson not only gave that role to Arwen, but had her glowing in Frodo's vision too. Arwen is not a sent back elf like Glorfindel is. So that was a rough decision, I think. But I'm getting way ahead of myself. I will say this, I believe Tolkien did about 99% of everything in the book better than the movie. But I still think Jackson, for what he did, made the movie phenomenal. And I will still sing his praise as a filmmaker that devoted himself to the story in a way I find few filmmakers truly do. Yes, again, it had deep flaws. And something I've heard a lot lately is that people call it his fan-made film, which kind of makes it more palatable to people who want an exact adaptation from the book. And I guess that does help too, but I still love the work that Jackson did. And I think that he did have a real respect for the books that seems to be lacking in a world where people just want to make a quick buck. But let's kind of get into some of the nitty-gritty of this book to movie change. Let's talk about the big changes. And I do want to go into chronological order, and I'm really only going to be talking about the big ones. And I want to do this to see if it's good or bad. I want to hand out fake points to Tolkien and Jackson for if it's a good or bad change, or if it's a good or bad thing that they did in either their writing or their filmmaking. And at the end, we'll kind of just tally them up to see who won. And quick spoiler alert for you. I don't think Tolkien did anything wrong in his writing at all, except maybe the end, but we're going to talk about that in a little bit. But let me know the big ones that I missed in here, because I'm doing this kind of just from the top of my head from memory, so I will surely miss a few of the big moments that Jackson just didn't include in. Like right now, I kind of wrote this whole essay and now I'm just kind of reciting it, and I know that I've missed the wargs that happen when they're on their way to Moria, but let me know if any other changes that I missed that you're just ripping your hair out because I missed them. Anyway, so let's talk about chapter 1. It just lacks the depth of detail. I think the movies do a great job actually of portraying this chapter because they do get the meat of it. Yes, we miss things like the whole preparation for Bilbo's birthday and the humor of the will that Bilbo leaves, and even the mayhem that happens when he disappears, but the film seemed quite a good interpretation of the things happening in that chapter. Because if they went into all the details, in the first 45 minutes of this film would have just been a party. Instead, we get lots of nods to the book, which I think is actually one of Jackson's crowning achievements. He knows that he does not have the time to include every detail in there. So what we do get are mentions of the Sackville Bagginses in passing, where readers can lean over to their neighbor watching and go, do you want to know how truly terrible they were in the book? First chapter is a point for both Jackson and Tolkien. I think it's great writing, but I think it's great filmmaking too. Now the second chapter lacks the depth of conversation, which I don't think you can actually include in the movies, but Jackson again does give us the meat and potatoes of what this is. I will say, being a fan of Harry Potter, I was kind of gutted when I saw the final conversation between Dumbledore and Harry at King's Cross because it just lacked the biggest details and the big things that we needed as watchers and as readers in order to fill in the gaps for what happened in the movies. But I think this conversation between Frodo and between Gandalf, while it lacks the detailed information, gives you the basics, and it also gives the viewer the basics to understand what is going on in the story. Now, you do have some things like with the lines that Gandalf delivers, which are some of the most world-renowned lines ever, like, many that live deserve death, some that die deserve life. Can you give it to them, Frodo? Do not be as eager to deal out death and judgment. Even the wise cannot see all ends. Or the line, so do all who live to see such times, but that is not for them to decide. All we have to decide is what to do with the time that is given to us. All are happening in this chapter. It's a masterclass on writing. But then between chapter 1 and 2, 17 years goes by, which again is a good decision on Jackson's part for not putting this in. So 1 point to Jackson. But also a good point on Tolkien, because in writing form, this works really, really good. It's a better implement of writing to have this passage of time to set the stage for how the ring is really not having a huge effect on Frodo. He seems quite impervious to the ring. Now, I don't want to do this for every single point, because in every single one of them I could talk about for pages and pages about how brilliant of a writer Tolkien is. And I have 2 essays later this week that I want to talk about Tolkien being a writer, like how brilliant he is just as a singular writer, and then how brilliant the Fellowship of the Ring is as a solitary work. So stay tuned for that. But if you want insight into my thoughts on Tolkien's writing, just watch the rest of my essays. I think there's like 8 hours or something like that of essays on that. Probably more at this point. I might actually all combine them into one massive essay and publish like an 8 to 10 hour essay maybe later this week between the books or something like that. But I'm going to say this, Tolkien will win pretty much every single point here because I think he is an absolute master of the written word. But I still think Jackson, for working in the medium of film that he did, is doing a spectacular job. Now, another huge change that we have is the relationship between Sam and Frodo that happens kind of quick in the movie. In the movie, they're just buddies and they're friends. In the book, it's a servant and master relationship, and it slowly grows throughout the course of the entire series. Or, I mean, the first book. I don't really know the series yet, but it grows throughout the first book. The Gamgees essentially work for the Bagginses. But again, both work in the film and in the book, so I think points for both. Now, after this, we get a few long chapters where Frodo sells Bag in order to avoid any suspicion of him leaving the Shire. And that's because he loves the Shire and wants to protect it. So he does everything he can to avoid having strangers come in and ask questions to hobbits of the Shire or get in trouble if they know anything about Frodo. In the movie, it feels like it's a last-minute thing. And I think this kind of works for the movie. I don't think a 20-minute long thing of Frodo selling Bag to the Sackville Bagginses and then them moving outside to Buckland would have really worked very well for the film. But it also works perfect for the book because it fleshes out the character of Frodo and lets you know his motivation, and it also lets you know Sam and Merry and Pippin, who they are. I learned so much about them in this chapter, and I lament that we don't get a deeper look into their characters in the movie. But I'm going to say this, and this is going to be annoying because I'm going to keep saying this. I still think Jackson does well because he cannot focus the entire movie on Merry and Pippin so much. I think it would distract most people watching the movie. Movies seem to be more like a rifle. You need a rifle blast right to a target. Whereas a book, you can kind of go in a bunch of different directions and go off on tangents to some extent. You have to keep it focused, but a little bit of deeper characterization for Merry and Pippin are possible in a book, and I don't know for sure if they're possible in what Jackson could do. Now, I know people are 100% going to disagree with me on that one, but I think out of this also comes a huge difference in Merry and Pippin. And I'm going to talk about this one for a little bit because I think there's a huge difference that I don't like so much. Because in the movies, they kind of just run into them by happenstance. They run into them in Farmer Maggot's fields. And by the way, Farmer Maggot in the book invites them into their house for a meal and to rest, and he drives them with his horse and cart to the ferry. But the movie makes him kind of a bit of an antagonist, which is weird. And so Merry and Pippin, who are unbelievable and beautifully loyal to Frodo in the book, they have a great little introduction here. And they tell him that they are following him to the end of the world and back. And they pretty much know everything about the ring because they've observed Frodo. They just come across a little bit dumber in the movies. Not a little bit, they just are a little bit dumber in the movies. They're kind of more tropish and they're a bit more like cliched. In the book, just them figuring this out and figuring out all about the ring without Frodo really communicating anything about the ring shows that they're brilliant and they're keen. It's a very big difference, but this is the point where Merry and Pippin just kind of become tropes. And it becomes hard to really redeem this in the movies, and one thing comes later that I'll talk about that kind of really messes it up for me with Merry and Pippin. And maybe they do redeem themselves in the third movie, but I've yet to read the next two books, so that's a different essay for a different day. But now we're getting into the territory where the movies just cut about 4 chapters. And I'll start with this. If there are 4 chapters you should cut from the book for a time parameter for a movie, it's these 4. Now, let me say this. Yes, I would have loved to see the Barrow-wights. I would have loved to see the Old Forest, and even Tom Bombadil and Goldberry. But they're hard chapters to adapt, and to keep focused on the first movement of the film, which is, namely, getting the ring to Rivendell. In the book, they go through this old forest, which is kind of like the Fangorn Forest of Hobbiton. When they get stuck, they meet Tom Bombadil and Goldberry. And I don't even want to get into who both of those characters are. Tom Bombadil just is, and Goldberry is the daughter of the river. So figure that out. Then, when they leave, they come to this ancient burial ground of a destroyed city where there are these Barrow-wights, or like these ghostly spirit things that pretty much lure the hobbits into this tomb and are about to put them into some kind of trance when Frodo sings a song to Tom Bombadil and he comes back and rescues them. Now, they get rid of the Barrow-wights, or Tom gets rid of the Barrow-wights, and then clears out these tombs of gold. It's fascinating stuff in the book. I love it. And it's so really, it's like, it just feels appropriate. It's so perfectly paced in the book. And I would have loved to see the Wights. I think that's a great depiction of like interesting, just an interesting visual that you could see in the movies. But I think it was a good decision to leave that out of the movie. And I just noticed, I think I'm translating or speaking book and movie a ton in this essay. I do this in all my essays. This is my one flaw, or something that a lot of people point out to me. I mistake saying the movie and the book, and this is all about the movie and the book changes. You guys all know what I'm talking about if you read these books and see these movies. So forgive me for all my little mistakes there. But I think it's a big difference. And these chapters that they cut out, I would love to see these in film. But if you're going to cut chapters out, these are the ones to cut out. Like, it doesn't advance the characterization. Maybe it advances the characterization, actually. But it doesn't advance the plot significantly. And I think the movie needs to be focused on the plot of getting the ring to the Rivendell in the first movement of this film. But anyway, after this, they get to Bree in the Inn of the Prancing Pony. And the movie and the book are pretty similar with just a few smaller differences. The ring wraiths are much more terrifying in the book than the movie. And Aragorn is much more awkward, and the biggest difference is that he's ready to be king, and he is not ready in the movie, which again is the big difference. But also, this might be controversial. I find that a great change from book to movie. For me, I love the idea of like a reluctant king, someone who doesn't want that kingly role and is thrust into that role, and he does really well in that role. I think the idea of Aragorn being a reluctant king makes so much more sense for a modern retelling of the story. And I remember talking to one of our Discord members a few weeks ago about this scene, and how he said that it's a decent change because it's a change in how the different eras portray the hero's arc. For our time and our era, we want them to be a reluctant leader who takes up the throne and grows into it. For Tolkien's, Aragorn was the leader who was ready from the start of when we met him, which is much more similar to the epic poetry that Tolkien loved. So for this, I think both points go to Tolkien and Jackson. I think they knew who their audience was and they adapted the character of Aragorn very, very well. Now, directly after this, the Weathertop story is pretty similar from book to movie. Again, there are always details that the book will do better, but for the most part, they're pretty similar. But the passages of time are vastly different, which I think is good for both Tolkien and Jackson. I don't want to kind of watch days of travel happen from when Frodo gets stabbed to when they get to Rivendell. However, and I will say that this is the first point off for Peter Jackson, one of the best parts of the book that the movies don't have is that there is another elf, not Arwen, that comes to save the day. Now, I don't think it's a bad thing they didn't include Glorfindel. I would have loved to see him, but oh well. Not a point off for Jackson on that one. But the point off is when the ring wraiths are pursuing them, Glorfindel commands the horse Frodo is on to ride over the river. So Frodo is alone when he crosses the river, and rather than Arwen standing up to all the ring wraiths, like the movies have, in the books, they have Frodo doing it, which is vastly and drastically better than Arwen doing it. And is in part why I think movie Frodo is like a lesser, weaker character. He just kind of feels weak and sickly. In this moment in the book, I was like standing up, cheering for Frodo because I was like, this guy is resisting it with everything in him. And it was one of the most beautiful moments in the entire book. And this is a moment I struggle with because it's a simple change that Jackson could have made that makes a drastic impact on the whole story. But anyway, make sure you go back and watch my essay on that one because I talk about it more on that one. Now, this is the end of the first book of Fellowship of the Ring. Now, there's two parts, and you guys all know because, you're book readers, about all these, splittings of this book. And I think the adaptation so far is not without flaws, but as far as a movie is concerned, is a pretty phenomenal movie. Now, let's move into part 2 of the book, which is just a continuation of the movie. Let's talk about Rivendell. At Rivendell, there are two main changes that I see. The first is the really deep and beautiful relationship that you have between Frodo and Bilbo. Tolkien seems to kind of love this and uses it as commentary for just what a good relationship looks like. But I don't think that's wrong on Jackson for not including that so much. I love the relationship that Bilbo and Frodo have in the books, but again, in the movies, you don't necessarily need that to advance the plot significantly. I mean, again, I've only read book 1, so I don't think that really advances the plot in a significant way. It's beautiful writing, and I love it. It's some of my favorite writing that Tolkien has because it really shows how much they love each other, but it doesn't advance the plot significantly, at least at this point in my reading. But the second is the length of time that happens in the Council of Elrond, or just the length of the Council of Elrond. This in the book is the chapter. I loved it so much that I stopped making just one essay per chapter and made 7 essays for that single chapter. Go check them out on the channel. It's just an info dump of information and it's so stinking good. But I don't think Jackson is actually wrong either for whittling this down. And you might disagree with me, but I think the Council of Elrond section in the movies is exactly what needs to be said. Again, I feel controversial for saying that, but that's my opinion, and I'm sticking to it. The Council of Elrond, although I love it in the books and kind of wish I had a full 2-hour movie just on that council, we get the basics, we get the things that we need to know for the plot moving on for the movie, and I don't think that's a bad thing. I don't think that makes it a bad adaptation. Now, after the Council of Elrond is actually when I feel the movies are very different for the rest of the characterization and the plotting of the movie versus the book. They're almost going in different directions, and it all culminates in the ending of the book that I think is the biggest change because it shows kind of the different trajectories that Tolkien was going in and how Jackson wanted to change that for a film, and I'll talk about that at the end. But these are changes that I feel after the Council of Elrond that are hard to come back to, and I wrote a full essay about this one in particular because I think that this was like the chapter where both of them kind of deviated. So I won't really rehash this. Rather, you should just go check out that essay. But the main difference comes with the prior changes. So Merry and Pippin are chosen for the Fellowship because of friendship and loyalty rather than sneaking into the meeting for being jokers. I think that's significant for the characterization of Merry and Pippin, but I also think that Jackson kind of missed the character of Merry and Pippin, and he didn't nail them perfectly when he just had them running into Sam and Frodo in the field. That's a big difference, I think. Then after that, they also reforged the Sword of Narsil into Anduril for Aragorn. Again, it's the difference between a king being ready to be a king rather than a reluctant king. And I think that's a good change that Jackson actually made, that they didn't reforge the sword quite yet, because Aragorn is not ready to be king. It's a different hero's journey. And then this was my biggest gripe of the entirety of this book so far, from book to movie. And I will talk about this for the next few minutes, because the next few chapters are really about this character, I think. But Gimli has this whole debate with Elrond about how he will never leave the Fellowship because he is honorable. But everything the movie does, I do understand why they did it, but it's at this particular moment where I just wanted to see more similarities in the movie than differences. Again, maybe they're minor, but they speak volumes of these characters. And I will reiterate this. The movies cannot really be a story about Gimli so much. But in the books, when they go through Moria, it becomes a little side quest for Gimli. I think, again, for the movie, that might feel distracting, and maybe I'm just trying to justify the movies so much, but they need to be more focused, and they lack a bit of real depth in understanding who the character of Gimli is. So I think the point that Jackson gets off is for his treatment of Gimli, son of Gloin, which we get in the Moria chapters. Gimli is a fun, loving, idiot dwarf in the movie. In the book, he is a dwarf filled with honor, pride, and beautiful, beautiful purity of heart. He doesn't seem like he wants the ring either, but gets very excited when they get to Moria. Not because he thinks that Moria is thriving in any sense, but because a few people went back to recolonize Moria and they haven't heard from these guys. So Gimli is curious to see what happened. But when he discovers what has happened and that the colony is no more, he's reverent and shows his respect. It crushed me a bit to see what was really happening with Gimli when I rewatched the movie. He still has good moments, but compared to the book, there is no comparison. They're just drastically different characters, which makes me bummed because John Rhys Davies would have done that perfectly. He was the perfect cast role for Gimli, and I kind of just think they wasted his talent a little bit. Now, to subsidize the points that Jackson lost on Gimli, I am going to award him 2 half points for the 2 parts around these chapters that I actually loved more than the book. Would you believe it? The first is the change with Boromir that happens. I think the movie actually gives you better hints of the fall of Boromir than the book does. It might be controversial to say that, but the scene in the snow with the ring is great. It gives you a little hint as the audience watching that Boromir is struggling with the temptation of the ring. This doesn't happen in the book, which is why in the book, I just kind of made some essays talking about Boromir's fall seeming to come out of nowhere and that he seems possessed when his fall actually occurs. There's also a great moment before he checks out the ring where he is training Merry and Pippin, and you get to kind of see a fun-loving and very human side of him that I don't really think you see in the book. In the book, he's kind of blindly and pridefully brave, jumping in with Aragorn to even fight the Balrog, which is nuts. But in the movie, I think they are bringing just a more compassionate side to Boromir, that you just feel sadder for him when he actually does fall. Not that I don't feel sad for him in the book, but I think the little hints that you get almost prepare you for Boromir to fall. I think they do excellently there in hinting at his fall and setting up the intensely emotional scene when he dies, which is, again, not in the first book. The first book ends with Frodo and Sam leaving while the rest of the company run to look after Frodo. So I can't even talk about that right now, but we'll talk about that at the end when I talk about the major differences between the ending and the direction that they're going in. But the next half point is a small half point for Jackson. But it's the password for the door to Moria. In the books, Gandalf just remembers the password, which a commenter pointed out to me is actually brilliant for Tolkien, seeing that he was a linguist and he was making a language joke about the mistranslation of a word from speak to say. I mean, all Gandalf really needed to do was say friend rather than speak it, which kind of implies that there's a more hidden password. It's brilliant in the book, and I love that for Tolkien. But I think Jackson and crew actually did something beautiful with Frodo figuring out the password with a riddle, because it actually connects him with Bilbo in The Hobbit. The 2 hobbits who have an affinity for riddles when they're trying to get into caves. I think that it's a brilliant and it's a small change in the movie that worked really well for me. So a half point for Jackson, which means he's only down 1 point. Now, we all know he won't come back because everything Tolkien does is brilliant. So he will never lose a point, but whatever. But back onto the Gimli stuff, because the next big difference was Lothlorien, And the change of his hatred to affection for Galadriel because of the kind words that she speaks devastated me that they weren't really in the movie. Again, this is my biggest gripe with the movie, is the change of Gimli's character. In the movie, Gimli is actually a bit harsher, speaking nasty words to the elves in the extended edition. That scene in the books just did me in. I wept when I read this interaction that Galadriel had with Gimli. It was so abundantly beautiful. And I tacked this onto the mischaracterization of Gimli, which just missed for me in the movie. Although I will slightly contradict myself also in saying that I love Gimli in the movie too. I think he pales in comparison with his book counterpart, but he's also just this silly and fun dwarf in the movies that I kind of love. Now, the Mirror of Galadriel is the next thing, and it had a few differences that I think it kind of stayed pretty true to book form from the movies. Now, I know some people will disagree with me about that, especially with Galadriel becoming this big green monster, which doesn't really happen in the books, but I still think it's a pretty good adaptation from Jackson's point of view. But after this, the gifts are also very, very different. But Jackson, again, does a good job of even putting the 3 hairs that Gimli asked for in the extended cut. It doesn't hit in detail like the book does, but it's still great. And as another side note, I think Jackson does this well with the songs, but Tolkien's work is filled with songs, and I think so is Jackson, but Jackson puts them all in the background. Like when Bilbo sings "The Road Goes Ever On and On" when he leaves the Shire. But I will not forgive Jackson for not including the Song of Durin, which is one of my favorite, and it's been stuck in my head for the last 2 weeks. So a point off for that. But after they leave Lothlorien, they go down the river, and the book says that it takes 9 days. In the books, Legolas shoots down a fell beast, they get attacked by orcs, and they're kind of nervous about what's ahead. All of them seem to dread it. It's one full chapter on the river. And I think actually Jackson is fine to cut that. It's vital to the book plot, knowing the sadness that the Fellowship feels at knowing what must happen soon, and knowing that Frodo is just wrestling with how he should do what he knows he must do. But the movie plotting is simply getting Frodo closer to Mount Doom, which it works for the movie. The temptation of Boromir, though, and his fall is very different from book to movie, and this will be my last real point, because the endings are totally different, which means both have totally different aims. I think in the moment Boromir falls in the movie, you kind of need him to die and for him to redeem himself, which he does. I think it works beautifully in the movies. And his lines he delivers of "I would have followed you, my brother, my captain, my king," are equally beautiful. And I'm so curious in the next book if it will include that, because in the first book, Boromir does not die yet. He betrays Frodo and looks incredibly sad and remorseful, but they all scatter to look for Frodo after Boromir goes back, and then Sam catches Frodo trying to leave with a boat. For the book, that works great, because the cliffhanger that it gives you is just perfect. And so I think the real difference between the book and the movies, that I think they are just going in different aims because the endings are totally different. In the book, you have Tolkien, who is all writing about this relationship and mainly the relationships that the Fellowship have with each other. And at the end, the breaking of the Fellowship, which is the last chapter of Fellowship of the Ring, you have the breaking of the Fellowship both physically and emotionally. And then also you have this thing where Sam and Frodo kind of break, but then they form up again, and they form even stronger in the end of the book. And so you have everyone in the Fellowship running off and breaking because they've been he's spent an entire book developing the relationships that they all have. So you feel so strongly connected with all of them. Boromir falls because of his temptation. Everything kind of goes all in different directions. Everyone in the Fellowship goes in different directions looking for Frodo. And then Sam meets with him again because Sam is brilliant, and I wrote a whole full essay about him and his brilliance. And then they go and do their own thing. It's like the ending of the book is like, what is going on? I need to pick up the next book immediately. In the movie, I think it's more about this redemption arc that you get with Boromir. I'm not going to say that the whole first movie is really all about the redemption arc that you feel with Boromir, but I kind of think it is, which maybe is messing up my love of Boromir, because I love Boromir so much in the book and I love him so much in the movie. But maybe that's why I'm writing so many essays about Boromir, is because I think he's so great. And I actually think he's one of the focal points of the movie. And when he falls, you kind of see it coming because he's been tempted by the ring before when he's grabbing it, and you see him almost falling into tears in Lothlorien when Galadriel is going into his mind. But when he falls, in that moment, I don't think we should, or we can, wait for the next film for a cliffhanger to see his redemption arc. And so he falls, and then all of a sudden these two hobbits, Merry and Pippin, are out, and Boromir comes back, redeems himself, and then you get this hero's death. And I think it's just a beautiful part in the movie. And I think that's kind of the direction that they were going in the movie. So you had to end with that little section. So anyway, all this to say that Tolkien and the book just win for me. I think they're better, but I still think that the adaptation that Jackson made is good. I think the work that he put into it with the miniatures and the set design and the casting, oh my goodness, I think this cast is perfect. I didn't even talk about that. It's maybe the greatest movie cast of all time. Is there anyone who was poorly cast in this film? I don't think so. But I think Jackson did very well on this adaptation. And I know that a lot of book readers hate this film, but I still think it's one of the best movies of all time. And if you agree with that, make sure you like and you subscribe to this video or to this channel. If you disagree with that, let me know in the comments why you disagree. Let me know all the moments that I missed about all the biggest book to movie changes, because I'm just doing this off the top of my head right now. So I'm gonna miss a ton of stuff. But anyway, make sure you like the video, subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. Who is the greatest writer of all time? It is an impossible question. Why would I even ask it? No one can answer that in any kind of objective way. Well, I'm gonna do that. I've known a ton of old professors and people that I really respect who think the work of Fyodor Dostoevsky is the best of all time. They say that there is no one who can get inside the mind of another human quite like he can. I've had an old friend, an old colleague, who said that Alexander Dumas is the greatest storyteller of all time. And anytime I hear that last name, I just keep thinking of the scene from, what's that movie? The Shawshank Redemption, when the one guy mispronounces his name. It's one of the greatest scenes ever.
By Alexander Dumas.
I currently have a friend who believes that Oscar Wilde is the greatest author that has ever written a word in the English language. Now, I've been in conversation with people about Zadie Smith, Emily Dickinson, Haruki Murakami, which, side note, I kind of think Japanese writers are some of the best storytellers in the business. But anyway, it's a very unsettled debate, and one that is really fun to theorize, but very hard to actually pin down. Because I think there's two parts to seeking out who the greatest author of all time is. The first is their ability to tell a good story. Are they writing something that is enjoyable and entertaining? Is the story actually good? And the second part is, are they a good writer? What does their writing ability look like? Because I've read tons of good stories written by subpar authors. But then I've also read tons of really, really boring stories that put me to sleep from authors who could write the most beautiful book of all time about something so stupid like a paint drawing on a wall or something like that. And I have to say, I think it's a significant difference in the actual style of what the author is trying to do. There are some authors who are trying to woo you with their words. There are some that try to just get out of the way and tell a good story. And for good storytellers, sometimes writing can just be a window in which to see the story. I actually think some of the best writers ever choose not to be flaunty with their words because they want to write so that the writing never makes you stop and say, wow, that was a beautiful sentence. But then there are some authors who don't like the window method, and they prefer to paint a picture. It's not moving, and every single word is there for a purpose. They want you to be enamored with their words rather than the story that it tells. I think there is a middle ground. Maybe something like stained glass that actually enhances the story that you tell, but is also a window to the story. And the words and the sentences and the writing style serves as a framework and a lens through which a beautiful story can be told more beautifully. This is the needle in a haystack that I look for in a writer. Someone who can do both. They can tell a good story with beautifully written words. And I recently finished a book that I think might be the best thing that I have ever read by any author ever. I'm not over exaggerating that. I think I've read more beautiful words from certain authors, and I think I've read more entertaining stories as well, but the combination of the two, the rare bird of a story like the one I just read, might be the greatest combination of good writing mixed with great storytelling. And it's a novel most of us have already read, or at the very least heard of. It's J.R.R. Tolkien's The Fellowship of the Ring. Big surprise for those of you who are subscribed to the channel. Now, before I go on, I just want to let you know too that I just finished this book. I haven't given it a month of chill time to really be able to sit back and just kind of let it process and let me figure out what this story really means in the grand scheme of literature. But if you like this beautiful work of fiction, make sure you visit my channel and subscribe. I made a video essay almost on every single chapter. No, I actually did make an essay on every single chapter, and multiple video essays, sometimes even per chapter. It was really fun, and I think you'd really enjoy it if you're a Tolkien or just a book nerd. So please go check out the channel and subscribe. Make sure you like this video also, and if you want, you can donate to this video or even become a member of my channel, where I am going through some brilliant literature for the first time and publishing video essays to talk about some of the themes and the writing and what really strikes me about the stories from a first-timer's perspective. I'm planning to do some George R.R. Martin, some more Tolkien, as I only just finished The Lord of the Rings, and some Brandon Sanderson and just a few others in the future. So make sure you subscribe to the channel. That would really help me make more of these videos. But let me pull up the chart. The chart. I want to talk about the golden goose of good writers. Now, there are some authors who tell terrible stories who are terrible writers. I hate to put her in this category because I know some people love her writing. Actually, who am I kidding? I don't hate to put her in this category. I cannot stand this writer. So this prison right here, this quadrant, is reserved for writers I cannot stand. Because to be honest, I think most writers alive today either do one of the two really well. They're either very good with their words or they do have a pretty good story to tell. This bottom quadrant is just for writers that I can't stand. And this writer that I really can't stand at the very bottom, this little dot right here, is Ayn Rand. I read one of her novels, painfully, and attempted to read another on the recommendation of someone who said her work is just perfectly thoughtful. And I could not get through it. I thought the writing was not only weak and forceful, but I also found the story to just be awful and boring. So she belongs right here. That's my personal preference. All of this chart is my personal preference too. Please don't get mad at me for putting an author that you love somewhere that you don't think they deserve. Or maybe you think they really deserve it. I don't know. This quadrant too has other writers that I just don't like that much. Stephanie Meyer, I guess she wrote a really popular book, but the story just kind of fell flat for me. And then the writing was pretty dreadful to me as well. I think I should have notched her lower, but I don't know. William Faulkner is in this prison, surprisingly, because I've never read a single list online that talks about authors that doesn't heap praise on Faulkner's work. And I cannot stand it. I tried over 50 times to break into novels he wrote. Every one of them I find as unenjoyable and dreadful as the last. And this last one, I've never read anything by E.L. James. I've never read 50 Shades of Grey, but I'm just going to keep that right there. Up in the top left quadrant is my favorite author of all time and the person who I think is the greatest writer of words that has ever lived. I might be overhyping her because you will pick up a novel of hers and not find anything enjoyable or entertaining about the plot. But I certainly think that she is actually the greatest writer as far as writing ability is concerned. And that is Marilynne Robinson. Personal preference. In this mix also, you have George Orwell, who Cyril Connolly once said that he could not blow his nose without moralizing on the state of the handkerchief industry. I love that. I thought Animal Farm was, a bit on the nose. But boy, does this guy know how to write a sentence. And if you doubt that, go read maybe the best essay that I've ever read on writing called Politics and the English Language. Then within this category too, you have writers that I find brilliant writers that I just could not break into their storytelling. And remember, this is all personal. I'm just going to keep reminding you of that. This is my chart, people. In this quadrant, you have writers like Toni Morrison, who I know is a brilliant writer. I just could not break into her storytelling. Then you have writers like David Foster Wallace. Love his nonfiction, hate his fiction. Stop writing footnotes, David. I don't care about your personal opinions on lobsters in Maine to be in a footnote. Just give me a good story. And then you have others like Alice Walker, Colson Whitehead, and Ernest Hemingway, and ironically, Faulkner, this guy, once said of Hemingway, he has no courage and has never been known to use a word that might send the reader to a dictionary. I love all these writers sometimes just hate each other. But all these authors I adore for how well they write a sentence, but they were just not my cup of tea with their stories. In the bottom right are the opposite kind of people. Those authors who I think are the window writers. People who have a brilliant story but just don't care all that much about the structure of a sentence. Well, that's kind of an overstatement, but they're just authors that I don't come back to for their lapidary prose. People like Dan Brown. Good stories-ish, dreadful writer. And his stories lack a severe amount of good history in it as well. Not very historically accurate. Or writers like Danielle Steele. Read one book, I know she wrote a lot of others, but I won't come back to her for her writing. And maybe the greatest example of someone who is actually a great storyteller but a terrible writer is someone who's a filmmaker, actually. George Lucas. Fans of his work know that he's not a great writer, not even a good writer, but someone who trusted people who were better writers than he was. He just had the conceptual framework for a beautiful world and a beautiful story. Then you have some writers who are more well-known. I think Brandon Sanderson belongs in this category. I read one of his books and I'm very excited to keep going into his writing in this channel because I think he's a great storyteller. I read one book and I was in love with the story, but his writing is very window-like. He doesn't draw attention to his writing, which I actually love and find beautiful and admirable. I love when authors just use boring words and don't try to dazzle me with their words sometimes. I would put the controversial Joe Rowling in this category too. Great story, decent writer. She knows how to deliver a good story more than she knows how to write a good sentence, I think. And then I would also put some classic authors here too, like Alexander Dumas. He has some amazing stories to tell, but his writing style is very window-like to me. And one thing that I'm going to note too, because I have a few of these authors in both of these categories, some of these are translations of text, and I guarantee you that they're more beautiful in the original. So Dumas, I can't really put him in this category so much, but his translation to me is very window-like. Same ironically as Jane Austen. Although she is straddling a line here between good writer and great writer, I think she's an excellent storyteller. Shisako Endo is a perfect balance of a good writer and a good storyteller to me. And there's a few others in that mix too. Right before you kind of get into the upper echelon, I think, of the greatest writers of all time and some of my favorites, which we're going to talk about in a minute. But again, Shisako Endo has a translation. He wrote in Japanese, which is why I love Japanese storytellers, and his work are translations. And the same thing, I believe the same thing is true of Kazuo Ishiguro. But I would also kind of put James Baldwin in this category. Unbelievable writer, unbelievable stories. Same thing as Zadie Smith, even C.S. Lewis, who I'd actually say is one of the best writers and best storytellers. And then in the top quadrant, you have my 3 favorite authors of all time for their rare ability to combine beautiful writing and a beautiful story. My 3rd favorite novel of all time is Middlesex by Jeffrey Eugenides. It is an incredible story where I found myself transfixed by the scale of that story, but also in love with the words and the sentences and how to pause to dissect certain sentences because of their beauty. My 2nd favorite book is The Poisonwood Bible by Barbara Kingsolver. I cannot tell you the level with which this story held me a prisoner. I could not read it fast enough, but did not want to finish it. I loved those characters so much, and I love that writing even more. I think Barbara Kingsolver is one of the best of our time. And then, my favorite of all time, in a book that I say God himself inspired to write because it's the rarest of gems. It is The Diary of Anne Frank. I cannot speak highly enough about this book. I think she was granted the gift of incredible words because I cannot read that without being blown away by both the quality of her words and then her story, which is just a story for the ages. And it feels really weird comparing anything to Anne Frank here, but I think most people would probably say that the godfather of all storytelling and English language and writing is the one and only Bill Shakespeare. Yes, he wrote some duds of plays, but no one has shaped the English language like he did. And he delivered on his stories too. They are so entertaining and so beautifully written. And up to this point, I would have said Tolkien is good. And maybe he belongs in the middle. But that was before I read The Fellowship of the Ring. Now, I would put J.R.R. Tolkien here. Maybe not as perfect with his words as people like Bill or my personal favorite Marilyn Robinson, but he is one of the most skilled writers that I have ever encountered in my life. I heard Malcolm Guite say something similar to this in an interview he gave someone recently, but he said one of the characters and the joys of Fellowship of the Ring is the language that Tolkien uses, how he dances across the page, and the words, how they are so beautiful and so shocking and so astoundingly gracious and lovely. I'm paraphrasing exactly what he said, but those are my words, as well as his. The way that he can make you feel something, like getting lost in a forest, just by the words that he writes is astounding. The way that he dances and glides over the page like he's having a great time, and then just dropping a bit of wisdom on you through a character when you least expect it is again nothing short of a masterclass on writing. I don't think I have read anyone who can do horror and thriller better than Tolkien can. And to be honest, I don't really read horror and thriller that much, so maybe you know better authors who can do that better than I know. Maybe Stephen King is on this list for you or something like that. Or even Edgar Allan Poe, who I would probably say is very high on this list as well. But the way that Tolkien makes you terrified by words on a page is paramount. And the way he can write an emotionally moving scene. I mean, if you've watched any of my essays, you know that I choked up a few times when just reading the text on the page for its clarity and ambiguity and also its beauty. And I want to go on for like an hour and just continually talk about Tolkien and his words and how brilliant of a story this was. But I have about 10 hours worth of essays that I did on Fellowship of the Ring. So all this is a push to go check out those videos. There's a playlist on this channel, and it is full of my thoughts on the reading of Fellowship of the Ring for the first time. And it's my thoughts on Tolkien's writing and how masterful he is at different chapters and horror and emotionally moving scenes and just like the wisdom that he has that he lays up. So please go check out those essays because I have about 10 hours worth of proof for how J.R.R. Tolkien is so perfectly, beautifully good of a writer. Maybe the best that I've ever read. It's a weird combination of words, but I think Tolkien's The Fellowship of the Ring is perhaps one of the greatest books that I have ever read, and it cemented something that I didn't even really think about. That J.R.R. Tolkien is perhaps one of the greatest writers who has ever written in the history of the English language. And that is a hill that I might die on. Make sure you like the video and subscribe. And I'm very excited to keep going and read The Two Towers. And I'm going to do lots of essays on that and analyze his writing and analyze my first time read through that. So make sure you subscribe if you like that kind of thing. And I will see you in... So I just finished reading The Fellowship of the Ring for the first time in my life at the ripe age of 33 years old. Actually, 34 now. My birthday was just a few days ago. I mean, if you want to throw some money as a birthday gift, as a donation for the video, I pretty much just became a man by Hobbit standards. So now I just have 16 more years before I can make my journey to Mordor to throw my ring into the fire. Anyway, having just finished reading Lord of the Rings for the first time and publishing over 10 hours of video essays on the work, I think I am a certified expert in this text now. I'm just kidding. Please don't come after me, please. But I do think I have something to offer people who have yet to read this book. And for those of you who have, you just get to sit back and enjoy me dote on this book for a few minutes. And let me know in the comments below what other reasons you'd add to my list. Now, one of the reasons why I want to make this video is because I, like many of you, were a bit intimidated by reading Lord of the Rings. I read The Hobbit in high school and loved it. That was actually one of the 2 books that made me realize that reading was fun and kind of amazing. The other was To Kill a Mockingbird, or as my friend calls it, How to Kill a Mockingbird. But after I finished The Hobbit and after loving the movies of The Lord of the Rings, and after proclaiming myself a reader in high school after liking 2 books, I decided to crack open the well-worn copy that my family had and give it a chance. Then I got hit by a ton of bricks, or actually a ton of pipeweed. Why was the first 20 pages all about pipeweed and the history of hobbits? Where's the actual story? Okay, maybe that's just a few pages, I thought. So I plodded through onto the first chapter where Bilbo is planning his birthday. I remember thinking at the time that it was okay, it was good enough to keep reading, but I was just a smidge bored at the time. I was hoping it was going to be much more adventurous like the movie, which, side note, it's a fascinating deep dive into the difference between the tone of the book versus the movie. The movie is more like an action, war, drama kind of thing. The book is a philosophical story that is about the journey of these characters and the history of these events. It's absolutely the most epic modern story that we have. But after getting around to the place where Frodo sells Bag End in the book, I kind of called it quits. I never picked it up again. And some things that should not have been forgotten were lost. History became legend. Legend became myth. And for 2,500 years, well, about 15 in this case, the book passed out of all knowledge. Until when chance came, it ensnared a new bearer. That new bearer was just an older version of myself. Someone who was ready to read these books, someone who was patient and didn't need to read super fast in order to get a lot of books under my belt where I could say, oh, I've read all these books. You see, when I started reading, I just kind of felt behind, so I felt like I needed to read a ton of books super fast. And I just kind of sped through some of these classic works. It honestly wasn't that bad, and I kind of came into contact with some fantastic literature. But all in all, I would not recommend that kind of reading. Now I have zero shame in what I read, and I just read anything that's in front of me. When I go to a bookstore, the first place I go to is the children's section and read the picture books. I'm obsessed with a good picture book, and I could talk about them for hours. My obsession with children's picture books knows no ends. Everyone needs to go read The Fate of Fausto, by the way, one of the greatest books ever written. But I think when I picked up Lord of the Rings again, specifically The Fellowship of the Ring for the first time in over 15 years, I just kind of felt ready to read it. I had, a few months before, attempted to listen to it via audiobook and just could not do it. I have a problem with audiobooks because I cannot focus enough to get the details. And I think for Tolkien, the devil, or in this case maybe the Hobbit, is in the details. He prides and delights himself in the language and the detail of the story. And so I put down the audiobook and picked up a physical copy of this book. And it was simultaneously the most epic, in-depth thing that I've ever read, and also the most approachable book that I ever cracked open. It felt like J.R.R. was just sitting by my side reading the text to me. And so now, after reading it and thinking about it from a first-timer perspective, I think this is one of the greatest books that I've ever read. And I want to talk about it just for a few minutes about why you should read it too. I've got 9 reasons, for the Fellowship. And a bit of the how you should read it as well. I want to talk about how you should actually read through The Lord of the Rings. Not that I'm an expert in it, but let's start. Reason number 1. It's just a legendary beginning. Now, I think Tolkien fans who are truly Tolkien fans are going to fight me on this one, but I feel like The Hobbit is probably the best starting place for the Tolkien Legendarium, which I think isn't going to be that much of an issue. I think most people are going to agree with me on that. But I think the real beginning is Fellowship of the Ring. It's actually ludicrous that I'm saying this with such surety, seeing that I've only read Fellowship of the Ring. But I don't know, the whole start of the book just feels like the beginning of an epic story. The whole tone feels very light, but also like there's something looming that is vitally important just on the next page. And every single time you turn the page, you just have the potential to be as excited because the secret might be on the page after that. It just feels very hopeful and tense reading the book because I don't know anything. And Tolkien assumes a smart audience So he just throws you into the story, but also kind of holds your hand through the beginning of it with brilliant and established characters and setting. I love even the maps of the world, and I love how he made these maps, but I think I could, even without the maps, just have pictured it all in my head from the beginning of this story, which leads me into the second point. Tolkien's deep world building. I have to say, I knew the world building of Tolkien was going to be impressive because I've heard a ton about it from friends and fans of his work, but I did not know that it was going to be that immersive. One qualm that I sometimes have with other books that I've read is that they just seem to introduce characters, and it feels like those characters are either just there to serve the story or that they have no history or background. They are almost blank slates to some extent, and that was the last thing that I felt with Tolkien. And I think this points to his building out the history of this place as the first thing that he really did. When I read this book, it felt like each character was a full person already. Like I was just watching them interact and grow from each other. But it felt like a world, which is silly because the books are all about this world building. But I think for Tolkien, the world already existed, and he just kind of gave us like a bird's eye window view into how all this is happening. I feel like there isn't a farmer or an orc who Tolkien didn't have a full backstory and history of. One of the best examples of this is early on in the books when they meet Gildor, the elf. He just kind of passes by the three hobbits with some other elves, and they're kind of living their own life with all their own worries and cares. But the elf just seems to have his own concerns and his own life. He's not really in the story to serve Frodo or to help him grow. For me, it honestly just feels like it was a real life happenstance where they bumped into each other and just got to chat. I could even imagine Tolkien writing this almost surprised himself that these characters ran into each other in this world, which is honestly maybe the best built world that I have ever encountered. I could talk more about the languages and the cultures and the aura of even the races that are featured in this book, even the feeling of the different towns and the superstitions and the beliefs that they have where they're based in Middle-earth. But it is such a full and expansive world, which makes me very excited to keep going into the stories that he tells. Number 3 is about the timeless themes. This was something that I knew I was going to encounter, but I didn't know how deeply it would affect me. I knew Tolkien threw some of his own wisdom in there, but I did not expect the wisdom to stick so closely to me. I could quote maybe 10 to 20 beautiful lines of writing that Tolkien wrote just from how much it impacted me. I think of Gildor talking about not giving advice and how it's a dangerous thing. I think about Merry telling Frodo about his loyalty to him and how he's going to be at his side when he goes to Rivendell and then destroys the ring. I think of Gimli and Elrond having a battle over oaths and being loyal to their company. I even think of the obviously popular ones in the movies where Gandalf talks to Frodo about pity or time. I think a huge reason that you should read this book is not only because the wisdom of Tolkien is on full display, but the themes are universal themes. Yes, it's a story about a ring, obviously, but it's not. It's a story about friendship and love and loyalty and bravery and gardening and honor and 1,000 other things that Tolkien does that show he's a master at incorporating these into his works without it feeling heavy-handed. Number 4, the Fellowship itself. The diverse group, hobbits, men, an elf, a dwarf, and a wizard, offer dynamic interactions, cultural clashes, and camaraderie that just shape the journeys and keep the thing interesting. I think this also plays into the idea that I just talked about with universal themes, but when the Fellowship just begins their journey, you can sense the nerves and the tensions within the company. But when they get to Moria, it feels like Gimli steps up to the plate. And if you want, you can go back and watch my essays on this chapters because it had me enamored with Gimli and the history of the dwarves. It's a text that drives you into deeper curiosity about the world. And for me, if a book drives me to learn more about history or even a fantasy realm that isn't real and that I just want to know more about, I think that is the thing I look for most in a good book. I remember reading the Poisonwood Bible and being obsessed with the Congo for a few months. And the unrest that the land had because of colonization, and King Leopold's gold lust, which was terrifying and horrific. The same thing with Middlesex, and learning about the fires in Greece and what Detroit was like as it was becoming a great city. A book that drives me to learn and become obsessed over these little facts and details is a good book. And Tolkien's work delivers on such a high level that it's actually absurd. Number 5, Bill the Pony. I wrote an essay on this and Sam and Bill's little love that they have for each other, which was one of my favorite moments in all of book 1. But I think this point is more so about the characters. I found it so fascinating that in the comments of most of my videos, how people love certain characters more than others. I find myself in love with Gimli, as a lot of people are, and Boromir, who's a little bit more of a controversial character. I didn't find myself super interested in Aragorn, which for some of you are devastated about, but I think I'll grow in my love for him, and I think I'll grow in my love of other characters and disdain for certain characters as I keep reading. But this story is like a buffet of characters that you can choose from as to who is your favorite and who you can relate to most. A lot of other books I read just have kind of 1 or 2 characters that are likable. I feel like you can almost love anyone you encounter in the first Lord of the Rings book. Except for Bill Ferny, who mistreats Bill the Pony. No one should like him. Number 6, it's more than just the movies. This is like a dumb and obvious point, but for me, someone who came from the movies, and for me, someone who knows that the book is always better than the movie and always has more detail, I just cannot believe how long it took for me to get to these books finally. I knew they were going to be different, but goodness gracious, these books have so much detail and purpose and fun to them. I loved every chapter for the journey it was taking me on, and I found myself so interested in each of the characters in a different way than I did in the movies. But this is where my biggest point of how you should read the books kind of comes in. In the movies, you don't have to have a ton of patience. The payoffs are there within like 4 hours of the extended edition. If you want to speed through this book, you're welcome to do that, but I think reading is much better if you are patient and slow. If you are reading not just to check books off your list, but rather just to enjoy them. A friend of mine read the entire Harry Potter series in 2 days, just casually, and she said she thought they were okay, but not great. She reread them again a few years later and took her time, and she came back in love with the series. I think when you are patient with books, and more so patient with yourself for books, it becomes a much more enjoyable reading experience. If you read a page and totally forget everything that you just read, just reread it. And don't beat yourself up. If you don't understand something that happened on the page, just reread it. I cannot tell you the amount of times that I reread the Mirror of Galadriel section. It was 8 times I reread that section. There are just 3 or 4 pages in that chapter that confused me, and I needed to reread to try to understand it. Make reading fun, not a chore. Anyway, reason 7 goes against my last point a little bit, but number 7 is because it is a cultural touchstone. Read these books because they are classics. If you like fantasy, I doubt that you haven't read Lord of the Rings, but there are so many books, games, and films that have been influenced by Tolkien. Reading The Fellowship of the Ring helps you see the origin of countless fantasy tropes. Even books like Mistborn by Brandon Sanderson. He said that he wrote that because he had an idea of what if Sauron won. These authors are all inspired by this work. And so while the primary reason to read this is really for your own enjoyment, you should also read them because they are classics for a reason. They are phenomenal books because millions of people on this earth have read them and have come to love them. And that bodes well for millions of people who haven't. Read the work of Tolkien. Number 8, it sparks imagination. Tolkien's prose is poetic and descriptive, often painting pictures with words in a way that lets your imagination roam free. In an interview with Malcolm Guite, the wizard from YouTube himself, he talks about this and why you should read the books. And he says, if you like the movies, you should read the books because essentially your imagination can run wild with these books. And perhaps some of the characters and settings and adventures will be significantly better in your head than they are in the film. And I have to say, I think the little man who is directing the movie that is going on in my head as I am reading Lord of the Rings is a better movie director than Peter Jackson. And I love Peter Jackson so much. But in thanks to Tolkien for that, because the language that he uses to describe things and to paint pictures and let you see the world just fills my mind so beautifully. It's an absolute journey every single time that I open a page of this book, and I find myself giddy every time I even look at the books, knowing that I will get to spend just a few hours with that book, and that soon I will get to read the story and get lost in my imagination. And number 9, it's a journey that you'll remember. You know, sometimes it's not about the destination, it's about the journey. Blah, blah, blah. I hate cliche, but sometimes it's just so stinking true. One of the reasons you should read this book is because it is just a beautiful journey of discovery. Not only for these characters and for our own enjoyment, but also for the forming of my own character. I find myself unable to not think about some of the things that are happening in these books. I find myself becoming a better friend because I am learning lessons from the Fellowship. I find myself becoming braver because of the things that I read about Aragorn or Boromir, and I find myself hugging my dog, Wesley, even harder now after I see Bill and Sam and how they love and understand each other. From the peaceful Shire to the dark mines of Moria, every chapter adds a new layer to the adventure. It's not just about getting to Mordor. It's about every step along the way. And I know that was a cheesy last point, but I cannot wait to keep reading. So follow the journey and make sure you subscribe to the channel in order to follow my journey through reading Lord of the Rings for the first time. Make sure you like the video, become a member, and I will see you in the next one.